The Immortal Berserker Chapter 301. Before he even heard anything, Barrett sensed the killing intent. Then he heard the rustling of bushes as something approached. Whatever it was wasn't very subtle about its approach. All Barrett could see as it was approaching was the toppling trees and vegetation. Then once it was just 50 meters away he could see it was a giant ram, 3 meters tall at the shoulder with curved horns that became sharp points on its head. Barrett readied himself, pulling out his axe. While he could tell it was powerful, even the strongest animals suffered in tactics. As it came close enough to actually see him, it lowered its head to charge, snapping a few trees as it approached. Its horns were angled so the points on either side were at chest level for him, but he thought the ram would have trouble going much lower. Just as it got to him, he ducked and stepped to the side, swinging his axe towards its leg. Barrett felt the impact and heard the loud cracking sound, barely keeping his grip on the axe. As he turned, he noticed that it was actually not the ram's leg that had taken the damage, but his axe. It had snapped just below the head, and while Barrett would have expected a normal axe to break in those circumstances, this one should have been able to withstand more. Barrett was glad he had instinctively lowered his center of gravity to brace himself, or he would have been knocked flying anyway. Though in that case his axe would have likely survived. Barrett only saw the slightest trace of blood on the ram's shin, but from what he could tell he hadn't cut into the bone at all. The ram was already far past him and turning around to charge him again. It was too late to change his mind about buying a new weapon. He would need to seek one out as soon as he got a chance, but he couldn't just leave. Well, he could, but then he might miss the chance to help Hayden. Barrett wasn't sure if he could outrun the ram in a straight line, but he could certainly get out of its territory and it would stop chasing him sometime after that. What he needed to do now was defeat this. He could try to bet on his body being tougher than it, but there were certainly more sensible options. While he might be able to make one part of his body tougher than it for a few moments, that wouldn't be enough. As he approached him again, he flung one of his stone pits at it and dodged to the side. This time, the ram had been ready for his movement and he felt a searing pain in his side as the horn grazed along his ribcage. Fortunately his body was tough enough that he was pushed away more than impaled, and the fact that he was already moving helped. The stone pit just bounced off of the ram's neck, leaving no visible mark. His plan wasn't working so far, but he was confident in having a chance. Taking into account the creature's size, Barrett pulled out 2 more stone pits, holding all 3 in his right hand. As he had attuned his body to them, they felt like part of his right hand, it was just that they didn't have to stay there. The ram pulled back around and charged with even more force. It seemed it wasn't satisfied with having to attack Barrett multiple times. As it pushed into the ground, great gouts of dirt and rocks flew up behind it. When it was only a fraction of a second away, Barrett's last chance to dodge came, but instead he stood his ground. Seeing that he didn't move, the ram just angled its horn directly at the middle of his chest, but Barrett reached out his left arm to grab the horn. Of course, that did nothing to stop the ram's charge, but he pushed himself back before the point stabbed into his chest very far. The sudden shock to his arm was tremendous, but it held on long enough for him to reach the same speed as the ram and he was being carried along. At the same time, his right hand shoved one of the stone pits into the right nostril of the ram. As the ram started to shake him off, Barrett levered himself off of the horn, flipping over onto the neck of the ram. He pushed another stone pit into the left nostril of the ram, wrapping his other arm around the neck to stabilize himself. The ram snorted, trying to remove the blockages, and its powerful lungs may have been able to do so, if Barrett wasn't holding them in with his own stamina. He'd never tried to use pure body tempering inside another's body, he wasn't going to cut off part of himself, and the stone pits were approximately 6 centimeters across. They wouldn't fit inside someone's stomach, and a cultivator would always prevent anything from going into their body that they could, and they would have the advantage in most cases. When the ram opened its mouth to breathe, Barrett threw the 3rd stone pit down its throat. The ram tried to snap its teeth closed on Barrett's hand, but it wasn't made for biting quickly, its mouth was merely for chewing food, not for combat. With the 3rd stone pit blocking its throat, Barrett wrapped his other arm around its neck as well. He couldn't squeeze hard enough to cut off air and blood flow entirely, but adding that on top of blocked air passages would certainly have some effect. The ram seemed to notice the danger, or merely didn't like Barrett being where he was. It thrashed, trying to throw him off. It slammed him into trees which snapped like twigs and had relatively little impact. The two of them continued moving rapidly through the valley. Barrett could tell the two nostril blockages were now superfluous, the one that went in through the mouth was blocking the windpipe of the ram at a lower level. However, it wasn't entirely blocked. He could feel some air slipping by, and he could feel air from the lungs trying to force it out. He had to hold it there intentionally. Barrett hadn't been paying attention to their exact location, but then he found himself being smashed into a boulder. Fortunately, it was just a normal boulder that he would expect to be lying around anywhere, but it still held up enough to make him feel he would be bruised later. He didn't have time to wait around for this ram to go unconscious, so he grabbed his remaining stone pits, the ones in the nostrils were a bit inaccessible at the moment, and shoved them into the mouth of the ram. It tried to keep its teeth closed, but it still needed to try to breathe. Barrett pushed them all to block off its trachea and squeezed as tightly as he was able around its neck. Even with all the physical activity, the ram still held on for another minute of running and smashing Barrett into things before it finally gave out. Barrett listened for its heart to stop before he let go and started the process of retrieving his stone pits. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 302. While some goat stew sounded nice, Barrett wasn't far from his goal. He could save that for later, and possibly bring it to a real cook. While he could likely make it edible, it wasn't the same as someone who actually practiced cooking. His wounds weren't quite healed yet, but that was just the way things went. The bruises all over him were rapidly changing color from dark purple splotches to strange yellowish colors, and Barrett could sense a few chipped bones trying to realign themselves. It was nothing that would affect his ability to fight if it came down to that. As he walked back into the area guarded by the ram, nothing approached him. That would make sense, because the ram was probably the dominant force in the area. Barrett walked through the broken bushes and trees, vaguely following the path back to where the battle had started, then continuing from there towards the ruins he had spotted in the center of the valley. Once he got close, he could make out the buildings better, or rather what they had once been. There wasn't much to say about them. It appeared to be a manor of some sort. Bedrooms, kitchens, dining room, meeting rooms. Barrett stepped through the husk of the buildings and out into the central courtyard, where he sensed someone. It was a strange and sudden feeling. Was a normal person all the way out here? He didn't sense any energy or mana, and it would have been even more obvious given the area around them. However, he felt none of that, and the more sensible solution than them being a non-cultivator was that they were a pure body temporer. The ram couldn't have been the only dangerous thing on the way here. Barrett could just hear them breathing, steadily and evenly, as if they were in deep concentration. As he passed through the various plants into sight of the orchard, he saw a man sitting underneath a tree. Tusks protruded from the sides of his mouth, indicating he was from the lands beyond Nospor. As Barrett saw him, his eyes sprang open and fixed on Barrett. Barrett sensed a wariness from him, a form of killing intent, but not necessarily directed at Barrett yet. The man spoke, "Unfortunately, you are too late." He stood up slowly. "This tree bore but a single fruit, and I have already eaten it." Barrett's eyes flicked to the tree above. Indeed, there was no fruit left on it, and its leaves resembled that of a normal pear. Not wanting to get into unnecessary conflict, Barrett calmly responded, "This was the Vitality Pear tree." "That's right. As I said, I already consumed it. It will do you no good to try to take it from me now. It is already digested." He waved his hand. "See. There are the seeds." Barrett sniffed, and indeed he could smell a sweet scent coming from the seeds lying on the ground, and just slightly from the man himself. Perhaps there was more than one. "What about in that magic bag of yours? I would be willing to trade for it." The man shook his head, his shaggy hair lagging behind momentarily as he did so. "No, there were no more, and even if there were, I would not store them in a magic bag. He rested a hand on a short sword at his thigh, still cautious. Ah, of course, Barrett shook his head, it wouldn't do well in a magic bag, now would it? Barrett walked over and scooped up the clump of dirt beneath the seeds with his hand. Since you don't seem interested, I will be taking the seeds with me. Good luck with your travels. Barrett turned, and he could feel the man's eyes on his back for some time, but he didn't follow after Barrett. Once out of sight, Barrett shook his head. Though he didn't show it on the surface, Barrett could tell from the beating of his heart the man was injured. Barrett could tell he was more than just a first or second tier cultivator, so perhaps vitality pairs were more valuable than he initially thought. If they could help pure body temperers in general, it could be useful. Of course, there was no way to say for sure, perhaps the man came here as a desperate measure of some sort. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to get a fruit. Even if they could grow a tree, it wouldn't be of much good to Hayden. His fate would be certain within a few months. Years was out of the question. Without magic being able to assist the growth of the tree, even a normal tree would take that long to produce fruit. Barrett looked at the few tiny seeds atop the clump of dirt. They didn't feel like much of anything, but at the very least he knew they were the seeds of the fruit the man had eaten. He'd seemed to think it was a vitality pear tree, and Barrett had no reason to disbelieve him. It was a shame the tree hadn't had more fruit, but perhaps the animals in the area had eaten it. That was not a strange idea. Keeping birds and vermin away from the gardens was a major undertaking at the Immortal Berserker sect. They couldn't just seal off the area, because some creatures were needed to pollinate the flowers, and of course earthworms and other such creatures helped the soil. Barrett shook his head. With the closest possibility gone, he would have to go elsewhere. He couldn't blame the man who ate the vitality pear. It was to protect his own life, and it wasn't as if Barrett had any claim on the wild fruit. He didn't feel any anger, just disappointment. If the ram hadn't attacked him, he might have arrived in time to at least negotiate for a piece of the fruit or obtain it himself. If only he had been a little faster, but he hadn't delayed unnecessarily either. Barrett began the trip back to the Immortal Berserker sect. He might as well drop off the seeds on the way to the next location. He doubted any important news would have come in the days he had been gone, but it was on the way to the next possible locations anyway. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 303. As Barrett reached the gates of the Immortal Berserker sect, the guards called out to him. Master Ravenclaw, the Southern Medical Ward has requested your presence immediately upon your arrival. That didn't sound like good news to Barrett. It was one thing to have his presence requested. Informing the guards to send him over immediately upon his return was something else entirely. Barrett's thoughts immediately shifted to Hayden. He was staying at the Southern Medical Ward. It could be someone else. Either way, he would do better to arrive quickly. The main roads in the Immortal Berserker sect were set up wide enough to have wagons travel in either direction, with room for those on foot, including the possibility that they might be moving at a much faster speed. Running at top speed, it would only take Barrett a few minutes to reach anywhere within the sect. The roads weren't particularly busy, so he barely even had to avoid anyone as he passed them. He stepped into the medical ward and was immediately directed towards Hayden's room. As he was about to step in, a doctor was coming out. Master Ravenhall, he bowed his head, you have returned. Hayden's condition has taken a turn for the worse, it would be best if you see. He stepped back into the room, gesturing for Barrett to follow. As soon as he laid eyes on Hayden, he could see what was wrong. He had already heard his labored breathing from a distance, but that could have meant anything. At least there was breathing still. Hayden's nose was dripping blood, and his face appeared to be bruised. His bare arms were visible, and Barrett could see cuts, and even the bones appeared to be broken in a few places. How could he have gotten injured here? The doctor shook his head. Nobody came in. Earlier today he just suddenly started falling apart. It appears that old, long-healed wounds have started coming back open. He is constantly bleeding, and we can barely keep up with transfusions. I was just going to check on more. We keep as much as we can, but the members of the sect can't store their blood. The berserk energy breaks it down. And you're running low? Can you use mine? Can we use yours? The doctor closed his eyes for a moment, perhaps. We would need to test you for compatibility. Since you don't have any berserk energy, it might be possible. There might be unknown problems related to your cultivation style. I should be able to make it integrate with his body, with few problems. Barrett sighed. If only he had come back with a vitality pair. The seeds wouldn't do any good for healing. First we'll check for blood type. Just put a drop of your blood on here. Barrett did so, he didn't even have to prick his skin, instead just forcing blood out as he chose. The doctor looked at its reaction, then nodded, that should be safe enough. We'll start with a small amount just in case. Though they had stitched up the wounds on Hayden's body, more kept appearing and the blood loss kept building up. Barrett let his arm be pierced by a needle, and blood was drawn into a tube, one very carefully prepared by the glassworkers with needles made by special smiths. It wasn't that such things couldn't be found elsewhere, but they weren't available for the use of the general population. Barrett could still feel his blood as it was placed into a device to slowly allow it to flow into Hayden's body. As it did so, he did his best to tell it to work with him. Manually controlling every detail of what his blood would do could quickly exhaust all of the stamina contained within it, but trying to make it extra compatible might work. As it started to bleed out of various wounds, Barrett gently coaxed it back in. The doctors continuously worked, draining blood that built up in bruises and stitching new cuts that opened up. Barrett could hear tiny little pops that indicated bones breaking or unhealing, at the very least. As it continued, he kept giving more and more of his own blood until the doctors wouldn't let him give any more. Barrett knew he would be fine, but he could understand their thoughts. Many hours passed, enough for it to become night and then the sun to rise again, and after a good quarter of an hour with no more wounds appearing on Hayden, he was declared stable. A doctor was left to keep watch over him, and Barrett himself sat in the corner and slept there. He could easily stay awake for several days if he wanted to, but all the blood being drawn and emotional exhaustion had gotten to him. When Barrett opened his eyes again, he could hear Hayden's steady breathing. Almost half of the blood in Hayden's body had once been his, but as the stamina depleted from it, Barrett felt less and less connection with it. As he looked at Hayden's face, covered in stitches and bandages of all sorts, he actually saw something. As he stepped closer, he realized he was right. Around the first stitches there was swelling, but also slight traces of healing. It wasn't something normal eyes could have picked out, but it meant something. Barrett took his meals over in the corner that day, and when evening came, Hayden's eyes opened. Master Ravenhall. His voice came out in a croak. Don't speak. You're in a bad state. Just tell me one thing. Did you really just attempt another destruction even though you only had a sliver of vitality in you? Barrett couldn't say for sure that was what had happened, but the signs were there. Hayden moved to nod, but couldn't lift his head at all. Yes. I had to, Hayden breathed out heavily, unable to continue speaking. Barrett shook his head. You can talk later. Rest for now. Barrett took the cup of water next to the bed and gently placed it to Hayden's lips, where he just barely managed to swallow some of it. Be good for the doctors, will you? Also, you're absolutely forbidden to do anything but sleep and eat and otherwise recover for the next week. Barrett knew his declaration didn't have any meaning, but it made him feel like he actually had a say in how things went. Hayden didn't respond, but his eyes closed and his breathing became steady, if still extremely weak. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 304. Over the next week, Hayden recovered extremely slowly. In fact, even with the support of magic bandages it could be considered to be negligible. However, he didn't get any worse. Except for the fact that he had broken bones that hadn't healed, Hayden would be able to get out of bed, which hadn't been the case for a year and a half. Barrett could tell it would be a few weeks yet before he had enough healing rate and time to really recover at all, but he could feel Hayden growing more healthy. It just wasn't a fast process. It wouldn't do Barrett any good to fuss over him, so Barrett tried to move on to more useful things. First, he arranged for a section of the gardens to be made available for him to grow vitality pears. While most places had special formations made to draw in extra energy and mana, for the vitality pair he needed the opposite. That just meant it could go to other parts of the gardens, to the herbs and trees that needed it. Setting up something that would push away ambient energy and mana was simple. It wasn't like stopping an attack. The dirt the seeds were held in had hopefully done enough to protect them from ambient energy and mana along the way. If not, there wasn't much he could do about it. He'd kept his personal mana away from the area, but it wasn't like he could protect the seeds with anything. Putting them in the magic bag would have the opposite effect intended. He did feel a sense of life from the seeds still, so they would at least be able to start growing. In the end, there were only a handful of seeds. That was how many one would expect from a single pair. He planted them all in ground he tilled by hand. That only took a short time, since it was a small area. Then he watered the seeds by hand, and now he would wait. Not that he planned to sit around and wait, that would be crazy. Trees took time to grow. However, he couldn't really speed up the process. The stone fruit tree had taken quite a long time to grow as well. If the vitality pair was like a normal pair, which wasn't guaranteed, it would only take a few years to produce fruit instead of a decade. In 3 years, his students would be in the second tier, but perhaps he would have another batch. Barrett suspected some of those potentially interested were waiting to see if his students could reach second tier normally. Barrett had no reason to believe they couldn't, but that was the problem with trying anything new. It wasn't cowardice to wait to see, but logic. Barrett wondered whether he should try to obtain full vitality pairs. Hayden no longer needed them, but perhaps his other students might. If the seeds didn't grow. Barrett shook his head. There was no way to know what would be necessary. Regular medicines would usually suffice. For now, he also had to take care of his own cultivation. Unless he had a mission was one, he always kept different parts of his body in various stages of recovery. Using blood to temper his body had been working quite well, though he considered he might also want to train against non-physical harm. Poisons could still be a problem even if he ran into the exact same poisons he'd recently experienced. He wasn't entirely immune. His body could use some more tempering against lightning, and even fire, since his body could handle more now. He would also like to find living metal, but he didn't know where to start. Lightning coursed through his body. He didn't direct it around him, but let it flow as it pleased. At first he had been cautious in how much he allowed, until his body got used to it. Around him, sand exploded, some of it melting and splattering on his body. It had little effect but to be uncomfortable, though his clothes were ruined. It was a good thing Immortal Berserkers had particularly durable magic bags. The lightning was particularly violent this year, though Barrett wasn't going to complain about that. It made it more effective training. Once again lightning struck, and thunder coursed over the mountain as it did constantly. However, very faintly in the background, Barrett could hear something. He opened his eyes and looked down the mountain. Barrett, a voice called down from below, and he could see a figure approaching. That would be Reyna. She was still quite a distance off and the lighting wasn't good, but he didn't think his eyes were deceiving him. He stood up, covered himself with some new clothes, and hurried down the mountain, this time avoiding the lightning as it came. "I didn't expect to see you here," he said as he approached. "Is it an emergency?" Reyna shook her head, her energy carrying her voice on the wind and through the thunder. "It's not an emergency, but it is time sensitive." She held up a hand as lightning crashed down on her, diverting it around her to the ground. "Can we talk somewhere better?" It didn't take too long to get down to the bottom of the mountain. There, the punctuations of thunder were just a constant background noise instead of the entirety of the atmosphere. "How long will it take you to recover?" Reyna asked. Barrett felt himself and his current wounds, 10 minutes, half an hour at most. "Ugh," Reyna rolled her eyes. "And here I thought having the top of your head scorched like that was something significant." "Well, that's good at least. Anyway, I came to find you to ask you to help me with something. I found a hidden cave in a wind valley where I was training. I didn't sense any signs of people being there recently, but I sensed something special. However, I couldn't get through the cave on my own. Shards of metal blew through the winds, heavy enough I couldn't deflect them, not completely, anyway. She held up her arm, which was covered in various half-healed slashes. I was hoping we could work together to reach the back of the caves. Maybe there isn't anything there, but I can hope. Barrett thought for a few moments, what sort of metal? Reyna shrugged, something dense and sharp. I know you're looking for living metal, but I wouldn't bet on this being related. You were just the one with the right qualifications to help. Being able to take a hit? I didn't say that. I know using a friend as a shield isn't particularly polite. Don't worry, it's what we train for. Barrett patted his chest, bodily toughness is my specialty. Besides, you weren't planning to just stand behind me, right? Of course not. I would be deflecting as much wind as I could. I can go find someone else if you're busy or don't want to. Maybe I can recruit someone from the Metal Sea. Barrett shook his head, don't worry about it. Of course I'll help. All I'm doing here is training anyway. I needed to get out and do something. The chance to find a natural treasure or something is pretty exciting. Great, Reyna smiled, do you need to stop by the sect first? Just somewhere I can send a message back. Don't want anyone to think I went missing. Let's go then. Reyna shook her head, you look basically healed already. It's hard to get used to, even though I've seen it for so many years now. Barrett grinned, at least now I don't have to walk around with bandages all over me. And yet you still do, Reyna laughed. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 305. The Wind Valley Reyna had been training in was quite a distance away. It was northeast of Vashia, which put it east of the southern Metal Sea. However, the time it took the two to travel that distance was not all that long. They traveled by foot at a pace that even horses could not keep up with, but was still a comfortably sustainable speed for two masters. Reyna helped relieve the air pressure in front of them. After a certain speed it started to become relevant, though it wouldn't actually stop them. It was less than a week before they arrived, and they could have been quicker if necessary. However, then they might have arrived exhausted, which was very far from what they wanted to do. Unlike the Lightning Mountains or Earthquake Hills, this Wind Valley didn't have a name to that effect. The locals would certainly have a name for it, but there were many similar locations to be found. On either side of this valley, the mountains rose sharply to high peaks. The shape and location was just right for there to be excessive amounts of wind, though of course the mana and energy contributed to the conditions as well. Barrett had seen a tornado before. In fact, he had been in a tornado before. The wind in this valley was only slightly less than that. If he was just the slightest bit careless it could lift him off his feet and send him crashing to the end of the valley. Of course, that was only considering his own abilities without any special tricks. If he needed to he could lower his weight and reduce his drag so the wind would have less effect. However, with Reyna's help deflecting some of the wind from in front he just had to push as if he was running at top speed and he made about half the progress he would otherwise. Reyna followed behind him, taking advantage of the wake Barrett left behind him. It still took several hours before they got close, but when they did Reyna directed Barrett into the cave she had found, off to the side about halfway through the valley. As they entered the cave, Reyna shifted her focus to the entrance of the cave, reducing the howl of wind that made it inside the cave. Now we can talk. This section is calm, but up ahead there is a chamber with strong winds and the shards of metal I was speaking of. Let's go take a look, Barrett said. It was actually a few hundred meters of winding tunnel before they came to the area Reyna had described. As they got close, Barrett could no longer hear the sounds from outside, but he did hear the shrieking of metal upon metal. As they rounded a final corner, he could see the chamber she spoke of. The light he had with him reflected off of the myriad of metal shards, and he could only make out their general path from as they whipped around through a tunnel going into the ceiling. If he took a few steps forward, he would be in the storm of metal. and at that point the metal shards curved upwards to the top of the high chamber and then to the back in a loop that was a few hundred meters across. The formation was actually rather similar to the trials beneath the tornado plains, but he could guess this metal was much sharper than the other cloud. Otherwise it wouldn't have hindered Reyna, after all. As he watched some of the shards slide against the edges of the chamber, Barrett noticed there were no sparks. That explained one thing, how they were not getting worn down, or destroying the walls. Both the metal shards and the walls were of sufficient hardness to not get worn down even at the speeds they were impacting. Barrett stepped forward and thrust his left arm into the storm of blades, then pulled it back a few seconds later. It was covered in bloody cuts. Barrett nodded, I see. Damn, Reyna looked at his arm, is it too much? I was able to make it about 50 meters before I turned back. Barrett shook his head, I wouldn't go through alone, but I can resist it with your help. The two of them pulled back from the chamber so they could hear each other better. Once we rest to our peak forms, I can toughen my front and put on my armor, though my armor won't hold up long without your help. Reyna looked at Barrett's bloody hand, how long will it take to heal that? Barrett tilted his head, 15 minutes. Though I'll need a bit more time after that. Ugh, a week in 15 minutes. I suppose I should have been able to figure that out. You are mid-4th tier after all. I'll probably need an hour to get to peak form. Reyna sat down to recover her spent energy and mana. Barrett did the same, though he was recovering stamina instead. That meant he did some eating as well. The number of meals he had per day varied, but it was never fewer than a handful. He didn't pay any attention to his hand beyond plucking out a few shards lodged in it. There were no critical wounds, so it would heal up just fine on its own. After he was rested, Barrett took out his armor and then moved his magic bag around to behind him. Even with durability enchantments, there was no guarantee it would remain safe in front of him. This was a 3rd or 4th tier natural danger zone, after all. It was certainly enough to be dangerous to 4th tier cultivators, but its area was small enough that it may not get a 4th tier designation. People fought about such things all the time. The point was that it was significantly more dangerous than the Lightning Mountains. It wasn't good for casual training, but an actual threat he would have to fight through. Fortunately there shouldn't be any enemies around to take advantage, and of course Reyna would make a significant difference as well. Their plan was much the same as moving through the valley itself. Barrett would stand in front, but Reyna would use her magic to split the winds around them. Of course, that wouldn't be a perfect barrier, but it would reduce the number of impacts and their speed. Some shards would inevitably slip past Barrett and strike Reyna as well, but she could defend herself with energy. She just wasn't able to keep up against a constant bombardment. Barrett felt Reyna's magic wrap around him and in front of him, and he covered his face with his arms as he stepped forward into the swirl of blades. He could already feel it chipping away at his armor, but that was a sacrifice he was willing to make. If he kept the pieces he could get it reforged, and if not, that was fine as well. The shards of metal that made it through his armor were then blocked by his skin and muscle, which he toughened by shifting his toughness from inside to outside. He wasn't sure if the winds might suddenly change direction and strike from behind, and if the shards never penetrated inside him, he didn't need toughness inside. There was no energy trying to penetrate into him, and the impacts weren't heavy enough to break his bones even slightly weakened, they were just extremely sharp. Reyna stepped behind Barrett, staying close to better maintain her barrier in front and to use Barrett's wake to increase her own safety. That was the whole point of them working together, after all. The two of them could only move forward one step at a time, meaning it would take several minutes to get through the chamber. Barrett was confident they could at least get further than Reyna alone. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 306. Shards of metal sliced into Barrett's skin. He might be able to increase the toughness of his skin enough to make it nearly impervious, but then if a sufficiently sharp shard with enough momentum struck him, beneath the skin would be weaker. Currently, Barrett was doing his best to maintain an overall more stable defense. More than half of the shards that were directed right towards him were deflected away from him, and the rest generally struck at an angle. That was likely the limit of what Reyna could do, since she had to defend herself from the few shards that swirled past Barrett. If she didn't reserve energy to block for herself, one of the shards could stab halfway into her body without too much trouble. Barrett admired the strength and durability of the metal shards and the cave walls. Neither of them were worn down from this seemingly continuous activity, which meant they could withstand the forces they were put under easily. If he wasn't defending his head with his arms, Barrett would have liked to snatch a few of the shards to see what they were made out of. Unfortunately, none of them held still enough for him to get a good look besides the glint of metal. The pair had reached 100 meters into the storm of shards, and Barrett could feel the force of the winds and metal increasing. Even so, they had reached twice the distance Reyna had felt safe doing alone. Barrett knew he could continue further. "We need to go faster," Barrett shouted. It was hard for any sound to travel between them with the constant wind and screeching metal, but they weren't far apart. "All right. I'll follow your lead." Reyna's voice could just barely be picked out among all the noise. The wind and metal shards were constantly pushing Barrett back, but he wasn't at the limit of his strength just yet. Though the impact of the shards would be stronger if he was moving faster, it wouldn't be that much. Up to this point he'd been going at a steady pace, but he was used to fighting the pressure, and was confident he could accommodate any upcoming changes. The less time spent getting cut up, the better. Barrett gestured with his hand, ducked down some. Leaning forward into the wind was a good way to fall over if it suddenly let up, but the wind here was quite constant. The only reason Barrett had been standing more or less straight up to that point was uncertainty. Leaning forward at an angle that Reyna could also accommodate without needing to use much effort to hold herself up, their profile to the wind reduced by perhaps a third. That meant they were actually leaning at greater than a 45-degree angle. Once they had their new balance, Barrett started speeding up. He wouldn't be moving anywhere near his top speed in this place, but instead of taking a few minutes to go the remaining 200 meters, they could likely make it in 30 seconds. To deal with the ever-increasing power of the wind and metal shards, he had to increase his stamina usage, but he was actually less worried about that. Even if he was using it twice as quickly, he would come out ahead with their increased speed. He also felt the increase in power from Reyna's wind shield. She didn't have to cover as large of an area, and not for long. The two of them dashed forward, pushing against everything that blocked their way. Just before the halfway point, Barrett was losing confidence in their ability. The difficulty was increasing too quickly, but as they broke past the halfway point, it actually became easier. Apparently halfway was the point of highest speed. After they passed that, they kept the same pace with slightly less difficulty. Barrett nearly fell over once they reached the end of the area and the wind and metal shards stopped pushing against him, but he subconsciously adjusted the balance of his body. Of course, it wouldn't have been a problem to reach his arm out or even fall flat on his face. Reyna came out of the wind behind him. Barrett sat down, breathing heavily. He started picking shards of metal out of himself, mostly his arms and chest. Nothing had gone more than a centimeter deep, but that was quite more than most people were comfortable with. As for Reyna, she had a few cuts, but little beyond that. Barrett could sense her energy was significantly depleted, which made sense if anything had broken through her defenses. Barrett didn't like the idea of facing the full force of the swirling winds alone. Could he have done it? Maybe. He could have at least survived, but he would have needed a very good reason to do so. It could be good training though. As he pulled out one of the metal shards, Barrett stuck it in his mouth and bit down. There was a loud crack as he did so. Mmm. Reyna was seated nearby, working on recovering some of her energy and mana. What was that? Barrett just frowned and shook his head. It was hard to train the toughness of teeth, since not all of the tooth was alive. Most of it was, but the very outside. Barrett thought about it for a moment, idly biting down on the metal shard again. Fortunately he didn't bite hard enough to crack another tooth, but he did slightly stab the roof of his mouth. After a few minutes, Barrett looked over himself. He certainly wouldn't say he was healed, but he was well enough to go look at whatever might be next. If there seemed to be any danger, he would retreat. Stabilized, he asked Reyna. More or less. She stood up, hopefully there isn't anything more dangerous up ahead. Though I only sense one room. Barrett concentrated for a moment, and felt the same. There's magic in there. It doesn't seem dangerous. Reyna walked closer, waiting for Barrett to stand up and follow before she approached the threshold of the room. Then she reached her arm inside carefully. There's a barrier here, maybe a detection ward of some sort. Let's step through at the same time. Barrett nodded, extending his hand. Reyna grabbed on, and they stepped into the room. As they did, nothing happened. Not immediately anyway. The two took a few more steps inside before letting go. Barrett could feel something magical happening, but it was slow and not particularly full of power, which could otherwise indicate danger. The ground vibrated slightly in front of them and magic swirled around the room. Barrett could see a small pedestal rising out of the ground. As the magic swirled, a figure appeared. The man nodded towards them. Congratulations. I have been waiting for a youngster of sufficient talent to show up and pass my trial. At this point, Barrett could tell it was just an image. It wasn't looked at either Barrett or Reyna, but just in their direction. Besides, while it looked mostly real and was talking, it had no other signs of life or even physicality. If it suits you, please practice the breath of life. It is a wind element technique. It allows you to give wind a life of its own, and even incorporate inanimate objects into the wind. You have seen it already, I imagine. If you do not practice wind element techniques, I would be quite obliged if you could find a suitable candidate to pass the knowledge on to, though I cannot stop you at this time. As it said that, the figure of the man bowed and faded away. Barrett couldn't feel any more magic, except a few lingering traces, and what was on the book on the pedestal. Barrett gestured. I suppose that message was for you. Lucky find, I guess. Reyna nodded. I guess so. I was kind of hoping for something we could split, but I certainly wouldn't mind a new technique. She carefully looked over the pedestal before touching the book. She flipped through it before finally putting it in her magic bag. I guess we have to go back through there. It stopped. Barrett looked back towards where they had come from. As he walked to where he could see in the corridor, he confirmed his ears were right. Not that it would be easy to miss that horrible shrieking sound if it were still there. How about this, you get the book, and I get all this metal. And the cave. Reyna looked at the pile of metal shards, some of which were still falling from up above. I literally couldn't take this anyway. Be my guest. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 307. So how are you going to take a cave? Reyna asked. Oh, I'll come back later. It can stand up to all these shards for a long time, so it should be pretty valuable. Barrett took a stance, then punched the wall. There was a horrible snap, and he held up his limp arm. Yes, indeed. I'll return later. Reyna winced as he straightened his arm out. Why do you do that? How can I really know the material strength of something if I don't test it against something I know? Barrett shrugged. I'm the most durable thing I know of here. Should we go? Let's wait for your arm to heal more. I don't think it would be pleasant in the wind outside. A fair point, Barrett nodded. He sat down and reached into his bag, then leaned over, sticking his whole arm inside before finally pulling out a hunk of dried meat. I think I put in too many metal shards. With all of them put together, they had to weigh at least a ton. No, more like 2 or 3. Because of their shapes, they took up quite a bit of space as well. Barrett ate and concentrated on healing his arm. In the end, the pair spent a half hour returning to peak condition, since they hadn't really rested after going through the metal shards the first time. Barrett's healing didn't take that long, but he was still covered in new scars. However, recovering stamina in a sustainable fashion took a bit longer. He could have forced out more speed, but it wasn't like they were in a hurry. The trek back to the beginning of the valley was actually easier. Going with the wind without being blown away wasn't necessarily easier than going against it, but Barrett was now weighed down by a large amount of material. He actually weighed much more than one would expect, but the metal shards still outweighed him many times. The wind valley was nearly devoid of plants, few things could stand up to constant wind, and even if they could they would need soil to survive. However, at the end of the valley the wind settled down and the soil brought there allowed plants to grow abundantly. The trip back to the entrance took another several hours, since they wanted to keep themselves steady. Barrett frowned as he saw several approaching figures. Recognize any of them? Reyna looked off towards them, concentrating for a moment. Wind, but definitely not from the order of 4 winds. It feels more like, blossoms. Blossoms? Barrett searched through his head for that name. Before Barrett could come up with it, Reyna rolled her eyes. The order of blossoms floating gracefully on the breeze. Oh, them, Barrett nodded. So what do you think, coincidence? Any particular grievances? Nothing important, Reyna shook her head, though I wouldn't say we get along. Let's just go. The pair continued along their former path, content to let the group pass them, but soon enough 4 women came into view, obviously heading for them. They all wore clothes that seemed overly flowy, though Barrett figured they were still just barely practical. The leader, not the oldest among them but instead a woman around a similar age to Barrett and Reyna, stepped slightly forward. Why, what a coincidence meeting you here, Reyna. Is it, Suvi? Reyna raised an eyebrow. It might reasonably be expected for a wind cultivator to be in a wind valley. Suvi pulled a fan out of her sleeve, waving it at herself. There's no need to be like that. You do indeed fit in here, but one might wonder what you brought this man all the way out here with you. Suvi smiled. You are Barrett Ravenhall, of the Immortal Berserker sect, are you not? Barrett nodded. As he did so, he felt his body filling with heat, and quickly became aware it wasn't natural. That said, he hadn't detected any poisons in the air, but then he realized his mistake. Not all poisons were the same, and some were completely benign in origin. Barrett kept his face neutral as he tried to filter out the pollen entering his nose and lungs. He didn't sense killing intent or any real hostility, but he was prepared to fight at any moment. Reyna took half a step forward, and Barrett felt a breeze blowing over him. Unlike you, I am not ashamed of my actions. If we were together in that way, someone would have hurt us already. Is that so? Suvi stepped past Reyna towards Barrett. It must have been a pretty boring trip then. Men have their desires after all, don't they? Suvi reached a finger towards Barrett's chin, and the moment it touched him she found herself tumbling end over end. Barrett had his own principles. He wasn't going to cause real harm to someone who didn't intend to fight, but that didn't mean it wasn't embarrassing to be sent flying. Not interested. Barrett brushed past the other 3 who were not sure how to react, and Reyna came with him, grinning. How are you feeling? Reyna asked as they got further away. If I'm to be honest. I'm feeling like it sounds like a good idea. The 2 of us, that is. However, giving in to pollen would be rather embarrassing. Could you watch me for 5 minutes? Barrett sat down. Sure, Reyna nodded. Though he'd already removed the pollen, the effects were still around. While he could force his body into a different state, it was better if things happened somewhat naturally. Instead, he gathered his stamina throughout his body, to a few separate points. There was a popping and cracking sound as he underwent a destruction, and because his body would be exhausted, only essential functions would continue. Though it took hours for him to be able to get out of bed after the first destruction, a handful of minutes was enough for him to be at some level of functionality now, after multiple destructions simultaneously. As he opened his eyes, he saw Reyna watching, just as he'd asked, he supposed. So, what are your opinions on the matter? Reyna shrugged. Right now, it sounds like a good idea to establish dominance. Then she grinned. I certainly wouldn't mind, but I don't know if I can keep up with your pace. What do you mean? Barrett tilted his head. You certainly are keeping up with cultivation. Reyna shook her head. I just don't like seeing you hurt. But it happens a lot. And I can't help but wonder, would you have torn out your heart for me? Barrett put his hand on his chest, without hesitation. Reyna smiled. That's good to hear. But that makes me think, would you do that for any of your close friends? You don't need to answer that. Reyna sighed. Cultivation doesn't really make anything easier, does it? Barrett shook his head. Only fighting. People are still people. I don't think anyone knows how they work, beyond the superficial body. Reyna laughed. It's funny to hear a pure body temperer call a body superficial. Reyna held out her hand. You gonna stand up? Barrett took her hand, though she couldn't actually do anything to help pull him up. Then the two of them set off back toward Streeto. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 308. Hayden was able to move around by the time Barrett returned, though he wasn't able to do any training involving combat. It was too much of a risk if he got injured while his healing ability was still relatively low. However, that didn't lower Hayden's enthusiasm for training. Barrett knew that he wouldn't have tried another destruction while he was nearly dead unless he was determined to grow stronger. Of course, all of his students were determined, but Barrett could have easily seen someone give up at that point. Academically, if the choice was between waiting for death or taking a chance to recover or potentially die more quickly, it was the right choice, but it was harder to make that choice when the one whose death might be accelerated was yourself. At the moment, Hayden didn't really need Barrett to teach him anything. The actual uses of pure body tempering could be covered by Master Alnher and at least a handful of others. Barrett had already laid out a plan he thought would work for training, as well. Even so, Barrett took time to watch all of his students to see their current progress and keep track of how they developed. They might need guidance once they neared second tier, but that wouldn't be for another year or so. Reyna stood at the center of a ring of metal shards from the cave. She had her rapier drawn, pointing down towards the ground, and her eyes closed. As Barrett watched, she slashed with her sword, directing the air with magic and energy. A whirlwind picked up around her. In theory, the breath of life would allow that whirlwind to maintain itself more easily. At least, that was Barrett's understanding of giving life to the wind at the most basic level. Not that he would discount the effectiveness of the ability, even if he thought it was probably somewhat exaggerated. After making the wind swirl, Reyna slashed towards the ground, swiping up handfuls of the metal shards. They had already been used for the breath of life technique, and while they weren't necessarily better suited, Reyna said there were still traces of the technique on them for now. They were there to help her attain a basic understanding of the technique more easily. Barrett saw the shards pick up into the wind and align themselves with it. It was certainly a bit more organized than the wind just randomly picking up the metal shards. Reyna continued adding to the whirlwind, having it pick up speed. The winds whirled faster and faster until suddenly the whole thing broke apart. Hundreds of metal shards flew towards Barrett. Ow! Barrett said. The shards weren't going as fast as they had been in the cave, and more importantly they weren't being continuously propelled. The most they could do was damage his clothes. Sorry, Reyna said, bowing her head. She took a deep breath. It's a bit hard to control. I wouldn't expect it to be easy. Barrett looked at one of the metal shards. After the ability broke, it was just back to being a normal piece of metal. He certainly wouldn't call it alive. Then again, he wouldn't traditionally call the stone pits he had living stone, but they were. The difference was the living stone had actually been part of something definitely alive, whereas the metal shards likely had never been alive. Barrett managed to resist sticking the metal shard in his mouth again until he returned to a training area at the Immortal Berserker sect. Barrett wasn't sure if anything would happen, but he recalled Master Alnher saying that Grandmaster tier pure body temperers could produce living metal from within their bodies. Barrett was only a master and only the earlier tier of master, but that didn't mean he couldn't do the same. Master Alnher didn't say only grandmasters could do it, after all. Besides, if he didn't try things he wouldn't learn. Placing the shard in his mouth, Barrett could taste the metallic tang it had. He didn't dislike the taste, which was good, because it was much like the taste of blood, and that was one he experienced frequently. He carefully swallowed, fortifying his body as the shard moved through it. Once it entered his stomach, he could feel an immediate difference between it and the living stone. Now that he had grown familiar with the living stone, he could sense its life. Of course, he could sense it even more once he'd attuned to a particular piece. Since the metal shard wasn't living metal, that could have been the end of what Barrett tried, but that would be too hasty. He should at least try to attune to it. He had considered doing the same with other metal, but it wasn't strong enough to matter, and if it was magical, he wasn't sure about having it in his stomach. This was a chance to try something, at least. After about half an hour, there were no results, but he didn't let that discourage him. Metal and stone were different after all. If he could attune to this metal at all, it would also likely be more difficult than proper, living metal. There was so little information available, Barrett had to try. By the end of the day, Barrett hadn't achieved anything. Maybe it was impossible, or maybe he just hadn't figured it out yet. He thought of the metal heart that Kale had. He was pretty sure it would be living metal, but he wasn't going to ask to try to attune to it. However, perhaps he could use it to help him get a better feel for metal. Kale would also be able to give him some guidance, even though his actual proficiency in pure body tempering was lower. Barrett nodded to himself. He would head to the Metal Sea next. It would be good to see Kale again. He wasn't staying at the Immortal Berserker sect anymore, after all. Perhaps someone there could identify the metal shards as well. The smiths at the sect hadn't been able to properly identify it, though Barrett had left a large amount with them for potential smithing. The initial tests had indicated it didn't melt at the same temperatures as steel, but it took special preparations to make the forges much hotter, and they were usually busy with other things. It had only been a few days so far, so Barrett didn't expect them to suddenly understand all the details. The Metal Sea wasn't that far, especially not since Barrett could travel more quickly now. He still made some preparations so that the sect would know where he was, though he expected to be back in a reasonable amount of time. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 309. Before he went to the Anaconi clan, Barrett stopped by the Lipika clan first. They were closer and they might have different insights for him, and they were still on quite good terms. After the guards verified his identity, Barrett was brought to a very comfortable guest house, and he didn't have to wait long for Kelani to arrive. "Barrett, it's good to see you." "You as well. You didn't need to rush over. I'm sure you have duties to attend to." She waved a hand. "There's not much more important than going to greet a visiting master." "Any particular reason for your visit?" How to explain?" Barrett started by pulling out a pile of metal shards. He wasn't worried about them scratching up the table, though they were very sharp. Without force behind them they wouldn't damage much, especially not something made of solid metal. There were certainly light and soft metals, but the Kelani clan wasn't the sort to make use of anything like that for a table. Tables were for holding things, and needed to be solid. That was good, because in the end Barrett pulled out over 100 kilograms of metal shards. "I ran across these strange metal shards. They're very durable, having kept their shape in sustained high-speed winds for I don't know how long." "I see, may I?" Kelani gestured to the shards, and Barrett nodded. With a wave of her hand, one of the shards about the length of a finger flew up into Kelani's hand. She held it point to point between her index finger and thumb. She pressed down hard enough for silvery blood to flow out of her fingers. Sharp indeed. And quite heavy. These weren't even formed into this shape intentionally. They have no marks of work, and to be honest, with all these irregularities, it would be a sad smith indeed who did so, not that most people could do anything with this. Right? Barrett raised an eyebrow. "Anyway, I wanted to figure out what these were, and ask for some insights into metal." "Planning to become a smith?" Kelani asked. "Or a metal mage?" "Not exactly." Barrett shook his head. "I'm not that good at magic, but I do want to understand metal more." "What about it?" Kelani asked, if we go far enough, almost every pure thing is a metal. Though we consider metal to be like this, Kelani gestured at the shard in her hand, it is not necessarily hard or able to be made especially sharp, or even solid in normal circumstances. Take the metal sea for example. Barrett asked questions for a while, though he already knew about some of the core things like how some metals reacted to magnetism and electricity. However, the Lipika clan was all about external control of metal, so Barrett wasn't able to get quite the kind of insight he was looking for. Barrett did stay in the Lipika clan for a few days as some of the elders looked over the metal shards. After some work, they determined that it was taspum, a naturally forming alloy of metals that was more common around the eastern metal sea. Of course, that didn't mean it was common there either, just relatively more so. It wasn't as valuable as adamantine, though it was nearly as strong. The only issue was it was more difficult to work into any sort of useful shape. It also remained brittle, though that wasn't much of a concern as very few things could strike hard enough to shatter it regardless. No one in the Lipika clan was familiar with how to work the metal, but they promised to collaborate with the Immortal Berserker sect, and if either of them found anything they would share it. For their effort, and as a gesture of friendship, Barrett left the 100 kilograms of taspum with them. He still had more than half of what he had gathered, even after leaving about a ton with the sect, and perhaps another 100 kilograms with Reyna. Though it didn't help him actually make use of it, at least he had a name now. Perhaps with that, someone in Streeto could give some information even though they had less specific knowledge than the Metal Sea. There were 10 million people in and around Streeto after all, and many libraries with gathered information, though that knowledge might not be shared. Though he hadn't accomplished his goal entirely at the Lipika clan, he would have been continuing to the Anaconi clan to seek Kale regardless. After all, he was most of the way there. The Metal Sea wasn't exactly small, but the remaining days of travel were certainly not that many in comparison. Instead of traveling on the road, Barrett walked next to the Metal Sea. He'd been able to stay nearby when he was early third tier, now that he was a master, he felt almost comfortable right next to the sea itself. Of course, he still had to filter his lungs, but that actually let him get more familiar with metal. Whether it would be relevant for taspum was a different question, and whether any metal could become living metal was still in question. It might require a specific sort of metal to begin with, but even if that was the case Barrett would learn some useful information. Directly next to the Metal Sea, nothing came to attack Barrett. The only things that could survive in the Metal Sea itself were the great worms, as far as he knew, but they weren't that common. Besides, if one attacked him now, Barrett thought he might give it a pretty decent fight. Maybe there weren't any in the area, they didn't think Barrett was tasty, or they could sense the danger from him, but either way, none of them bothered Barrett on his trip. Finding the Anaconi clan while not taking the roads was still actually rather easy. All he had to do was find the right stream that came to the Metal Sea and follow it away. He had a pretty good sense of where he was, so it wasn't that difficult. Of course, normal people wouldn't travel next to even one of the rivers, the Anaconi clan only lived where they did with the help of their special techniques. Most of the guards had seen Barrett when they came to take back the lands, he was one of the masters there, after all, so they remembered him. Of course, he was also Kale's friend, so even those who didn't know him still had seen his likeness in some form. He was to be welcomed whenever he showed up. Barrett saw that the repairs had been completed, and that there were many changes still happening. There weren't enough Anaconi clan members to fill up the whole area on their own anymore, but there were still some members of the Lipika clan, and there were also guests that Barrett didn't recognize, though they were obviously from somewhere around the Metal Sea. There were just no distinguishing features like the Anaconi clan's golden skin or the Lipika clan's grown metal hair. While normal residents of the Metal Sea might have metallic-looking hair, it was different from the Lipika clans in thickness and style. Kale wasn't immediately available, which probably meant something important was happening, but Barrett didn't sense any danger either. Hopefully it was negotiating with allies or future allies, because the Anaconi clan would definitely need more of those in the future. Barrett was content to wait regardless. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 310. It wasn't too long before the meeting Kale was in finished. As Barrett was waiting nearby, he saw them leaving. It took him a moment, but he recognized Iokuwa from the Kaleo Blacksmith Guild. Barrett and Kale had worked with them briefly in Mon, after they had fled from Krylon. Then they had escorted a caravan of theirs with a minor conflict along the way. It was after that the Silver Blades caught wind of them and chased them to the very edge of the Metal Sea, where Barrett and Kale nearly died, and most of their opponents did die. As he was walking past, Iokuwa looked over at Barrett, then stopped. "Oh ho, what a coincidence. Master Kale and I were just talking about you. Truth be told, I'm more surprised he's a master already than you." Barrett nodded. "Good to see you again, Manager Iokuwa. How is the guild doing?" "We're expanding, and we just got a good opportunity to expand in this direction. It doesn't seem like that long ago that you two were just young fellows on the run, and now one of you is running a clan. Though I hear you're part of a truly outrageous sect with a few grandmasters." Iokuwa shook his head, "though I suppose that's Streeto for you. It's a hard market to get into. Especially if we don't want our secrets stolen." Speaking of secrets, Barrett thought for a moment. "I'm sure you have more than just the technique for uncontrollable metal. I don't suppose your guild knows how to work Taspum." Barrett pulled out a shard and held it up. Iokuwa took the shard and looked at it. "Is this actually Taspum? How rare. You won't make much out of this, though I'm afraid to say we can't help you anyway. Our smiths have been trying to secure a supply to experiment on for some time, but it's fairly rare, and we don't have connections all the way out to the Eastern Metal Sea." If they had some, they're confident in figuring out how to work it?" Iokuwa shrugged. "I can't speak for what might be, but our smiths are very skilled and they would certainly be eager to try. I have more than just this." Barrett gestured to the shard in Iokuwa's hand. "If your guild would be willing to share their results, I can give you 100 kilograms of Taspum." "Taspum ore?" Iokuwa asked. "More shards like that. Already pure but quite difficult to work." Iokuwa thought for a few moments. 100 kilograms is a good amount, but it would only be enough for a few pieces. The forging technique would be valuable, but that would be true for you as well." Iokuwa shook his head. "It's not quite enough." Barrett could see why that might be the case. From what Barrett knew of Iokuwa, he would be interested in a fair but profitable deal. With just what he'd offered, it would basically be asking them to do all the work with little benefit to themselves, unless they could secure a larger supply of Taspum. That said, satisfying the curiosity the smiths could also be counted for something. "We can talk more about this later. The hallway isn't the best place for negotiations." "That's right. I will be around here for some days, and of course you can contact me through the guild if necessary." Only two masters such as Barrett and Kale could squeeze each other in such tight hugs without anyone breaking any bones. Though Barrett had been the first one to save Kale, Kale had stayed with him even going into a dangerous battle. Both of them had just barely survived, and not having Kale would have likely been just the difference necessary for Barrett to have not made it. Besides just life and death situations, they'd also spent many years together as friends. Though at the current moment Kale owed Barrett more and Barrett was coming to ask a favor, it wasn't like they were actually keeping tally. If they could help each other out, they would. "Good to see you again," Kale nodded. "I was worried it might be a long time. You could come to Streeto, but I imagine you're very busy with the clan." Kale sighed. "I can't imagine what it would be like to manage when it was at its peak. Though I suppose part of the problem is putting everything back together. Once we have a solid foundation again, things should be easier. At least I have the help of Uncle Makana and the others. Speaking of which, with the clan being restored, we were hoping to buy some regrowth medicine for his arm. I'm sure that won't be a problem. You're a friend of the sect, after all." After some exchanges of pleasantries, Barrett explained why he had come. "You have experience with metal and pure body tempering, so you may be able to help me most." "Living metal, Kale grinned. "I like the sound of that. If you ever fully figure it out, let me know. Of course, I'll let you try out the metal heart as well. I also have taspum, it's a somewhat unique metal. It's very strong, but difficult to work. I was hoping to form a sort of alliance to figure out how to make use of it. I can't say I've heard of it, Kale stroked his chin. I didn't even know the name until I visited the Laipika clan, Barrett shrugged. Though Iokua had heard of it. He'd from a blacksmith guild, so I wouldn't expect any less. Barrett had talked with Iokua and Kale to work out the beginnings of a plan to research the taspum. It seemed like it would be best to have some of the best smiths from each group assist the Kaleo Blacksmith Guild in their facilities. Barrett could see himself handing out a good majority of the taspum he had collected, but it wasn't like he could use 3 tons of metal on his own anyway. There was also some chance of the cave itself being made of taspum or something similar, which would be more than just a few tons. For that though, they would have to figure out how to mine it first. If the cave turned out to be truly valuable, Barrett would certainly split the profits with Reyna. She had discovered the cave, though with Barrett putting in the work to make it usable and her having received the technique, he would probably take a larger share. However, even a very useful technique probably wasn't worth as much as a mine, and more relevantly, having material wealth as well as good technique could only be beneficial. He wasn't going to unfairly split the gains just because they didn't know the value of things at the time. Well, perhaps the cave was something else. When Barrett had rescued Kale after he found the metal hearts, Barrett had only briefly seen it. Now that he held one in his hands, could sense how valuable it would be to metal cultivators. As soon as he touched it he got a feeling that said, "This is the essence of metal." Of course, actually turning feelings into understanding was a bit more difficult, but perhaps he would gain more of an internal understanding of things, and how that might apply to living metal, either creating it or finding and attuning to it. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 3:11. It was difficult to say anything about metals that would necessarily apply to every type of metal. Iron was one of the most common examples of metal, hard and heavy and prone to magnetism among other things, but there were many metals that failed to meet one or several of those properties. For example, in normal circumstances the metals that made up the metal sea weren't even solid, which also precluded them being hard. Mercury was heavy, but the rubidium near the top of the sea was only slightly heavier than water. That wasn't light, but aluminum was light. Copper, silver, and gold were heavy but soft. Magnetism varied wildly among metals, and it could be said that more of them were not affected to any significant degree than were pure metals did share. 1. Quality, which was their lustrous nature. As long as they hadn't tarnished, it was fairly easy to pick out a metal by sight, which didn't say much for practical use. Other than the above, another common property was their ability to conduct electricity. Barrett knew about lightning rods meant to protect buildings from lightning strikes, and of course armor also generally altered the path of lightning. While the wide-ranging properties of metal didn't necessarily help Barrett, the specific properties of taspum might. It was heavy, brittle rather than flexible, and conducted heat and electricity. The last of those properties was perhaps the most important for Barrett. The body communicated with itself through electricity, which was why lightning could cause the body to fail to function. Of course, actual lightning usually caused the body to fail by destroying it first. Messing up the electrical signals was more of a secondary effect. Directing energy or mana wasn't handled through the same methods as the body, but it was still directed by the brain for the most part. As for why it mattered to Barrett, well, it seemed easiest to form a connection with the metal through electrical signals. Barrett had first formed a connection to the stone pits through mana, before controlling them with pure body tempering. Though pure body tempering used the body, the control didn't seem to come from the electrical signals that told muscles to move. For one thing, pure body tempering did things the body wasn't meant to do, and thus didn't have any way to signal for. That was also why Barrett could control his blood even if it wasn't in him or at all, really, since there weren't pathways for electricity to flow through the blood. Regardless, Barrett decided to try electrical signals like he sent to his muscles to connect with taspum. Unfortunately, saying that and doing it were completely different things. Telling his finger to move was as natural as breathing, though if he was thinking about that, breathing was actually more natural than breathing. Breathing happened on its own if he didn't think about it, and when he did think about it, he had to do it manually for the most part. Regardless, moving his finger came just by thinking about it. He didn't think about sending the signal down to his finger telling it to move. The signal and the thought were one and the same. There was also the problem that he didn't happen to have spare Nevis to send signals to something new. It wasn't like people came with extra for backups or to add things on later. For the most part, humans were born with a specific set of body parts that all matched up. Trying to grow a new nerve was a crazy idea, but since that was off limits, that meant he had to use one he already had. It couldn't exactly connect up to two things, so he had to disconnect it. In short, Barrett thought about what he needed the least. He decided his ring finger on his left hand was the least important of the available options. It wasn't that it didn't have a place, but if he completely messed up and had to regrow his whole finger, he would miss that one the least. Nerves weren't meant to be detached, but Barrett had told his body to do many things it wasn't meant to do. This just happened to be the latest thing. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about it being damaged accidentally. It was part of his body, so it was much tougher than any part of a normal human. So that he didn't have to stretch things too far from where they belonged, Barrett tied one of the metal shards onto his finger, and from there coaxed the nerve onto the shard with a bit of pure body tempering shenanigans. Immediately, he felt like he'd lost his finger. There was no feedback at all from the metal shard, though the nerve also interpreted that nothingness as pain. It varied in intensity and sometimes it was interpreted as a different feeling, but it was never anything good. Maybe it was a foolish plan to begin with. Barrett tried to tell the metal shard to move, or more accurately, he tried to tell his ring finger to move. Of course, nothing happened either with the finger or the metal shard. However, he hadn't expected immediate results. Over the course of a week he kept trying for something, anything. He wasn't expecting the metal shard to move, but any sort of feedback that wasn't just randomly trying to feel. Anything would be a place to start. Sometimes, he watched the metal shard with his pure body tempering senses, but saw no interaction or feeling of connection. Barrett didn't go very far from the room Kale gave him to stay in during that week, but he still walked around the compound of the Anacone clan. It was near the end of the week when he first felt it. It was hot. Unfortunately, that was just how things were. The river that flowed to the metal sea was constantly reacting with water on some level, producing steam. However, in addition to just feeling hot, Barrett felt it in his left ring finger. Now, he had felt some things there before during the week. After all, the nerve was exposed to the air. He sort of felt the changes in temperature of the metal shard, even, but they weren't particularly different from the surrounding air. Now, he felt just something slight there. Maybe that would be it. He could easily heat the metal shard to try to elicit a reaction, and there were some who trained electricity around the metal sea, with its relation to metal. Just heating it might be enough to get some sort of sense, but it could be just his imagination as well. Barrett started with a candle flame. It wouldn't damage the taspum. In fact, no heat available at the Anacone clan would damage it. More importantly, a simple candle wouldn't damage him. He could go quite a bit hotter than that, but he wanted to start smaller. As the candle lit up the metal, Barrett couldn't really tell if he was feeling the metal heat up because it in turn heated the nerve, or if he actually felt it through the metal. It was hard to even describe what the difference would be to someone who had never felt it like Barrett had with the stone pits. Barrett moved to hotter and hotter things, eventually stopping at a small forge and focusing the heat on the far end of the metal shard so that it would take the longest to reach the nerve directly. He experimented for about half a day, unsure of the results, before he felt just the slightest amount of heat in the tip of his finger. Of course, his other fingers had heat all the time, and he'd certainly felt his finger getting warm, but the important distinction was he felt it. In the tip. The way he had the nerve attached, it more or less got hot all at once. Barrett closed his eyes, concentrating on the feeling as he moved the fire back and forth near the metal. Perhaps it was just because it was the only proper-seeming feeling he'd had there in days, but it almost felt, well, like part of him instead of something detached. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 3:12. Barrett could feel the metal shard, and knew his mind wasn't playing tricks on him, but he didn't know how accurate. What he felt was, as he continued to heat the metal, he actually started to feel less of anything. That continued as the end of the shard that was further into the forge heated up. Barrett pulled his hand away. It wasn't so hot that his hand was damaged, though he could feel the heat. Then again, it would have to be at least as hot as lava to cause him any damage in a short time at his current toughness. Since he wasn't getting any useful sensory feedback, Barrett let the metal shard cool, but as it did so, he suddenly felt it again. It seemed being too hot reduced the senses he could just barely get from it. Barrett continued trying things for a few days, before he finally felt he had a good sense of the metal shard. It never really felt much. It required significant heat to feel anything, but after a certain point the sensation dulled again. Perhaps if he heated it to an extraordinary degree he might feel something again, but that was only if he didn't damage himself. Strictly speaking, normal lava wasn't as hot as one might think. Forges could be quite a bit hotter. Barrett knew for sure his hand would give out before the taspum did. He'd seen the forges brought to full heat and the taspum glowed white hot and still seemed nowhere near melting. It remained as firm as it did at room temperature. Now that he had a sense for the metal shard, he tried connecting to it through pure body tempering. The stone pit had been much easier, but then again, he'd had a hand in growing the tree and it was alive. As it was now, Barrett was certain this taspum wasn't living metal, but perhaps it could be. Maybe it was impossible, but that was what everyone said about everything related to pure body tempering. Barrett carried the metal shard with him outside of his magic bag, either in his hand or sometimes in his stomach, anything that made it feel like a part of him. He felt a sort of connection with it, but something seemed to be missing. Cale let Barrett try to gain something from the metal heart. It wasn't like it was something that could be used up, and he knew Barrett wouldn't try to steal it. Though Barrett felt a strong sense of life from the metal heart, it didn't seem to give him any insight on how to connect to the metal shards. If the metal heart was alive, the shards were as lifeless as one would expect. No, not lifeless. Dead. Barrett had that feeling, but he couldn't be sure why. The elders of the Anaconi clan had significant goodwill towards Barrett, so they humored him in his requests for guidance. Though Cale knew more about pure body tempering, they still had more experience overall. When Barrett brought up the feeling of the shards being dead to Makana, Cale's uncle, Makana nodded seriously. That does seem to be the case. It is dead. Can metal really be dead? Barrett asked and then shook his head. Well, I know of the plants around here, but this isn't like any of them. I don't get the feeling that it was ever alive but it is still dead. Makana crossed one arm in front of himself, as if he would be folding his arms, and he likely would have done so, if he currently had two arms. Makana looked around the garden they were standing, his eyes settling on a boulder. Unlike the plants here, this boulder is not alive, but I would not say it is dead. However, that shard, well, it is a shard after all. Oh, Barrett looked down at it. That was right. Shards came from something whole. So it was broken rather than dead, but dead still felt more right. I see. I think that might help. Makana smiled. I am glad to be of assistance. Without you, sitting in this garden would be just a dream anyway. Barrett poured out his entire pile of metal shards, which currently amounted to over 2 tons, piling in a heap up to about his waist level. He had no way to piece them together. Besides the fact that he didn't have all of the shards anymore, he doubted they all came from one thing. However, so far he had been trying to communicate with what? A finger. Maybe it was an ear or a liver or some other thing, but the point was it was not a whole thing. He couldn't say there was a whole to be had among the shards, but trying to communicate with more disjointed pieces of something still seemed more practical than one small bit of it. The shards were very sharp, but without force behind them they didn't do any significant damage as Barrett buried himself mostly inside the pile. He didn't really know what to do as he sat there in the pile, but that was the point. He was figuring it out. He just tried to be part of everything. He wasn't sure how long it was, maybe hours, but he continued to feel the cold or at least the seemingly cold shards of metal on him. He thought about moving, both himself and the pile. As much as he would have liked to suddenly have results, the only movement that happened was him shifting around trying to get comfortable. However, he was starting to feel just the slightest bit of connection. Maybe it would turn into something or maybe it would fade away. Eventually, he fell asleep. As sunlight came into his room, he stood up, and a number of shards stood up with him. Besides the couple that had accidentally gotten stuck in him, there were some that had just moved with him. He had to catch them as they fell away after he started thinking, but he was quick enough to grab all of them before they fell back into the pile. One of them was definitely the shard he had been working with for the longest. He recognized its particular shape and jaggedness. The rest he carefully kept track of as he tried to regain that unthinking, unconscious connection. He knew it was possible, so he just needed to do it again. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 3:13. Piece by piece, Barrett separated the Taspum shards that he'd momentarily attuned with. They were a better place to start than the huge pile. Then he had to figure out how to move the shards with him without thinking about it. It was a difficult conundrum. Obviously he would be thinking about it if he was trying to. The shards had momentarily moved with him, and though he stuck his hand in the pile and pulled it out, there was no motion besides that he physically caused. Barrett experimented with closing his eyes, then he tried to pick up one shard hoping the others would come along. He couldn't achieve what he wanted again immediately, but he knew it had happened and was therefore possible. He could try sleeping again, but that would be limited in value. He needed to move from unconscious control to conscious, or something like that. While unconscious control was better in some ways, that was only true up to a limit. If his body just needed to function, unconscious control was perfect, but if he needed to be exceptional, he needed to consciously do things. That was one of the main abilities of pure body tempering, conscious control of that which normally worked on its own. For his next attempt, Barrett closed his eyes, sticking his hand in the pile of shards. He could still feel them, their coldness, their texture and sharpness, their weight. When he lifted his hand, he knew nothing came with it. Since he was trying things, he cut off one sense at a time, until he felt nothing. Each time he lifted his arm, but he knew the shards didn't come with him. He even heard the clinking of them dropping off of his hand, so he cut off his hearing as well. Barrett couldn't even be sure his hand was back in the pile of shards when he put it down, but he tried to envision that it was. Then he lifted his hand. He had no way of knowing if anything had come with it, so he opened his eyes. Shards tumbled down around his arm, falling the instant he saw them. There was just one more stuck in his hand. Barrett let his senses flow back into him, feeling the sharpness of the pain and hearing the tinkling of metal. Perhaps he was trying to go a step too far. He wasn't going to have easy control over the shards right away. However, he still had ways to connect to them. While he wasn't going to go so far as to attempt to connect nerves to all of them, stabbing a few into himself wouldn't be a problem. Of course, most people wouldn't try this. Even other immortal berserkers had to think about what wounds would heal easily. Wounds in deep muscle didn't necessarily heal right. However, Barrett had confidence in his true immortal body and his own pure body tempering skills. Barrett stabbed a dozen shards into his arm along its length, then lifted his arm. Though they only twitched slightly, the metal shards beneath did move, and not just because of the motion of his arm. Barrett continued to bury his arm in the pile of shards, going so far as to nearly embed some of them in his arm completely. As he lifted his arm, he finally got a sense of connection. He repeated the process for an hour, until he was sure of the feeling and knew it wouldn't fade completely. Then he tried the same with his left arm, but without embedding any shards. It took another hour to get more than the slightest movements out of the shards, but time continued to pass. Before he noticed, it was dark again. He'd spent the whole of the day. Upon noticing the time, he became extremely hungry, but he had results. After the initial connection, all he had to do was practice the same thing. It was like working out a new muscle he had never activated before, and that included the strain and ache that came with it. However, his connection to the taspum shards and his ability to control them grew stronger. He had achieved an ability that grandmasters had, though Barrett wasn't sure if it was only grandmasters or if it was just one thing that grandmasters could do. Barrett assumed it was the latter, though he did have the option to use more extreme methods to make a connection. Either way, he now had living metal, though just the shards from the one group could be considered among that. The vast majority of the remaining shards seemed as dead as they had always been, and even the shards Barrett had formed a connection with could barely be considered alive, but they were a part of him, and he would make sure they used their new vitality to the fullest. He doubted the shards would ever be as alive as the stone pits, but perhaps that was a good thing. The stone pits refused any changes to their form, while Barrett had the feeling he could mold the metal shards into a weapon or armor eventually. If he had armor made of taspum, he couldn't say it would be unbreakable. After all, the shards were shards of something, a boulder, or the like. They had clearly been broken. In fact, Barrett was able to break the shards. He tried with one he hadn't formed a connection with. It certainly wasn't easy. He had to focus all of his strength and durability into his fingers, but he could snap one shard at a time. That said, it was much easier to break something when you could hold it in your hands with no interruption compared to trying to break it in a battle. If he formed it into armor, the force could be distributed throughout it. In addition, if he had a pure body tempering connection to it, he could temporarily strengthen parts that needed it. He wasn't that advanced in his connection and control of the taspum shards yet, but that didn't mean he wouldn't. It just meant he needed to train, and that was something he could certainly do. Barrett thanked Kale and Makana and the others who had helped him. Maybe he could have arrived where he was on his own, eventually, but the guidance of others was a significant help. It wasn't like he had infinite time, after all. He still had other training he needed to do as well, such as destructions to advance his version of the Immortal Berserker technique. His body could become stronger and stronger. As he thought about that, his thoughts flickered to something strange. He frowned as he considered it. It was a strange idea, but he'd had stranger thoughts that proved to lead to a fruitful path. It wouldn't be easy to test, but he couldn't help but take out a stone pit and stare at it. It might just be possible. The stone pits were naturally living stone after all. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 3:14. There was never a time Barrett realized more strongly that he had become a master than when the other sense of the word came into play. Sure, he could fight people, but when being asked to teach, he realized how far he had come. Pyrrha was one of his students, and she had come to him for help. Now that finger won't heal. There is medicine available, but you have said it is better to try to heal without. Barrett nodded. Every wound is a learning opportunity. Let me take a look. Barrett gently held Pyrrha's hand. Though knowing everything that went on in his own body was trivial, it was a bit more difficult to sense into others' bodies. However, just from looking at it externally and gently touching a few places, he could tell what had gone wrong. It was certainly overextended. The muscles and ligaments have torn. The body won't necessarily know how to heal this on its own. Though Barrett had a true immortal body, he had done much of the healing of difficult wounds himself. Perhaps it was easier for him to succeed, but he still knew how the process should function. The healing should proceed like threads knitting together into cloth, or perhaps the restoration of individual threads would be closer. Sometimes, words weren't enough, so he decided to show an example. He pulled back his finger beyond what it could manage, though his body was so flexible he had to somewhat artificially tear the muscles. He cut open his finger, pulling away the blood so he could show the process. Pyrrha's eyes went wide during the process, but she watched intently. Barrett recovered at more than 5,000 times the normal speed, and when he concentrated on one spot it could be even faster. On the other hand, wounds like he was showing wouldn't really heal naturally, so they took longer. Even so, it took less than a quarter of an hour for Barrett to fully heal the wound. See? Try to replicate some of that, one little bit at a time. Once you figure it out, it will get faster. Pyrrha nodded. Okay. I think I understand. Thank you, Master Ravenhall. Barrett smiled to himself. Now he understood how those who had taught him felt. He had the luxury of being able to demonstrate things like that, unlike Master Alner, who could not because of his age and relatively normal healing rate. Master Heikel had been able to demonstrate healing, but only of normal wounds, and if things healed normally, then there was little need to show it. The rest of Barrett's students who had survived the first destruction were doing fairly well. Rolf was still in line to reach second tier in a year and some months, assuming he failed no destructions. The further the students got, the less of a setback an individual failed destruction would be, so Barrett hoped the best for them. Some had already failed one or two, which was relatively bad luck, but of course the worst off was Hayden. Even so, Hayden was on the path to recovery. He would be more than 2 years behind the rest of the group, but while that was a huge gap early on, eventually it wouldn't matter so much. What mattered most of course was future results and keeping up with training. Barrett stared at the stone pit in his hand. The problem had stumped him for several months, but he wasn't willing to give up yet. The issue was, there were just too many differences between a peach pit and a human. That much was obvious to anyone. However, what mattered more was the internal details. While the structure might not have been the same, the stone pits were alive, and recovered as long as they had the ability to intake energy or mana or stamina transferred from Barrett. Before he was a master, he doubted he would have been able to puzzle out what he was looking for, but every technique that existed was developed by someone at some point. Someone had to be the first to figure out how destructions worked in humans. Barrett felt he should be able to do the same for this stone pit. Unless he needed to have a grandmaster's level of understanding, but Barrett knew that at least some of those who had first developed the Immortal Berserker technique had been at the master level. There had been some people with true immortal bodies that needed to heal faster to take advantage of those abilities. Master Heikel had told him that long before, and Barrett had looked at the records. They weren't entirely complete about those points, but it was enough. Of course, it was a bit more difficult to discern how something worked inside another entity, but in a way, the stone pit was part of Barrett. His attunement though pure body tempering made that the case, so it was possible he could figure it out. In fact, he felt he was about halfway there. He'd noticed a few points that could be what he was looking for. However, destroying too much or too little would result in guaranteed failure. That meant death. Though he wasn't using a human life, there weren't exactly an infinite number of stone pits either. Barrett had a handful himself, and there were more around, but they didn't total over 100 yet. More trees were being grown, but that took time. Speaking of trees, Barrett was taking careful care of the Vitality Pear's sapling. It had really started to grow, and in theory it could be a powerful asset for pure body temperers. However, it would take time before the tree matured and then started to produce fruit. At least it was actually a bit easier to manage than the stone peach trees. In fact, it didn't take anyone special to tend to them, or maybe it was the opposite. It required those without energy or mana or who could restrain it. That ruled out those from the main sect, because even a little bit of berserk energy could kill the whole tree, but there were plenty of auxiliary members as well. Barrett's students would be suited as well, though Barrett wanted to take care of the first tree himself as much as he could. Barrett found it satisfying to be building things up. He understood why his father had run things the way he did. Leaving your mark on the world with something you had made was a wonderful thing, even if it was a very slow process. Though Barrett had long surpassed being despondent about what happened to his family, having gotten revenge for them, he was still aware there were people even further behind the scenes responsible for what had happened. The fact that they weren't personally involved didn't absolve them of guilt. In fact, casually allowing for what happened was probably even worse. Somewhere in the Ustane Empire were more people who were generally making life worse for others. The same was probably true elsewhere, but Barrett had a personal, or perhaps impersonal grudge against some of them. Now that he was a master, he couldn't say he immediately obtained the qualifications to affect all the nations around, including Streeto, but he was at least within sight of the opportunity, even if it was still far off. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 3:15. Though he could more or less control the Taspum shards as he pleased, Barrett wouldn't call what he could currently do extremely useful. While he could use them as projectiles in much the same way as the stone pits, he was more familiar with the stone pits. It wasn't bad to have something sharp he could control, but the shards weren't molded for optimal damage. Most of them tended to widen out quickly, which meant they wouldn't penetrate far into someone. Well, a centimeter or two was still significant, but it wasn't immediately deadly. As for using the shards as armor, though he could stick them all around himself, they weren't attached to each other, so any significant blow would dislodge them. He needed to make them one solid piece, form them into a real armor or a weapon, which could be easier. The forging alliance of those from the Metal Sea and the Immortal Berserker sect was still ongoing, and though they'd made some progress with Taspum, Barrett knew for his case he would need to mold the Taspum shards himself. He needed to learn how to do it, after all. At the same time, he was studying the stone pits. Though splitting his focus wasn't necessarily a good idea, both tasks were actually just different aspects of pure body tempering. When he first tried to reform the Taspum shards, he tried bending one much the same way he'd done with his hands. However, that had the same results, the shard snapped. He maintained his connection with both halves, but it was clear he wouldn't be bending things into shape. Barrett had some idea of how metal connected to itself on a very small level, but he wasn't sure how to put it into practice. However, since the Taspum didn't lend itself to being molded any other way, he had to start at the smallest level. He started with the snapped shard, trying to piece it back together. It was like repairing muscles, but instead of many individual strands being formed and moving next to each other, it was a solid block, but still connected by very small structures. In one way, they could be compared to strands, but also in every direction. It wasn't like a thread or a cloth, but instead was woven together in all directions. The analogy fell apart there because nobody weaved thread perpendicular through other cloth because cloth was supposed to be a single layer. The crystalline structure Barrett felt at the smallest level was really the defining essence of metal. Working at that level was difficult, and Barrett actually spent a week of effort just to repair the single shard, but he felt his speed improved as he practiced. Barrett had no intent to combine all the shards back into a single entity. As far as he could tell, they had been a boulder-like configuration at some point, not anything useful like weapons or armor. That also made sense with the individual thickness of shards, since they were at least as thick as good armor would be at their widest points but didn't have flat or curved edges there. Barrett continued to work with the same Taspum shard, but instead of just trying to repair it he attempted to rearrange it. The work was slow, but he ever so slightly managed to move bits and pieces of it, adding them to the pattern. He was eventually working towards a cube, not that it would be useful in that shape, but it would show some level of control at least. However, at the rate he was going he could see that taking weeks, even though his speed was improving bit by bit. In his hand was a stone pit. Nothing else was around to distract him. He didn't want to fail from distractions. His current task was risky enough already. Barrett carefully reached inside the stone pit, then let a few points weaken. The stone pit strained against itself and then cracked in half. As it did so, it lost all pretense of keeping its structure, turning into a pile of dust in Barrett's hand. Barrett didn't move as his inside swirled around. He felt what happened, and was having a hard time convincing his body that it hadn't completely fallen apart. In place of the stone pit, he only felt pain. It was like having his arm chopped off, though at the time he hadn't really comprehended the loss. He had been embroiled in battle, after all. Through his connection to the stone pit, he felt the worst pain he had ever experienced, but at least it was concentrated all into one spot. Barrett had thought destructions were the most painful things he could ever experience, but they had all been successful. Now, he knew what failing felt like. Eventually, the pain faded away, but he still felt the loss of the stone pit. Barrett shook his head. Apparently, he had been wrong. Either that wasn't the right method, or it wasn't possible at all. There was also a chance of failing even if he got the method right, but he knew he would feel the difference. Barrett shook his head, wondering at the deductive abilities of those who first came up with the Immortal Berserker technique, or wondering how many died to pave the path he walked. Adapting it to work with pure body tempering was trivial in comparison to trying to create the method to begin with, as he had realized before he even tried with the stone pits. Because of the feeling, Barrett was hesitant to try his next possible method. In the end, he decided to wait until later. He wasn't in the right mindset to try again immediately. Losing part of himself and realizing it wouldn't grow back was strange. He hadn't felt the way he did since he first lost his arm before he knew about his true immortal body. It was easy to forget how lucky he was sometimes. While some might have said the stone pit wasn't really part of him, he doubted that anyone who had experienced that sort of connection would agree. Barrett wasn't going to let the loss of something that could be replaced keep him down for long, but sometimes a break was needed. Cultivating all the time was tiring. Maybe he would spend some more time in the gardens. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 3:16. Barrett sighed. Though he had access to more stone pits, he didn't want to just use them up casually. After all, it took years for him to reach the level of connection he had. He just couldn't let his idea go. The second and third attempts had failed just the same way except for the exact details of the stone pit cessation. The second it just split in half, and the third actually exploded. The fourth was a slightly different story. From all appearances, the fourth pit was unharmed, but it was no longer alive. However, Barrett felt like it was the right method, it just hadn't worked. Destructions could fail after all, there was no reason that wouldn't be the case for his version. If the natural failure rate was near 50%, then even though it could technically work, practically there would be no progress. More than 50% and it was expected to only fail over the course of time. So, just because Barrett felt he had come across the right method didn't necessarily mean it would actually produce positive results. Between each attempt, Barrett took a break to do other things. After all, each time he lost a part of himself. After the second time, he noticed that his soul was actually damaged. He couldn't say that it was critical, but any damage to his soul wasn't something to take lightly. Eventually it recovered and the feeling of emptiness went away with no discernible traces, but Barrett was certain if he pushed things too quickly there could be problems. He'd finally recovered enough to try the fifth time. This would be his second attempt with what he now believed was the correct method. His senses concentrated on the stone pit, this one was from the second batch of fruit. With careful, meticulous steps he repeated his steps, and then he felt the pain. It reminded him of all the previous attempts with the pits as well as his own destructions, but at a certain point, the pain stopped building. Barrett couldn't say that he enjoyed having throbbing pain in the corner of his mind. However, it was better than the alternative. Though its life force was nearly undetectable, the stone pit was alive, and Barrett was filled with certainty that he had succeeded. The only question was how long it would take to recover. 1 year was the benchmark for humans, though things like magic bandages could reduce that. Nobody made bandages for peach pits made out of stone, so there was little he could do but wait and make sure it was supplied with stamina. One thing pure body tempering couldn't do was speed the recovery after a destruction, and even if it could, it would just mean spending more time recovering stamina and less doing anything else. Barrett hoped the time was about the same as humans, or maybe less. That way, he could have some stone pits ready for the 4th tier tournament in 2 years. While recovery going from 1 to 2 times normal wouldn't mean much for the stone pits, the important part was that he should be able to train their toughness as well. So far he hadn't run into any real threats to the pits, but if he was serious about the 4th tier tournament there was definitely a possibility that someone could destroy them and have enough energy left over to fight him still. That was the important part. After all, if given free rein even a 2nd or 3rd tier cultivator could break one of the stone pits, but trying to do so while fighting Barrett would be impossible, or at least inadvisable. With 2nd tier tournaments happening every other year, Barrett's first students would have just stepped into 2nd tier, if all went well. Barrett looked forward to seeing their results. The first thing Barrett worked to make with the taspum would be a weapon, once he managed to combine multiple shards together. He'd managed to get one shard into a fairly flat state, closer to a wedge, but that was better for making an edge. It wasn't properly sharp yet, but Barrett could work on that later. As it was somewhat pointed, so it would do just fine at high speeds. Better than using his fist, anyway. From what the Smithing Alliance had managed to figure out, taspum needed to be heated to a ridiculous temperature before it could be worked even by metal magic and energy cultivators. Though the temperature required to melt it was only about 3 times that of iron, it raised an interesting conundrum. Even if they had the methods to heat a forge that hot, what could the forge be made out of? There were precious few materials that could stand up to those temperatures for long enough to melt something inside them. Making taspum workable didn't require quite so much heat, but even so magic and energy had to be used to protect the forge, the tools, and the workers. Even when heated, taspum was rather stubborn in how it allowed itself to be rearranged. In addition to that, at those temperatures the taspum readily reacted with the air, changing its material properties. Some number of pieces had nearly fallen apart, while others were weakened. While it likely wasn't impossible to recover the taspum, that would take significant work as well. In summary, taspum required high temperatures and thus a special forge as well as careful control of the air in the area. Non-cultivator smiths would certainly die just from being near the forge, not that anyone actually had considered trying without cultivators anyway. Barrett was glad he wasn't trying to shape it the traditional way, though the process he used was quite tedious. He also continued to attune to more shards, but had found difficulties in that. Eventually he realized there were several different structures of the alloy. From what he could tell, their properties were similar, but there would certainly be some differences beyond just attuning. He just didn't have the ability to try many different types of magic or energy to see how it reacted. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 3:17. The first of Barrett's students to attempt a destruction was Rolf, and he was also the first who would be breaking through into 2nd tier. He was only half a month at best ahead of the other few who had also so far not failed any destructions and reverted to a previous level. Out of 20 original students, 4 of them not having failed any destructions so far was a good record. It didn't necessarily mean anything in the long run, but it boded well for their future, though it could have been luck. There was a 1 in 1,000 chance for someone with a 50% success rate on destructions to make it to 2nd tier without failing, though since aptitude could be judged to some degree without guessing, Barrett knew their odds were much better than that. Unlike with the first destruction, while the 10th was dangerous because of advancing a tier, it was much more in the cultivator's control. Though it could result in failure and reducing by a destruction, that wouldn't mean death unless there was a mistake in the technique. Since everyone was well aware that it affected their life, they took it quite seriously and of course all of their earlier destructions were good practice. The first destruction was monitored because even if it was successful, it could be dangerous immediately afterwards. Meanwhile, after that those who cultivated the Immortal Berserker style would not die so easily, and thus they were left alone to maximize their concentration. Even so, those trying to advance a tier generally informed others such as their master, who was Barrett, in this case. Thus, he still waited nervously outside of Rolf's room. While everything should be fine, this was a pivotal point in whether Barrett's version of the Immortal Berserker technique was deemed viable. After all, if they couldn't break through to greater levels, then it wasn't much use for cultivation. Barrett didn't think there would be any flaws, the core was exactly the same, after all, but he wanted to see a success for the sake of his students as well. Though Barrett was waiting outside so he wouldn't disturb Rolf, Barrett could still hear his movements and breathing from where he waited outside even without trying. He almost wanted to burst into the room when he felt Rolf collapse to the ground, but whether it was a success or failure Barrett couldn't do anything to help. It was a tense few minutes before Rolf picked himself up and dragged himself properly to his bed. Rolf barely had the strength to muster up words, but he managed to croak out something like, "Can come in." Once Barrett saw Rolf with his own eyes, he could tell. Rolf was pale and breathing heavily, but breaking through a tear was exhausting. "Congratulations. Soup is being brought over." Normally one wouldn't want to eat anything after receiving significant injuries, which was basically how a destruction worked, but pure body tempering took stamina, and the body didn't recover well without any energy. The standard Immortal Berserker technique used energy, which left the body with a bit more stamina after a destruction. Ha! Rolf breathed out heavily. Is it always like this? It only gets worse. Congratulations on being a cultivator. While being a first-tier cultivator was a step above normal humans in power, almost anyone could accomplish that with proper technique and training, it just wasn't usually available. Reaching second tier was a bigger step that showed they could really make it. Of course, just watching Rolf's progress and speed of growth up to that point let Barrett know he had the potential. Pyrrha was another of Barrett's students who hadn't yet failed a destruction, and she succeeded in reaching second tier along with the other two. There were some who had failed one of the later destructions, which took less time to make up for, that also made it to second tier before the tournament, but they didn't really have time to stabilize themselves. Alexei had failed his fourth destruction, which lost him almost 5 months and thus he wasn't quite yet able to make it to second tier. A few others were a bit slower in their training as well, not immediately undertaking destructions when they could. Barrett thought that was fine, because if they thought they weren't really ready, he wasn't going to say they should push themselves to attempt another destruction as soon as they physically recovered. Since they had just advanced to second tier, there weren't really any expectations for any of them to win the tournament or even reach the late rounds. It was Streeto, after all, and the Immortal Berserker sect didn't have the only powerful techniques. Besides, a few extra years of training would go a long way. Barrett watched as many of his students' matches as he could, but because of how many matches happened all at once in the early parts of the tournament, he missed a few. He was happy to say that his students performed admirably, even when they didn't win. Pure body tempering wasn't something most people fought against. They were used to watching for movements of energy or mana, so just the body moving and sometimes in unexpected ways, could catch people off guard. Killing intent could still be a factor, but most people at second tier hadn't been in enough life or death fights to detect it. Barrett had been a bit of an exception in that regard, and though his students had gone off on missions and such, none of them had yet needed to punch someone to death in the caldera of a volcano. Then again, Barrett supposed that the volcano had been the bigger factor in killing Reuben. After watching his students, Barrett realized it would be good if he could show them what another 20 years of training could do. That increased his excitement for the 4th tier tournament coming up the next year. He was also around the late stage of 4th tier, advancing from 4th to 5th tier more or less took 10 years at an optimal rate, and he would be 8 years into his training at that point. With 4th tier tournaments happening every 4 or 6 years, that was as close as he would ever be to the top of the category unless he delayed his training for a better chance to win a tournament. Because of the respect that came with winning a master tier tournament, Barrett could see delaying training slightly, but more than a few months or a year seemed excessive. There might be some participants who delayed advancing or those who were hesitant to try breaking through to 5th tier, but Barrett wasn't worried about them. The bigger opponents would be those who trained with their full power and ended up in the same general situation as himself. Those were the opponents he had to take seriously. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 318. The 4th tier tournament once again had 2,000 participants. Though it sounded like a very large number of masters, Streeto itself had 10 million people and participants came from other regions as well. With that said, the tournament also didn't have the majority of the 4th tier masters participating. Not everyone was interested in tournaments or suited for fighting in them. It was also not necessarily the best time for particular individuals either. If they had just entered 4th tier or were close to breaking through to 5th tier, they might not participate. They could also be out on missions or just not confident in their chances, or any number of things. A significant number of 4th tier masters weren't able to reach 5th tier either, and most of them didn't participate in the tournament. As it was, the tournament would still last 11 rounds. Last time, Barrett had made it to the 4th round, which wasn't a bad showing, but he wanted to do better. He was now late 4th tier, and though he still had improvements he could make to his strength, the next 4th tier tournament was another 6 years away, and so this would be the best showing he could have. Barrett didn't consider himself as someone who could change the state of the world, and perhaps that would cause it to remain that way. If he didn't try to change anything more than just a couple cities run by non-cultivators, then what could he really accomplish? Winning a tournament wasn't necessarily important for that, but he needed to do his best to give him some idea of how confident he should be at the current moment. Barrett's opponent in the first round was from the Enchanted Armory. As one might expect from the name, they were a group of warmages. They specialized in using magic in conjunction with weapons and usually energy as well. They trained body and energy as well as magic, as well as smithing and magical object enchantment. The idea was that creating their equipment themselves would make them more in tune with it and better able to use it, which Barrett was certain was true. It wasn't necessarily better than focusing on personal growth and using weapons made by others, merely a different path. What mattered was whether it suited those learning it. The man from the Enchanted Armory was named Luke. Barrett couldn't say he'd met him before, but the Enchanted Armory wasn't really friendly towards the Immortal Berserker sect. They weren't hostile either, but they didn't meet up regularly. He wielded a spiked chain, an awkward weapon for those not using energy or magic, but a very tricky one with the ability to control its movements. It was similar to a whip in that it took advantage of flexibility and long reach, but the focus of a whip was more often on attacking people with energy carried on it, while the spiked chain relied more on the weapon itself, wrapping around people and using the spikes along it to lacerate them. Over the last years, Barrett had managed to become much more proficient in controlling the taspum, and he had formed a spearhead with part of it. It would have been better to make the whole spear out of it, but the connection was solid enough that a spearhead would do. Barrett had other uses for his time as well, though he still had plenty of taspum to use for the future. Once the match started, Barrett had to close in on his opponent. Though traditionally spears were one of the weapons with longer reach, it wasn't the case when compared to a spiked chain. Barrett couldn't quite tell with how the chain was held, but it had to reach at least 5 meters. As Barrett moved in, Luke performed a large sideways swing with the chain. The move was so obvious and exaggerated that it had to be a trap, though if Barrett just ignored it, it could easily wrap around him with its current trajectory. Barrett stabbed out with his spear, not at Luke who was still a few meters out of reach but swiping at the chain even as he stabbed. The impact pushed the chain away from him, but Barrett quickly retracted his spear. As he had suspected, the middle section of the chain twisted as if to catch his spear. If he'd followed through with his push it could have been trouble. Just because he hit it didn't mean the chain lost all momentum or that it couldn't regain it with the application of energy. Barrett circled around to his right away from the chain, still moving closer to his opponent. Unfortunately, the chain followed him more quickly than he could move himself. It would catch him if he didn't do anything. With a moment of focus, Barrett stabbed the point of his spear into a chain link and then into the ground beyond it. Luke seemed to want his chain to make contact with the spear, otherwise it would have been fairly simple to avoid. Barrett felt the energy covering the chain resisting him, but he pushed forward and down, throwing the spear into the ground. It would be stuck into the ground beneath them. He rushed towards Luke. He didn't need weapons to win, but before he reached something he felt a moment of danger, too late to avoid it completely. Barrett could feel through his connection that the spear had caught the chain, and in fact it was still right where he impaled it into the ground. Since the spear had stabbed about halfway to the chain and was more than that length away from him, the chain shouldn't have been able to reach Barrett, and he was watching Luke and the end in his hand. Yet, not only did the chain reach Barrett but it wrapped around him. No time was wasted before Barrett knew what Luke used magic for in his fighting style. Once the chain had started wrapping around Barrett and was extending even further around him, it also heated up rapidly. One of Barrett's arms was caught against his side and the other was free, but he couldn't move against the pull of the chain towards Luke. As the chain scraped across Barrett, he had to admit it was quite sharp, but it could barely pierce through his skin, and Barrett had thick gambeson covering his chest it only barely managed to penetrate. The fire was unpleasant, but Barrett hadn't slacked off on training his body to resist fire and he wouldn't wear any equipment that would have trouble with just a little bit of fire. Barrett braced himself to keep from being pulled further from Luke, but Luke also backed away himself. It only took Luke a moment to notice his fire wasn't particularly effective, and he shifted to electricity. It tried to force itself into Barrett, but unfortunately Luke's power just wasn't high enough to rapidly damage him. It was also that he was still expanding the chain to wrap around Barrett, trying to reach down to his legs as well, but at the moment he couldn't do that much damage to Barrett. Of course, Barrett wasn't in a good position either, but he grabbed part of the chain with his free hand. Luke quickly transitioned to ice, and Barrett felt some damage from the sudden changes, but not enough to worry Barrett. His vital organs were protected and he was keeping the chain away from his neck. Luke staggered back as a stone pit driven only by stamina and thus harder to detect slammed into his guts. With his protective energy it wasn't enough to cause much real damage, but it gave Barrett a moment to adjust himself. "I surrender," Luke called out. Barrett relaxed his grip on the chain, though he had been moments away from pulling it apart. Luke was sweating as if he had seen his life flash before his eyes, which in a way, it almost had. If his connection was anywhere near what Barrett had with his stone pits, Barrett's killing intent at that moment would have been clearly felt. One link could be replaced, but Barrett wasn't going to stop at just that. Luke had to protect his whole chain with energy, while Barrett could focus all his strength on one segment at a time. Of course, that was only with the condition that Barrett's defenses were good enough to be free to focus so much on breaking the chain. Barrett could tell that Luke was between middle and late stage of the fourth tier, and unfortunately for Luke his style didn't match up well. Though Barrett was cut and burnt and a little bit frozen all over, none of the wounds were deep, though if he'd slacked off a little on training he might have to get new limbs or more likely the arena would have stopped the fight with his loss. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 319. Barrett's second and third matches weren't much to speak of. He ended up matched against people with lower cultivations, early or mid-fourth tier, so as long as he was cautious there was no way for him to lose. Unless they happened to provide a perfect counter for his abilities, anyway. While Barrett couldn't say his abilities perfectly covered every possibility, he now had the ability to perform ranged attacks which had been one of his big weaknesses before. On the topic of ranged attacks, he met a familiar face in the fourth round. It was Lavender, an archer he had faced long before. She was an independent cultivator, though it was possible she still had a teacher. Barrett hadn't really talked with her. Either way, she was still late fourth tier like Barrett, which was impressive without the backing of a large sect. Those without access to significant resources could often fall behind. Her cloak appeared the same, though Barrett could tell she had new armor as well as a new bow and quiver. Barrett couldn't say he remembered exactly what they had been like before, but he was a good enough judge of equipment to know that her current equipment was suited for a master and she definitely didn't have it before. As soon as the match started, an arrow was flying at Barrett, followed by another and yet another. It was easy to see Lavender had improved her speed of shooting, both the time between shots and the speed at which the arrows traveled. Barrett attempted to strike the arrows out of the air with his spear, but the arrows avoided even small quick movements of his spear. As the arrows were coming right towards his torso, it seemed like it would have been easy, but 4 arrows in a row thudded into his chest, piercing through the gambeson he wore. However, they didn't even have a change to pierce through his skin, because the arrows were stopped by the layer below. The arrows either shattered from the impact or bounced off, the force of their impact enough to make Barrett slightly unsteady on his feet. Though Barrett had started with a spearhead, his control over Taspam had greatly increased. It was enough to make a thin breastplate out of it, but that was enough to stop most attacks. Of course, Lavender realized what was happening almost immediately and switched her target to different parts of Barrett, his limbs and head. She couldn't know for certain that he didn't have the same sort of armor there, but it wouldn't take her long to find out. Of course, Barrett wasn't just standing still letting himself be shot at. With a burst of speed, he approached Lavender. However, as he did so he recalled her tactics from the last time they fought. Though it would be much harder to push off of the handle of a spear based on the angle of attack, he still suddenly accelerated his attack at the end. Before he reached that point, several more arrows had struck him, sticking into his arms perhaps a centimeter. It wasn't enough to be immediately dangerous, but it showed how much the power of the arrows had improved. Of course, Lavender's energy expenditure wasn't small to provide that much power. As Barrett's spear stabbed towards her chest, she ducked to the side. Barrett's attack turned to follow her, but his spear just barely scraped through her energy and along her side as she parried with her bow. At the same time, an arrow was fired straight at Barrett's eyes. He was wearing a helmet, but as he tilted his head to the side the arrow tore right through the metal, leaving a large gash on both helmet and Barrett's head, even tearing off part of his ear. Taspam would have done better, but Barrett only had so much time to work with it, and it was a slow process. If Barrett's entire spear were made of Taspam he could have perhaps twisted it around Lavender's bow. As it was, he wished he had berserk energy so that just making contact with the bow would cause it damage. Even with a protective layer of energy, some berserk energy would penetrate through. Barrett instead just swung his spear attempting to topple over Lavender. It was obvious that she couldn't resist his strength, but she could also redirect the energy somewhat to her advantage. She let him push her, adding her own momentum to the momentum of the spear, but as she moved she ran into stone pits controlled by Barrett. She sensed them coming immediately before the impact and twisted her body, but they still took out chunks of her energy. Feeling the arrows in his arms, Barrett knew he couldn't let her stay at range, but it was also hard to keep her in melee. He immediately sent the stone pits flying after her, cutting off possible retreat routes. By the time Lavender landed a dozen meters away, she had already fired several more arrows at Barrett. She was quite proficient at predicting Barrett's movements, so instead of just dodging he also focused on increasing his toughness, on the front side anyway. It was hard to tell what was happening with pure body tempering, so Barrett wasn't worried about leaving his back open to attack. Of course, that was assuming he didn't miss any stray arrows. He already knew she could maneuver them to attack from behind. Lavender's archery technique was fascinating. He remembered before that she had drawn and fired arrows like normal, but now she couldn't waste the time to reach back to pull an arrow from her quiver. Thus, at the same time she knocked an arrow on her bow she used a tendril of energy to pull out an arrow from her quiver and held it next to her bow. She released an arrow, grabbed the one right next to where it needed to be, and then fired that one in a continuous cycle. However, she couldn't fire only at Barrett anymore, she had the stone pits to worry about. She spent a handful of arrows shooting the stone pits, but soon realized it was a waste of effort. While regular stone would shatter from one of her energy-enhanced arrows or even a large proportion of magical stone, the stone pits were enhanced by pure body tempering. Though there were only a handful, they were several times as tough as before Barrett had enhanced them. They also moved a bit more easily under the control of either his magic or stamina. Lavender's weakness was becoming more apparent as years and tournaments passed. It wasn't that she wasn't keeping up in terms of strength, but instead the arena itself that didn't keep up. She didn't have enough room to maneuver, though the arena wasn't any smaller her opponents were faster and could control a larger area. The stone pits darted around, keeping her attention while Barrett moved forward, though she still spared some arrows to fire at his legs to try to slow him down. Lavender continued firing arrows, loaded with even more energy and at an even faster rate, but it was clearly out of desperation rather than it being her preferred tactical option. The attacks from the stone pits slowed her down enough for Barrett to reach her, and when she tried to parry his spear again he held it much more firmly, even using his connection to the spearhead to push where he normally wouldn't have leverage. The spear stabbed straight towards her chest, its line following her as she dodged, then everything stopped. She sighed. Damn. And I can't even run out of arrows this time. Barrett shrugged. Blood dripped from all over him. Unfortunately, this is just the way the arena is. Well, Lavender shook her head, I can't say I'd win outside the arena anyway. I could get more distance, but then my attacks might not be strong enough to hurt you, unless I use special arrows. Life and death only sorts of arrows. Barrett nodded. There was no point in spending large amounts of money just to win an arena match, not when there wasn't much to gain. If it makes you feel better. I plan to win this time. Barrett spoke with confidence. He couldn't say with absolute certainty that he would win, he didn't know everything about every other contestant, but he had the determination to do so. He didn't need to win for what other people would say, but so he would have the confidence in himself to do more than just win in the arena. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 320. Barrett's fifth match was against another warrior, a great sword wielder from the Brilliant Blades. The deciding factor in the battle was Barrett's recovery speed. Not that his healing was a large factor in combat itself, it could help stop bleeding, but he couldn't recover from anything but the most minor of wounds during a normal fight. No, the results were partly because of the structure of the tournament itself. While Barrett was wounded during his fights, there was a huge difference between a number of minutes in battle and a full day of actual recovery. In addition to minor wounds that built up, there was fatigue in general. As long as Barrett wasn't grievously or continuously injured, he would be at top form after a day or even a few hours. Meanwhile, his opponents might need a few days. That said, Barrett had confidence in his ability to win the match regardless, but it was made easier by the slight weaknesses that had built up in his opponent. The sixth match was against an unexpected opponent. Not that it should have been. Reyna also entered the tournaments and certainly wasn't weak. It was just that Barrett hadn't ended up matched with her even though he'd come up against certain others several times. Then again, the total number of tournaments he'd been in wasn't that many, so the various probabilities hadn't yet had a change to average out. As they faced each other across the arena, Barrett bowed his head, sorry about this, but I have to win. Reyna smiled, there will be no hard feelings either way, but I'm sure you wouldn't want me to go easy on you. Of course not. As soon as the match started, Barrett felt all of the air in the arena change. There wasn't a sudden gust of wind or even any movement to speak of, but he felt something. He didn't even have to guess that Reyna was the cause of the change, but though the feeling suffused the whole area he couldn't say what exactly it was. He also didn't have long to just think about it as Reyna moved to attack. It was only a few moments before the distance between them was closed. Barrett's spear stabbed out towards her as her rapier stabbed towards him. Reyna's feet never really stopped on the ground as she floated past him, her body twisting away from his spear. Her sword trailed along the side of his neck, cutting a small slice out of his gorget and leaving a trail of blood. Unfortunately, Barrett hadn't yet managed to mold Taspum into just the right shape for that part. That said, even though his other armor seemed to do very little there, it required Reyna to use more energy and helped deflect the blow instead of Barrett receiving a straight stab to his throat. Though Reyna came away unscathed, the actual wound on Barrett was light and he didn't have to expend equivalent amounts of stamina as she used energy, so the exchange was mostly even. Reyna never lost momentum as she whipped up wind around Barrett, slicing and stabbing from whatever angle she judged he was least able to defend. He wasn't helpless even for attack from behind, he could dodge them or attempt to deflect them with his spear, but it was more difficult to attack at certain angles. However, Barrett also found opportunities to attack her as well. Though he rarely caused her real wounds, the nicks and scrapes to her protective energy were much the same as the cuts on himself. Barrett found his Taspum armor quite useful, he didn't have to worry about protecting his torso much, and it took off the strain of defending his largest part. He didn't think it was impossible for Reyna to break through his armor, but he would notice the buildup of energy and be able to react. After perhaps a minute, Barrett became cognizant of what it was Reyna had done with the air in the arena. It was very gradual, but he felt the air in his lungs running out even as he continued to take breaths. It was a good tactic to take advantage of the limited fighting area. Now Barrett seemed limited to a few breaths of air, and while he could last longer without air and use less for the same actions as a regular person, he was not performing the same actions. His body could do more, and therefore used more air. In the end, Barrett could probably last a few minutes during a fight without taking a breath, nearly as long as a trained non-cultivator could hold their breath without high activity. A battle might not necessarily last a few minutes, but it wasn't the case that Barrett would be fine the whole time either. There would be a gradual weakening in his abilities as time passed, before he eventually fell unconscious. Barrett hadn't exactly been hiding his stone pits, there was no way Reyna didn't know about them, but he also had limited mana. He could control them using stamina as well, but that would put more strain on his body in air capacity. Even though the stone pits weren't physically attached and didn't need to breathe, there was still some loss. Actually, Barrett supposed the stone pits did need air, it was just that they would last longer than him before dying. The stone pits flew out, and instead of all converging on Reyna floated like sentries at quarter points around Barrett. Reyna had one weakness in her movement technique, she more or less continued moving in one direction. As one of the stone pits moved to cut off Reyna's movements, Barrett stabbed out with his spear. However, though it was a weakness, it wasn't an absolute vulnerability. Reyna managed to immediately change directions, even keeping most of her speed. However, unlike her normal movements, Barrett could sense it took more effort to keep up her speed with the change in direction. Reyna pulled away from Barrett for a moment. He was unsure if he should chase her, and decided against it. Though he was running out of breath, he could regulate himself to use very little air except when directly moving. He stood with his spear angled towards Reyna, ready to move as necessary. When Reyna only took stock of the situation for a few moments before moving to attack again, Barrett knew he was right. Controlling the air of the arena was tiring her out as well. It was possible she could restrict the area she controlled to a smaller section, but there was no guarantee Barrett wouldn't be able to get a breath of fresh air in that case. Then all of her efforts would be lost. Whatever direction Reyna moved in from, at least one stone pit would move to meet her. Barrett would turn his body as much as necessary to meet her, and since she was slowed down ever so slightly he was able to keep up. She was unable to break past his reach for a solid attack. Then suddenly, Barrett couldn't see. No, it wasn't that he couldn't see, there was still light reaching his eyes, but it was all a chaotic mess. Likewise, he couldn't tell where any of the sound was coming from. In that moment, Reyna disappeared, including her killing intent. However, nothing was quite perfect. Though light seemed to distort randomly through the air in front of him, Barrett's eyes could pick out tiny slivers of what was really there or what wasn't. Everything happened in a single moment. Barrett shifted his grip on his spear, flipping it around backwards and stabbing it out behind him. His shoulders didn't want to bend that way, but he ignored their protests and made them move anyway. His grip on the spear was solid enough with both hands, and though he had to bend his joints backwards to get a proper thrust, he wasn't a pure body temperer for nothing. He couldn't see, but his spear connected with something, and he felt the restrictions of the arena activate. At the same time, he felt the tip of a sword poking into the back of his neck. Then the air returned, and Barrett could see and hear properly. He pulled his arms forward, resetting his joints to how they should be. He exhaled strongly, followed by taking a deep breath, pulling fresh air into his lungs. Winner. Barrett Ravenhall, the arena judge announced. Barrett turned around to see Reyna clutching her chest. Her hand fell away and showed no harm, but she shook her head. I thought I knew your limits, but I never expected you to attack so swiftly from that angle. She grimaced, it was even faster than any of your forward strikes. Barrett nodded, well, it wasn't easy. It had taken a huge burst of stamina to put the sort of power he had into that strike, he needed it to not only be surprisingly fast, but actually much swifter than a normal attack. Otherwise, Reyna would just dodge. He didn't think she was the sort to get careless when going for a final strike, anyway. Reyna nodded, that spear will be terrifying once it's finished. Barrett laughed, perhaps, but I'm glad I won't be on the other side of a battlefield from you. Let's remain allies. Barrett could imagine Reyna reducing the effectiveness of entire squads with that ability, though he could also see it benefiting her allies at the same time. Agreed, Reyna smiled. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 321. 6 out of 11 rounds into the tournament sounded like about halfway, and that was true only in terms of matches one participant would be in. However, in another way it was very near the end. Now there were only 32 participants remaining, with Barrett being one of them. The time between matches would be slightly longer, up to 2 days as things progressed. This lost Barrett some of his advantages, but for most people the difference between 24 hours and 2 days was just being able to recover energy or mana from mostly full to entirely full. Barrett wasn't counting on that to be his method to win anyway. Of those remaining, Barrett could say he was friends with 3 of them, or perhaps 2 of them. Kalani was one of those. Kale hadn't participated in the tournament, or he would have had a high chance of reaching the later matches as well. Nilima was also one of those remaining. Barrett hadn't really talked with her, except to acknowledge that they would fight each other later. The last of the group was Einar. Though Einar had delivered several prophecies to Barrett, their interactions beyond that had been limited, and thus Barrett wasn't sure if they could be called friends. Barrett's opponent in the 7th round was an oddity. The Temple of Divine Fury only recruited those with a certain type of inborn magic, and then they trained in martial and magical abilities, excluding energy. While there was nothing that said those who used weapons needed to use energy, it was generally understood that energy was more efficient for such purposes. Magic did lead to more diversity in what could be done, like Barrett's opponent from the Enchanted Armory, but even they usually used energy as well. From the perspective of fighting his opponent, what mattered was that their range was longer than would be expected of someone using a melee weapon. While energy could extend for a certain distance beyond a weapon without much loss in effectiveness, magic could extend further. The advantage of attaching the magic to a weapon instead of just firing a bolt of magic was that it held together for longer. The weapon of choice of his opponent was a double-ended spear. It was more of a long pole with sharp bits on each end than a traditional spear, but it could be used for stabbing as well as wide sweeping slashes. The second end merely served to reduce the necessity of swinging the weapon all the way around to face an opponent. While it wasn't of much use to non-cultivators who couldn't expect an opponent to move that quickly, some cultivators could move in quick bursts and any time saved in reacting was quite valuable. In the case of this particular weapon, it also meant when being spun no blade was more than a quarter turn from any opponent. Barrett wondered if it would be worthwhile to have a perpendicular shaft with 2 more blades, though the hand movements required to keep the weapon spinning seemed complicated enough already. Eventually, Barrett won the match. Though his opponent could fend of him and the stone pits at the same time, those abilities couldn't last forever and they were unable to get a critical blow on Barrett. His lack of energy and magic defending him meant it was hard for his opponents to judge how much damage they could do to him, though he knew anyone at this point in the tournament would be watching some of his matches. However, even if they knew what level of attack they needed to really harm him, he wasn't going to just sit around and let it happen. His chest plate also helped significantly. Barrett didn't get through the match uninjured, but all that mattered was that he emerged victorious. Kalani sighed as she found herself facing off against Barrett. "It always has to be you, doesn't it?" Barrett shrugged. "You talk like I'm the only one who's ever defeated you. At this point, everyone has found many people who counter them." Once the match started, Kalani went over the reasons fighting Barrett was annoying. When they'd first fought, he had been surprisingly durable without armor. Of course, Kalani knew other cultivators from around the Metal Sea with tough bodies, but Barrett hadn't shown any outward signs. In addition to his berserk energy he didn't even really need his weapon, and his armor, which he had gone without. Now he didn't have berserk energy, but Kalani recalled when she had fought him wearing armor, and he had still managed to move in ways she didn't expect. Now he was wearing armor, metal armor, but she still couldn't do anything. Even if she hadn't seen him in earlier matches, she would know right away his spearhead and under armor were made of taspum. She'd had the chance to study it, and it was a pain. It could be quite difficult to control, and Kelani knew that since Barrett had it, she wouldn't be able to affect it. Unless it was a clever form of reverse psychology, but she expended a tiny amount of magic to test her theory. Her magic grabbed out towards his spearhead and it was like trying to control anything that wasn't metal. She couldn't even wrestle for control over it, it merely ignored her attempt. Thus continued the problems with Barrett. He was a warrior who didn't need to use metal weapons and armor. There were some types of wood and stone that were suitable for use for either, but they were hard to get and not compatible with most users. While Kelani expected mages to not use much metal but could still fight them, things were different there. While competent mages were capable of dodging attacks to some extent, they didn't have the body of a warrior and the toughness that Barrett had, which outclassed most warriors. Thus, she couldn't rely on taking advantage of holes in his defense to defeat him. Sure, so far during the current match she'd stabbed him with dozens of spikes, but despite the layer of blood coating his skin, she couldn't say there was any serious damage. The worst part might have been that, or it might have been his attacks. Even if she couldn't control it, Kelani expected to be able to read the trajectory of a metal weapon more than any other. She could, in fact, and then she couldn't. She could feel the attack coming and prepare, sometimes deflecting the attack or dodging out of the way or just getting grazed, the sort of graze that left a gash in her armor that she would have to repair. Then other times the spear moved not as if propelled by his arms, but as if accelerating on its own. It struck with force that shouldn't have been possible from the angle of attack, sometimes acting as if Barrett was in a different position entirely. It could feel like he was dropping down upon her with his entire body when it was just the spear, and that strangeness didn't help while she was trying to dodge his stupid rocks. Individually the rocks couldn't do much more than bruise her, but every once in a while they accelerated strangely. It was also hard to keep track of them, since they weren't always controlled by magic. Finally, Barrett's spear stabbed into her chest. She manipulated her armor to wrap around it and slow it down, but all that showed was when the arena stopped the attack she would have probably merely survived without it. At least she could take solace that she'd made Barrett into a bloody mess, though she doubted that would last long. Only a few faint scars marked him from the previous match. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 322. It was theorized that higher-level cultivators bent the fate of the world around them. What that actually meant wasn't agreed on, and Barrett couldn't get anyone who actually knew about divination and fate to actually give him a straight answer about either part. For example, cultivators would seem to get in conflicts with the same individuals or groups more often than non-cultivators. It wasn't necessarily true, perhaps because the conflicts were on a grander scale or more physically violent, they were just remembered more, and especially so for those who were already known. Either way, Barrett found himself facing against Nilima once more, though since he was in a tournament structure and they had both kept winning, it was as expected more than being a coincidence. From their last fight, Barrett knew he couldn't afford to have sustained contact with Nilima or the whip. That was equivalent to letting her continuously attack him, and while he could pit his toughness directly against her, it was better to try to obtain some advantages in a battle instead of betting everything on a direct confrontation. Besides, usually being the defender was a losing position when people were of similar power. It was fortunate that he now had a weapon he could attack with effectively. That meant he didn't have to try grappling her again, which had shown its weakness. While he could certainly be more effective than he had been the last time, he didn't enjoy his arm being torn apart from the inside and his lungs filling up with blood. Barrett started the battle with his stone pits. Nilima didn't have much in the way of ranged attacks, so he could obtain some slight benefit there. It was fairly trivial for her to deflect or avoid them, but it was possible she would be off balance when they met in melee combat. With her whip, Nilima's reach was still somewhat longer than Barrett's, but he was in a slightly better position than before. He deflected her whip with the head of his spear, though he doubted he would be able to truly throw it off course. The whip wasn't using momentum primarily, instead coiling around with the control of energy. Barrett saw Nilima briefly consider trying to disarm him of the spear, but she clearly decided against it. Barrett was going to slice apart the whip if she made the attempt. While her energy protected it in most circumstances, it couldn't be perfect. Nilima's whip still snuck past Barrett's defenses occasionally, but she couldn't maintain a hold on him to inject her energy into his body, not with him counter-attacking with his spear. The Taspum spearhead was bonded with Barrett, so he was able to perform surprising maneuvers, the spearhead tilting slightly in ways that the position of his arms wouldn't lead it. With no flow of energy to give away the movements, Nilima had to rely on reacting to his movements rather than predicting them. She was quite capable of doing so, but she was ever so slightly slower, which led to her receiving a pair of slashes on her sides. Of course, the thrusts that caused those cuts were aimed at her heart, so she'd mostly avoided being hit, but Barrett was proud to have sliced through her energy, even if only slightly. The cuts were merely through the skin, but they showed the effectiveness of Barrett's attacks. Meanwhile, no wounds could be seen on Barrett from the brief brushes of the whip as it attacked mostly his arms, which were easiest to reach. Eventually bruises would show, but the actual damage was worse than that. Barrett could tell Nilima had increased the speed she could attack with energy, which meant larger amounts of damage in the moment of connection. To outside observers, it might seem as if the two couldn't injure each other, but in fact the battle was advancing steadily. Barrett felt the brush of the whip past his face, the crack of the whip only came after the attack. If it even happened, Nilima wasn't retracting the whip for swings, but merely using it as a vessel for delivering energy. It was more like fighting against a snake than a whip. Though the whip hadn't actually touched him, energy extended beyond it and flew into his head. Barrett was fortunate that he gathered toughness to his skull and brain to protect them, because instead of just an instantaneous spurt of damage it continued. Barrett felt it, but it took a moment to process how it was happening and how to deal with it. He instinctively moved away, but Nilima moved forward with him. The whip hung in the air near him, perhaps a half-meter from touching him, but that didn't mean it wasn't relevant. Barrett could feel the connection of energy from the whip through the air to him, Nilima's energy having latched on. Barrett roused his stamina, besides what he was using to protect his head, and slashed out at the whip, knocking it away. Nilima used the gentle energy she controlled to absorb the impact of the blow, but the connection snapped as the whip pulled away. Barrett was a bit dizzy from the damage to his head, though he supposed the amount of berserk energy that found itself inside his skull would have done much worse to nearly anyone else. His brain wasn't exactly delicate, but even with toughness training it was still one of the relatively more delicate parts of his body. While he could have trained all of his body to an equal level of toughness, that wouldn't have been an equal level of training time for each part. In general, it was better for the parts of the body responsible for protecting his vital organs, his skin and bones and somewhat his muscles, to be able to prevent damage from getting to said organs rather than making the organs themselves stronger exclusively. After all, he still needed bones and muscle and skin to hold his body together. If he neglected training them, someone could just defeat him from the outside in. With all those thoughts going through his head, Barrett focused on steadying his vision. Though he could reasonably say that it wouldn't be shame if he lost to Nilima, he wanted to win this time. Barrett clenched his teeth for a moment as his mind cleared, and his eyes filled with determination. Unfortunately, this time I have to win. Nilima shrugged, taking the chance to stabilize her own energy as well. Too bad, I plan to win as well. How about this? Whoever wins here has to stomp the remaining 2 matches to show our dominance. Barrett grinned, deal. Barrett looked down at his chest. A little bit of combat went much further than a long time of training in isolation. With one hand, he tore away his gambeson. It wasn't doing anything against Nilima anyway. However, the armor beneath was. Even so, he grabbed one shoulder of his Taspum breastplate and tore it away. It was just a thin sheet, so if it had been made of steel it would have made sense for it to tear under his grip, but not in the way it did. The right half of the breastplate tore away down the middle, while the left hung uselessly on its straps. However, instead of flinging the half-sheet of metal away from himself like the torn gambeson, Barrett wrapped it around the shaft of his spear. It was crinkled and rough, but that was all he could do at a swift speed. He did the same with the other half of his breastplate. Now his attacks would be much easier to control, even though the grip on the spear was the wrong size and quite rough. Optimally, he would have carefully shaped the shaft out of taspum over the course of weeks or more, but he had to do what he had to do. Barrett just hoped it actually worked, and that the stamina he'd used in that moment was worthwhile. It had only taken a few seconds, enough time for Nilima to attack if she wanted to, but she did not. Barrett wasn't sure if she was wary of some trick or just wanted to fight him at top form, but he hoped to be showing her the second. Barrett's face showed much more confidence in what he had done than he felt inside. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 323. Normal armor did very little against Nilima's attacks, but the taspum breastplate had been effective to some extent, both because of its materials and his connection to it. Now that Barrett had pretty well destroyed his breastplate, he was more vulnerable. However, he didn't plan to allow Nilima to attack him freely. The shaft of Barrett's spear was now wrapped in what was effectively his breastplate. The folding didn't happen perfectly, leaving bumps and deformations. Physically, it felt much worse to grip onto, and of course it was much heavier, but even with all of its flaws, once Barrett moved the spear he felt confident in his choice. Nilima had waited through Barrett's strange actions, but once she saw that he was ready to fight again, she sprang into action. She hadn't been required to stop, but she wanted to see what he would come up with. She had to admit that his actions were unexpected, but she didn't see how it would help that much. With what he'd done, it would be more difficult to transfer energy into Barrett using his spear, but he didn't hold it still enough for her to do that anyway. She could attempt to wrap it up, but she knew that would have just given him an opportunity to destroy her whip. Now she could attack his torso, so her options seemed more open. Nilima swung her whip out to the side, curving it outside of the reach of Barrett's spear to strike at his back. At the same time as she did so, Barrett sprang forward. Nilima pulled her whip towards her, and it impacted his back at the same time as his spear reached her. She'd slightly underestimated how quickly he could move, but she hadn't expected him to basically ignore her attack either. He had to be able to sense how much energy was in it. The smart choice might have been to retract her energy to protect herself, but she wasn't going to let him get away uninjured. Barrett's spear struck Nilima right in the center of her chest as she dodged. His spear bent more than normal, and more importantly it carried its momentum and speed with the change. Even though she'd been confident in her dodging, Nilima hadn't ignored her other defenses either. Her gentle energy intercepted the attack and the berserk energy pushed back against it. Nilima was sent flying to the edge of the arena, several dozen meters away. Barrett only staggered backwards a step or two, but the actual amount of damage to each fighter was hard to determine. Nilima lay on the ground recovering from the shock to her system, but Barrett had to lean on his spear to stay upright. Energy from Nilima had burst into his back, wreaking havoc on his organs. Even though he was used to berserk energy, enough of it was able to cause significant damage. For a handful of seconds, the two of them steadied themselves. Barrett forced out the energy inside of him, and Nilima balanced her own energy while assessing her own wound. Even with the energy protecting her, she had a hole in her breastbone, but fortunately she'd managed to stop it just enough to fling herself away using the momentum of the attack. If they weren't fighting in the arena, the fighters would have stopped at that moment anymore, and they couldn't guarantee there would be no life-threatening injuries. However, they were in the arena, and therefore they wouldn't stop until the arena made them. Barrett took a deep breath, and pulled his stone pits to him. Though there was nothing physical holding them in the air, the 3 stone pits he had out took positions around the head of the spear, about a half-meter out in triangle formation. It felt natural holding them a set position from the spear, as all of them were like part of Barrett now. He could always learn to control himself better, but there was never anything more natural than moving his own limbs. On the outside, Barrett appeared to be in top form, but he was nearing the end of his stamina, and he'd used what little mana he had earlier in the match to control the stone pits. Inside, he could feel the internal bleeding. Nothing that would kill him, but he could just ignore it. As soon as he was finished steadying himself, he charged towards Nilima once more. She was only a tiny moment behind him, and as he moved she put all of her remaining energy into her whip. She couldn't take another hit, so her only chance was to stop him. The whip spiraled through the air in front of her, its natural movement form being completely disregarded as her energy directed it. As it twisted, each stone pit was knocked away. If she wasn't defending herself with energy, she couldn't afford to let them near her. Layers of her whip wrapped around the spear, and though she would have liked to strike Barrett directly, Nilima couldn't afford to get that close. She likely couldn't dodge the attack in her current state, and fewer coils of her whip wouldn't be enough to prevent Barrett from destroying it. Her gentle energy carried with it berserk energy as it slipped its way into the spear to the best of its ability, though she felt the spear itself trying to force out her connection. She reached for Barrett, but his arms seemed so far away. Her energy strained to its very limits. Barrett could fight for hours or more, but he could also push his body to perform beyond its normal limits. Increasing strength or speed or toughness took stamina, and he had been splitting his efforts between himself, the stone pits, and his spear and armor, though now his armor was more or less his spear. He felt Nilima's energy pushing into the spear, fighting back against her with the muscles in his arms, and his legs, his back and shoulders, and everywhere else. As they pushed against each other, the core of Barrett's spear broke and Nilima's energy rushed towards his arm. A moment later, the defenses of the arena took over. Barrett's hands dripped with blood, and his spear lay shattered down the middle. Even the taspum coating had more or less been split in half. However, the head of the spear was nowhere to be seen until one looked at Nilima's neck, where it rested just along the side, a tiny streak of blood indicating the defenses hadn't quite stopped the attack, but its only goal was to prevent deaths. Both contestants collapsed to the ground. Winner, Barrett Ravenhall, the announcer declared, though Barrett barely had the consciousness to notice. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 324. When Barrett woke up, it was dark outside. He'd been brought back to his room to recover. The doctors from the Immortal Berserker sect knew him well enough that they didn't feel like they had to monitor his health. Barrett could feel his body had already stabilized, though calling it recovered would be pushing it. The first thing he did was order some food to be brought. With thousands of cultivators, it was inevitable that some would have odd schedules. Someone was always available to provide food, though if Barrett had any specific requests he would likely have to wait until normal hours. All he really wanted, however, was filling and nutritious food. It wasn't long before piles of meat, fruit, and vegetables arrived. Barrett ate, but instead of resting he had something else to do. The broken pieces of his spear now rested in front of him, though truth be told besides the steel wood shaft it was barely damaged. Though one might consider that the majority of the weapon, that had only been the case until the end of the match. The spearhead was perfectly fine, though the repurposed pieces of breastplate that had been used to coat the shaft had come apart. He hadn't exactly properly connected them, there were just two big rolls of metal stretched around the core. They'd touched on the other side, but that connection had broken as Nilima's energy exploded the core of the spear. The first thing Barrett did was take his fingers and pinch together the edges so that he more or less had two cylinders again. It took quite a bit of force as well as stamina to coax the taspum to more or less attach to itself, but he had more time now. With that, he had two pieces he could generously call cylinders, though they were uneven and lumpy. The next thing he did was attach the two pieces end to end. That he did more carefully, making sure the metal actually bonded. The whole process was slow. It was nearly dawn by the time he started attaching the head of the spear to his new shaft. The shaft was still too large around, it was made of metal sheets that had gone around a properly sized shaft, after all. He would gradually work on that, but making his spear one whole thing even if it wasn't perfect, was the most important step. The entire process wasn't helped by the fact that his hands were black and swollen. Then Barrett brought out his three best stone pits. There was nothing he could do to increase their power in a short time, but he could make better use of them. He'd briefly felt something in his previous battle. Using them in conjunction with his spear wasn't quite right. Not the way he'd done it anyway. If he was to think of them as parts of his body, what were they? Just three almost spheres he could use to attack and distract people. No, that wasn't right. He stood up, thrusting his spear, getting used to its new weight. With it, he moved the stone pits. He tried a number of different forms, but nothing seemed quite right. About an hour after dawn, Master Heikel came in with another meal. I brought breakfast. You should be resting instead of training. Master Heikel set down a giant tray nearly the size of Barrett's table. Didn't you say you wanted to win the tournament? Barrett nodded and went over to the table to start eating. I do, he said between mouthfuls of food, but to win now I have to train. You found yourself just on the threshold of something big, then? Master Heikel shook his head. I would still recommend you rest instead. But, you're a master now so you can make your own choices. Master Heikel nodded as he folded his arms. However, even though I know you won't end up permanently crippled, if you do things wrong you can severely set back your cultivation speed. Barrett nodded, then stopped eating for a moment. I understand. Hopefully, you'll see. The semi-finals were 2 days after his match with Nelima. Instead of spending all his time and effort recovering, Barrett trained, though he still slept normally at night. With the equivalent of several decades of healing, one might have assumed his hands would be fully recovered, but that wasn't the case. One factor was that his healing wasn't at its topmost form. He had to recover stamina as well as use it for training. Thus, the amount that went to healing was less. In addition to that, the damage from Nilima's final attack wasn't something easily overcome. Barrett's hands had gone from completely black to purple and yellow, and they were less swollen. However, it was clear that they were still quite damaged. It was likely he would have to spend some focused recovery time on them if he wanted it to not be a very slow process. Actually, it would be faster to grow new hands if he cut them off. Maybe they would grow back in a day. However, his new hands wouldn't be trained. He'd have to start all over, which would mean they couldn't even stand up to his own force as he swung a weapon. Even as damaged as they were, his current hands were better. Barrett's next opponent in the tournament was from the Majestic Invoker's Circle. Barrett didn't have a good impression of them because of the name, but he'd had very little interaction with them. His current opponent was named Rodolphe. Barrett hadn't really paid attention to the name so much. Just knowing how he could fight was good enough. Over 2 days, Barrett had recovered to maybe a third of his full potential. He'd spent way more stamina that seemed wise from the outside on training. However, he'd promised Nelima to stomp the remaining 2 opponents. The Majestic Invoker's Circle used more or less pure magical energy in their combat. As the battle opened, Barrett shot his stone pits towards the enemy mage. In response came a nearly invisible attack, but Barrett could feel the sharpness. He didn't hold back as he stabbed at the attack with his spear. Since he didn't have any armor right now, that was the best way to defend. As he pierced through it, the magic scattered. It couldn't avoid his swift attack, and it couldn't reform as he sufficiently scattered it. Meanwhile, his stone pits reached his opponent, and thudded to a stop as they struck an invisible barrier. Rodolphe shook his head. Is that all? I could last all day against attacks of that magnitude. Barrett believed him. Nobody would reach the semi-finals of the 4th-tier tournament without sufficient ability. It wasn't that the stone pits had been holding back either, but they only had so much mass behind them. That limited how hard they could hit. Dragging out the battle wouldn't be good for Barrett, and he had crossed the arena in a matter of moments. As he was talking, Rodolphe had been attacking Barrett as well, but Barrett scattered every bolt of power. Barrett gathered himself, building up for a massive use of stamina. He didn't bother to restrain his killing intent, in fact he let it come out overwhelmingly. He stabbed forward with his spear, leaning into the attack. As his spear struck Rodolphe's barrier, it stopped completely. Rodolphe had fortified the front of his barrier, and Barrett couldn't pierce through. At the same time, 2 blades of magic took the opportunity of Barrett's spear being stopped to slice into his chest, leaving an X-shaped cut over his sternum. Though his spear was stopped, Barrett hadn't expected his attack to do anything different. After all, there was nothing behind the attack besides a little muscle power. Not even his weight was really behind it, because his mass was momentarily elsewhere. He'd thought about how he was using the stone pits, and realized he'd been wrong. They weren't 3 floating orbs that were part of him, they were an extra limb. Well, maybe not quite a full limb, but the point was he could treat them as one thing. If he thought about moving his fingers individually, he could do so, but if he wanted to clench his fist, he would just clench his fist and 5 fingers moved with perhaps even less effort than moving just one. Likewise, the stone pits acted as one. One of them impacted across from his spear, and the other 2 across from each other and perpendicular to that line. While his spear didn't have much weight behind it, the stone pits to his left and right did. Crodolf had properly judged their efficacy. Even though they were weakened by being further from Barrett, they couldn't break through his barrier. However, they did exactly that. Crodolf hadn't weakened the other parts of his barrier to reinforce the front, but it didn't matter. It was impossible for the stone pits, which were a few kilograms, to have enough force to break through his barriers, but it happened anyway. Pure body tempering was about making the impossible possible, but really, it was just that he'd added much more force and mass to the stone pits. Crodolf hadn't properly judged his killing intent, and thus hadn't blocked the stone pits. They hadn't lost their momentum as they broke through the barrier either, and in fact they crashed into his ribcage from both sides. Barrett knew some bones were broken even as the arena's protections stopped things. After his victory was announced, Barrett casually walked off of the battlefield. Once he was properly out of sight of anyone, he basically collapsed. All the stamina he'd recovered had gone into that brief moment, and though it hadn't been executed perfectly, he really felt like the stone pits had acted as one limb. Crodolf's counterattacks hadn't helped either. It was fortunate he hadn't been able to properly discern the real attack from the killing intent, but that had been the point anyway. Normally, a voice spoke from near Barrett, "I wouldn't count a battle where you have to go collapse over to the side as stomping your opponent." Nilima leaned against the wall. "But I suppose it was fast enough to count." Nilima's neck had stitches where Barrett's final attack had hit. "The question is, can you do it again?" Barrett nodded. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 325. Despite his success in the semi-final match, Barrett wasn't confident with his new level of control. Shifting around the properties within one of the stone pits was easy enough, but shifting anything but more stamina from himself was rather difficult. He was a bit more conservative with his training before the next match, but he couldn't stop. He didn't feel like being better rested was what was going to win his next match, especially not against Einar. If Barrett were to say he'd seen him fight, he felt like he would be exaggerating. He'd killed people twice in front of Barrett, and that was all. One stab each. Certainly, he'd served as a distraction of sorts for one of them, but how was he supposed to win against someone who used divination while fighting? There was no consensus whether diviners could predict every move you would make or not. Well, Barrett was quite certain there were very few who even had the potential for that, but the Fourth Iseers were one of the groups he thought might do it. The two combatants exchanged a few words before the match started. Barrett started the conversation, such as it was. "I've never seen you enter the tournament before." "I haven't." Einar shook his head. "What is the point when you already know the results? However, winning this time will be greatly beneficial to me." "Is that so? What about when you don't win?" Einar shook his head. "I cannot foresee a future in which I do not win, even if you were at your finest." At that point, the match started. Einar's face disappeared, replaced by the extra eyes that indicated his predictive state. It was quite uncanny to see a face with 4 eyes, 2 normal and 2 vertical, even though Barrett had seen it before. Barrett knew Einar trained in energy and divination magic. The type of energy was wispy and hard to discern. Actually, perhaps that was the type of energy. Wispy and hard to discern energy might be called ethereal, or something else. What it was called wasn't as important as that it could be used to augment attacks and defenses, like most types of energy. Unlike his other opponents, Barrett didn't see Einar as having built up any fatigue or injuries from the tournament. Perhaps he just couldn't discern them, but at the very least Einar's energy was sufficiently abundant. If they were to directly compete with their attacks, Einar could likely block anything that Barrett could attack him with, though of course Barrett didn't have to let him block. That was what combat was for, instead of just comparing how much total energy or mana the combatants had. Einar held two daggers in his hands, but as Barrett thrust with his spear, Einar seemed to ignore his own weapons. However, just because he didn't counterattack didn't mean he didn't avoid Barrett's attack. It was a clean dodge where he didn't need to use any energy to deflect Barrett's attack. Of course, that was just Barrett's most simple and straightforward attack. He could change the angle of attack, adding in sweeps and body movement. He could even change the mass of the spear and where it was concentrated. Barrett tried his various options, doing his best to conceal his attacks, but Einar never looked particularly bothered as he perfectly avoided the attacks. Then again, nothing but his four eyes was visible on his face, so his expression wasn't exactly readable to begin with. Despite his apparent lack of enthusiasm for the battle, Barrett didn't think Einar was holding back or taunting him. It was likely he had determined that what he was doing was the best route to victory. Indeed, Barrett could be said to be using more of his resources than Einar. Perhaps divination took a significant amount of mana, but Barrett didn't feel any significant decrease in Einar's magical capabilities. The worst part was Einar almost wasn't even dodging. Instead, it almost seemed like he was moving and Barrett's attacks happened to miss. Barrett had seen people with excellent perception before, but this was different. Instead of reacting to Barrett's attacks, he was moving with him. Not before he made the attacks. In that case, Barrett could have shifted his plan. Instead, Einar was moving exactly when he needed to, easily shifting from motion to motion as Barrett varied up his attacks. So, this was what fighting a diviner was like. Barrett hated it. How were you supposed to defeat someone who could predict your every move? Well, the obvious way was to overpower them or otherwise use something they couldn't react to. However, Barrett wasn't a tier above Einar, and in fact he wasn't even at full capacity. He might be able to force Einar to actually take a hit if he went all out, but it would only be that. Then Barrett would be empty and Einar would be easily able to take him out. Well, he'd have to put in some effort since Barrett's body would at least resist unaugmented weapon attacks, but Einar wouldn't need much energy to beat Barrett when he was out of stamina and could barely stand. If he overdraft himself, he might just barely match Einar, and would likely still lose out. If he were to do something like that, Barrett wanted to win. Since Barrett couldn't overpower him, he just had to do something Einar couldn't predict. Barrett continued stabbing and thrusting, occasionally striking out with a kick, while he thought. Einar himself had said he couldn't foresee a future where he didn't win. Conversely, that meant if Barrett was going to win, Einar wouldn't be able to see it coming. Unfortunately, that didn't help him figure out what that would be. Einar was clearly able to dodge Barrett's stone pits and his spear at the same time, weaving his body in between the attacks. Barrett doubted attempting to add more attacks would do any good. Einar could even predict Barrett's changes through pure body tempering, something most people could only react to after seeing the results, such as change in velocity. What else could he do? Einar could dodge anything he could do, so he had to do something new. Perhaps something he'd never done before, or something he couldn't even do until it happened. Unfortunately, Einar wasn't going to let him think forever. Barrett left an opening, a small one, but it wasn't a feint. During that moment, Einar slid past Barrett's spear, stabbing towards Barrett's throat and heart. Einar's movements were lightning fast, and he shifted from dodging into attack so smoothly that Barrett almost didn't notice before it was too late. Even as he dodged, Einar's daggers still found the center of his chest and throat. At the same time Barrett shifted his spear, unable to stab into Einar or even get momentum behind a swing. He merely shoved the shaft of the spear up against Einar's neck. Einar took a step back, withdrawing his daggers from Barrett's neck and chest. His extra eyes faded and his facial features returned, but he looked up into the sky instead of at Barrett. In fact, the words he said next were likely talking to himself rather than Barrett. The flow of battle was just so, my blades smoothly enter his neck and chest, only to somehow do little harm. The shifting of organs. I am shoved away by the shaft of a spear to my neck, but I follow up with an attack on his outstretched arms as it happens. The tendons are severed, and victory follows shortly. Einar held his hand up to his neck, and his hand came away with a slight trail of blood. There is no attack he can perform that will stop me. Einar looked down at Barrett's spear, which had a sharp bit of metal sticking out of the shaft. Even a hidden blade or a transformation of the weapon should have been seen. I had predicted everything he could do. I could not foresee a future where I didn't win. Einar wandered off the stage, still talking to himself, completely oblivious to Barrett standing on the stage. Barrett stood proud and tall with his spear upright next to him. That was the best he could do at the moment. He could barely even hear the cheering throughout the arena. He was glad when Master Heikel came into the arena and clapped him on the back, giving him an excuse to tumble to the ground. Master Heikel was quick enough on the uptake to pull him to his feet and make it seem like Barrett could still stand. Barrett didn't even have the energy to smile, but on the inside he was proud of how swiftly he had reshaped the taspum, though creating a properly sharp blade in an instant was extremely taxing. It had taken months to make the spearhead, and though he'd had much practice since then and the improvised point was smaller, it was a more significant transformation than just crudely rolling up some metal. Barrett was glad when Master Heikel carried him out over his head, but he wouldn't be able to recall anything that was said on the way back, and he only managed to keep his eyes open until just outside the arena. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 326. There was a full day after the tournament where Barrett didn't wake up, and the only thing that finally roused him to consciousness was his hunger. Fortunately someone had thought to leave food nearby, so he ate it and passed back out for another half of a day. After that, he felt energetic enough to walk around and talk to people, though any further training would have to wait. Master Heikel was the first to congratulate Barrett on his victory in the tournament, followed by many others from the Immortal Berserker sect and their allies. It was an accomplishment Barrett could be proud of, even if there were fourth-tier tournaments twice per decade. He had faced off against many talented opponents and overcome them, and for his personal ambitions, it was a great boost in confidence. Not that Barrett was sure exactly what he wanted, except to actually change the world. A few cities that didn't really have cultivators weren't nearly enough. He wasn't planning to do everything himself, since winning the tournament certainly didn't mean he was invincible, but it was something at least. Barrett learned that Nilima had not yet left Streeto, so he went to find her where she was staying. Though she could certainly afford better, Nilima was staying in a cheap inn with small but well-kept rooms. The two of them sat on the barely adequate chairs in front of a small table. "Congratulations, Barrett." "Thanks," Barrett nodded. "I can't say my performance in the last round was the best it could have been, but I also can't see anyone else doing much better." Nilima nodded. "Fighting diviners can be weird. The fourth eye seers seem to be better than most. It was extremely annoying. I honestly don't know if I would have done better fully rested." Barrett shook his head. "Anyway, meeting up for the next tournament is a bit," Barrett frowned. "Well, the fifth-tier tournament is in 2 years, but I can't guarantee I'll be able to participate or make a good showing even if I reach 5th tier just before it. After that it's another decade, which is just too long." Barrett looked around the tiny room. "I'm sure you'll be around Streeto a few times before then. Just drop by the sect. We have rooms you could stay in as well." Nilima shrugged. "I'll consider it, I suppose." Barrett nodded. "Well, don't forget to come by if you ever need a good sparring partner. If I'm not around, they'll be able to tell you where I went and when I'm expected to be back." "Oh. Wanna try again now?" Nilima grinned. Barrett waved his hand. "I'll pass. Though if you want to wait a few days. I'm not planning to stay that long. There are always more missions to go on. Such is the life of an independent cultivator." Barrett knew she would have been welcomed almost anywhere, if she wanted to join up. Masters weren't so easy to come across that any sect didn't want more of them. Nilima didn't have an exceptionally bad disposition either, perhaps significantly competitive, but not excessively violent or cruel. Nilima previously had the support of Mistress Joshi, but since her unintentional change in style they had more or less gone separate ways. The Immortal Berserker sect offered to take her in, they could provide her better missions than she could get as an independent for the most part. He didn't see her as changing her mind easily though. Since the two of them didn't do much in the way of talking, Barrett left shortly afterwards. Barrett was sitting in the garden, watering the Vitality pear tree, sapling, really. It would still be several years before it was fully grown and then perhaps started producing fruit. Congratulations, kid. Master Alnher's tooth-filled face entered Barrett's view. Thank you. Winning the tournament is the first step towards changing things, somehow. Master Alnher waved his hand. Tournament? Who cares about something like that, eh? I saw a massive improvement in your technique during it, which is the important part. Master Alnher sighed. I've seen the things you've done with pure body tempering, and while I don't doubt I could learn them, I don't think that path is for me. What is, then? Master Alnher shrugged. That, I don't know. What I do know, however, is that I only have a few years left. You may not be able to tell, but my progress in 5th tier has been slow. Reaching 5th tier extended my lifespan a bit, but it didn't make me any younger. I haven't figured that one out yet. Master Alnher tapped his chin with a finger. What I'm saying is, I'm not actually ready to give up yet. However, though being here at the Immortal Berserker sect was a wonderful opportunity, I need to go do something. I don't know what it is, and I may not even find out, but I need to go. You don't need my guidance anymore anyway. Barrett sighed. I could still use your insights, but I understand. Hey, don't look like that. It's not like I'm going off to die. Well, I might die, Master Alnher laughed, but that's not part of the plan. Maybe I'll go find an artifact or a spring of eternal youth, or go deep into some strange mountains and find a hermit even older than I am to give me insight. Master Alnher shrugged. I'll figure it out as I go. Anyway, I won't be around to help out with anyone who wants advice on pure body tempering, but you'll be more helpful in guiding immortal berserkers anyway. Alright. Come visit when you're young and healthy again. You don't sound convinced at all. Just for that, I really will be young again next time you see me. Master Alnher crossed his arms in front of him. I look forward to it. Barrett smiled slightly. Good, Master Alnher nodded. Oh, and one piece of advice. This may not end up applying to you, but don't forget to take advantage of the opportunities you have now. If you don't and get captured by some people you might lose a couple decades, and then where will you be? I'm not sure I entirely understand the analogy, Barrett frowned. Unless I somehow prevent this theoretical capture, don't I lose a couple decades anyway? Good point. Maybe I should adjust my advice. Master Alnher frowned. If you get captured, kill your way out as soon as feasible instead of waiting for yourself to grow old. Master Alnher nodded. Maybe not particularly broadly applicable, but good advice nonetheless, I think. Barrett smiled. Indeed. I'll keep it in mind, just in case. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 327. Most of the rest of Barrett's students were about to break through to 2nd tier, after Rolf and all those who had not yet failed a destruction. Barrett now understood how Master Heikel felt with him. Had his teaching been good enough? Would they fail because of bad luck or possibly some small element he had neglected to explain? He didn't think he'd left anything out, but if he remembered something else he would have of course mentioned it. His brain wouldn't let him stop thinking about it. The more problematic part was that he hadn't actually undergone the earlier tiers through pure body tempering, so he was actually projecting his later knowledge on how it would work. Of course, destructions were destructions, and breaking through to a new tier was just a more difficult one. Barrett wondered how much more Master Heikel worried about him now. He'd done well caring for Barrett even when he just assumed he was another random student that would probably fail, and not the student he spent a decade waiting for. Barrett wondered if he lived up to the expectations. He wasn't even really an immortal berserker anymore, not in the same way at least. Master Heikel's search for a student with a true immortal body wasn't just for someone who could cultivate quickly, there were plenty of examples of that. Barrett supposed if just not dying was the threshold he had certainly accomplished it, though it would be hard to say he hadn't been particularly promising at some points. But, while some of the accomplishments he could list didn't mean much, he had a few good ones if he considered it well. He'd just won the 4th tier tournament. He was a real master, and cultivated as quickly as anyone could be expected to. Barrett had helped with the removal of the silver blades, though he wasn't sure if somehow having just the right attributes to provoke people into making mistakes was necessarily the best trait. For other things, he'd helped restore Kale's clan. While his part in the actual battles wasn't necessarily important, he saved Kale's life to begin with and connected him with the Lipika clan. It was possible the Anaconi clan would have eventually taken back their land without Kale, but it would have been a hard-fought victory. Barrett wasn't sure about the plants he'd brought into the sect. The stone trees and vitality pears were of dubious value to the Immortal Berserker sect as a whole. However, he was responsible for bringing a method to forge taspum into the sect's hands. The process was more or less known, and while it was difficult and required a special setup, it was possible to forge it. Not that Barrett needed it, but the knowledge could be useful to the sect in the future. The amount of taspum he had wasn't enough to make a huge difference to the sect. However, if they obtained more in the future it would be valuable. Barrett wasn't sure if the cave he'd found the shards in was made out of taspum or something else extremely hard. The Immortal Berserker sect had sent over a team but they couldn't determine anything, and those who knew more had been working on how to smelt the taspum shards properly. Going back to the beginning of his thoughts, giving the opportunity to cultivate to his students was significant. As long as it worked out, the Immortal Berserker sect would benefit the most from having more options for its members, and hopefully a good option. From what Barrett could tell, his students were keeping up with others in terms of speed and combat capabilities, but even early 2nd tier was a bit early to say whether the method was really going to be powerful or not. Some techniques and styles fell off around master tier, and while they could be adjusted to work by those who knew what they were doing, that was time wasted compared to having a proper technique to begin with. Most of Barrett's remaining students broke into 2nd tier. None had yet failed, but there were still a few further behind, including Alexei and Hayden. The successes didn't really say anything about the overall efficacy of the technique or the chances of success, but Barrett was hopeful. A large number of cultivators who reached every tier weren't able to advance, but Barrett felt he had a particularly good batch of students. He'd only know once all of them made the attempt, however. He also wanted to see them in play in the next 2nd tier tournament. Some of them would be able to reach middle 2nd tier. He didn't have much hope for them winning, but that wasn't the point anyway. 2 years after that, however, he would be more hopeful for their prospects. Some of his students would have just reached late 2nd tier. Barrett was also training more groups of students in pure body tempering. With Master Alnher gone, he was actually responsible for everyone, including those who primarily trained energy. Having the option to attempt different fighting styles was always a good thing, and Immortal Berserkers needed to train their bodies anyway. Pure body tempering opened up more methods to do so, such as by temporarily increasing or decreasing toughness in a certain part. It also helped to recover from injuries, though for those who didn't exclusively train in pure body tempering, healing medicines were also still needed for stubborn injuries. So far, Barrett's students had recovered from all of their training injuries, both intentional and accidental, but they were bound to eventually run across ones they couldn't heal at their current skill level. Hopefully the vitality pairs would be able to help without setting back their training, though some would doubtless run into issues before the tree was producing fruit. Barrett stood atop 2 of his stone pits, one under each foot, concentrating. He pushed up, and his body left the flood. He kept it up for several minutes before settling back to the floor. He was breathing heavily, and shook his head. While it had seemed like flying, it was far from it. It was more like remaining in the middle of a push-up or some such. Normally sending the stone pits up into the air was not a problem, but that was because they were part of him. There was an invisible connection through which he was able to push them up. Their mass was much less than his, so he hadn't really noticed them pushing back down on him. To float in the air on top of them, well, it was just them pushing up on him and down on another stone pit below. Even with that, he couldn't go very high. A meter was his limit, and sustaining anything more than a handful of centimeters was difficult. If for some reason he had to remain slightly above a surface, he could handle it, but it didn't seem particularly practical. Still, perhaps there were extreme cases it could be useful. With his stone pits undergoing destructions, he was able to also increase their toughness significantly. Thus, they were more durable than him without putting any effort into it. That said, even if he was in a 4th-tier volcano, the small difference in height from the top of lava wouldn't make a difference. On the other hand, it was useful for training in general, and he would only get better at it. As for his taspum spear, he continued to mold it until it had a proper shape instead of just being thrown together. He was also working on new armor, and a breastplate would now take him just months instead of years to put together. He could eventually put together a full suit of armor, which he was highly anticipating. He could imagine all sorts of excellent things once he had it. He'd kept a few hundred kilograms of the taspum for himself, so it wasn't as if he would run out. Well, he didn't actually expect to have much left over after finishing a spear and full plate, but he wouldn't really need more either. Though, having some spare material could certainly be useful. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 328. Each of Barrett's students was given a stone pit as part of their training. He didn't necessarily expect them to be able to bond with them at 1st or 2nd tier, and perhaps that would never be something they took to, but it was good to give everyone an opportunity. The results were generally as expected. Barrett hadn't successfully bonded with a stone pit until much later, though he also hadn't been exclusively doing pure body tempering. However, not everyone failed. Though it took the better part of a year, Hayden was able to successfully form a connection with a stone pit. Barrett wasn't sure if it was that he had an affinity for that sort of thing or just that he was stubborn enough to not give up. Either way, Hayden had another option for growth available to him. Barrett explained how stone pits could also undergo destructions. It would be beneficial to begin improving the stone pit as early as possible. Barrett left the actual decision up to Hayden, since there weren't so many stone pits that they could just afford to hand them out repeatedly. Barrett wasn't particularly surprised when Hayden swiftly made the attempt. Despite his failure in the first destruction, Hayden wasn't one to back down from a challenge. Perhaps caution would have been better, but he wasn't dead yet. Proper technique and a strong connection seemed the biggest part of performing a destruction on the stone pits, and Hayden was successful. With the first destruction out of the way, it would be able to grow with him more easily. Barrett was inclined to award him another stone pit for his success, but he deferred that to a later time so that Hayden could be more in tune with his one stone pit. It wouldn't be long before Barrett could break through to 5th tier, maybe a year and a half. However, before that Barrett knew he needed more experiences. He might be able to succeed without anything more than additional training time, but being more prepared was never bad. Perhaps he could find some area in which he was lacking or learn of an ability he hadn't even considered developing. There weren't exactly a large number of pure body temperers around Streeto to learn from, or many anywhere, as far as he knew. As he considered where he might go in his current training, Barrett thought about those abilities that weren't up to par. For a time, he'd been relying on how easily the stone pits reacted to earth magic to use them. Now his actual training in earth magic had fallen behind. Directly using pure body tempering would be better in most cases, but he could use earth magic for other things. Throwing people off balance in combat could be helpful, and though it wouldn't necessarily be effective against people on his level, he could use it to greater effectiveness against groups of enemies. He did have mana, even if it wasn't that much, so it was a waste to not use it. But, there was one more thing he could do with magic he had to think about. Barrett looked at the seemingly flimsy piece of paper in front of him. He could easily tear it in half, but he could also tear through steel plate with little effort as well. This would be less durable than that, but more than traditional paper. Its durability wasn't its main function anyway. Barrett looked at the others around him. Though he was in a classroom, there wasn't really a teacher. It just so happened that they only had one copy of the curse removal and prevention text, and going over progress with peers was helpful. Barrett had fallen behind on his practice, but he had more personal experience with curses than most, being cursed, specifically. Though Krenther, the one who had sold Master Heikel the book, had said it was low-level crap, they had found it contained adequate information to train someone up to the level of dealing with third-tier curses. In theory, anyway. They didn't exactly have any curses to practice with. However, cultivation sometimes required going with instincts on whether something was right or not. They might not be able to recognize all of the flaws in their work without pitting it against something real, but they could at least know it had a basic functionality. Barrett couldn't say he was particularly talented at talisman crafting. It was a sort of magic, after all. However, of the various fields of magic he'd attempted, he felt the most confident in that area with the exception of earth magic. Maybe it was the experience with being cursed for 6 months, but regardless, he was able to produce some relatively functional talismans. He was still only late second tier in terms of magic, but he was fairly sure his talismans could completely negate curses of the same level, or perhaps even a third-tier curse. It sounded fairly exceptional, but it had to be noted that talismans were prepared ahead of time, and he could gradually fill them with as much mana as they could hold. Once they were used up, they fell apart, whereas a theoretical third-tier cultivator could simply attempt another curse. Even so, negating one attack in combat could be significant. The only problem was knowing if it was coming. Once a talisman was activated, the mana started to drain out of it even if it was only slightly used up to defend against an attack. Barrett's studies had brought him to the point he could potentially deactivate it again, but it would be tricky to fill back up. The material weakened as the magic drained, so even if everything was done perfectly, a single talisman might be used 2 or 3 times from full capacity. Barrett had only been able to reach this level with help from the others who had been studying the subject more diligently, for the past decade and a half, in fact. Though there were still very few immortal berserkers or even auxiliary members who used magic, curse protection had appealed to them. There were a few things Barrett found odd. First, even in Agloni there weren't that many who could remove curses. They were generally loath to share their techniques, but Krenther, an apprentice, had sold them this book. It was better than he gave it credit for, or perhaps it showed his true capability in the field. Maybe to him it was low level and unimportant. Barrett hadn't seen the master Krenther mentioned, and thinking back, there had been no signs of anyone else inhabiting the shop. Krenther moved about like he owned the place, which he probably did. Barrett didn't think he had been pretending to be third tier either. However, Barrett also imagined that he had quickly become a master. Maybe it would be worth visiting Agloni again to see if he had another book now, or if he would be willing to teach anyone. Then again, Barrett wasn't sure if he would be allowed in Streeto. He would almost certainly be able to use curses himself and not just defend against them. Barrett wouldn't hold that against him, but the Immortal Berserker sect couldn't afford to be associated with curses. It was hard to fault defending against them, but even if they weren't used, just knowing how, well, not everyone liked how the Immortal Berserker sect operated. Things could become troublesome. Still, if Krenther had really written this book, as Barrett suspected, he would certainly have more knowledge that might be helpful. If he'd shared some, he might be willing to share more. For the right price, of course. Barrett didn't mind paying. As for why he wanted to improve in this area specifically, Barrett hadn't yet forgotten about the grasping hand. They were directly responsible for causing trouble in his place of birth, Durham. It was also either them or some of their associates who were really responsible for his parents' deaths. Though he had spent nearly twice as long without his parents as he had with them, he still wanted revenge, and if not revenge, he wanted to deal with them to prevent them from causing trouble for others. Of course, they were likely doing so at the current moment, but even with his confidence from winning the 4th-tier tournament, Barrett wasn't going to waltz down to the center of the Astane Empire and do whatever he wanted. While Ashia hadn't really had any cultivators, it had been on the very brink of the Astane Empire. Wasmil, the capital of the empire, was pretty much on par with Streeto. However, he didn't have to settle things right now. He could wait another decade or two as long as he was changing things for the better as much as he could while he waited. He might not be able to deal with them, but he could handle more local problems. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 329. The face staring back at him in the mirror wasn't one Barrett recognized. That was good, of course, because that was the whole point of his current experiment. He slowly relaxed his control, guiding his face back to normal. It wasn't a perfect solution by any means, but it was nice to know he could do it. Unfortunately, keeping his face a particular way took a lot of stamina. Holding bones out of their spot was difficult. If he wanted to use less stamina, he supposed he could actually just reshape the structure of his face, but he liked his face. It was his, and it reminded him of his father. As for why he would want to disguise his face at all, if he was planning to travel, he didn't necessarily want to be recognized. He'd made a number of enemies after all, and he would prefer not to be recognized by most of them. There were still silver blades about, and while he wasn't particularly worried about fighting most of them, if they got to properly use their training as an assassin, he wouldn't get the chance to fight them. There were still at least some of them outside of Streeto. There was also now a moderate chance of him being recognized by people who didn't have a grudge with him personally. The Immortal Berserker sect had enemies around, and being the winner of the 4th tier tournament put him in enough of a spotlight to potentially be noticed. Barrett didn't anticipate any trouble in or around Streeto, but he had enemies around the Metal Sea, anywhere to the south in Ruklua, and potentially other places. Barrett wasn't worried about others pretending to be him, however. While he could change his face with pure body tempering, it wasn't impossible to do otherwise. A skilled doctor could reconstruct the bones in someone's face, and the right medicine could heal any suspicious scars. The Immortal Berserker sect had more ways of determining someone's identity than just recognizing their berserk energy or their face. They had to, for the sake of auxiliary members. The first place Barrett decided to visit was Agloni. Barrett wanted to be better able to defend himself against curses and the like, and while he could do something with his current skills and pure body tempering, more knowledge was better. There wasn't just the grasping hand to worry about. Barrett wasn't sure if more silver blades had learned curse magic, but there was definitely one group of enemies Barrett wasn't confident against. The Convocation of Souls had killed a Grand Mistress of the Immortal Berserker sect, Grand Mistress Aurora. Master Heikel hadn't said much about it when he asked, even though she had taught him. However, Barrett could sense the lingering bitterness and resentment towards them. Master Heikel had done so many things for Barrett, but Barrett hadn't done anything to pay him back. Certainly, he was an excellent student and doing well in the sect, but he hadn't done anything for Master Heikel personally. He knew he didn't have to, but he also knew that just because you didn't have to do something for your friends didn't mean you shouldn't. Not that Barrett thought he could take on an organization that killed a 7th tier cultivator. That was an insane idea at the moment. However, he could be part of a group that sought revenge on them, if the opportunity arose. Maybe it would be better for him to be 5th tier first, but he also needed to prepare himself to better defend against them. The actual abilities of the Convocation of Souls were not publicly known. However, it wasn't hard to know it had something to do with souls, potentially stealing them from other cultivators and using them in combat, if the rumors were correct. Barrett wasn't sure how to fight soul binders of any sort, but it was at least tangentially related to curses that affected the soul, and that was a good reason to seek out Krenther. Barrett had no way to guarantee that Krenther would still be in the same shop, or even in Agloni, but he had nowhere else to start. Besides, it didn't take too long to get there. Barrett still found Agloni itself unpleasant. It was even worse now, in fact. His sense of smell had improved, and that meant he smelled either preservation formula or rotting bodies more clearly. From what Barrett could tell, the more proficient necromancers didn't have rotting zombies. It's not much good to have tools fall apart, after all. Even so, Barrett didn't find the thought of well-cared-for zombies any more appealing. It wasn't as if the streets were entirely littered with zombies, but even seeing and smelling a few of them was something that wouldn't happen in Streeto. As Barrett was getting close to where Krenther's shop was, he heard something. Well, he heard many things. However, his brain picked up a voice he recognized and thus flagged the information as important. He didn't recognize any words, but he got the tone of voice. Things didn't seem to be entirely okay, and if they were, he would be walking a handful of blocks out of his way to meet an acquaintance. That handful of blocks brought Barrett out of the merchant district that Crenther's shop was, or had been. His feet took him to the slums, where ironically there were very few traces of zombies since nobody could afford to purchase or make or care for them, and anyone with real skills as a necromancer could probably do better. That didn't mean it smelled better, just different. The sewage systems, such as they were, didn't seem quite as well kept in the slums. He could slowly pick up the conversation happening as he got closer. "There are laws around here, you know." That was the voice he recognized. He couldn't say he was close with Caprica, but he'd known her for a few days at least. Another voice laughed, "And what good will they do you? I don't see how anyone could come after us when there's no body or soul to be found." Barrett noticed nobody else was out on the streets, and in fact from what he could tell they were hiding out in their homes trying to not hear what was going on. He didn't know if they would be left to live afterwards, but he supposed it didn't matter because things weren't going to go the way of the second voice. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 330. There were actually 3 cultivators Barrett was moving towards. 1 had not yet spoken. 2 were 4th tier, while Caprica still seemed to be late 3rd tier. In addition to the 2 cultivators who radiated magic, Barrett could smell the stench of a handful of zombies. Because of the imbalanced situation, Barrett didn't dare to move slowly. It was only a few moments before he traveled the streets between them, but when he arrived battle had already started. Caprica was surrounded by tendrils of darkness which were holding back the 5 zombies surrounding her. However, the 2 necromancers had their own tendrils reaching towards her. Barrett didn't hesitate to rouse his killing intent, slinging 1 stone pit with each of his hands. While they could move on their own, it was still better if he used his muscles to propel them. Since he hadn't even slightly concealed his intent, the 2 necromancers were able to defend themselves, but they had to cease their attacks to defend themselves. Barrett wasn't sure he could have killed them in the initial attacks, nor that he wanted to kill them just yet, so he found it the best option. 2 of the zombies around Caprica collapsed to the ground, presumably drained of whatever powered them. Barrett saw Caprica let 2 more of them free, but instead of continuing to attack her they moved towards the 3rd remaining zombie to attack it. The tendrils from the 2 necromancers instinctively tried to draw the life out of the stone pits Barrett had thrown at them, but Barrett pulled back, physically and metaphysically. The tendrils got nothing from the exchange, instead merely having had to use up the mana to stop the pit's momentum to begin with. Barrett wasn't more than a second behind the stone pits, but as he charged towards one of the necromancers an invisible attack came his way. Barrett wasn't able to dodge out of the way entirely, and the invisible attack latched on, but was mostly negated by a talisman he had with him. Barrett felt the remnants of the curse trying to move its way inside him, but he shut it out and tossed it aside. The moment after that, Barrett stabbed his spear towards the closer necromancer. He didn't care that the man rallied all of his tendrils of darkness to block the attack. In fact, that was the best option. Barrett's spear tore through the tendrils consecutively, finally grazing along the man's ribs, and through part of one of them. Barrett turned his attack from a thrust into a sweep, flinging the man into a nearby building. Meanwhile, Caprica had managed to defeat the final zombie and was attacking the remaining necromancer. She was only late 3rd tier, but Barrett could see her tendrils of darkness wrapping around the necromancers and managing to more or less hold their ground. The 2 zombies Caprica had managed to take control of were quickly dispatched by the necromancer, but a moment after the first necromancer was flung away stone pits flew past his defenses, taking advantage of Caprica's tendrils. One impacted the man's stomach, another his shoulder, and another grazed his head. That momentarily stunned him, and Caprica's tendrils moved in and started draining him of energy. "I don't know if you want to kill him," Barrett cautioned. "I won't stop you, but it might not go well for you." "I know." Caprica responded, "Watch the other one." Barrett was watching the other one, even though he wasn't actually facing that way. The man was crawling out of the wall and he launched another curse at Barrett, who dodged while trying to slice the curse in half with his spear. The spear did nothing, but it was worth the attempt. Maybe he would figure out a way to make that work in the future. Regardless, he avoided the invisible attack before his stone pits moved in and broke approximately half of the man's bones, cumulative with what broke from being thrown into a building. That should be good enough, Caprica said, looking down at the unconscious figure in front of her. She looked over at the other and nodded. We should bring them with us to the guards, or run. She shook her head, but I know there are some higher-tier masters here in Agloni as well. If you want, you can leave and I will say everything was done by me. I don't intend to rely on a stranger's goodwill in this city. Barrett shook his head. First of all, we're not strangers. I'm Barrett in disguise. I wouldn't have come over if I just intended to abandon you, and I do know a local here who might help. It's worth a try. Barrett scooped up the two necromancers, one under each arm. Let's go. It's not too far. Barrett had no real idea if Crenther was even still in the same place or if he would help them, but regardless he was moving more towards guards, which would be better in the long run. Agloni wasn't a good place, but they did have certain rules. As far as he remembered, self-defense was certainly allowed, and they hadn't killed anyone. If not, then he'd fight his way out of the city and come back to destroy it later. There was no point in considering the situations in which he died, though Barrett acknowledged it was technically a possibility. As he opened the door to what had been Crenther's shop, a voice rang out from inside. Welcome, customers. There was a pause. I don't make zombies or do healing, so you're in the wrong place I think. Barrett was slightly relieved to see Crenther, but while he had a good impression of the man, it was entirely possible he didn't remember him. I don't want to impose, but these men attacked my companion here. I was hoping you might know how to best handle the situation. I don't know if you remember. You. Crenther smiled, even with a different face. I remember a feeling of a soul I've worked on. Crenther's face returned to neutral, however, be informed that I won't lie for you. That's not necessary at all, Barrett shook his head, but if you could help calm guards' tempers so they properly get the story instead of jumping to conclusions that might be unpleasant for us. Oh, if that's all you need, Crenther slipped a hand into a magic bag at his belt. I happen to be a licensed seller of soul-searching truth talismans. Paid for up front, a terrible idea if you're lying, but potentially paid for by those at fault for the situation. Barrett narrowed his eyes. He didn't detect any telltale signs of lying, and Crenther had certainly shown his competence before. Now, he was already early 5th tier, slightly ahead in training of Barrett himself. Think that would be a good idea. Do we need more than one or? Barrett turned back towards the door as it opened. Halt right there. 2 3rd-tier warriors brandished spears towards Barrett. They wouldn't last long against him, but Barrett could sense more on the way. Crenther stepped forward. Greetings, respectable guards. There is no need to be hasty here. In fact, this man here was just asking where he might find guards to report an attack on him and his companion. He and his companion will be peacefully complying with you, and he has already agreed to the purchase of a truth talisman. The guards relaxed slightly. Of course, Master Crenther. With your help, the situation will be made readily apparent. One of the guards turned towards Barrett and Caprica. You two will be watched carefully. Don't make any sudden moves, and you, he pointed to Barrett, carefully place those two over there and return to the other side of the room. Barrett did so. He wasn't sure whether things would go entirely well from where he was, but worst-case scenario he was feeling he could leave with a fine or other relatively minor punishment. Well, the worst case where he didn't have to fight his way out of the city. He relaxed his body so he didn't look like he was ready for that at any moment. It was nice that Crenther remembered him, and hopefully he was as inclined towards Barrett as his voice indicated. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 331. It was only slightly comforting that Crenther came along with Barrett and Caprica. Slightly more assuring to Barrett was that he wasn't physically restrained, not that anything could actually hold him for long. While there were shackles designed to prevent the use of energy and magic, there wasn't much that could be done to stop pure body tempering. Not that he would have mentioned that. He was brought into a separate room, where a guard asked him questions about the incident. Barrett answered honestly, volunteering the information about the two necromancers intending to dispose of the evidence. He paid attention to the question as much as was necessary, but it wasn't a particularly enthralling process. Barrett was more interested in what was happening in the other rooms. There was some soundproofing, but Barrett suspected they didn't plan for many people to be fourth tier on the virtue of their body alone. He could still pick up the conversation a few rooms away. Caprica's interrogation was going much the same as his own, but one of the necromancers who attacked Caprica was also being interrogated at the moment. "Did you intend to kill someone within the jurisdiction of Agloni?" the interrogator asked. "Of course not," came the response, "we were attacked first." There was a brief pause before Barrett heard the sound of coughing up blood, a sound he was more familiar with than he had ever thought he would be. "It seems the Truth Talisman has found fault with your statement. Please endeavor to be as honest as possible." Though the voice was calm and steady, Barrett thought he found a hint of amusement in it. "We were merely settling internal affairs. Nothing Agloni needs to get involved in." A statement you believe, but that doesn't make it true. Especially the latter part. If we let people do whatever they want in our city, it would have long turned into a smoking crater or a roaming horde of zombies. Now then, these internal affairs you speak of, what organization are you a part of? There was a pause and then the grasping hand. Barrett heard the sound of something on paper. Next question. "I have a statement in front of me here. If you could just confirm whether or not you said it, especially with relation to attempting to evade authorities here in Agloni. I quote, 'I don't see how anyone could come after us when there's no body or soul to be found,' end quote." "Of course there was a muffled grunt, didn't, more blood was coughed up, Barrett heard the sound of something like a head or limb hitting a table. "Your statement is unclear. Did you or did you not speak the words I quoted?" Barrett thought he heard teeth clenching. It was a subtle sound to hear a few rooms away, but he was concentrating quite a bit on his hearing at the moment. He had to extrapolate the exact details, but he did hear muscles straining in a way that was familiar to him, holding in the voice in a situation of great pain. The man managed not to say anything. That seemed to come with some effort though. Eventually, however, the man spoke. "This damned talisman is trying to force me into a dead end. It is just attempting to make you tell the truth as you see it. I'm just here to see if you broke any laws. Since you have so much trouble denying that fact, that must be taken into consideration." It was hours later when Barrett and Caprica were finally allowed to leave. In the end, they were fined for fighting inside the city. Barrett thought it was ridiculous, even for his own case. He'd merely been protecting a friend, but he could accept he chose to join that fight. Caprica was attacked by people trying to kill her and had to defend herself. In the end, the fines weren't unbearable for cultivators at their level, even if they were ridiculous to have to pay. "I think that went well," Crenther smiled as they walked back towards his shop. "Is that because you have more money now?" Barrett asked. "I will admit that doesn't hurt, but aren't you glad you didn't have to end up paying for the talisman?" "They're quite expensive," Crenther nodded. "Made by your master?" Barrett said pointedly. "Oh no. He's moved on to elsewhere." Crenther shrugged. "A shame they wouldn't pay for 2 talismans, but I suppose the remaining money will be going into their pockets. Murder is a very serious crime here, attempted erasure of a soul and evidence of crimes even more so." Crenther shrugged. "They only paid for the 1 talisman because you managed to request it. Otherwise they would have gotten by on their investigative skills. There were enough people living nearby to get a picture of the scene, even if they tried not to notice anything." "You know Master Crenther, Barrett?" Caprica asked. "We met before," Crenther answered, "when neither of us were masters. Now, we both are, I believe." Barrett nodded. "That was back when I thought he actually had a master who was making the talismans and setting prices for things." "You figured that out, huh? You don't even live here." Crenther shook his head. "It took a while." Barrett held up the remnants of one of the talismans that had protected him in the earlier battle. I've learned most of what I could from that book, it was very helpful. Krenther rolled his eyes, oh that stuff. Didn't I tell you it was junk? You did. I was actually here to look for you, to see if you now have a book that you don't consider junk. Of course not, Krenther turned up his nose, but I do have available some observations my apprentice made when he was attempting to reach mastery. Krenther's eyes shifted to Caprica. Speaking of mastery, you seem to be on the brink yourself. Caprica shook her head. You might say that, but I've been here for years. Is that so? Krenther asked, did you lose the spark? Caprica sighed, I was trained as a necromancer, but then I had a change of heart. Hurting people's souls, turning their bodies into puppets. I just didn't want any more of it. It's just, the only sort of magic I know. It's a shame. There are much more interesting things going on with people's souls than just draining the life from them or cursing them. That's what most people here don't understand, Krenther shrugged. But if you are interested in some more careful manipulation of the soul, I can point you in a different direction. Why didn't I come to find the famous Master Krenther sooner? Caprica said to herself. Locally famous at best, Krenther grinned, and I suppose that's because in a city of dark magic, everyone seems to be looking out only for themselves. In fact, that might not even be wrong. Speaking of which, Krenther looked over at Barrett, I could use your help with something. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 332. Krenther began to explain his request, I need fresh wisp root. Unfortunately, that means going to get it myself, which is impossible. Why is that? Barrett asked. He hadn't heard of wisp root in particular, or at least he didn't recall it. Because I am weak. Krenther shrugged, and it mostly grows on top of the Hopeless Heights. Barrett had heard of the Hopeless Heights. They were a mountain range to the north. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal, but... You said on top. Indeed. On the very peak, or close to it. It is exceedingly difficult to grow the plant elsewhere, as you might imagine. If I recall correctly, Barrett thought for a few moments, there's a local gravity distortion there, right? That's right, but if you were to say that it was just a gravity distortion you'd get into trouble. Gravity is one thing, climbing up icy rocks with a lack of air in enhanced gravity is yet another thing. I tried going once and I didn't make it to the base of the cliffs. Krenther shook his head. Barrett did some thinking, I could probably climb that. I believe you could, Krenther nodded, or I wouldn't ask, but the problem is, you need to carry me. I have to gather it myself. Can't you just give me a stasis bag or something? I could dig out a chunk of the area with the roots intact. Krenther shook his head, that won't work. It's very sensitive, just walking near it could make it shrivel up. Barrett sighed, what a pain. But I do owe you. Krenther waved his hand, you've paid me for what I've done. This is a job that you just seem suited for. I was planning to hire someone local, but I'm not entirely without enemies here, so I couldn't say whoever I've hired might not have ulterior motives. And the gravity is 4 times, more or less. Barrett closed his eyes for a moment. How far is the climb? Well, that's the thing, the section wisp root is likely to grow on is rather vertical. For about 3,000 meters. Barrett did some calculations in his head. They wouldn't be exact, but immortal berserkers were trained for assessing risks in various situations. I can't guarantee anything. If it was just myself, I could be certain. But, I'm willing to try. Do you have anywhere I can store a ton of stuff? Sure, why do you need to store it? Because I sure as hell am not climbing up that carrying an extra ton of weight. You'll be bad enough to throw me off anyway. Not to be a bother, Caprica interjected herself in the conversation, but can I come with you? Not to the top, but just to be around. I don't exactly feel safe in the city. Krenther nodded, fair enough, you should be able to make it to the base, at least. It was a number of days' travel before they really entered the hopeless heights. Even then, it wasn't as if it was suddenly sprung upon them. Barrett could very gradually feel the effects of gravity increasing, as well as the energy and mana in the air that created that effect. Barrett wondered why nobody had dug out whatever material was causing this phenomenon, but he supposed, like many such things, it was only relevant in extremely large quantities, say, the size of a mountain range. "That's the peak we're heading for," Crenther pointed out. "Yes, it's the most difficult to climb, but that's because it's the highest and thus most likely to have what I want." Barrett focused his eyes. "I don't see much of anything from this angle. It's a small plant, not a tree or anything. It is also unlikely to grow near the edge." Crenther nodded. "I'm confident in finding some, and if not, you'll be paid anyway." "Phew," Crenther shook his head, "it really gets to you, doesn't it?" "We're barely even at altitude yet," Barrett frowned. "What do you mean?" Caprica interjected. "The gravity is much more significant for those of us not used to carrying around heavy weights. Twice normal for a day. That's not too bad for any cultivator, but neither of us are body cultivators. We can't use energy or magic to support ourselves all day, or at night." Barrett sighed. "We're not even at the acclimatization point yet. It's only going to get more difficult from here." "At least nobody will want to follow me out here," Caprica consoled herself. "Speaking of which," Barrett mentioned, "you were from the Grasping Hand, correct?" Caprica scrunched her face, and Barrett continued, "Though clearly you are not much fond of them now. Tell me about them." "Why?" "Because I have a grudge with them." "Before you say you shouldn't say anything, remember they already sent people to kill you anyway. And you saved me from them." "Alright, fine. I can't say I know anything too secret, but I'll say what I know. Because of the situation, most of the hopeless heights were actually a gradual climb. Increased gravity meant the angle of repose became more shallow, and rocks and dirt wouldn't cling onto the side of the mountain. However, that didn't apply all the way across the mountain range. The core of the mountains were made of a solid rock that ended up suddenly jutting upward halfway through the range. Thus, the 3,000 meters of elevation to the base of the mountain was a relatively simple journey. Barrett noticed the other two were having trouble as the gravity increased, but even if they weren't body trainers of any sort, they were at least physically fit. They did need frequent breaks the last day, stopping every hour or so to recover energy so they could push themselves further. However, Barrett could see why Crenther needed him so badly. Attempting to climb now would just be suicide, potentially literally. While a fall of any distance in normal areas wouldn't be lethal for any master-tier cultivator, in an area with increased gravity and thinner air, it could be quite problematic. "We'll spend a few days here resting and acclimatizing," Barrett told Crenther. While his body had already adapted along the way, it wouldn't do any good if they reached the top and Crenther was passed out and unable to retrieve the plants he wanted. It was also better to not leave Caprica alone right away, since her body was still getting used to the gravity. Without special training she would probably never be unbothered by the increase, but at least it wouldn't be so oppressive as to make it hard to do basic things like walk and eat. Caprica was trying her best to breathe evenly. "How come you don't look bothered at all, carrying that heavy stuff?" "Heavy?" Barrett raised an eyebrow. "Even with the approximately quadruple gravity here, I'm carrying less weight than usual. I left the heavy stuff behind at Crenther's shop." Heavy stuff didn't include his armor and spear, but rather the excess taspum shards and some multi-steel and other training-related weights. Crenther slowly took a breath. "I am feeling confident in my choice. At least, as long as I don't look up." Crenther looked up anyway, to see a nearly vertical cliff face 3 further kilometers high. He would have plenty of time to look at it in the next few days. So would Barrett, and Barrett was already trying to plan out his route to the top, but occasional clouds and mist passing by made it difficult to clearly see the cliff face. Though he was fine with his feet on the ground, the cliff face might be another matter. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 333. In normal circumstances, climbing a mountain or even a vertical cliff face wouldn't mean much to Barrett. Even though he'd just barely managed to climb up after Master Heikel when he first became his student, he hadn't even been first tier at that point. That 100-meter cliff hadn't been the toughest in the world, but there was a fundamental difference between what a normal human could do and a cultivator, and then again between early tiers and a master. At a somewhat casual climbing speed, Barrett could cover 3 kilometers in less than 2 hours. The current situation was anything but casual, but Barrett didn't feel like he would be slowed down too much. All told, maybe a few hours to reach the top. However, that was just what he could estimate from the ground. Maybe there would be problems he didn't anticipate. Caprica stood nearby, watching as Barrett and Krenther prepared for the climb. She would have been sitting or lying on the ground, but Barrett had informed her it would only be worse in the long run. Not that she could stand for long, but over the past few days she had grown more capable of moving around, enough so that Barrett wouldn't be worried about her being unable to do anything. As for why she had come along, there were no signs of anyone having followed them. There was no reason to believe otherwise either, because they had gone more or less directly from the attack to dealing with the guards to Krenther's place and then came to the hopeless heights. If there were any more grasping hand members around to immediately react, they would have been involved in the battle. Barrett could understand not wanting to remain alone in the city, however. Especially since she hadn't been able to break through to be a master yet. There were various tools that made climbing easier. Unfortunately, even with a magic bag, Barrett wasn't able to bring 3 kilometers of rope along with him. With weight also being an issue, it might actually make things worse. He also couldn't afford that much rope that could actually hold his weight without snapping if he actually fell, unless it was a very short distance, in which case he would have to attach the rope to the wall every meter or so. He did have enough supplies to attach himself to the wall if he needed to rest. "You're still wearing your armor?" Krenther asked. Barrett nodded. "It should help more than it hurts." "My boots won't though." In fact, Barrett was neither wearing his boots nor his gloves that went under the sabatons and gauntlets respectively. He needed to have as much direct contact as possible, and his boots weren't particularly made for climbing. As for the various bits of his armor, while they might seem to be liable to get in his way or reduce his flexibility, that wasn't the case. Well-made armor still allowed for a high range of motion, and Barrett could flex his armor in any direction he wanted it to go, more importantly, without wasting much stamina. Maybe its additional uses wouldn't make up for the weight, but he thought it might. "And the spear?" Krenther asked. "We're strapping it to your back." Krenther was already going to be strapped to Barrett's back, and the spear couldn't exactly go in between them. Besides, it would allow him to balance slightly better since he could more directly shift around the spear. "Well, you're the one who knows what he's doing," Krenther shook his head. "As long as you are confident, I will not complain and do my best to stay out of your way." Barrett nodded. "I can do it." It wouldn't necessarily be easy, he would likely run into unanticipated challenges, but reacting to any circumstances that arose was an important part of being a cultivator. The start of the climb was easy. Krenther weighed the same as 4 Krenthers, but the more relevant part was that Barrett and his armor weighed 4 times as much as well. Altogether, the weight Barrett had to carry was more or less a ton. That was actually less than when he normally walked around, but climbing wasn't the same as walking around. Near the bottom, Barrett had picked out a good path up the cliffside. Though it wasn't specifically made to be difficult to climb, the cliffside was relatively more vertical and flat than others, but there were still slight protrusions for handholds and footholds. Sometimes Barrett had to stretch, but his fingers and toes held. If the whole cliff face was the same, he would reach the top in a few hours easily enough, or even 1.5. Things wouldn't remain that easy. As he had already seen, ice formed on the cliff face higher up. There was ice down below as well, but it wasn't as significant. As they moved higher, Barrett had to increase the friction of his hands and feet, sometimes scraping at the ice to make it more usable. It didn't help that Krenther was pulling him away from the cliff either, though it was clear he was trying not to have an impact. Over the last few days Krenther had barely been able to stay conscious in the high gravity, but now he was doing so with minimal use of energy. Barrett could feel his energy poking about trying to figure out how to help Barrett climb, but the best thing he could do was act like dead weight and avoid interrupting anything Barrett did. Barrett was glad for his trip to Bitter Cold Peak. Though it wasn't as cold here, direct contact of his skin on ice would have been somewhat problematic. The ice itself was colder than most natural ice, but certainly nowhere as supernaturally cold as Bitter Cold Peak. Even so, just because Barrett could resist it didn't mean it was entirely ignorable. It was just one factor that was draining at him a little bit at a time. Most of the time, Barrett's hands and feet moved quickly. There was no reason to remain in one spot for long, as that would just make him more tired. Sometimes what had looked like a good handhold from below turned out to be much less viable once he actually reached it, but he adapted. Having reached approximately 1 kilometer up, a third of the way to the very peak, Barrett could feel his lungs working hard. It was one thing to breathe thinner air, and another to do so while in heavier gravity as well. He felt like every breath was pulling away from him. Even so, if that was all he would reach the top soon enough. Of course, things were seldom so easy. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 334. Wind and rain weren't normally of much concern to Barrett. He'd experienced tornadoes and lightning sufficient to make most storms seem paltry. However, in his current circumstances he couldn't help but notice how much effect the wind and rain was having. The cliffs were already icy and slick, but additional rain made them impossible to hold on to, but cultivators had ways of doing the impossible. Even so, Barrett could feel the effects of Krenther holding onto his back. Barrett was buffeted by the wind more strongly and pulled in ways he didn't wish to be. Then an extraordinarily large gust of wind came, and Barrett slipped. His feet fell out from under him, his hands disconnected from the cliff face, and he began to fall. At that moment he could have panicked, but anyone who still panicked at little things like their looming death after becoming a master wouldn't make it much farther. Besides, Barrett might survive the fall. Krenther would likely be done for, since his skills weren't much geared towards combat. Barrett found himself spinning, but his sense of orientation was quite strong, though it helped that it was extremely easy to feel where down was at the moment. Barrett twisted and turned and then slammed his hand towards the cliff face. Normally, that would have just sent him flying away, but at the same time Barrett used his armor and spear to push himself towards the cliff face, and his fingers sunk into the ice and rock perhaps a centimeter deep. In normal circumstances, he would have immediately stopped. However, even the few moments he had been falling in quadruple gravity had amounted to much more speed and momentum than he would have normally had, and that same effect made his deceleration less effective. The only thing that helped was he had transformed the tips of his gauntlets into claws of sorts, which scraped even further into the wall. Barrett concentrated his strength into his arm and fingers, and he eventually stopped. As he looked up, Barrett could just see 5 parallel gouges, stretching almost 2 meters. The wall was rather solid as well, but as Barrett looked up into the freezing rain, he realized he would have to keep himself more secure on the wall. For his part, Krenther managed to not throw off Barrett's movements any more than necessary. He wasn't helping, but he also wasn't trying to react in a way that made things worse, which was good enough. Barrett formed the tips of his other gauntlet into claws of a sort as well. The reason he hadn't done that so far was it restricted his fingertip from properly gripping onto the wall, unless he was planning to stab the tips into the wall. That took more stamina if he had to do it every step of the way, but if it had to be done, it had to be done. Barrett did something similar over his toes as well, then resumed the climb. The fresh rain brought another problem he hadn't anticipated. Besides an increase in slipperiness, it also changed the shape of the wall, with the new water freezing over the surface, more or less making the walls smoother. That was even more reason he had to sink his fingers into the wall, but the more he did it the more stamina he used. Soon enough, Barrett passed his highest point. As he moved higher up, the ice became firmer as the temperature dropped over the next hundreds of meters. That meant it was preferable to reach for handholds, and as Barrett was reaching further towards one, he shifted his weight, and almost launched himself into the air as he briefly was lighter, and then heavier. Fortunately, he instinctively shifted his weight around inside himself, though Krenther dragged down on his back. Barrett took a few moments to compose himself, then reached his arm out. He felt it increase in weight and then decrease as his hand moved. Indeed, there were pockets where gravity was distorted slightly differently. He would have to feel them out, which would slow him down, and thus make him more tired overall. Fortunately, Barrett had a good way to feel out an area without putting himself off balance. He pulled out some stone pits, except since his hands weren't free, he had them pull themselves out. Since the stone pits could float relative to him, it wasn't too hard to keep a few of them next to him even in the increased gravity, though moving them quickly would be difficult. Each direction he moved he sent a few of the stone pits lined up next to each other to simulate the width of his body. Since some of the gravity distortions weren't more than half a meter in size, he couldn't just send one in case he missed something. At his current rate of stamina expenditure, Barrett calculated he could just reach the top of the cliff. It was a long climb, especially in such harsh conditions. Barrett's lungs ached as they strived for air, of which there was not much. Then, around the 2,500-meter mark, Barrett stopped. Then he carefully pulled something out of his bag. One at a time, he pounded a handful of climbing spikes, pitons, into the wall. He didn't have many, and he wouldn't easily be able to retrieve them. If he'd felt confident bringing 3,000 of them, he would have done so, but for the size he needed, a quarter kilogram each, 750 kilograms would become 3 tons of extra weight he couldn't afford to bring with him. Perhaps if he were to make multiple trips, but always taking the safest route wouldn't let a cultivator continue advancing. He was still confident in his chances this way. Barrett attached some rope to the pitons, then pulled out a heavy blanket and wrapped it around himself and Krenther. Krenther actually needed it more, though he hadn't been doing much work. His lungs weren't up to the task of breathing thin but freezing air for hours at a time. There had been a significant change in height as well. It wasn't convenient, but Barrett passed some rations over his shoulder to Krenther, as well as taking some for himself as he was now attached to the wall by a handful of heavy pitons and rope. Barrett's recovery abilities were quite good, but in the current conditions he couldn't exactly return to top form. However, his stamina recovered to about 3/4. Barrett would have liked to sleep, but he couldn't know what the cliff might throw at him during that time. Perhaps there were worse storms to be had or something else. The last 500 meters would likely be challenging enough in their own way, with more frequent distortions of gravity, either stronger or weaker, that would throw him off. After he was as rested as he could be, Barrett unwrapped the blanket but left the pitons punctured 20 centimeters into the cliff face. Once he had a good grip, he cut the rope holding him to the pitons and started climbing the last stretch. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 335. The cold continued to seep into Barrett from his fingers and toes. The most dangerous part of it wasn't the potential to cause any real damage, but merely the possibility that he would become numb and unable to feel. That would cause it to be easier to slip, and while a fall from his current height wouldn't actually be any more dangerous than from just a kilometer or so up, that was a level of danger he didn't want to face. He might survive, or he might not survive. His terminal velocity would be many times faster with an even greater increase in energy compared to any normal fall, with the thin atmosphere and quadruple gravity. That didn't even consider Krenther. Dwelling on what might go wrong didn't do him any good. Barrett just made sure that his blood continued pumping warmth to his extremities, even though his body wanted to stop. Fortunately, his exertions produced enough heat to make up for the loss. During the final half-kilometer stretch, Barrett really noticed how much smoother the cliff became towards the top. It was more worn down and with less of anything to grip, and the ice became more durable, so it was harder to dig into. Then he discovered a number of extreme sections of gravity. Not only did they shift more dramatically in certain spots, the direction even changed. Fortunately, Barrett first discovered one of those when his stone pits were suddenly thrown away from the wall. Still, Barrett could avoid those areas, until he came to a certain height. Then he found one section after another, and he moved back and forth across the cliff face trying to find a way through. Eventually, he tossed a stone pit upwards, finding the section was only a few meters across. It didn't sound like much, but he couldn't exactly climb if he was forced directly away from the wall. Even stabbing into the ice wouldn't do anything, since there would be nothing to grip on. If he got just the right angle, he might be able to brace himself there. Barrett shifted his perspective to think of himself not as on a wall, but as if he were just about to hang off of a ceiling. That suddenly put him from being a few kilometers up to, perhaps infinitely high. Nothing would be below him, though he didn't actually expect the distorted gravity to continue extremely far from the cliff. With the new perspective, he would be moving backwards along a ceiling. That wasn't quite what he wanted. If gravity was distorted anyway, he might as well turn himself and move sideways, which would make it easier to angle his hands. Just below the threshold of the chain, Barrett reoriented his body. From his feet down towards the ground they went off to his former right instead. It was not a good way to hold his weight, but he slowly pushed his left hand into the cliff, a centimeter or so. Fortunately the tougher ice also meant he didn't need to reach as far inside, since it wouldn't fall away so easily. With that hand angled about 30 degrees away from straight in, he reached his other arm into the sideways/downward gravity. His arm wanted to pull him away from the cliff/ceiling, but he stabbed his fingers and the claws of his gauntlets into the icy stone at the opposite angle, so his hands more or less formed a V, just separated by a larger distance instead of touching at the wrists. Barrett found himself in a difficult predicament. If he moved his left arm, only his right arm would be attached, and thus the opposing angles wouldn't push against each other. However, he had more than just his arms. As he moved, everything seemed to move around him. He swung his legs over to the side/up the cliff face. As they moved, it turned from a pivot into a pivot and swing, where his right side ended up touching the cliff face instead of his stomach. His right toes and modified sabaton stabbed into the cliff face with some exertion. Then he let go with his left hand to give his left toes room to stretch past his right, forming another V. Finally, he let go with his right hand. Now he was almost standing with his feet on the cliff, but in reality he was holding himself horizontally/hanging upside down. Barrett considered that he needed to do more toe exercises. As soon as he steadied himself, he pivoted again, almost performing a cartwheel to his left, though more slowly. Left fingers in. Right foot pulled out, right fingers in, left foot out, and then his right foot pushed down on him as it returned to normal gravity. Even so, he continued his motion until he was a full body length out of the sideways gravity, holding himself out horizontally. He carefully maneuvered his body to press against the wall, still horizontal, before turning to orient himself properly once again. While his body could function at a different angle, it most properly functioned as it was meant to, without expending extra stamina to distort and bend his body differently. Barrett heard a held breath behind him be released. Krenther had done his best not to cause any trouble, but he was still attached to Barrett's back. Each maneuver had been more difficult because of that, and Barrett was glad he had taken the opportunity to rest. As he got closer to the top, Barrett expected more problems, but perhaps he had found just the right route, because there were very few distortions beyond there. The weather had calmed down as well, though it was still intolerably cold. Barrett almost couldn't believe it when his hand reached the top of the cliff and he pulled himself over. After arriving a few meters from the edge, he detached Krenther, who unsteadily stood to his feet. Krenther smiled, "Excellent job. I am glad I didn't go with anyone, lesser." Krenther's eyes flicked around the cliff top, which was mostly covered in snow and ice. Wisps of wind blew snow around through the nearly solid fog. "There's one. You wait here." Barrett watched as Krenther, one slow step at a time, walked over to a nearly invisible plant. It blended in with the ice and snow, though once it had been pointed out Barrett could see slight traces of veins running through transparent leaves. Other than that it seemed like an unremarkable plant, a grass of some sort. Krenther reached out first with his magic, wrapping it gingerly around the leaves. Then he gently coaxed it, pulling one root at a time out of the ice. Still keeping it wrapped in magic, Krenther pulled out a special stasis bag and softly placed it inside. Then he moved towards another nearly invisible plant and did the same. As Barrett was watching, suddenly his ears perked up. Crenther dash. He nodded, I know. Both of their eyes looked through the swirling snow and fog to see a figure standing a dozen or so meters away. Their form was nearly indistinguishable at that distance. Crenther spoke calmly, I imagine you are here for the same thing as me, however, I arrived at this patch first. Seek elsewhere if you want Wisproot. The figure said nothing, but Barrett shifted how he was sitting, then sprang up as the figure charged towards Crenther. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 336. Talking was apparently off the table, so Barrett readied his spear against the charging man. He hadn't expected them to draw a great sword. They didn't wear armor and didn't feel like a warrior, but then they did. One moment, they just gave off a vague aura of magic and energy, and the next moment that energy had become that of a swordmaster. It wasn't the same as going from the energy being hidden to exposed, but instead the energy he had already felt was changed. The gravity atop the hopeless heights was still more or less quadruple the norm, so everything felt a bit slower, but Barrett's mind processed things somewhat slower as well. However, he saw an opportunity and went for it. His opponent slashed down with his sword in a way that left him open. There was no armor protecting him unless Barrett were to count his long-sleeved shirt and pants, but they hardly even felt magically enchanted. Because he was using a spear against a great sword, Barrett had some advantage of reach and his spear struck the man's chest first. Instead of piercing through the man, it was met with a magical barrier, and the man suddenly felt like an expert of defensive magic. The man twisted his body as the blow struck him, not negating the blow but preventing it from flinging him backwards, but Barrett had been expecting a different result and hadn't reserved a chance to dodge. The great sword struck him across the chest and on one of his arms, but he did have his Taspum armor on. He was flung back 10 meters before he even realized it, and though he was uninjured he felt he'd lost the exchange. He wasn't in top form, having used much of his stamina during the climb, but his opponent should have had to make a similar climb as well. If they'd had time to rest fully, they would have already finished clearing out the Wisproot as well. Though Barrett couldn't be confident in his assessment of the man's exact capabilities, he was certain that he was also in the late master tier like Barrett himself. Barrett steadied himself on his feet once more, but Crenther stepped in front of him. I appreciate your eagerness, but leave this one to me. Barrett frowned. Through Crenther's own admission, he didn't specialize in combat. He was 5th tier but Barrett doubted he would survive one blow against this opponent. However, Crenther sounded confident, so Barrett readied himself and watched for a good opening. Though cold winds continuously blew atop the peak they had ascended, it was only at that point Barrett really felt a chill that seeped into his bones, no, deeper into his soul. Yet it was only for a moment, and after that it felt more like a refreshingly chill breeze on a hot day. The mysterious opponent seemed to find no danger in charging at Crenther. Indeed, Crenther could barely even stand or breathe. The man closed to a proper range and began to swing his greatsword, while Crenther merely stretched out one hand. With his eyes, ears, and any normal senses, Barrett discerned nothing. He barely even felt the flow of magic, but something went out from Crenther. The swing that Barrett could feel the sharpness of from a dozen meters away never happened. Instead, the man stumbled forward under the weight of the sword, falling to his knees. As he did so, Crenther kneed him in the face. There was no energy or magic behind the attack, but the man's head snapped back and blood leaked from his nose, even though moments earlier he'd been protected by a formidable barrier. I changed my mind. Crenther said, you shall leave this place now, and not touch another strand of Wisproot. Otherwise, I shall riddle your soul with more holes than you have entrapped foes. Crenther tilted his head to the side, not convinced. I admit it would be rather draining for me, but the Wisproot I get from your corpse will be enough to make up for it. Barrett was maneuvering around for a good angle of attack, but the man stood up, feeling once again like a warrior, and started backing away into the fog. Barrett listened carefully, but he heard him shuffling away across the snow and ice. Barrett would have preferred to kill him, but while Crenther had been able to momentarily negate his abilities, Barrett knew he would still be a tough opponent. Krenther closed his eyes for a few moments, then nodded. He's heading down. He breathed out heavily, a fog forming from his breath. Damn, it's hard to breathe up here. Krenther shook his head, then turned to Barrett. I'm glad you brought me here. I barely managed to hold together just being carried. Everyone has their own specialties. Barrett thought back to the curse he'd struggled with for so long. Krenther had completely removed it in a short time, something Barrett wasn't confident of doing so many years later, though he could at least do a better job of fending off a curse on himself now. Who was that guy? I couldn't get a read on his abilities. Some sort of soul binder. They vary in their methods, from creating different versions of their own souls, to finding willing dead souls, to just stealing others' souls for their abilities. That fellow felt like the last type. Krenther looked around then sighed, half this patch is ruined now. Barrett looked to see that indeed, many of the transparent wisproot leaves had shattered into almost nothing. They hadn't even been touched. Barrett hadn't gotten within a meter of any of them, and neither had Krenther. Ah well, I must take what I can get. Krenther carefully reached his magic out to the next one, coaxing its roots out of the ice gently and placing it in his box. Each wisproot took a minute at least, and the exertion on Krenther's face was obvious. Finally, after having traversed back and forth across the peak a few times, Krenther collapsed somewhere near the middle. Tent, please. Barrett pulled out the tent and bedrolls they had brought, picking up Krenther and placing him inside once he was done. He needed a proper rest, and while the current conditions weren't good for that, at the very least he could recover somewhat more than on the cliff face. Climbing back down would be different. Down was easy, but down safely was a different matter. As he tried to fall to sleep, he couldn't help but think about soul binders. The Convocation of Souls was an enemy of the Immortal Berserker sect, and while Barrett had heard about their abilities, actually seeing someone take on the guise of a swordmaster in a moment was something different. It didn't seem like it would be impossible to fight them. They would have limited reserves of power just like everyone else, but the difficulty lay in not knowing what they could do. Barrett resolved himself to not only research any such opponents if he could, but also try to have more things he could do himself that other people wouldn't expect. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 337. Climbing back down wouldn't necessarily be easier than going up. Even though it was inevitable that they would reach the bottom, the question was doing so safely. Barrett himself was fairly confident in his ability to survive a fall to the bottom, but not completely. If he jumped on purpose it would be easier to properly align himself in such a way that he didn't die, but the ground below wasn't forgiving in any way, and with the increased terminal velocity from the distorted gravity and thinner air, he wasn't entirely sure. Barrett was sure that Krenther wouldn't survive. While he was 5th tier, his abilities didn't lend themselves to resisting a physical impact or slowing his descent. The slipperiness of the cliff also became a bigger problem. When going up, Barrett was working against gravity. When going with it, the momentum would continue to pull him down, even if a single step had very little momentum behind it. If moved too heavily he could slip. He'd previously caught himself while falling, but he wanted to reduce the number of times he had to do that. The advantage of going down, he knew a path that had worked, and he could see where he was placing his hands and feet. More importantly, he'd left something of a trail as he'd had to claw his way into the cliff face. Barrett wanted to try using the stone pits to serve as handhold and footholds, but he held back from trying something new that he didn't need to. Instead, he retraced his steps, except where the local gravity distortions had changed. Soon enough, he was 2 kilometers up. 1 kilometer. Though he was most of the way to the ground, he was also still well above the point he would reach terminal velocity. The fall would be almost exactly the same from his current height, but with less time to react. Fortunately, the lower he got the easier it became, though he had to continue taking it seriously. For Krenther's sake, Barrett didn't hop down the last 10 meters, though he wanted to. Instead, it took it one step at a time, before finally arriving at the bottom, next to Caprica, who was looking up the cliff face at them. Her eyes barely even flickered over to Barrett before returning to look straight up. Whatever happened up there? I want to learn to do it. Krenther took a deep breath. Though the air was still thin, it was much better at their current height. You sense that? From here? Caprica nodded. It was like a beacon. Krenther smiled. I see. I am certainly able to teach you soul dispersal. Ah, Caprica scrunched her face. It's not that I'm not interested, but it was the other thing. Barrett folded his arms in front of him. I thought you were done with the evil sorts of cultivation like animating corpses and stealing souls. Damn, is that what it was? Caprica hung her head, dejected. No, you're right. I shouldn't, but, if I only stole the souls of people who were evil, Caprica put a finger to her lips, it's still pretty questionable. Krenther looked at her for a few moments before asking, what part was it that interested you? What did you feel? The power of soul binding is not necessarily evil. The hardest route is the separation and multiplication of one's own soul, but there is some potential to find willing souls to bind to oneself as well. Either of those methods are still difficult and dangerous, but not evil. Really? Caprica's eyes sparkled. The power they had, can you teach it to me? I don't care if it's dangerous. Do I look like a soul binder to you? Krenther raised an eyebrow. If I was, I would be a rather pathetic one. The only skill set I have is my own. Well, if you're that interested, I know the very basics, but you'd have to start your cultivation over from the beginning and carve a path of your own. Or find a master elsewhere, but I wouldn't go with anyone from Agloni. Sminia is just past these mountains, but it's a mixed bag there. Chances are, you'd end up among the wrong type. Stealing souls from others is the quickest method to power, and it is quite effective. No, I can't risk getting involved with the wrong sort, Caprica frowned, but if all I have to do is start over from the beginning. I'm willing to try. Barrett nodded. A hard decision to make, but a worthy one. I don't think I can help, but, if I can, let me know. You already got me this far alive, she shrugged. Maybe I'll fail, but if I become a non-cultivator, maybe that wouldn't be so bad. Yes, well, Krenther breathed out slowly. Can we be heading down to a better elevation now? Just standing here is tiring. At that, Krenther started walking. Barrett, you wanted to learn more about talismans and curse protection? For yourself and your sect, I believe. I would gladly come to Streeto, but I lie on the edge of what is acceptable there. My presence would be a risk to myself and your sect. However, I can certainly offer some more writings, and if I work with Miss Caprica here, we may even be able to provide specifically useful things. You had conflict with the grasping hand, correct? Barrett nodded. Then I can construct specific defenses against the methods Miss Caprica has already informed you about. Even though you have some way to defend yourself already, another layer of defense is never a bad idea. Krenther scratched his chin. I can also theorize what methods might be used at the master level, and though I can't say anything will be completely effective, it will be better than nothing. I could even impart information on deanimating undead, though for the most part one imagine you and your sect can accomplish that expediently without any magic. Barrett smiled. If it's physical, I can stab it. Actually, I learned how to attack wraiths as well. Really? Krenther's eyes widened. Without energy or magic? I'd love to hear about that. Studying the overlap between the body and soul is fascinating. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 338. Fascinating. Krenther stated as he looked at Barrett, your connection to these stone pits, they truly feel like a part of you. So does your armor, but it's more like fingernails or hair. It's not alive. Barrett nodded. Right? Though, that makes me wonder. He scratched his chin. I'm pretty much exclusively a pure body temperer now, with a tiny bit of magic, but this is an extension of my soul. Krenther shrugged. In most cases, the soul inhabits the body. Soul binders sometimes have more than one soul in their body, and sometimes souls survive without the body. However, if something doesn't have your soul in it, it's not really part of your body. Barrett frowned. Let's go back one step. You said my hair and nails have my soul in them. Sure, it's part of your body. Don't you consider it that way? That's the important connection. But, once cut away they quickly lose their connection to your soul. Well, like anything else really. In most cases. I see. Barrett briefly placed a hand on his chest. It does seem weird to have ventured into soul-related territory with pure body tempering. From what I know, Krenther explained, all cultivation is related to the soul in some way. Energy is stored in the body and soul, and magic is controlled by the will of the soul more than the brain. You are well aware that pure body tempering makes the body do things it can't, so why should that not also be done via the soul? Makes sense. So in that way, you can choose between protecting against one specific thing, or protecting against everything. Krenther held up a talisman. You could also exclude certain people or certain types of abilities to allow them through a general protective talisman. However, generally it's best to just not let anything touch your soul. Krenther tapped his chin. I do believe my earlier writings already mentioned the interference from having too many talismans. Maintaining them might also be a problem, but if you have a handful of talismans active they might respond to the same threat, and they will be less effective than the sum of their parts. In the worst cases, they might interfere enough that having just one talisman would have more absolute effect instead of just relative. Caprica nodded intently. I see, and is there a way to sneak past the defenses of talismans? Her eyes flicked to Barrett. Not that I intend to dash. Barrett waved a hand. No, I understand the question's purpose. Krenther raised a finger. Of course there are ways. However, you either have to know or guess how the talisman is set up. Nothing is infallible, and in fact active control of an ability will always have an advantage over static defenses like talismans. Like every situation, you just have to be better than your opponent. I guess I should have known. Caprica took a sip of tea and gently placed her cup back on the table in front of her. Then she looked to Barrett. So, you can already defend against life draining. You also dealt with one of the worst sorts of curses, but that sort isn't any good if you're enough stronger than it. There are other curses that will still have an effect unless completely avoided. One used by the grasping hand is called bodily decay. Of course, with a strong body you would expect to be resistant to that. It actually doesn't work that way. I hadn't had the chance to study it properly, but from what I understood it cut off the soul's connection with part of the body. The immediate effects are not being able to control something, usually a hand or arm or whatever you try to block with. Longer term, if that doesn't lead to you dying in battle, the body part rots and falls off because it stops absorbing nutrients or even oxygen from the blood. I see, Krenther nodded, a simple enough curse to counter. All that needs to happen is recreating the connection lost to parts of the body. Based on Barrett's experience, I wouldn't imagine that to be difficult to him. However, I could replicate a similar effect for you to train with. How dangerous would it be? Barrett asked. Not at all. Well, your body shouldn't suffer long-term effects anyway. I can make a version that is retractable, in case you are unable to immediately grasp the right methods. Caprica frowned. You can just replicate the effect. Krenther smiled. It may not be exactly the same, but knowing the effects, I wouldn't be much of an expert on the soul if I couldn't do it. I just happen to find the use of curses to be an uninspired application of my abilities in most cases. And I don't have the proper malice to make them work. How much difference does that make? Barrett asked. That, malice. Quite a bit. As you have already experienced with your curse, a hated enemy not necessarily stronger than you cursed you in a way you couldn't deal with, and it only increased in intensity upon her death. Academic understanding of what one wants to do to someone else's soul is one thing, but the desire to cause harm greatly amplifies it. Is that so? Well, if you think I can still properly practice. I am a 5th-tier cultivator, so I should be able to provide a reasonable challenge regardless. What else might we need to practice? Krenther asked Caprica. Well, I can't say for sure about this one, Caprica shook her head, but I heard that some masters can just completely cut a soul off from the body. It should be different from the sort of disconnect done with bodily decay. It's more of an all-or-nothing situation rather than pushing as far as they can. A troublesome thing to practice, Krenther shook his head. What else? Caprica thought for a moment, then took a deep breath. Spell plague. It spreads from person to person, feeding off of them. It's hard to explain the details of how it works. But I could do it. I'm not sure if I could stop it, though. Krenther raised an eyebrow. You're capable of that? Well, sort of. Caprica shook her head. It can't really be done until I'm a master. That's why. I'm not. Barrett breathed out sharply. Can all the masters from the grasping hand do that? Caprica shook her head. No, it requires a certain sort of affinity. I wasn't actually supposed to see the technique manual for that. I stole it from my master. I don't think he learned it. I'm not sure about who else had learned it. Best to be cautious with that one. Krenther thought for a few moments. Though in isolation, I am confident in countering it. If it spreads, it will also leave itself open. Regardless, we have plenty of things to train Barrett in for some time. You can also help him with non-curse tactics, as you see fit. Barrett didn't particularly look forward to being cursed and having his soul messed with, but he would rather have it happen with people he trusted than those trying to kill him. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 339. Though Krenther said he was confident in both his own abilities and Barrett's, they actually started the training with something less risky than Barrett himself. Since Krenther would be cutting off a connection, they started with a stone pit, one of those that was less trained. That way, if it was lost, it wouldn't be so devastating. When Krenther severed the connection, it was like losing a limb. Maybe not an extremely important one, but it was strange to feel it gone. He still saw the stone pit on the ground in front of him, but that was all. It wasn't the same as an illusion either. While in the heat of battle it might be hard to discern an illusion, once there was time to sit and contemplate, illusions were easy to see through. Barrett picked up the stone pit and looked at it. It wasn't that he couldn't feel it, it didn't do anything either. Not that he'd intellectually expected any differently, but what he knew was different from what he actually felt. Soon enough, he was satisfied. It was gone, not a part of him anymore. Barrett had attuned with dozens of stone pits over the years, so he was quite familiar with the experience. It no longer took days or weeks to succeed. However, as he tried to renew his connection to the stone pit, he found it difficult. He couldn't feel any continued interaction from Krenther restricting him, but the trouble remained. In the end, he resorted to swallowing the stone pit again, not a pleasant experience given their size. Even after that, it took a full hour to renew his connection as he tried various things. In the end, it wasn't the same as forming the connection the first time. Realistically, Barrett understood it would be different, but actually making the connections was a bit harder. Finally, he connected with some of the stone pit like one finger in a hand and then the rest of it came swiftly. Barrett sighed. You figured out how to do that so quickly. Barrett looked at Krenther, and then it took me so long to fix it. Was that long? Krenther raised an eyebrow. Remember, destruction is easier than creation. As for why I could do it immediately, it's well within my capabilities. It's like if I asked you to learn a new fighting style to the proficiency of a third-tier expert. How long would that take? More than a few minutes, Barrett said. Krenther smiled. While this may have been the first time I tried it, I did think about it for a few days, and for matters of the soul that's quite enough to count as practice. Now then, would you like to try something harder? Barrett nodded. Krenther reached out his hands and placed them around Barrett's left hand, one atop and one below. An extremely uncomfortable feeling magic poured out from his hands and around Barrett's hand, thin tendrils of magic clinching around his hand and then, nothing. Well, he felt the magic fading away, but his hand felt nothing. He could still see it on the end of his arm, but it didn't move. It was even stranger to see, to not be able to feel what was going on inside himself, and to only be able to observe it with his outside senses. Instead of immediately trying to reconnect himself, Barrett moved his hand, or really, his arm, which happened to cause his hand to move. It was a strange feeling, but even stranger was the sounds of his body. The very tiny little sounds of muscles moving were gone. Even when he put his hand up to his ear, which required manipulation by his right hand to properly place it, he didn't hear the sound. That meant his hand wasn't doing anything, and soon enough it would be dying. Blood was still flowing to it, but from what he had heard his hand wouldn't be taking in anything from said blood. Given that it was his hand, it would probably take quite some time before it actually died, but he would rather not have to rebuild his hand from nothing. It could take years before it caught back up with the rest of his body. It wasn't any easier to reconnect his hand than it was the stone pit. Just because it was physically connected didn't mean much. That said more about how strong his bonds were with the stone pits now rather than anything else. However, given his experience with the stone pits, he was faster. It was almost like healing his hand one little bit at a time, except instead of the physical part of his hand it was the soul part of his hand, or maybe instead of being like that, it was that. Barrett squeezed his fist, trying to feel for any lingering traces, anything he missed, then nodded. It should be good now. I believe so, Krenther agreed. Now, we'll try with you resisting. It's obviously better to not be affected to begin with. Also, you can't always be expected to reconnect things, such as your head. I imagine that would be very difficult. Barrett agreed. While a physical brain might not be completely required for everything, he wasn't so confident in his abilities that he was willing to risk it. Even if Krenther was able to recall the curse in normal circumstances, there were certain limits to what training he would do. All three of Barrett, Krenther, and Caprica gathered outside the city away from everyone else. Caprica nervously spoke, "Are you sure you want to try this? I can't necessarily control it." Barrett nodded, "If this is something the grasping hand can do, I need to be able to counter it." Barrett flicked his eyes over to Krenther, "Or he does, since he'd do better stopping it from spreading, whereas I could most just affect myself." Krenther laid a reassuring hand on Caprica, "Don't worry, I believe you'll be able to control it sufficiently. But if you don't want to, we can begin your restart on cultivation instead." Caprica shook her head, "No. I'll do it. I think. I need to see it in action. After all, who can say they won't use it against me either?" She looked at Barrett, "I want to apologize in advance. I won't really mean to harm you, but it will certainly feel like it. Are both of you ready?" After receiving their acknowledgement, Caprica seated herself cross-legged on the ground. Barrett watched as he felt her magic undergo a transformation. She was third tier, ever so close to fourth tier, and as her magic changed shape, his feeling of her did as well. Though there were no visual signs, he felt a darkness seeping out of her. It was like killing intent, but even less pleasant to feel. It was malice, the sort that only those steeped in darkness could produce. He hadn't really recognized it before, but he'd certainly felt it from Victoria, and in the curse inflicted on him. While Barrett knew Caprica had changed, for her to be able to produce this feeling still, he didn't really want to know what she had experienced. He felt her magic shift from third to fourth tier, and though she didn't immediately have the increased reserves of mana that would bring, he could feel the power of mastery as she raised her arm towards him, and he felt darkness flow over him. He let it do so, but that didn't mean he didn't resist. He didn't want to have to do this more than necessary. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 340. The darkness from Caprica's curse flowed over Barrett, and he felt it latching onto him like goo. He could feel it pulling at his body and soul, as well as stretching out towards Krenther. Barrett could have eliminated it immediately, but that wouldn't really teach him how to fight it. He allowed the spell to seep into him just slightly. He could feel it draining not only at his life, but also what little mana he had. Unlike the curse from Victoria, this one wasn't trying to kill him, or at least, that didn't seem to be its primary goal. If he allowed it to, it would drain out his life and kill him merely as a consequence of its goal to grow. To that end, it was also trying to stretch itself towards Krenther, though it seemed to recognize Caprica as something it shouldn't attack, at least for the moment. Because they had some idea of how the curse would act, Krenther had been standing a dozen meters away, well outside of where they imagined the curse could actually reach. Now he was approaching closer, he planned to learn how to combat this ability as well. If something had gone wrong and Barrett couldn't properly resist it, Krenther would have instead helped from as much of a distance as he could. Over to the side, Caprica stood with a sour look on her face. Barrett felt some of her remaining magic reach out and tug at the curse, but he could see it was now outside of her control. Perhaps if she had more experience with it, but she clearly didn't want such experience. Barrett concentrated on himself as he allowed the curse to grow just slightly more, until just past the point he thought it would have reached in a few moments of unwariness. He did have to take into account that Caprica had only just broken through to 4th tier, so if he faced a real master using the same curse he would likely have a more difficult time. However, practice facing this sort of ability was rare, and thus very valuable. This curse was even slipperier than the other, never stopping to fight him but always feeding off of him. However, it also wasn't able to conceal itself like the other. Thus, after Barrett started his efforts to actually remove it, he swiftly cornered it, and as it was in his body and soul, he had the advantage. He held tightly to his life force so it couldn't feed off of him and contain the curse before crushing it, tighter and tighter until it burst and fell apart. Barrett then carefully scraped it off of him, before making sure it dissipated entirely. Krenther had kept the bit he let spread to him more contained, and swiftly disposed of it at almost the same time as Barrett. I see. That is a problematic curse indeed, especially if it were allowed to fester on those without the means to defend themselves. Caprica merely nodded, her face blank. Krenther inclined his head, "Don't worry, we won't ask you to try again. In fact, now would be the best time. If you wish to reset your cultivation, we can disperse your remaining magic and begin the process." "Yes, we should." Caprica's throat tightened up. "I don't want this anymore." Though they weren't exactly in a secure location, nobody else was around and Barrett could serve as a guard. Barrett wasn't sure on the exact details of what happened, but he felt Krenther pulling clumps of magic off of Caprica, and it felt like he was cleaning mud off of something. Slowly, Barrett felt the magic on her fall away, not just as someone drained of mana but instead he felt the quality of her magic fade away, as he felt her tears of cultivation melt away. In the end, once she looked and felt like a normal human, Caprica actually smiled briefly before collapsing, exhausted. Caprica would have a hard road ahead of her, starting a new style of cultivation without the support of what she had before. Barrett couldn't exactly understand, but he did know there were memories he would rather leave behind. It just happened that he had a good master, so his road of cultivation was filled with more good memories than bad. Barrett didn't know anything about Caprica's master in particular, but the grasping hand certainly wouldn't have a positive and nurturing environment. Barrett had finished learning everything he could from Krenther, at least without radically changing his path. He also returned to Streeto with various notes equating to another book on talismans. Barrett found it frustrating that the laws against curse magic in Streeto would prevent people from learning how to properly defend against curses as well. He doubted that was the intention of the law, though he knew there were likely some groups taking advantage of it. That was the biggest problem with Streeto. It seemed to have been formed with good intentions, but now it was run by laws instead of any actual righteousness. Perhaps a city couldn't be perfect, but they could always be better. Barrett had first started training magic through the vein of earth magic. While he still practiced it in the context of growing the stone fruit trees, for the most part it wasn't as practical as talisman and anti-curse sorts of magic, which covered a weakness he had. Since he didn't have energy, he couldn't stop attacks before they got to his body, and while that was fine for the most part, curses and the like were tougher to deal with. While he could expend stamina to fight off most of them, preventing them from getting a hold to begin with was better. And it was another source of power to tap into, even if he was weaker in that area. However, even though his growth in magic was slow, he had been training for decades. While he hadn't focused on it as much as he perhaps should have, he was ready to break through to 3rd tier. It happened while crafting a talisman, one he planned to be giving to the sect for members who might need it to requisition. Barrett was having trouble improving the flow of mana through the talisman, when suddenly it clicked. Everything became one step easier, though it wasn't as significant of a step as breaking through from 3rd to 4th tier and becoming a master. Barrett imagined that was still a very long way off for magic, if ever, but he found his affinity for talismans and the like was decent, if not particularly impressive. However, given his overall cultivation he could obtain resources to help along his training. Of course, his body training continued as well, and soon enough he would reach 5th tier, if everything went well. He was looking forward to the possibility, and though he was fairly certain he had enough knowledge to break through when it was time, it was always better to have more varied experiences and knowledge. More travels would do him good, though he wasn't sure where he would be headed next. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 341. Barrett had a slight problem. He had no idea how he was going to move a cave. While he was quite capable of moving several tons of material, that meant he was limited to a cubic meter or 2 of solid rock, and the particular rock that made up the cave he wanted to move was heavier. Of course, people generally didn't move caves that had what they wanted in it, instead, they took the materials out. The cave in question was of course the one Reyna had found. However, even attempting to mine it could still be problematic. While the cave wasn't in any claimed territory, that meant it was easier for other groups to contest it. While Barrett could go and return with some material, he didn't relish the idea of making thousands of trips over the next decade. Though, perhaps it would be good training. However, Barrett had aspirations other than mining in his future, no matter how good he might potentially be at it. That meant he needed help. While Reyna had many abilities, mining was not among them. One person wouldn't help much anyway. While Barrett was certain that technique mattered for mining like everything else, at a certain point technique wouldn't do any good and purely strength was needed, and that the Immortal Berserker sect had much of. Of course, getting the sect involved meant giving up much of the gains, but regardless of the fact that he couldn't do everything himself, Barrett hadn't intended to keep everything to himself to begin with. Barrett had taken a single trip to get samples from the cave, partly to determine how difficult it was to actually mine out pieces, and to determine whether it really had value. In the end, it had been determined that it was a mix of taspum ore and some other ultra-hard materials. While taspum ore wasn't common in the location, there were very few if any materials that were actually restricted to a single location in the world. In the end, Barrett had organized a coalition of those from the Metal Sea and the Immortal Berserker sect. Reyna had first discovered the cave, and Barrett wasn't going to hold her to the agreement that the cave was his. He would make sure she received a fair portion, less than himself, because she obtained the technique manual with his help, but something. The Order of Four Winds itself was only minimally involved, providing some helpers to let the others traverse the valley, but their participation wasn't critical. They also wouldn't be much help in mining or carrying the products, but having a few of them around wouldn't be a bad thing. While Barrett ended up organizing the expedition, he wasn't the highest-ranking person going. There were other masters from the Immortal Berserker sect and some of them were 5th tier. In addition, Master Heikel was joining the expedition. He would be enough to dissuade most enemies from trying anything, though very few organizations would be able to quickly put together a force that could match those who were going. Though a few of those who were going had difficulty in navigating the Wind Valley on their own, there were plenty of others to support them. They reached the cave with little trouble, though some people needed to rest before they could go to work. Barrett's previous venture had been quite helpful, as they had actually managed to forge 100 mining picks of taspum during the time since he confirmed the materials. Using a portion of the taspum they had to obtain much larger quantities was a good investment. As a ceremonial gesture, Barrett was the first one to swing his pick into the wall, and he was glad that he had trained properly enough that he could break off a chunk on his first swing, however small it was. Some of those who were 3rd tier might have a hard time, but most of them were skilled miners under the employ of the Anaconi clan or the Lipika clan. Soon after, Barrett felt berserk energy and metal-type energy going to work as those around him started digging in turn. Makana, Kale's uncle, was supervising the work. While he could participate himself, one more person wouldn't make as big of a difference as watching to make sure there were no problems. While they didn't anticipate any collapses in such a solid cave, once there had been work they couldn't be certain. For his own part, Barrett managed to pick up a steady rhythm. It wasn't easy to find cracks in the walls to pry open, and making them himself took quite a bit of stamina. Thus, saving what effort he could was the best option. As he worked, Barrett listened to the sounds around him. There was a nice musical quality to the whole thing, and Barrett began to form a picture of his surroundings without actually looking around. It was an important ability to have, since he was without energy and his magical senses were somewhat lacking. It was actually more difficult to get a read on everything that was happening with so many noises echoing all over in a seemingly chaotic fashion, but that made it a good time to improve. Soon enough Barrett planned to be a 5th-tier master, and he didn't want to be lacking in any important areas. The work was very tiring, and many people could only participate for a few hours before needing to rest. However, by the end of the first day they had quite a pile of stone to sort through. They really didn't want to carry every bit of it back with them. They couldn't, in fact. Even with all of the people they had, they would still be limited in their carrying capacity. On the second day, Barrett noticed an oddity among the workers. This particular worker kept up a steady pace, not really standing out, but no matter what section they ended up on, they very consistently worked through the same amount of stone and metal over a certain amount of time. While Barrett was somewhat suspicious, the man was part of the Immortal Berserker sect. Barrett could very clearly feel berserk energy coming from him, and while things like that could be disguised, he didn't feel that was the case. Such a disguise wouldn't hold up for long. In addition, Barrett felt like he recognized him somehow, but he couldn't place the face or the exact feeling of energy. Even though he was fairly certain that things were fine, Barrett found a moment to draw aside Master Heichel and ask him. About that worker there, something is strange about him. Ah, you noticed? Master Heichel grinned, don't worry, he's safe. Or rather, he really is one of us. I know him personally. He wants to remain anonymous for the moment. Alright, Barrett nodded. However, he couldn't help but glance over at the man. Somehow, he felt like there should be a scar on the face he saw, even though the Immortal Berserker sect had sufficient medicine that none of their members had to keep any scars. However, with Master Heichel's reassurance he didn't worry about the situation, but he couldn't help but keep it in mind as an interesting mystery. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 342. It didn't take long to fill everyone up to the brim with or, even with magic bags that reduced carrying weight. They had sorted out the lower quality pieces, but that left a large amount of material. Just as they were nearly finished with their first trip, Barrett's pick broke into the wall, and he found it suddenly easy to swing. It was almost like empty space, but it was not, instead being standard sorts of rocks. From what could be seen, there was a layer of taspum ore about a few meters thick. Makana looked carefully, then shook his head. It doesn't feel natural, but if the ore was added on later, there's no way to tell. At least, I can't make the distinction. It's as much a part of the walls as anything else, but it's also rather unnatural that there would be a cave formed out of this. Normally, it would appear in veins or some such. You also mentioned the cave had magical defenses before, so it's not unreasonable that it might have been set up. It's just, it would require someone extremely proficient in earth and metal magic to make it seem this natural. That doesn't fit with someone leaving behind a wind technique. Makana shook his head. Perhaps they were assisted by someone else, or the wind mage stumbled upon a truly unlikely cave. Regardless, it shows there is a limit to what we can gather, maybe another few trips in total. However, just this time will be quite profitable. Master Heichel nodded, it was certainly worth the effort. Now then, before we go, there's one last thing to do. Master Heichel hefted his pick and looked at one of the walls. Though the hall was significant, dividing it among 2 clans and 2 sects meant the individual profit was less. It was still a worthwhile investment, but anything involving so many third-tier cultivators and even masters needed to be. It wasn't necessarily true that they would have been occupied with other missions as a whole, but there was a significant opportunity cost to the whole project. That said, it could also be counted as a bit of body training, which helped offset the time spent. No trouble was encountered on the way back, but the greatest risk would come on the second excursion. Going out with a large number of people once was an oddity, but spending more than a month away and then leaving immediately upon return would certainly draw some attention. The clans from around the Metal Sea had a much shorter trip to make, so they were away for less than half the time. As they got close to the Wind Valley, Barrett felt something. Master Heichel. Yes, I noticed them too. Master Heichel nodded. They remained far off, but be careful. Perhaps there will be an ambush ahead. Master Heichel announced the same to the rest of the group. Remember to be ready to fight, but only if necessary. We don't want to start unnecessary trouble, but if it comes for us, trouble will regret it. Barrett hadn't actually seen anything, but he'd felt fluctuations of mana go past them. As they approached the Wind Valley, he didn't feel it again, but that didn't mean there was nothing. Even the wind didn't betray the sound of any movements, though Barrett had to admit it was somewhat hard to pick up anything specific amongst the howling. Still, he knew he would have at least been able to make out anyone not particularly attempting to conceal themselves, even as far as the other end of the valley. The wind would carry some trace of their sound. That didn't prove anything, just that there weren't enemies or they were hidden. As they approached closer, Barrett recognized a third option. The sense of the others was concealed by a natural barrier, such as the walls of a cave. As they approached the cave, several figures stepped out. They all wore robes of woven metal, and the leader was an older man with a long and thin mustache and beard. He held his hands together in front of him, sleeves covering them. Halt! This cave has been claimed by the Scions of Steel. Who are you to intrude? Master Heichel stepped forward. I am Master Heichel, of the Immortal Berserker sect. Is that so? The old man stroked his chin. I have heard of the Immortal Berserker sect. Surely, you would not force out those with a prior claim. We would not, but your claim was at most a few moments ago. Otherwise, you would have noticed our claim. What do you mean? Master Heichel stepped forward. I'll show you. He walked forward with no regard for the man in front of him, forcing him to step to the side. Halt! I said we have claim to this area. Master Heichel glared at him. Even Barrett shrank back slightly. And I said we already claimed this place. Now either come see it, or be gone. The man shrank back slightly, but followed after Master Heichel. Barrett couldn't see what was going on, but he could tell well enough when shortly the group walked out past, their heads hung. Upon entering the cave, Barrett quickly came to the point where, carved into the wall, it was written, this cave and all of its contents are claimed by the Immortal Berserker sect. It was carved half a meter deep into the walls and written in large letters half the height of a person, still lingering with traces of berserk energy, and thus rather hard to miss. It was likely the Scions of Steel had only arrived a few minutes prior, and they might not have even seen the markings in that time, having just surveyed the rubble and walls around the entrance. Barrett felt some traces of mana on the wall, but no one would have been able to do anything in a short time unless they were a grandmaster. The Scions of Steel had likely hoped to profit from their endeavor, but they were not ready to face off against the coalition. Even Master Heichel alone would be enough to give them pause, since they only had a few masters and their leader was only 5th tier. Barrett supposed it was somewhat rude to think someone a tier, or at least part of a tier ahead of him was only at that level, but then again, he would be there soon and the leader was rather old and unlikely to advance to 6th tier during his lifetime. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 343. At the end of the second trip, the Alliance had mined out perhaps 90% of the taspum and other materials. It was a considerable amount, not enough to change the destinies of well-established groups like the Immortal Berserker sect, but significant nonetheless. The portion the Anaconi clan received would be extremely beneficial in their current state of recovery and growth. As for Barrett himself, he would have more taspum than he knew what to do with. Quite literally, in fact. He already had a weapon and armor, and the only thing he could think to do would be to sell it to purchase useful magical trinkets. While his equipment wasn't the best possible material, Taspum would be quite sufficient until the point where he became a grandmaster, and materials that grandmasters used were ridiculously expensive. That was expected when there were only a few hundred grandmasters in a rich city of 10 million people, and those few hundred might count groups not counted in Streeto's population as well. Barrett supposed he could get his equipment enchanted, but he wasn't sure if that would be a problem for his connection. If it broke his connection, it would be quite a setback even if he could form a new connection with extra materials he had. As for enchanting his equipment himself, he had little experience in that area, but he might get some slight benefit at a significant material cost. As the group crossed along below the southern metal sea, Barrett had been beginning to think they wouldn't run into any further trouble. That stopped when he felt people in the distance, because while they weren't on an untraveled route, a large group with what Barrett determined to be 3/6 tier cultivators wasn't a normal occurrence. "Everyone get ready for a battle," Master Heikel spoke to the group, "enemies are ahead." Barrett felt the confidence in Master Heikel's voice, though he didn't feel quite so much himself. As they approached closer, he was able to determine that the numbers were about equal, but only on the surface. Not all of the traveling group were specialized in combat, and the overall tiers weren't quite balanced. Among the 100 or so on the road ahead there were many masters of 4th and 5th tier to match those from the Immortal Berserker sect, but there were also the 3/6 tier masters and only Master Heikel to oppose them. They could attempt to retreat, but that would mean abandoning all of those below Master tier, and that was something the Immortal Berserker sect wouldn't stand for. While Barrett wasn't completely confident, that didn't mean he felt victory was impossible. It only meant that if a battle did break out, he was certain that many masters would be dying. Barrett picked out one figure rather quickly. It was the old man from the Scions of Steel. An unfortunate occurrence, but killing them in cold blood would have been inappropriate when they had no prior conflicts. However, their very presence now marked their intent to become enemies with the Immortal Berserker sect. The Scions of Steel were not the only ones there. If that was the case then it wouldn't have been much worry. The old man from the Scions of Steel seemed to be one of their highest-ranking members. Along with them were what had to be the remaining strongest members of the Makao clan, some 4th and 5th tier masters. They had to be expecting a significant victory here or they wouldn't have risked acting. The lower ranks were made up of some members of the Bakhon clan and the Heavy Blades. Quite a few of those with grudges had shown up. With just all of those, there wouldn't have been too many problems. Unfortunately, there were the 3/6 tier masters from. Barrett wasn't quite sure. He felt berserk energy coming from them, clearly not the same as the Immortal Berserker sects, but berserk energy nonetheless. Barrett started racking his brain to figure out what group they might be, but Master Heikel answered before him. "The Relentless Boulders. See that guy without a left ear? That was me. From before I went looking for you." "Oh. An old grudge then." Master Heikel had spent a decade waiting for Barrett, and it had been 2 decades since then, more or less. Well, more, but the point was the grudge was almost as old as he was, potentially older. Master Heikel began assigning people to roles. Lipika clan, begin with the lower tier berserkers and the clans. Anaconi clan, start with the Scions of Steel. Berserkers, break up into groups to support the others and watch your metal gear. Barrett, you take on that old man. Master Heikel glared at the enemies in front of them. As for me, I'll hold off those reckless boulderheads. Everyone, try to gain an early advantage and support each other, and watch out for ambushes. There might be more hiding. As the two groups neared each other, the battle inevitably began. Though no traditional arrows were launched from either side, both the Scions of Steel and Lipika clan controlled metal from a distance. The Immortal Berserkers and Anaconi clan moved out in front, though the Lipika clan wasn't far behind. Barrett wasn't in the front row, but as he passed he quickly stabbed a 3rd-tier boulder who was engaged with a member of the Anaconi clan. Barrett felt something tug at his weapon and armor, but while it was metal, it was more him than not him. He tugged back, breaking the connection with force. The old man was in the third rank, which was actually the back row. Though all of the forces involved might made these groups significantly powerful armies, the total number of people wasn't many. 100 on each side meant they could only be a 10 by 10 at most, but the lines were somewhat wider. Barrett trusted his back to his allies as he broke through the second line and dashed the remaining handful of meters towards the old man. He threw out his stone pits, and the old man deftly dodged them. Well, he wouldn't have expected a 5th-tier master to be incompetent anyway. Then, when he was just outside of the range he could stab with his spear, magical force pressed on him, hard. He was flung backwards at great velocity, and Barrett did nothing about it. It wasn't that he couldn't do anything, but instead, he was using the movement to his advantage. All of him flew backwards at great velocity, including the stone pits. Barrett had a good view of what was happening, but the old man had to dodge using his senses. Unfortunately, he'd imparted enough force into Barrett and indirectly into the stone pits that he wasn't able to completely dodge all of them. He dodged to his left and was struck in the right lower back. Barrett frowned. A little bit slower and he might have shattered the man's spine. As it was, he had to spend a significant chunk of his mana hardening his robes to keep his body intact as he was flung forward and to the side. As Barrett charged at an angle back towards him, the stone pits turned as well. The old man wouldn't be surprised by his tactics again, and while controlling Barrett's armor was difficult, the advantage in his tier was making up for it. Barrett wouldn't let him have a moment of respite, but unfortunately his plans didn't have a chance to come to fruition. Just as he was approaching the man, Barrett felt a killing intent. There was killing intent all around him, but this one was sharp, even concealed as it was. Only Barrett's many near-death experiences let him react in time, and his arm moved in front of his chest. Even though he pulled toughness into his arm and the taspum bracer, the bracer shattered having gone past its limit, as a long dagger stabbed through one side of it and Barrett's arm and out the other. The dagger still managed to pierce through Barrett's chest armor and through one rib, but not quite to his heart. The battle had suddenly become something much more lethal, with a 6th-tier silver blade showing up. He couldn't afford to hold back the slightest shred, and Barrett clenched the muscles in his arm, wrenching the dagger away from the sudden figure that had appeared in front of him. It would wreck the inside of his arm and he was already preemptively overdrafting his body, but his unexpected strength was enough to pull the dagger away and using his other hand he ripped it out and flung it far away. The silver blade would certainly have backup weapons, but not all of them would be made of something as good as that one. Barrett felt 2 more 6th-tier silver blades appear elsewhere on the battlefield, and he wondered if their preparations hadn't been quite enough. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 344. Blood dripped out of Barrett's open forearm, blood and a little bit of something else. In a way he was fortunate with how much was flowing out of his arm, but he knew a small part of the poison would make it into his body unless he carefully forced it out. However, he was unsure if he could spare the time and effort to do that. Being that he was still in the middle of battle, Barrett went with his instincts. He absolutely couldn't afford to fight a 5th-tier metal mage as well as a 6th-tier assassin. His instincts hadn't gotten him killed thus far, so he continued to follow them. He threw his spear toward the old man from the scions of steel. The spear tore through the air at a rapid pace, but the old man's mana pushed back against it. However, Barrett also charged forwards behind it. On the surface, his movements would do little good, but in practice, he added some of his own momentum as well as momentum from his stone pits, currently moving behind the old man in the same direction as his spear. Combined with the taspum resisting control naturally, the spear actually struck the old man in the gut. It didn't completely impale him as planned, but it buried a handful of centimeters into his stomach. Then Barrett let it fly back towards him, but before he could reach it he had to duck under another attack from the assassin. This time the attack was going towards his neck, but Barrett leaned away though his movements weren't quite enough. He still had to block, using his left arm again, but this time his upper arm where he still had good armor. Once again the energy supporting the attack tore through his armor, exceeding the taspum's breaking point. The dagger stabbed and sliced into his arm, tearing apart bone and muscle. For the duration of the battle, at least, his left arm would be little more than a piece of meat dangling off of his left shoulder. Barrett wasn't sure if he could take any more attacks. His injuries were greater than the expenditures of energy from this assassin. Barrett still kept track of the battlefield around him. It wouldn't do to be attacked by a third enemy. Everyone immediately around him was occupied, but a few things flickered through his head. Master Heikel's battle with the three boulders was more or less even, though from how Master Heikel's energy was flaring, he wouldn't last long. However, Master Heikel wasn't the most prominent presence on the battlefield. It wasn't one of the Silver Blades or any of the other 6th tiers either. Instead, it was the aura of a Grandmaster, one who trained in Immortal Berserker-style energy. Barrett felt the energy wash over one of the Silver Blade assassins, erasing it in a few moments. Barrett's mind flickered to the first trip to the cave, the one miner. He hadn't recognized him, but his memory retroactively pierced through the concealing makeup on the man's face. Barrett wasn't sure if his mind was just pretending to have seen the scar on the face beneath, but his senses certainly recognized Grandmaster Nur fighting. So, they weren't as unprepared as it had seemed. No wonder Master Heikel had been so confident. However, while Grandmaster Nur was a huge change in the battle's overall flow, Barrett still had to save himself. He felt the poison starting to course through him even more, but there was nothing to spare if he wanted to survive long enough for the poison to kill him. He could only see flickers of the assassin's movements, but he managed to retrieve his spear just as the next attack was coming. He managed to swing his spear to ward them off, unless they wanted to impale themselves. They instantly changed their positioning to still attack, but the attack was slower and the energy slightly less well aligned. Barrett's left arm couldn't move anymore, but it still lifted up and grabbed onto the blade of the dagger. The energy surrounding it cut into his flesh and bones, but the dagger stopped just before his eye. However, the other dagger stabbed up towards his side. Barrett tried to move to block it, but his body was held fast by the armor on it. The old man wasn't dead just yet. Barrett tried to throw himself towards that direction with all of his might. He didn't move, but as the dagger stabbed into his side, his stone pits were pulled back into the old man. He could either keep Barrett in place or dodge them, but either he chose the latter or didn't realize he needed to. They weren't metal at all, and though he could have normally sensed them anyway, the old man was now injured, and since he'd only made it to 5th tier, he was likely at the limit of his abilities. One of the stone pits impacted the back of his head, partially blocked by a passive shield of mana, but that only stopped it from completely crushing his head. As for the dagger going into Barrett's side, it went completely up to the hilt, stabbing up at an angle through his skin and muscle, slicing past a kidney and even slightly into his liver. He'd only been able to move his organs just enough to keep them somewhat intact. As the dagger started to be drawn upwards, Barrett regained unrestricted control of his metal armor and spear. He stabbed his elbow towards the assassin, forming a spike as he did so, but also shifting the armor on his chest to flow out around the dagger in his side, and the hand holding it. The assassin ducked under his elbow, but the armor clamped down around his hand and moved to crush it. The assassin's energy resisted it, while his other hand sliced through the fingers of Barrett's left hand and pulled free to stab towards his throat. Barrett felt just a tiny flash of killing intent from an unknown source before the dagger stabbed into his throat, and pierced through the skin. However, its momentum only got it that far as the arm no longer had the force of anything behind it. Neither did the other arm, in fact, as Barrett felt the flow of energy cease. The assassin staggered back, without his arms, blankly staring towards where a large axe had landed a dozen meters past him. Barrett's spear thrust out towards the man's chest, breaking through his hastily summoned energy. Unfortunately for him, a good portion of his energy had been on his daggers, before they were severed by Master Heikel's axe. His head turned around towards the rest of the battle just in time to see Master Heikel take a blow to the back of the head with a giant hammer. Master Heikel staggered forward, and grabbed a golden-skinned member of the Makeo clan to swing behind him as a weapon. Master Heikel didn't seem to be in a much better state than Barrett, but the sense of the final silver blade dying filled Barrett with confidence. They would win the battle. The blood dripping from his severed fingers and open arm and side didn't ensure him of his own survival, but he didn't stop to think about that, instead directing his stone pits to bash in the head of another scion of steel. His body wasn't really up for complicated things like attacking, or standing, or keeping his eyes open, but as he collapsed to the ground he still kept fighting. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 345. Soon enough Barrett could no longer sense any fighting. He wasn't sure if that was because it had stopped, or because his senses had faded away. At the moment, his mind wasn't thinking rationally. All he could do was vaguely hold on to his blood and tell his body to keep functioning. Poison coursed through his veins, perfectly intermingled with his blood. With the damage to one of his kidneys and his liver, his blood wasn't filtering properly, though his mind didn't really think about that. Instead, he subconsciously reached out for any source of stamina he could find. Though the battle had been short, he'd fought people he had little hope of defeating on his own, and he hadn't, really. He'd gone through all his stamina and overdrafted his body into the future. Yet, he still needed more. Where could stamina come from? Muscles. Bones. Traces remained in his armor and the stone pits, though he could barely feel them. He had no real consciousness to fight the poison, but that was inside of him too, so some of it was broken down as well. At some point he got the vague sense of nutrients entering his stomach, but those were burned through in moments. When Barrett woke up, he felt like he was in a void. He thought it might have been a dream, but his thoughts seemed too real. However, he didn't feel anything, no sensations in his limbs, no sounds coming in his ears, not even pain. He wanted to feel through his body with stamina, but he had nothing to spare for that. He couldn't open his eyes, because moving his eyelids would have been like lifting a mountain. Fortunately, his consciousness was brief. Later, he awoke again, and at least some sensations had returned. His whole body burned with pain, as if acid had eaten him away from the inside. His right side felt like it was continuously being dug out with rusty nails, and his left hand felt rather empty. At that moment, Barrett had just enough stamina to feel his body, but none to recover it. He could feel that he wasn't lying on his back, as he had thought, but instead he was being carried. Then, an unknown time later, blood. It wasn't his blood, but it was inside him, so it would be his. First, though, it had to spread out through his body, which felt like a dried-up husk. It brought with it wonderful relief, and an even greater sense of the pain that had not been able to properly make itself known. It was hard to say how long it was before he heard anything, but he recognized snippets of speech. Any more, not enough, can't absorb it. Then, a more impassioned voice, anything it takes. The voices sounded like they were underwater, or Barrett was. His hearing faded back out. Some time later, he felt another surge of vitality. It was different than the former, because at first it wasn't his, and then it chose to be his. Something about it felt familiar, but he wasn't sure quite why. After the new blood, his body started to recover rapidly. He wasn't quite sure, but he also received more food, and then what must have been hours later he awoke. He still had a hole in his side, though it had stopped bleeding, and his left hand was still missing a few fingers. His eyes opened, though not without effort. He could see somewhat familiar ceilings above him. Was he back at the Immortal Berserker sect? Had it already been 2 weeks? You're awake. Don't try to talk. A familiar voice came from above him. Shanta. Don't try to heal yourself either. Just rest. No pure body tempering stuff until I say so, alright? Barrett didn't think he could do anything anyway, but he supposed that was the point. Once he was really recovering, Barrett's body rapidly went uphill. By the next day he was awake and able to sit up. All of his normal wounds were recovered. He still had a deep stab wound in his side that had been torn apart by energy and then ravaged by poison. His body still felt weak all over, and actually, it was weaker, because he'd destroyed some of it himself. But, he was awake, and could talk. Master Heikel came to visit. He probably wouldn't have left to begin with, but he'd been kicked out. So, Barrett said, I heard you ran all the way from the southern Metals Sea to here, carrying me. In one day. Master Heichel crossed his arms and nodded, that's right. And you also gave me most of your blood. It was only half-ish. Dr. Shanta wouldn't let me give more. Master Heichel leaned forward, however, that apprentice of yours. Hayden. He gave just as much, but he did more work than me. He's not able to go on so little, and he used pure body tempering to make it fit you better. Master Heichel sat back up straight. I wish I had the confidence to do that, but I've been focusing much more on energy. Hayden did that? Barrett nodded, I see, that's why it felt familiar. Barrett looked over Master Heichel, you seem to be doing fine but... I'll recover in a few days. Master Heichel waved his hand, that kid will need a month though. A precious month he could have been using for training. Make sure to treat him well, he's a good one. Well, not that you already haven't. Barrett nodded, then looked down at his left hand. He wasn't particularly worried about trying to regrow a few fingers, but retraining them would be troublesome. He already had the rest of his body to deal with. Oh. Master Heichel pulled out a box. Once you're a little more rested, open this up. What is it? Barrett looked down at the box. It was some sort of preservation box, medicine. Master Heichel waved his hand, we already gave you whatever we could. No, these are your fingers. Dr. Shanta would have already stitched them on, but your body couldn't really handle more at the moment. Barrett laughed, ah. I didn't even think about that. Speaking of things I didn't think about, how is everyone else? How did the battle go? And you took some wounds before you ran back here. Master Heichel shook his head, if you don't think I can recover from a little crack in the skull after a day, even while sprinting, you underestimate 6th tier's immortal berserkers. Of course, you fought that 6th tier silver blade. Which you saved me from. Still counts. Anyway, for the most part. Grandmaster Noor took care of things. I'm not sure how much you remember, but our losses were much less than the rest. We would have preferred no losses, but we killed a larger force than our own. Though, they wouldn't really count as stronger unless you ignore we were the only side with a grandmaster. Barrett sighed, I didn't want to get anyone killed. I just thought the Taspum would be worth getting. Master Heichel nodded, I know. And, if it makes you feel better, we'd have been fighting those people sooner or later. Their actions gave an excuse for us to wipe them out, which will increase the stability of the Anaconi and Lipika clans as well as stopping our sect from having to worry about those silver blades. There are still a few grandmasters around somewhere, which is an unpleasant thought, but not one we can do much about. Without lower-ranking members to back them up, well, I'm not going to say they can't be a problem, but the life of cultivators is always full of danger. Now then, why don't you sleep, maybe you can see about those fingers in the morning. Barrett did want to sleep. Recovering, even if he could do it at rapid speed, was a very draining process. There was only so much stamina he could take in and expend in one day, and he'd done far more than he should have. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 346. To reattach his fingers, Barrett had to unheal part of his hand, where it had already formed a new layer of skin. It was still better than trying to regrow the fingers, because then he'd have to retrain them all over again. While anything he regrew would have a base level of toughness and such, it wouldn't be fully trained. He still had much work ahead of him for fixing his body. Besides the hole in his side he also needed to regrow the muscles that he'd cannibalized to survive. Physically, Barrett found himself much worse off for having gotten into a battle, but the experience it provided him was useful. He now knew the limit of Taspum reinforced with stamina, though that wasn't necessarily its maximum limit. Just what he had been able to do at the time. At least it had softened the blows from a 6th tier cultivator, though Barrett wasn't sure what would have happened if they had been a warrior going for direct attacks. As for the poison, he still felt the damage throughout his body, since it was the sort of thing that wouldn't heal naturally. That just meant it would take more time or manual work for him or medicines. However, the poison itself was gone. He'd eaten it just as much as he had everything else when he was in his most critical moment. He thought he could replicate that, and while he wasn't going to go out and declare he was now immune to poison, he was going to practice with whatever poisons were conveniently available, and he wondered what else he could apply the practice to. Could he absorb other people's energy, if it was inside him? He imagined he couldn't avoid taking damage, but stopping ongoing effects could be quite useful. Against active intruders like energy or mana it might take more stamina than he got, but it could theoretically be more efficient than forcing it out. Barrett wasn't sure how to thank Hayden, so he asked him. Your donation of blood, and your help transforming it to be suited to me, was very appreciated. Is there anything I can do for you? Hayden shook his head. Master Ravenhall, I was merely paying back what you did for me. I have no particular needs, but... Barrett waited a few moments. But what? Your basic resources are covered by the sect, but if you need something specific, I can help get it. Barrett pulled out a shard of metal. You want some taspum? It will be quite difficult to work with, but it might not hurt to get an early start. Ah, no, Hayden waved away Barrett's offer. I am well aware of my capabilities at the moment. Even if I were third tier it might be a bit early to attempt to attune to taspum. No, it's something else. I want to take revenge on a certain group. Hayden's face hardened. While I would like to kill them, that's not sufficient. If I wanted to do that, I'd wait to do it myself. Instead, I hope you have some contacts that might help me. I find this entire idea detestable, Einar said. What? Cheating at gambling is below you? Barrett asked. If so, you should probably have said something before we came all the way here. The three of them, Barrett, Einar, and Hayden, had come out to Sasher, specifically the city of Lakespor where Hayden had been born. It wasn't particularly far for any of them, but it did take 2 days to reach their destination at Hayden's pace. Seeing into the future isn't cheating, Einar frowned. It's being associated in any way with those who can't, but claim they can. Einar's eyes locked onto Barrett, and I can't refuse to help you because I need a favor from you in the future. Oh, what for? Barrett asked. How should I know? Einar asked. I don't need it yet. But I will. Einar's eyes flicked to Hayden. You, kid. You said these unveiled souls called themselves seers. I hadn't heard of them, so they certainly weren't much to be talked of. Yes, they charged quite a sum for their investment advice. Hayden shook his head. My family made decent profits following their advice for a year or so. Before we bought into an industry they had control over and lost everything. Well, they likely manipulated the markets for everything, but we couldn't prove that, and even if we could, it wasn't illegal. Pathetic, Einar said. Hayden shrunk away, but Einar continued. Sasher's laws are still quite inadequate. Though that will make things easier. His eyes, which Barrett felt were almost as strange as a single pair than when he had 4, moved back to Barrett. You brought money. This will require all of it. Barrett brought out everything he had with him, a significant portion of his total wealth, though what he had in equipment and other non-monetary assets was still more. This will be easy. 2 hours later they walked out of a gambling hall. So, Barrett looked over at Einar. I know you said it would be easy. Why is it that 2 hours later my pockets are empty? Einar shrugged. I underestimated your fortune, both numerically and intangibly. I had not expected it to take so long to lose everything. Barrett had trouble reading Einar. His face wasn't much more expressive when it had features other than eyes compared to when it didn't. Wait, we were supposed to lose. Of course. Nothing makes a better mark than a rich man who is unconcerned about losing a significant amount of wealth. Einar's eyes and face briefly flickered, and his other 2 eyes appeared for the briefest moment. Now is where everything begins. We will require the other valuables you have with you. Even though Barrett was a 4th-tier master, almost 5th tier, who could quickly earn resources, giving up everything he had was a bit much, and if Einar had ever steered him wrong, he would have hesitated. At least tell me whether I'm supposed to be successful this time. No, Einar shook his head, that would ruin your genuine reaction. Suspicion would be sparked, and the future would spiral out of control. Now then, Einar took Berit to a plot of land with an ancient, rotting building falling apart on it. You are going to purchase this land with some of what you have as securities. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 347. Later the same day he purchased the land, Berit discovered a fortune buried under the dilapidated mansion, and then he lost it all the day afterwards when he purchased huge amounts of a very promising medicine that turned out to be just regular grass. He wouldn't have done either of those things on his own, because purchasing random land was out of his interests, and, well, the grass was just grass. Maybe very slightly medicinal. What do I do with all this grass? Berit asked. Eat it? Burn it? Throw it away? Berit actually had more than would fit in his magic bag. It wasn't heavy, just big. Well, it wasn't exactly light either. Berit thought he looked rather stupid with a giant bundle of grass a few times larger than him, and that was just what didn't fit. Whatever you want, Einar shrugged. You can sell it to anyone who offers to buy it. Perhaps you'll make your money back. Will I or won't I? Berit observed Einar, but found no answer in his face or in the beating of his heart. At least tell me whether I should be stupid about selling this or not. No. Well, I'll make my own decisions then. It was hard for Berit to tell whether Einar's plans would really be unchanged by his actions, or if his mostly independent actions were the plan. Well, either way he was pretty sure the plan still took them around the city. Hayden, you grew up here in Lakesport, right? Want to help me learn to sell random grass? Hayden laughed. We call that lake weed, you know. You know how to sell things for a good price. I didn't say that. Berit shook his head. I'll be learning too. Either through success or failure. Fair enough, let's go. After they left Einar behind, Hayden asked, is Master Einar, is his plan really helping? You just seem to be losing money. The money doesn't matter, if the plan works. As for what it actually is, he'd never say. It would mess up the predictions. Berit slightly nodded his head, and with it at least a ton of bundled lakeweed. What I can say is he's been very effective in the past. The first shop they went to, Berit tried to sell some lakeweed, noting its theoretical medicinal properties. Of course, the locals all knew better. It was also rather difficult to sell standing outside the shop, so Hayden was the one who went in to make the pitch. Hayden came up with the idea to give some of the store owners samples to look at, but they couldn't particularly find any medicinal properties, because it wasn't really there to begin with. They let them keep the samples because, well, it at least got a few kilograms of stupid grass off of Berit. They spent all day wandering around the city, past the fishing boats and the merchant stalls and through various sections of houses. As they passed one manor in a nicer district, Hayden stopped. That used to belong to my family. Berit nodded gravely. That must be a difficult sight. Did you grow up in Streeto? Or the sect? Hayden asked. No, I was born in Ashia. My home there, burned to the ground. Oh, I'm sorry to bring it up. Hayden lowered his head. It was a long time ago, and I've gotten a good portion of my revenge already. Not all of it. But you're a master. Sometimes, people cause big trouble for those much weaker than them, for no reason at all. That's something we need to combat. Right, Hayden nodded as he tore his eyes away from his family home. Let's go. Eventually, they ended up back at the inn where they were staying. Berit stopped at the door, trying to figure out how to navigate a 1.5 meter wide, 2.5 meter tall bundle of grass through the door. He could just leave it outside on the street, but doing so felt like a waste. Then, someone approached him. Excuse me, sir. I have found myself in need of the particular grass you carry. Might I purchase that bundle? Berit's initial thought was, yes please, I'll pay you to take it, but fortunately his next thought was more sensible. Well, I actually have some intentions for it. I will gladly sell a portion of it, say 100 kilograms. For the right price, of course. The man looked a bit disappointed, perhaps 200 kilograms. Barrett pondered for a moment, at what price? The man quoted something that would actually make him a very slight profit on that portion. Barrett was tempted to just sell the man everything he had, but his instincts told him not to. Or maybe it was something about the smell of the man. It wasn't a foul odor by any means, but neither was it pleasant. It was more medicinal, or like incense, maybe. I could perhaps part with 150 kilograms. Bargaining existed for a reason, and to bargain well he had to pretend to care about what he had. They finally agreed upon 175 kilograms, which they measured at a nearby merchant's shop. Barrett was glad to sell what he did, because the man seemed to actually want it. If he'd sold to any of those he approached, well, he felt he would have done so under false pretenses of it not being worthless. Since this fellow had approached him, he was perfectly fine selling to him. Even so, he didn't sell everything. He sort of hoped the man would return with a higher offer to get more, since he'd wanted the whole bundle, though Barrett couldn't imagine what for. Instead, before he could figure out how to get his now slightly smaller bundle into the inn, he was approached by someone else. Apparently this lakeweed was worth more than he thought, and Barrett charged a slightly higher unit price for another 200 kilograms. He thought that would be the end of it, but soon enough there was another merchant. Barrett felt something was odd, but he wasn't particularly worried. Maybe they knew someone who actually wanted this for a higher price, or there really was a use for it, but if he could make back his money that was good enough. The strange thing was that they all shared some of the same scents, and though he couldn't quite place where the smell was from, he knew he recognized it. It was like having seen something out of the corner of his eye, but he couldn't quite place it. Well, at least he sort of saw where Einar's plan was going. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 348. Shortly after breakfast in the morning, Barrett was approached by another person wanting to buy the grass. He, reluctantly, sold some more of it for a yet higher price. He was glad he was able to control his body well enough that he could more or less halt automatic facial expressions when he needed it. A sort of pattern formed. Barrett noticed that he was never approached by two people at the same time, even though another buyer usually came very shortly after. The merchants were doing their best to avoid suspicion, but Barrett had the advantage of knowing he didn't actually value the lakeweed. While that might have also meant he could sell it for less, he could also sell it for more. He wasn't sure where anyone got the idea that it was valuable, but as long as they thought it was the case he planned to continue to increase his price. He gradually started taking grass out of his storage bag and adding it to the roll in between customers. He would still look like he was running out but also not suddenly have more and show how much he really had. Barrett began to see how the plan might come to fruition. Unless the people coming to him were somehow unrelated to the unveiled souls, though even then having his money back would help. That was the worst part of what was happening though, even with all of the money he was raking in, he still didn't see himself coming out ahead of where he started. Sure, he was making significant profits on just the grass, but the majority of his money had been thrown away to gambling before that. Then again, it was just money, and he didn't need to see the whole picture anyway. Presumably if he knew it, he would just be more likely to give away something important at a critical moment. He thought he saw the limit on the price he could charge when he was finally refused, with the buyer walking away empty-handed. However, he held firm on his price and even raised it just slightly when the next buyer came. He wasn't a merchant, but he was quite aware that since another buyer did come, they still wanted more. In the end, they paid the price, and Barrett kept raising it. It was actually surprising how many people they had working for them who looked decent enough to be considered a merchant. Because he would only sell so much at a time and didn't budge on that, though he did offer to sell double amounts for triple his current price, they had to continuously bring new people. In the end, he had 100 people buy from him. On the very last sale, he sadly shook his head as he handed away the last of his stock, but on the inside he was smiling. At least, until Einar returned. "I believe you are done here now." Return to that same gambling hall as before. Join the busiest table, and bet everything on the first round. Barrett sighed, well, at least it will be fast this time. He had no illusions as he walked into the gambling house. He now had even more money than he'd started with, so there was no way he was walking away with everything. Not with a big, single bet. He'd seen how reputable they were the first time, and while most cultivators wouldn't notice because of how well it was done, he could definitely say the dealers had quick hands. He didn't delay sitting down in the busiest place. It was a round of cards with a dozen players involved, and the house as well. That was a rather suspicious business model even if he hadn't seen what they did before, but they hadn't been caught yet. Maybe that was the plan, but even if he noticed something he wasn't sure how he would prove they were cheating. The first part of his hand was average, but as more cards were revealed he felt slightly more confident. Not that he could possibly end up with something good. The dealer had to know exactly what everyone had. All in. Just before the last round, Barrett placed down his bet. Sir, there's a betting limit here, the dealer said awkwardly. Barrett crossed his arms, you can't afford it. Well, the dealer said, I can't do anything but what I've been instructed. Barrett knew everything was monitored from elsewhere, and he waited another few moments as another worker rushed over and whispered in his ear. I've been informed this time we'll make an exception. The other gamblers watched eagerly, their own stakes in the round basically ignored. Barrett started pouring out an amazing pile of wealth, at least by the standards of non-cultivators, an amount of money that only masters could afford to spend, but even then, not all of them. Others walking nearby noticed the scene, and came to watch as well. The money was counted, the bet was set, and the final card was revealed. Barrett had been fully ready to leave in disappointment. There was no way he would just be allowed to win, and the dealer was a third-tier cultivator. The chances of him passing out the wrong card, well, Barrett had no idea what it was. Though, if he'd asked Einar, perhaps he would have known that the chances were 100%. Because, that was what happened. It was one thing for the dealer to do something trick with the cards and deck in his hand, it was a big step more for him to try anything once the card was placed on the table. A dozen pairs of eyes watched it intently, registering what it was, and then it was too late. However, maybe that was a trick too. Barrett had perhaps the second or third best hand in the game, perhaps the dealer could pull something off. However, he could hear the heartbeat of the dealer quicken, and certain motions of other players told something as he turned over his hand. Barrett hadn't been cheating, or even trying to read the others, since he assumed he was supposed to lose. However, as he turned over his hand the dealer couldn't reveal anything better because some of the other bettors had the starts of the best hands in the game. They wouldn't forget their own cards, and it was impossible to retrieve them from across the table. Well? Barrett gestured to the table, aren't you going to pay up? The dealer tried to keep his face at least somewhat calm looking. Oh, of course. We don't have quite this amount on hand in this facility at the moment, but we always pay what is owed. Barrett smiled. If they tried anything funny, he was willing to kill them all, but if that was the goal then he could have done that from the beginning. He knew they had at least a quarter of the money they owed him, he'd gambled away that much a few days prior, but then again, they just paid him quite a bit for worthless grass. Barrett didn't think it was possible to financially ruin an organization of their size with just the wealth of a master, but this would certainly be a big setback for them. He wondered what the next step in Einar's plan was. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 349. That's it. Einar shrugged. What? Barrett asked. That was the whole plan. Do you really expect an organization to fall apart in a single incident? Einar nodded to himself, it will take some time. However, we have pulled out the string, and the unraveling is inevitable. Hayden interjected, what do you mean? Among other things, the unveiled souls relied on that gambling house for revenue. With that incident, their confidence will be shaken. More importantly, all of that lakeweed is worthless. It won't look good for them to have spent so much on it. Why did they spend so much? Hayden asked. They had to have known it wasn't worth much, everyone did. Is that so? Einar looked at Barrett, not everyone. Maybe everyone who was raised here, but the unveiled souls moved into the area to seize an opportunity. As for why, well, the illustrious master alchemist Rochesco came into town, and wanted to buy it. Never heard of him, Barrett said. I would have been shocked if you had, Einar grinned uncharacteristically, because the man I hired never repeats a name. Anyway, Rochesco bought a few tufts of lakeweed for a large sum, and then had to go on business that would take a week. He'll be back tomorrow. That's what they think, anyway. Einar spread his hands. Anyway, the predictive capabilities of the unveiled souls will certainly be called more into question when they lose two extremely large sums of money in the span of a week. The financial hit will also throw off their ability to corner other markets they were manipulating. Einar pinched his fingers together and made a pulling motion, and the thread unravels. They have many debts, they borrow some to make more profits in the future, but suddenly they will find themselves unable to pay. They will try to minimize their losses, schemes will be cut short, properties will be sold, and other organizations that have been overshadowed will move in like wolves on a wounded deer. Properties will be sold. Hayden's eyes narrowed. Does that include my family's home? Will it? Einar tilted his head. I have no idea. I suppose that would depend on whether they still are in possession of it. However, a second-tier cultivator such as yourself shouldn't find it too hard to purchase a specific house regardless. Ah, right, Hayden looked down at himself. Everything is hard to believe. It will be easier to believe 1 month hence. Einar turned. Goodbye. Don't forget you owe me a favor. About that, Barrett followed after him for a moment. What are the details? I don't know yet. But it will be something you can accomplish. I won't burden you with something that would make us become enemies. Einar's eyes focused far off into the distance for a moment. That would be extremely foolish, regardless of our sex alliances. With that, Barrett and Hayden were left behind in Lakesport. Barrett looked to Hayden. So, what do you wish to do? I'd like to stay behind to watch what happens. It's not that I don't trust Master Einar's word, but I want to see it. Very well. However, that will take some time, so along with whatever you do to help things along, perhaps we should do some training, Barrett grinned. Barrett was quite aware that the unveiled souls would like nothing more than to get revenge on him, but while Lakesport didn't have any methods to deal with certain subtle issues cultivators got up to, Sasher as a whole had become capable of dealing with direct threats. Even so, Barrett made sure to limit his training to a reasonable amount, such that he would have the stamina to deal with any problems. It was nice to know that the city guard would avenge him if he was killed, but that wouldn't do him much good. Of course, he would have to severely exhaust himself to even give anyone in Lakesport a chance to kill him. Was it likely that they would try? Barrett didn't think so, if they had any sense of self-preservation. If they didn't attack anyone, then their lives would be safe, so they would have to be very confident in their success and subsequent escape. On the other hand, the Silver Blades had gotten away with some number of assassinations within and around Streeto itself. Nothing was impossible, but the unveiled souls were not true diviners, and rather limited in their abilities. Then again, they might not consider Barrett a physical threat. He would only appear to be a rather strong person, and not necessarily be noticed as a cultivator. Outside of training, Barrett followed Hayden around, not offering advice unless it was asked. The first things Hayden did was to tip off some of those who had been on at least moderately good terms with his own family. Some of them had some debts to or from the unveiled souls. The upcoming collapse wasn't immediately obvious, so knowing a few days earlier would help them. Despite contributing to the collapse of some of his worst enemies, Hayden didn't appear content, but rather grimly happy at best. Then again, Barrett hadn't seen any of Hayden's family in the city. He talked about them as if they were still alive, but Barrett suspected they would need to be tracked down if Hayden wanted to return them to the family home, and before that, he would have to come up with the funds to buy it. Barrett could pay for it, of course, but while he was happy to pay for training-related expenses, personal property was something else. Besides, it would mean more to Hayden if he did it himself, and he didn't ask for Barrett's help with that. After a month or so, Hayden was satisfied with the continuing downfall of the unveiled souls. They were but a shadow of their former selves, many of their members abandoned them, and a few actually ended up incarcerated for their quasi-legal activities. With the money to back them up, they couldn't avoid being investigated. Barrett didn't like that reality, but he had to live with it, until he could change it. Upon returning to the sect, Hayden immediately set out on missions to earn money. Purchasing a home in Lakesport wasn't that expensive, but purchasing a manor that wasn't technically for sale required something more, and money could afford him that opportunity. Barrett found it satisfying to see the unveiled souls had received the same sort of financial ruin they brought upon Hayden's family, but he had to admit it was a lot more complicated than just walking up and punching them all in the face. While that might not have been his preferred solution to everything, he did have to admit it was the easiest. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 350. At the end of every decade, Streeto's 5th tier tournament came once a decade. It didn't seem like that long before, but 2 decades prior Barrett had watched Master Heikel fight in the tournament. Master Heikel hadn't participated in the previous one because he had already reached 6th tier, and they didn't have a tournament for 6th tiers. Barrett could understand why. The arena's restrictions could only do so much. Either people would have to hold back, or there would be too much risk of death for no benefit. Barrett was nearly 5th tier. If he really wanted to, he could push himself to break through before the tournament, but he didn't see what the benefit would be for him. Experience fighting 5th tier masters. He had some of that and a victory under his belt. He even had fought a 6th tier master at the same time and, well, he survived. Experiencing more variety could be useful, but Barrett would rather delay breaking through to 5th tier slightly and instead just observe some battles. The 5th tier tournament was 3 rounds shorter than the 4th 8 instead of 11. Once again, that sounded like a small decrease, but the total number of matches dropped significantly. In fact, even with another half round to account for there being around 300 participants instead of an exact 256, it was a much shorter tournament than the others. Even so, it was the most attended, at least by those who could attend. Barrett learned something from every match he watched, but the one that most stood out to him was a particular match. One side was a druid, wrapped in bark and vines, and on the other side was a somewhat smaller man wielding 2 curved swords. Once the battle began, the duelist sprang forward, slicing at the druid. His attack slid off of the magically reinforced bark armor, but his momentum carried him past without slowing down. As he attacked, he shifted his weight and trajectory with ease, making it difficult to counterattack. However, the druid wasn't without recourse. Vines unfurled from around his body, menacing with spikes along their length. They spread out in front of the duelist as he dashed by, forcing him to chop at them, just to knock them out of the way, instead of attacking directly. Barrett admired the control of energy and magic from both sides, but he even more appreciated the mastery of momentum from the duelist and the attunement to the plants the druid controlled. They were still controlled with mana, but very much in tune with the user. Vines twirled and grasped at the duelist, who twisted his body to avoid being impaled, and then sliced through one of the vines to free himself. However, his freedom came at a large expenditure of energy. The vines weren't normal vines, after all. With one fewer vine to worry about, he managed several gashes in the druid's bark armor, cutting through the magical defenses, augmenting them. The duelist ran into trouble when the vine he had severed grabbed at him from the floor. It was still very much alive, but sensing the control the druid had over it was difficult. Perhaps the duelist, being closer, could have done so more easily, but he was rather occupied with actually dodging all of the attacks from the other vines instead of just observing the battle. The duelist couldn't avoid being impaled by a few of the spikes on the vines, but the fact that it happened meant he hadn't lost yet. He broke away with some quick slashes of his swords and then built up his momentum again, chopping and slicing at the druid while expertly avoiding further injury. Both sides were clearly losing strength. The druid couldn't control severed vines quite as easily, and though Barrett had no doubts he could reattach them, he didn't think that would be possible in battle. The blood loss started to get to the duelist, but before it became too much he won the match by extending the energy on his blade slightly further than Barrett and the druid he was fighting thought he could. While it was doubtless slightly weaker than along the rest of his blades, that energy would have been enough to slice through the druid's neck, cutting halfway through his armor before the restrictions brought things to a halt. Momentum and attunement to objects weren't new concepts to Barrett, as he had used them quite effectively with his stone pits in the past. However, the battle had sparked some ideas in his head. It was always possible to be better at what he did, after all. Power certainly increased with tears, but the efficiency of using the power and the techniques behind applying it were just as important. A grandmaster might not have more total energy than a few dozen second or third tier cultivators, but it wouldn't be much effort for them to defeat that many at once with significant energy to spare. Barrett settled down in the destruction chamber. While nobody would disturb him during the process, he knew people were eagerly awaiting his results. While there were over 55th tier Immortal Berserkers, it was always better to have more, and Barrett still showed the potential to reach even higher, since he was still young, not even 40 years old yet. He concentrated. He had to take destructions between tiers as seriously as a life or death fight, because they were basically that. While advancement in the Immortal Berserker technique was easy, it carried with it risks of dying, even as tiers increased. If he wasn't sufficiently prepared, he could die. In addition, he was pioneering the pure body tempering version of the Immortal Berserker technique, so he couldn't rely on the experiences of others to guide him exactly where he needed to go. As Barrett readied himself for the pain and the struggle, he thought about why he cultivated. At first, it was just to survive, to get away from his old life and eventually seek revenge. He had done that long before, and if he wanted to he could have easily settled down anywhere, back in his hometown even. It was unlikely anyone would be concerned enough with the area to upset a master, but the idea was still there. Perhaps the grasping hand would leave him alone, perhaps not. Barrett had enemies, but even if he didn't there was always the potential, and even if Barrett was able to choose his own destiny he couldn't help but think about how many people couldn't choose theirs. There was no way everyone could achieve everything they wanted, either because of conflicting desires or lack of aptitude or any number of other reasons, but Barrett wanted to support those who did things the right way. He believed there was one, even if he wasn't going to declare he had the exact formula for perfect morality. However, those who hurt others and took what they wanted just because they could without even considering other options, those who killed purely for money and those whose greed drove families to destruction, their way wasn't the right one. Others could argue all they wanted about what was right and wrong, and perhaps they might even convince Barrett on certain matters, but those who believed that there wasn't a right and wrong, were merely deceiving themselves. Most of all, Barrett wanted to move towards fairness and justice, not laws and punishment, but actual consideration of what should be done, and that included everything involved with the silver blades. Grandmaster Jostin had pushed to remove them given the chance, but while Streeto should have acted unanimously to remove what everyone knew to be a thorn in the side of the city, many had worked with them, and just because there was no easy proof of their complicity they still remained. In short, Barrett wanted to become stronger because he wanted to make the world better, and not just for himself, and not even just for people he knew. He knew he would never have the power to make everyone safe and happy, but he could at least reduce the amount of those feeding off the lives of others, literally or not. Barrett settled his mind, focused on the path to what he needed, and underwent his 10,000th destruction, nearly destroying his body to make it better. Perhaps, that was what the world needed as well. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 351. The stronger he became, the more Barrett felt the distance he still had to go. Though he'd survived against a 6th tier assassin at the peak of 4th tier, he certainly wouldn't have been able to win that fight. Barrett also understood the difficulties in growing stronger, while he had no doubt he would be able to reach 6th tier eventually, 7th tier and Grandmastery were a bit more in question. In the nearly 2 decades he'd been at the Immortal Berserker sect, no new Grandmasters had arisen. That was normal, but it still meant something. Most of the 6th tiers didn't even make the attempt to become Grandmasters, and the one Immortal Berserker Barrett knew had died in the attempt. More importantly, he now had felt how big the gap could be. Master Heikel was just 1 tier ahead of him, well, a tier and 2/3 perhaps. Still, this was the closest Barrett had ever been to his level, and he still found himself on the ground bleeding from pretty much everywhere. If he were part of any other sect, he might have thought that Master Heikel was angry at him for something with the results of their spar, but Barrett knew this was just to make him stronger. The only consolation he took from his defeat was that Master Heikel at least had to put in some effort, and that he was slowly absorbing the remaining bits of Berserk energy in his system. He wasn't sure if it was more beneficial than just training himself, but at least it would make the recovery period better. Barrett tilted his head to the side to see the fragments of Taspum around him. That was the problem it had, it was extremely durable until its breaking point, after which it could shatter. He'd just finished rebuilding his armor only to have it destroyed again. Sadly, it wasn't going to get the same benefits as he might from the experience, it was still more or less unalive, even if it reacted to his will. What's wrong? Grandmaster Noor's scarred face appeared in Barrett's vision, seemingly upside down. I just feel weak, Barrett sighed. That's the whole point, isn't it? You're never supposed to think you're the strongest. Look at me. Grandmaster Noor pointed to himself with his thumb. Would you say I'm strong? Of course. Is that so? Grandmaster Noor raised an eyebrow, then why haven't I stomped my way into the Convocation of Souls headquarters and taught them a lesson? We have plenty of reason to do so. But, we're just not strong enough. Sometimes I think, if I just break through to 8th tier, maybe that would be enough. Can you? Barrett asked. Do you know how old I am? Grandmaster Noor raised an eyebrow. 110, 20. Barrett answered from his position on the ground. Try 130. Small differences in talent make a big difference here. But also, Grandmaster Noor closed his eyes for a moment. I got scared. You, scared? It was hard for Barrett to imagine being afraid as a Grandmaster. What, you think fighting a handful of people weaker than me makes me brave? Not at all. As for why I was scared, it wasn't just for me. Even so, I'll admit that having the thought that I could live for another decade or two if I don't do anything stupid is very enticing. But it's not just for me. If I try and fail, the Immortal Berserker sect loses another Grandmaster. Barrett nodded, I understand. He carefully stood to his feet, since his body was more or less functional. Did you ever talk with Master Almher? Yes, though it was clear that pure body tempering was not for me. I have trouble with believing the impossible is possible. I think, Barrett pulled some of the Taspum shards to his hand, forming something resembling a gauntlet. Sometimes, it's probably better just to do something, and not think about it. Maybe that was just Barrett being young and stupid, or lucky. Barrett shook his head, maybe I shouldn't even be thinking about what's 2 steps ahead, and just take the next one. That could be. Master Heikel and the rest of us might have high expectations for you, but remember, so far you haven't disappointed. Even if you slip up, you'll just look like the rest of us. Grandmaster Noor smiled at Barrett. What about all those times I almost died? Almost dying. That's what we're all about here, Grandmaster Noor laughed as he walked away. Barrett was glad to feel the stone pits growing stronger with him. They were very different from himself, so they sometimes failed destructions. It was unfortunate, but that was just the way things were. After all, they were fruit and he was a human, they couldn't have true immortal bodies. Could they? No, that was a stupid thought. But, they were a part of his body, or not. It was hard to say what the distinction really was. At that point, Barrett realized he didn't really even understand how a true immortal body worked. Did his parents have it? Could it be passed on to his children? If that were the case, he could imagine some sects would push him to have children, or would have already. The Immortal Berserker sect wasn't the sort to restrict his decisions like that, but they should know. He would start with asking Master Heikel, and see where that led him. Ah, Master Ravenhall, Luther bowed his head, congratulations on your advancement. Thank you, Luther. Barrett smiled, it's been quite some time, hasn't it? 4 years. However, that makes you one of the most frequent visitors to the records. What is it you need today? I'd like to see if you have anything on true immortal bodies and the like. I'm not sure if that will be easy to find in all the records. Barrett looked through the quite large room filled with piled scrolls. Actually, that will be much easier than your previous request. The list of destructions and other regular events is quite extensive. Immortal Bodies only has a small section. Luther took Barrett through the shelves to where he pulled off a scroll from the top of a pile. This one has you, and Mistress Katia. I don't believe there are currently any other immortal bodies in the sect. In fact, I am led to believe that 2 out of 5,000 is already quite high. Barrett considered the pile of scrolls. There were only a dozen or so, but that still seemed like quite a bit. Once he opened the latest scroll, however, he noticed that it mentioned several events concerning him, most notably him joining in destructions. As Luther had said, only he and Katia had any notes for the past few decades. 100 years before there had been a Grandmaster with a Tier 2 immortal body, which would have him heal as quickly as a 6th tier immortal Berserker to begin with. These records don't mention children or anything. Indeed. There is another section dedicated to that. It is also rather small in comparison. I do believe immortal Berserkers have trouble conceiving children. Barrett looked at the few scrolls. Even if he had to cross-reference with others, it would still be easier than looking through decades of destructions and other events put together. I'd appreciate your help looking through things. I'm trying to discern if those with immortal bodies have children with them, or at least if there's a higher rate. Very well, Luther bowed his head. We can begin cross-referencing right away. I doubt I shall be needed for anything else in a short time. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 352. Even though the Immortal Berserker sect had a few hundred years of history, immortal bodies were rare enough that it only took a day's work to read through everything and determine a general pattern. Fascinating, Luther remarked. I am unsure if anyone else was aware of this particular information. Certainly, it hadn't come up in my presence. Indeed. Master Heikel told me the Immortal Berserker technique was made primarily for those with true immortal bodies. So, I expected to see larger numbers in the first generation. But, I didn't really know what to expect after that, and the tiered immortal bodies. Yes, there is no way it's a coincidence. Once you account for those coming from outside the sect, tiered immortal bodies are generally the descendants of masters or grandmasters. It made sense to Barrett that the children of those with true immortal bodies might have the same themselves, and they had determined that it was sometimes the case. However, true immortal bodies were quite different from the immortal bodies that were more generally known. Tier 1 immortal bodies recovered at 10,000 times the normal speed, whereas a true immortal body was more about the ability to recover things that normally wouldn't. Regardless, the results showed that there was a much higher chance of descendants, of grandmasters especially, having immortal bodies. There weren't really that many descendants of grandmasters among the Immortal Berserker sect. It was only a few hundred in total over many generations. There were only a few dozen immortal bodies, but approximately half of them appeared in these descendants instead of coming from outside the sect. It wasn't possible to conclude that all tiered immortal bodies were the result of cultivation, either the Immortal Berserker technique or something along the same veins, but it was clear that there was definitely an effect. As for true immortal bodies, there were only the founders and a handful of individuals throughout the centuries before Barrett, but 2 of those were descendants of those with true immortal bodies. While the discovery was interesting, Barrett didn't think it should require any changes of the Immortal Berserker sect. Those who wanted to and were able to have children already did. It was already known in general that cultivation had an effect on descendants. Dozens of generations around the Metal Sea had made the humans there quite different from elsewhere. There was no way to know if true immortal bodies had originated with cultivation, though clearly the founders of the Immortal Berserker sect had some way to determine what they were beforehand. There were some signs that could be seen, but they wouldn't necessarily be noticed if cultivation norms were followed. Troublesome scars and slow-to-heal wounds would use medicine to aid recovery. It was more likely for non-cultivators to notice, since a tooth might be lost and grow back, as long as they were around anyone who cared enough to notice and explain to them that most people only grow back teeth once, and not in the same way. Overall, the study was interesting, but it didn't tell him whether a true immortal body could be acquired. Certainly, it wasn't something that happened easily. Barrett's connection to stone pits was one thing, but Hayden had received Barrett's blood and showed no signs of a true immortal body. That made sense if it was something one was born with, unless it transferred like a disease of some sort. Barrett wished Nilima was around to question, because she'd received an entire heart from him. Did she have any traits of a true immortal body? Would the heart still function that way, or did it revert to being a normal heart? Well, it still produced berserk energy, so he imagined it would have at least retained its own ability to heal. However, he tried to make his heart suited to Nilima. He knew improperly transferred organs were often killed off by the body. It was possible he had changed it then. He knew birth factors could be intentionally changed in some circumstances, usually with magic and used on an unborn child. It was dangerous and didn't always produce the intended results even when there were no immediate issues. But Barrett couldn't help but keep going back to the stone pits. They weren't human, but they were part of him. So, in theory, he could change something. Giving them a true immortal body was unlikely, and unless he was growing a new tree he didn't expect to see any results from trying to change them. That seemed like it could be a very long project. So then, people. He didn't think attempting to change other people with pure body tempering was a good idea, but if he could figure out how to do it himself then, what? It would be very useful for the Immortal Berserker sect, or others, but there would be no way it would be easy. And, to really know how to do it for others, Barrett would have to not have a true immortal body, and then recreate it again. It was a dangerous road to even attempt. It would require significant deliberation before he would even consider actually doing it. Sometimes, pioneering a new ability was a stroke of genius and greatly beneficial to an individual or a sect, and sometimes it resulted in death or other horrible things. Barrett carefully worked on his spear and armor. While Taspam had certain limits, he could better make use of them now that he had more experience. With the right configurations he could increase the metal's breaking point, though he wasn't sure if it would be by much. Mostly, he would have to support it in battle with stamina, just like everyone else did with mana or energy for their armor. However, if its breaking point was going to be surpassed, Barrett could do something about that. By forming the right patterns, the amount of it that would shatter under any one attack could be lessened. Barrett briefly considered trying to get adamantine armor, and while it would be useful, he would have to learn a whole new method of manipulating it, if he could even attune to it with pure body tempering. Besides, adamantine had its own weaknesses. Though it was also very strong, it wasn't unbreakable. It could be punctured or bent, just like anything. It just happened that Taspam completely held its shape up to a certain threshold and then failed catastrophically, whereas adamantine and other metals of its type would have smaller failures at a lower threshold. If he wasn't able to make his own repairs, then the Taspam would be a very difficult conundrum, but as it was, he felt it suited him. In addition to forming patterns where only sections would break, Barrett started creating layers, angled differently from those above them, such that a single attack would be less likely to break through every layer. There was nothing that could be done against supremely powerful attacks except just not get hit, but that would always be the case. However, if Barrett could make the enemy less efficient, then it was quite worth the effort. In addition, the more he practiced, the more able he would be to potentially repair his armor in combat. The repairs would likely be weaker. Properly shaping his armor took significant amounts of stamina and time, but if the enemies didn't know that, then he would have an advantage. Barrett was glad he had managed to survive the catastrophic failure of his armor, partly through his own sensibly not assuming his breastplate was unbreakable and blocking with his arms, and partly through Master Heichel's aid. Barrett hoped he could give his students more chances as well, and others as well. Barrett wasn't strong enough to actually directly return Master Heichel's favor, after all, so he had to pass it on to the sect instead. Barrett also wanted to pay back other favors of those who helped him, and even if he didn't owe them anything he didn't necessarily want to stop there. Equal repayment was something even normal people could do. As a member of a righteous sect, he should do better, shouldn't he? The Immortal Berserker Chapter 353. If Barrett really wanted to change the world, he needed to get a start on it as soon as possible. Unfortunately, for some of the changes he wanted to bring about, he would need to be much stronger. He could get involved with changing policies in Streeto, but his initial investigations into that area indicated any change would be glacial, at best. Still, better to start a process that would take decades as early as possible. For more immediate results, however, Barrett looked to the other end of the spectrum, where power and official policy didn't even seem to matter. For that, he turned to the followers of the Nameless God. He didn't know of any in Streeto, which was rather disappointing, but at least the Church of Ristos wasn't particularly powerful either. They had some followers, but they didn't dictate policy. It was a relatively short trip back to Ruklua and into the city of Fanapis. Barrett made sure to change his face, though he seriously doubted there would still be anyone looking for him so many years later. While it didn't feel like quite that long to Barrett, he knew it had been a much longer time for non-cultivators. If they were healthy, they lived about half as long as those who made it to later levels of cultivation, but more years at what could be considered the prime of one's life could really throw off perception of time. Barrett was now older than his father had been, but he didn't feel like he was even close to that old. He probably should have returned earlier. Even though he'd resolved some of the immediate problems they had been facing at the time, they'd still had many issues. Just because Simon hadn't sent him another letter didn't necessarily mean things were better. He wasn't the type to ask much of anyone. Upon returning to the safe house he knew about, Barrett found it empty. He didn't have to go inside to know that was the case. If anyone had been inside, he could have heard their breathing and the beating of their heart. He would also be able to pick out any secret rooms, but there hadn't been any before, and if there were any now, they were exceptionally well hidden. Since he doubted they could afford the help of masters to hide a few rooms, Barrett had to be reconciled to the fact that there was no one. It was, truly a disappointment. Barrett had seen there was a new spire atop the cathedral of the Church of Ristos, indicating their growth in power and wealth, if not necessarily in the number of followers, was still on the rise. For them to be on the upswing and the followers of the Nameless God to have no presence at all, was truly disappointing. Was this Barrett's fault? He had come and seen how things had been. Taking on the entire city alone would have been out of his hands, and inadvisable even if he could. Still, he should have done more. Barrett recalled that the Church of Ristos had been capturing people before. It shouldn't be too hard to find where people were kept, and if it was, Barrett could tear up the city to find it. It was possible that their dungeons could resist the intrusion of a fifth-tier master, but at the very least he could destroy everything in his way until that point. Should he do it? Not at all. It was possible that such actions would spark another war between Streeto and Ruklua, and brief as the previous one had been, it was also a loss of life for no reason. His previous actions had had some legitimacy, and while they had likely caused an uproar in the city for some time, it was different from actually going around inside the city collapsing buildings. The followers of the Nameless God wouldn't want him to act that way anyway. They weren't cowards or afraid of the idea of killing, but there would be too much collateral damage that way. Besides, he couldn't even say for sure if anyone around would have been involved in whatever happened. It just so happened that it wasn't at all necessary for Barrett to break anything looking for what he wanted. Some things weren't exactly secret. Barrett looked up at the spires, including the new one. That was a good place to start looking, and while a circuitous route on the streets adjacent to the cathedral told him there weren't any dungeons there, he also noticed there were clergy moving between the cathedral and other nearby buildings. The church owned at least some of those buildings, so Barrett took a longer look around the area, gradually widening his circle. As he had come to suspect, the dungeons weren't too far away, though they weren't so immediately in the public view. After all, they still had an image to keep up. Barrett thought that would be easier if they weren't evil. They really didn't need their own dungeons when the city had some, but that was the way things were. Barrett checked the place out. Fanapis was a city that was prepared for cultivators, and the dungeon showed that. Enough guards, of high enough quality and sturdy enough materials with enough enchantments that anyone below master tier would have a very hard time escaping, even if there weren't particular precautions taken inside the cells. Not that Barrett felt much in the way of cultivators inside, there were perhaps 24 prisoners, only a handful of which had any cultivation, and only one of which was second tier. It seemed a difficult situation. While he could certainly take some chunks out of the walls, escaping the city with 24 prisoners would be quite an issue. He doubted they would let things go easily, and of course a good portion of the forces that might cause trouble were immediately available nearby. And, while Barrett doubted most if any of those incarcerated were deserving of the fate, a mass breakout would give an excuse to further increase the use of force and the capturing of whoever the Church of Ristos wanted. Barrett heard some whispered talking, and he actually recognized a voice. There were walls in the way, so he couldn't exactly make himself known to the person without being extremely loud. Unless, of course, he made things easier. The dungeons mostly went down underground, better to avoid the public eye. Barrett could use earth magic to dig nearby, but finding a hidden starting point was one bit of trouble. In addition, he could tell if he were to use magic within a few dozen meters of the dungeons, it was likely to be picked up. He studied things more carefully, though he couldn't see the actual enchantments. His senses could pick out a general layout from the way sounds echoed around, though Barrett did have to walk around somewhat suspiciously, pressing his ear to the ground. With the number of guards and the layout of the place, he couldn't guarantee a completely stealthy entrance, but he could minimize collateral damage. For the moment it was best to restrain his desires to completely wreck everything, and it wasn't like he couldn't fall back on that plan later if it came down to it. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 354. Upon surveying the prison, Barrett found magical wards that would be troublesome to deal with. It wasn't that he couldn't overpower them, but if he did so his presence would immediately become obvious. In short, the defenses were adequate enough to make things annoying. Finally, he settled on approaching things the slow way. He didn't have the right sort of skills to get an official visit, but digging his way nearby wouldn't be too hard. He wanted to get close enough to talk, and depending on the urgency of the situation he could then stage a breakout. Barrett started in a back alley a few blocks away. He dug down through the pavement into the dirt below, dumping dirt into his magic bag as he went. There was no way he could store all of the dirt on the way, but he could leave himself enough room to move and breathe while not spilling out onto the streets around him. Once he was underground, Barrett shifted a nearby crate over the top of his hole. He didn't really need to see to dig, and there wasn't really anything that could stop him. Normal dirt was no issue, and even rocks were just sliced through by his shovel. Of course, he didn't normally carry a shovel with him, and he couldn't reinforce one with energy. He could use earth magic to help, but he was worried about the wards picking up magic. Thus, he was using his spear as a shovel. Obviously that wouldn't work, but he was gradually reshaping the top end to have a wide head. It would be inconvenient if he suddenly encountered trouble, but at least it would still be sharp, more like a halberd or a glaive with the blade on the front than a spear, but not useless by any means. With a Taspum shovel, he didn't really need to worry about reinforcing it. He could easily dig through iron ore, and there wasn't anything so tough under the streets of Phanapis. Even underground, Barrett could hear those walking up above, and even in the prison a few blocks over. In contrast, nobody would be able to hear his own digging unless they had their ear pressed to the ground. If a cultivator attuned to the earth happened to walk over his tunnel they might sense it, but it was a few meters below the road so any other sort of cultivator would have to actively be looking for something. He restrained his magic, so there wasn't much of him to sense, at least not passively. Obviously, his body still existed so if any senses reached out to him they could notice him. Barrett's arms moved quickly, tossing literal tons of dirt past him, mostly filling up the tunnel except for some room for air. Because he wanted to be cautious, he spent about an hour approaching the prison cell he wanted. As far as he could tell, it was only warded against attacks, especially magic and energy. Thus, speaking through the wall wouldn't be too much trouble. He just had to pick the right volume for his intended target to hear him without being too loud. Wilt. 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 At the third increase in volume, he heard movement. Who is it? Barrett got the sense of him looking around. It's been quite some time. It's Barrett, over here beyond the wall. Just talk quietly, I can still hear you. Really? I mean, Wilt lowered his voice some, really? What are you doing there? Sneaking around, obviously. I came to visit and the safe house was empty, then I noticed you here. Should I break you out? Wah, no. Justin would get in trouble. Who is Justin? He's the guard here. We've been making good progress talking to him. I see, so you plan to have him let you go? Oh no, he can't do that. But he hadn't really heard anything we had to say. He's coming around to the idea that the Church of Ristos, at least the way it's being run, is quite evil. He can't just leave, so he has to listen to us. I see, so you're safe? Barrett asked. Well, I don't know about that. We might still get executed. That doesn't frighten you? You've changed. Well. I don't know about that. I'm still afraid of fighting. Barrett found that an odd idea. Personally, he wasn't afraid of combat at all, even if he might die. However, dying out of his control was an extremely terrifying thought. Oh. Wilt came to a realization, you went to the old safe house. Don't worry, we have more now. People kept flocking to us so we had to move. Charlotte is, in the southwest of the city now. Wilt paused, I hadn't expected to hear from you again. I was worried about you. You worried about me? I was already quite strong. I'm a master, you know. That doesn't mean I can't worry. Well, if you could, find Charlotte and tell her we're alive, for now. And tell her about Justin. I don't want her to be surprised if we send a temple guard to come visit. You're not worried it could be a trick? From him? From you? Barrett had a little bit of trouble discerning what movement Wilt made, maybe a shrug. I've experienced tricks before. I also know when people are genuinely interested. And if I'm wrong, I'll just meet face to face with God sooner. Barrett supposed it made sense. If death wasn't the end, there was no need to be afraid of it. However, it was hard to say if there really was anything. He'd had no interactions with any god, beyond their followers, and followers didn't really prove whether they existed or not. Though, if Ristos existed, Barrett didn't think his followers would be in his good graces, based on the differences between their teachings and what they actually did. Are you sure you don't want me to break you out? Barrett asked. Yes, quite. Justin would get in trouble, and even if you brought us with him it could implicate his family. Just tell Charlotte we're all right. Okay. Barrett still wanted to tear everything apart, but that would have to wait for some other day. Or maybe never, if they somehow managed to get every guard on their side one at a time. That seemed unlikely, but maybe there would be a miracle. Barrett couldn't exactly say that everything always worked out the way he expected, or even in ways that had seemed possible. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 355. With Wilt's instructions, it wasn't hard to find Charlotte's location. It wasn't a hidden location or anything, in fact, that would have made it more obvious to cultivators. It was just a building with people, or rather a series of buildings. Apartments, for the most part. Since people were expected to come in and out, it didn't really bring any notice. It also gave those who had to shelter there some more options than just huddling in a back room waiting for something. It didn't take long to find Charlotte noticeably older, though he wouldn't have expected much different from a non-cultivator. 10 years could change people quite a bit, though cultivators who generally made the largest changes to themselves were actually generally slower to change their thoughts or their looks. Of course, there were always exceptions. Barrett found Charlotte leaving one of the apartments, having just delivered food from the smell. Hello again, Charlotte. Barrett smiled, waiting to see if she would recognize him. It had only been a few days years before, but he had remembered to return his face to normal for this visit. That was the same, but besides his face and the magic bag at his waist, he expected he looked quite different. He now had Taspam armor of a different style and carried a spear instead of using an axe, or sometimes nothing. You are Barrett Ravenhall. She looked him over with a curious eye. I've heard that cultivators age slowly, but you barely look a day older. Unlike some of those around here. Barrett shrugged. Some cultivation techniques keep the body healthier. He didn't want to say that breaking through to the next tier at the optimal speed was also important. Not everyone had the same opportunities he had. Barrett couldn't say he'd had a smooth road handed to him, but instead he'd had sufficient help traversing a very bumpy road. Not that he ever had much reason to note the smoothness of a road, since he didn't travel in carriages or the like. I thought I should check in again. It's been a long time. Indeed it has. I received news of your previous success from Caprica and some of the others. Charlotte smiled. Thank you for helping them. You're welcome. How have things been here? I see the oppression from the church hasn't really gotten any better. Charlotte sighed. No, but that brings more people to us, in the end. People want something else, once they catch a glimpse of how the Church of Ristos and the city really handle things. Right, Barrett nodded seriously. I forgot to mention, I visited Wilt. Just did a little digging to talk to him outside his cell. He says things are going well. He's been doing a lot of talking with his guard, Justin. The others are also well, for the moment. Barrett crossed his arms and frowned. I didn't sense any deception, but he was very calm and seemingly unafraid of what they might do. Quite different from before. That's thanks to you, actually. You made an impression on him. He became much more inspired to actively involve himself. Charlotte sighed again, maybe a little too recklessly, but that's his choice. You say he was talking to his guard? A captive audience, basically. There aren't many who can stand up to Wilt's zeal for long, and with the way the Church of Ristos does things, a little bit of perspective and truth goes a long way. And yet they're still running the city. Barrett shook his head. Is there anything you need help with? Smuggling people out of the city? Toppling the church? Wilt already refused a prison break. To be honest, Charlotte held out her hands. We're doing quite well. We're mostly bringing in people from other cities, but if we need to move people out we have ways for that. The only thing we're really in need of at the moment, we're short a few hands cooking and serving tonight's meals. Some of the regulars have fallen sick, or are in with Wilt. But, thank you for the offer. An hour later Barrett found himself ladling stew into bowls, all laid out in a row. They were going to pass the bowls to him, but he found it easier to do that way. All he had to do was carry the pot with him. Of course, it was fresh off the fire, but that didn't mean anything to him as he held it under his arm. Quickly dipping a ladle and pouring quickly into bowls without splashing wasn't as hard or as precise as sensing an attack from an assassin or shifting his heart out of the way of a good stab, and it was nice to do something useful. Barrett remembered Simon back in Trirage, and the meals he had at Simon's house. Those were his best experiences during those months, his only good experiences, but that just made it so much more special to him. Barrett hoped no one else was in such despair as he was then, but everyone around could use some uplifted spirits. From what Charlotte said, many people had moved to Fanapis from other cities, fleeing various woes. A good meal was one thing everyone needed when displaced from their homes. Charlotte had looked surprised when Barrett offered to help, and he supposed it wasn't a strange reaction. He was a cultivator, a warrior. That was why he had first come to Fanapis before. But, not everything needed to involve fighting. In fact, if he could make the world a better place without fighting, that would be for the best. He still found there were too many things that couldn't be dealt with peacefully, and choosing not to fight didn't count. There would still be violence regardless, so using a little bit to stop the perpetrators of more violence was justified. Of course, Barrett was aware that everyone else justified their own actions in various ways, but at least he made the conscious effort to actually make himself right instead of just changing his idea of what was. Once he was done spooning out stew, Barrett sat at one of the large tables they had as well. It was nice to share a peaceful meal, and he wanted to give these people the chance to have that peace as much as possible. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 356. The Church of Ristos had 2 high priests in Phanapis, dozens of lesser priests, and hundreds of soldiers. The higher-ranking priests generally practiced some form of magic or energy cultivation. The city itself had its own guard slightly larger than the church, tending more towards the side of warriors. Barrett considered if he could kill all of their leaders. Perhaps that would be possible, but what would it accomplish? 24 people out of confinement, but his actions would certainly be blamed on the followers of the nameless god. Then what? He couldn't stay. He was seriously doubtful of his ability to defeat all of the lesser soldiers by himself, even without fighting the stronger members beforehand. Even if he did, he couldn't stay in Phanapis. Such an event would have Ruklua and the church send an army of some sort, and then he would be forced to flee if he wasn't dead already. At that point, he couldn't imagine the city would end up in a better state than it was. The problem was everyone in the city just sort of let things happen. At least back in Triridge the corruption had been somewhat more limited, and more importantly, distant from truly strong cultivators. In addition, his actions had only been for personal revenge, and not connected to anyone he was trying to protect. Thus, he had just been able to leave, and there were no targets to lash out against. Even though it wouldn't necessarily be known that he was working with the followers of the nameless god, they would be blamed regardless. And, if anyone recognized him, his actions would be connected to the Immortal Berserker sect, and while the sect would likely agree the people deserved it, that didn't mean it was a wise idea. Of course, all those thoughts were pointless, because they didn't want him to do anything like that. It was extremely frustrating to have people he wanted to kill and likely could, yet have reasons not to do so. Unfortunately, there was also nothing he could do about the problem in any other way, not without spending years in Phanapis. Charlotte and the others were handling everything of the sort better anyway. It wasn't hard to see why people were willing to join them even with the danger. They gave people what they needed, what they really needed, not just what they wanted. Food, but also shelter and sanctuary as necessary. Most importantly, a community of people who cared about them. They also practiced what they preached, and gently explained how certain others didn't do the same. There was no standing out in the streets shouting about the Church of Ristos' hypocrisy, though that was entirely justifiable and correct. It also wouldn't be the most effective. People weren't stupid, ignorant, perhaps, but the church worked to keep them that way. It wasn't strange if the soldiers from the church made them feel safe. Barrett felt safe when he saw the guards at the walls of the Immortal Berserker sect, and in a way, it was the same thing. The guards at the Immortal Berserker sect would keep Barrett safe as long as he followed their rules, and the same was true for the soldiers of Phanapis and those of the Church of Ristos. Barrett spent a lot of time musing as he moved around the city in disguise, and he didn't stop thinking when he returned to the homes and businesses and the like of the followers of the nameless god. Eventually, Charlotte came to him. "You look troubled, Barrett. Is there a problem?" Barrett crossed his arms. "No. Everything here is, well, as good as it can get anyway. The only problem is me, being useless." Charlotte smiled gently. "You are not useless here, but we are both aware this is not where your specialty lies. While we don't really have use for you here, that doesn't mean people like you aren't needed." Charlotte placed a hand on her own chest. "I might have the gift of organizing people, and I can solve conflicts or serve food, but if I were asked to cook the food, well, there's a reason I am not in the kitchens. I am not the one who keeps track of supplies, or runs security, or any of a number of other things. I certainly can't fight or create a distraction. But despite all the things I can't do, I'm not useless. Here, the roles are already filled. Fighting isn't necessary, at the moment. Many years ago, Ruklua sent an army to take over Sashur. Do you remember?" "Yes, I fought against them," Barrett nodded to himself. "I forgot again," Charlotte shook her head. "But my point is, we can accept minor injustices here as we work towards progress. However, stopping people from starting battles entirely is a lofty goal, far off or impossible. For that, people like you need to fight. Preferably, you manage that in a way to achieve the best results for people in general. Barrett replied, we targeted the leaders, the rank-and-file soldiers are mostly not at fault for the wars. Of course, those truly responsible didn't attend the battle at all. Charlotte nodded, perhaps you will have the chance later. Even if we stop wars entirely someday, warriors like you will be needed. Beasts inhabit the wilds and storms rage in the seas. That is where your talents lie. Phanapis and Ruklua might not need you at the moment, but somewhere else will. Maybe later we will. For what you can't do, you have to rely on others, and let them rely on you. Charlotte smiled, but your heart led you here. We don't need anything from you, but do you need anything from us? Barrett frowned. I don't know. He thought for a few moments. Maybe he'd already got what he needed. Then again. Streeto could use your help. While it's not so broken as Phanapis is, its laws are treated like they're more important than the reason behind them. Maybe I can change policies eventually, but I don't know if I can change the heart of the city. I see, Charlotte nodded. It is quite a large place. I believe some of us have already gone there, but though its dimensions are not large, Streeto might as well be an entire country itself. Doubtless, there could be more. I will ask around if there are any who would be willing to go. Barrett smiled briefly, thank you. As Charlotte walked away, a young man came up to her. Charlotte. I want to talk to you about something. Of course. A few minutes later, Charlotte returned to find Barrett. Tell me, Barrett, do you believe in fate or the guidance of God? Barrett breathed out slowly, that question is much more difficult for a cultivator to answer. Compared to the typical person, I'd say we believe in such things both more and less. It's hard to say what is just coincidence. Charlotte nodded knowingly. I see. Well, Barrett interrupted. Did I not mention I can hear what is said several rooms away? Barrett stroked his chin, well, I can. It didn't exactly seem private so. Ah. In that case. Barrett nodded. I did ask. If he wants to come with me as I return, I can escort him. Anyone else, too? Of course, I wouldn't mind if anyone came later as well. Barrett still wasn't sure if he believed in any god, but the god they followed here was certainly the kind he liked. Maybe the feeling the young man had that he should go to Streeto came from God, or just himself, but coincidence. Fate. Such things were strongly at play. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 357. There wasn't much special about Rylan Ferez. He wasn't tall and impressive, and his presence wasn't much to speak of. Rylan wasn't timid, but nor did he display boundless confidence. Barrett didn't know if he would have picked him, in fact, he hadn't, but someone who was willing to do what needed to be done was the most important thing. As for what was needed, that was actually hard to say. It was hard to see one person making a big difference in Streeto, but perhaps one could become 2 and then 3 and so on. Then what? Barrett wasn't sure, but if Rylan could work with those at the bottom of the cultivation ladder, and Barrett worked on the top, well, Barrett was still somewhat distant from that, but at least he had the ear of a few people. If he wasn't trying to use force, it didn't matter that he wasn't at the very top just yet, though it still made people less likely to listen. Do you know what you need to do in Streeto? Barrett asked. No, Rylan shook his head, but I can figure it out. Barrett grinned. Good enough. Barrett had hoped to get more volunteers after they started asking around, but a week passed with none. While Barrett could do most of his own training anywhere, he still had responsibilities back at the sect, especially to his students who might need his guidance. Maybe more people would come later, he hoped so. Barrett and Rylan set off toward Streeto. To Barrett it was only a short trip, but for Rylan it was likely the furthest journey he had ever experienced. They traveled at Ryland's pace, or rather that of a horse Barrett purchased for him. There were other towns and cities of Ruklua they passed on the way, but then there was a sort of empty area between Ruklua and Streeto's territory. It wasn't unsuitable to live in, and in fact could theoretically be used as farmland if nothing else, but instead it was left wild, with wild plants and grasses as well as occasional beasts living in the area. A wolf the height of a man leaped out of the tall grass towards Ryland, but Barrett stepped in front of him with his spear, impaling the beast through the heart. "You saved me!" Ryland exclaimed. "It's nothing," Barrett replied. Ryland shook his head, "Maybe to you, but a beast like that dash." Barrett cut him off. "A dire wolf is one of the weaker threats here, and they much prefer to attack stray herd animals rather than people. It was spooked by the real threats still to come. I suggest dropping to the ground." As Barrett said that, 24 arrows flew through the sky towards the pair. Barrett's spear flickered back and forth, deflecting all of the arrows that might strike Ryland or the horse. Half of the arrows struck his breastplate, but though they were coated in energy, it wasn't nearly powerful enough to pierce through, though there were a few third-tier warriors among the enemies it seemed. At the same time as he deflected, Barrett sent out his stone pits, a full handful. They tore through the grass towards the hiding figures, aiming straight at their heads. "Wait!" Ryland called out, "Don't kill them." The stone pits shattered the energy defending the 5 targets Barrett had picked, striking the heads, but with reduced force. It actually was more difficult to pull back the attacks at the last moment than gather enough momentum to kill the enemies, but Barrett was trying to work with Ryland. They would have to talk about it later. Barrett redirected the stone pits towards their next targets, but the shift in momentum had diverted his focus at a critical moment. He hadn't sensed the killing intent in time, and while Barrett was quite capable of defending himself, he wasn't positioned to defend Ryland against an attack from behind, and a very stealthy one at that. Barrett turned and saw a small dart stick into Ryland's neck. In a moment 5 more of the first attackers were down, and Barrett was behind Ryland and moving into the tall grass. It was one thing to remain hidden from him before attacking, but now that he knew where to look the enemy couldn't hide anymore. They quite excellently hid their presence, not a hint of energy or magic leaked out, and Barrett was quite sure magical senses would have slipped over them. However, Barrett could hear the wind blowing against the stalks of grass, and a human-shaped opening in them formed in his mental picture. It was difficult to focus on at the same time as what was happening with the archers, but what was the point of being a master if he couldn't do a little multitasking? Besides, once he knew the location it was easy enough to use his eyes to pick out the irregularities in front of him. Barrett leaped forward, covering a dozen meters in a fraction of a second. His spear stabbed straight towards the heart of the man who had poisoned Ryland. "Don't kill them," Ryland's voice painfully called out even as he fell out of the saddle. Barrett forcefully redirected his attack, merely scraping through the energy defending the hidden assailant's ribs, the force of his attack sending them back into the side. As far as Barrett could tell, Ryland wasn't even conscious, and being a normal person, the poison would kill him in a few moments. His stone pits flicked into a few more distant archers, like sweeping a leg across their faces, just a very long, disconnected leg. Barrett saw the assassin pull out a vial. He held it above his head and looked down, making as if to throw it. Barrett was instantly moving forward, but couldn't reach them in time. Then, their arms stopped, and they gently tossed the vial to Barrett. "It's antidote. You have maybe 5 seconds to get that on the wound and in his mouth." Barrett caught it and sprinted towards Ryland. His heart had already stopped, so even if it was more poison, it wouldn't matter. He yanked out the needle, splashing some of the contents of the vial directly into the hole and then pouring the rest into Ryland's throat, stroking the outside to force him to swallow. A careful slap shocked his heart to make it start again, though it only beat a few times before stopping again. Barrett did it once more, and Ryland's heart actually caught onto what it was supposed to do, and his lungs suddenly took a deep breath. He was still unconscious, like most of the ambushers, but he didn't seem as if he would immediately die. Barrett stood and turned towards the assassin. "You're still here?" Barrett narrowed his eyes. Aren't you Silverblade? He recognized a few of the details, placement of daggers on the waist and locations of poison vials on the belt, among other things. I thought your type didn't carry antidotes. The assassin shrugged. If I were a Silverblade, would say that is indeed the official policy. I would also remark that some people like to have assurance. Fine. Why didn't you run while I was distracted? The man closed his eyes and frowned. I have no idea. Damn, how did I? He looked sincere in his confusion. Hey, look, you spared me already, and that guy is probably not even going to die. Maybe just let me go. I can certainly spare you, but he didn't ask for me to let you go. Barrett stood up and readied his spear. The assassin held up his hands. Whoa, I get it. There's no way I get away now. Barrett pinched the head of his spear, ripping of a sliver which he flicked towards the assassin, which sliced away his belt, dropping the vials and his daggers to the ground. Great, how about you slowly walk out onto the road so I can keep better track of you? Barrett wasn't sure what he was supposed to do with 25 captives. He sure as hell wasn't going to just let them go, but he also wasn't going to kill them, though he was going to have a serious talk with Rylan when he woke up. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 358. While the antidote seemed to work, it didn't immediately erase the damage already done to Rylan. However, he was unconscious and stable, and that would have to be good enough. Along with Rylan, there were quite a few others who were unconscious. He wasn't just going to leave them to attack another group, but he couldn't kill them either. At least, not at the moment. There was also one conscious assassin. Finally, Barrett just started piling the unconscious people in a pyramid. Even a normal person could stand to have a few others on top of them, so they would be fine. Rylan was placed on the very top, because he was in the worst condition, the weakest, and frankly, he was the only one Barrett cared about. It was very awkward to pick up the stack, but Barrett managed by turning people on their side so they took up less space. Barrett looked at the assassin and pointed with his foot. Let's get walking. We'll get to find out why you're alive soon enough. What's your name, anyway? George. The assassin's eyes flicked about. I hope we're not going too far this way. If I'm going to die anyway. Barrett shook his head. It'll be fine. You're from the Silver Blades, right? Don't worry, I would have killed you already if I was planning to. As long as you don't try anything stupid, you'll be fine. How can you tell? I've fought so many of you guys now. If I couldn't tell just by the way you walked, I'd be pretty pathetic. George narrowed his eyes, getting a good look at Barrett. Wait, are you Barrett Ravenhall? I heard you caused all of this. Barrett shrugged. You're the ones who cheated in the arena. Twice. Grandmaster Jostin was not happy. Well, I didn't really have anything to do with it. Obviously not. The higher-ups would have been the ones who made the decisions. So, how did the Silver Blades get poisons and stuff into the city? We didn't. We left them outside. I'm sure you did, but what about those who actually worked in the city? No guesses? George shrugged. I never needed to know, so, nobody said anything. I would just bet on knowing some guards. Right. Barrett nodded. That's the easy way. There wasn't much else for anyone to say for some time. Eventually, Rylan woke up, and Barrett helped him get down from the pile. The others were all in states of semi-consciousness at best, but they wouldn't die at the very least. How do you feel, Rylan? Ugh, Rylan shook his head slightly. That sounds about right, George nodded seriously. It will likely take some time to recover. Barrett looked at Rylan closely, regretting telling me to let these guys live. No. Rylan started to shake his head, but it obviously hurt. I don't. So, why did you ask me? I hope we're not just going to let them go. Everyone deserves a second chance. Besides, I think, this might be why I'm here. Speaking 2 full sentences seemed to exhaust him, and Rylan clearly couldn't stay conscious much longer, but it was late enough to actually set up for the night. So, Barrett looked towards George. You guys have a hidden camp or? George held up a magic bag he had. Just a bunch of bedrolls and stuff. In the morning, everyone ate various forms of boring rations, mostly dried fruits and meat. Rylan was actually able to stand up on his own some, but he really wasn't up for full walking. You two dash, Barrett pointed to 2 of the bowmen. Help him walk. Barrett could have carried Rylan himself, but Rylan didn't want that. However, he obviously couldn't walk on his own. As they walked, Rylan talked to those around him, especially the 2 keeping him upright. He didn't really say much, he just talked about the community back in Fan Apis and what they'd heard from other cities, how people were helping each other out. He didn't mention any of the people trying to kill them, not even the fact that the very people around him had just tried it. To Barrett's surprise, they seemed shocked. Barrett didn't really think there was anything new being said, but the idea that people might just help each other out seemed entirely new to them. Perhaps it was that it was said by someone powerless. Besides the fact that he could barely walk, Rylan wasn't a cultivator at all. Around Streeto, that meant he couldn't do much of anything. George frowned as he walked near Barrett. He's far too happy for a man who almost just died. Barrett shrugged. Some people take nearly dying differently, but I can say even if it was me, I wouldn't be particularly happy if I was still around those who tried to do it. You can just kill us now, you know. We don't have any secrets to give up. Yeah. Barrett swung his spear up to stop at George's throat. I could. But Rylan would be disappointed. And his God. Are you not a believer in the same God? If not, why did you listen to him? Barrett replied, maybe I just want the world to be a better place. George waited. That didn't really answer my question. Over the next few days of travel, as they drew closer to Streeto, all of those involved apologized to Rylan, and to Barrett. Barrett could have been cynical and said they didn't feel it, but from what he could tell they were sincere. Besides, it wasn't like they had even asked for an apology. Barrett had said he wouldn't kill them, and hadn't. They could certainly still have been intimidated by the potential for Barrett to kill them all, but it almost seemed like they'd forgotten their earlier conflict. Many of them grew up on the streets of Streeto. In theory, the whole city was safe. In practice, there were places that guards didn't really pay attention to. Besides, fear for your physical safety wasn't necessarily the biggest concern. Streeto had plenty of food, but that didn't mean everyone could afford it, and with cultivators watching everything, it wasn't possible to steal it when necessary. Barrett didn't have the same experiences they did, but he sympathized with the despair and hunger they spoke of. Of course, they were all cultivators now, so there wasn't any chance of them starving to death, but they could still be at the bottom of the social structure. Rylan struck up conversations with everyone, and Barrett couldn't help but share some of his own experiences. By the time they arrived outside the Immortal Berserker sect, he had almost forgotten they tried to kill Rylan. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 359. When Barrett realized he was about to bring a silver blade into the Immortal Berserker sect's domain, he had to stop and check himself for magical enchantments. When he didn't find anything, he found himself even more confused. It was a crazy thing to do, but he found himself unconcerned about that. Ironically, he was concerned about not being concerned, but he couldn't find anything wrong with himself. He just felt a sense of peace about it. For his part, George had been extremely compliant. Barrett found it slightly hard to believe that a silver blade could change so rapidly, but then again, Caprica was an example of someone who was very different. There was also nothing that said George and the others hadn't been considering a change in their lives before he arrived, and Barrett and Rylan were just the catalysts. Barrett didn't believe he was under any sort of strange enchantment, but he still reported to Master Heikel. Bringing former enemies into the sect still required slightly more authority than he had on his own. Especially if one of them was a master assassin. Master Heikel crossed his arms, looking at Barrett and George alternately. Barrett felt Master Heichel's berserk energy wash over him, sensing him. He did the same for George. I knew you were a crazy kid, but this, are you sure? Yes, Barrett nodded. It wasn't clear. Why? He was sure, but he was. Master Heichel's eyes focused on George, and even Barrett wanted to shrink a step back, and... You know what happens if you step out of line here, right? I die. George asked. I could make up some stupid lie in an attempt to make you favor me more, but I don't think I would even be able to voice it right now. George looked like he was barely managing to stand with his back straight in the face of Master Heichel's gaze. But, I'm sure you'll believe me when I say I don't want to die. I'm no longer loyal to the Silver Blades, since I've found no reason to believe they were ever loyal to me anyway. I swear not to cause any trouble here. All right. You can stay for now. Master Heichel turned and walked off. As soon as Master Heichel's back was turned, Barrett saw sweat coat George's skin. He wasn't sure if he was somehow keeping it in or if his body had been too afraid to sweat. George was breathing heavily, like he had just run 10 kilometers, or maybe a few hundred, since he was a cultivator. Barrett arranged for Rylan and most of the others to enter Streeto. Rylan wanted to bring George along as well, but he still felt like a silver blade, and Barrett couldn't reasonably sponsor him. As for why Rylan didn't stay in the Immortal Berserker sect for more than a few days, his answer was simple. Nobody here needs me. Barrett found that quite true. The Immortal Berserker sect did a good job taking care of their own, which included everyone who lived in the sect, Immortal Berserker, guest cultivators, and non-cultivators alike. The same wasn't true for Streeto as a whole, and especially not the 5 million person city itself that towered in the distance. Rylan had looked towards the city wistfully, having walked through those streets just briefly. I know there are so many who need just something. Streeto was a rich city, but based on the experiences of George and the others, the most poor didn't necessarily have access to the overly plentiful food. There wasn't much Barrett could do about that. How many people could he afford to feed every day? 100? 1,000? That wasn't an irrelevant impact, but it wouldn't really fix the core problems. Besides, Barrett mostly dispassionately paying for food for that many people wouldn't make as much difference as sitting down for a meal with a handful of people. However, Barrett had other things to do. Recalling Simon's impact on him, he couldn't necessarily say what he had to do was more important, but it was something fewer people were capable of. Meanwhile, Rylan was well suited to the task. It didn't take long for Rylan to transform the 24 roadside bandits into cooks and servers and those going out to find people to actually invite for meals. The most impressive part was none of that happened under duress of any sort. Rylan's passion and their own experiences had driven them to want to help him. Barrett paid to rent a building that had enough room to put tables for 100 people, and kitchens nearby where they could cook huge pots of food. Granted, it was mostly staple foods such as rice and grains, but there were just enough additions to make tasty meals. Not luxurious, especially since none of those involved were actually good cooks, but it had just enough flavor to bring a smile to people's eyes when they ate it. The first week, only 20 people showed up. People were understandably suspicious about thuggish-looking men going into back alleys and inviting people for a meal with no strings attached. The second week there were 50 additional participants, and the third week there were 200 people crammed in a space much too small to fit them. Barrett was glad he attended in person so he could go buy additional supplies for everyone. By the end of the month, they had to move to a larger facility, and Barrett became worried about whether his finances could keep up. Barrett suggested asking the management of Streeto if they could help somehow, but Rylan rejected that idea. We do need help. However, with the way you talk about how Streeto is managed, no matter how much they contribute it wouldn't matter. If we feed twice as many people without an ounce of care in our souls, does it matter? Rylan shook his head. They would wish to control everything. However, we can certainly ask for donations, and accept whatever God provides. Barrett pondered that thought. Could it be considered God providing if people were the ones who gave everything? Barrett decided it could, because he knew people, and people weren't generous. Not inherently, anyway. However, it was something that could be taught. When they received their first donation of food, grain that was a bit stale but far from going bad, Barrett was slightly disappointed. However, Rylan was ecstatic. They both saw the same thing, but had quite different reactions. Barrett wondered if his expectations were too high, Rylan's were too low, or if there was something else different entirely. Perhaps that was why he'd needed Rylan, because as a cultivator he couldn't just accept things as they were but instead only as what he wanted them to be. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 360. Sometimes, just feeding people was enough to get them out of a rough spot. Not everyone wanted to share their experiences, and not everyone who shared actually wanted help dealing with their problems. When nobody had been able to do anything more for Barrett, that sense of caring had been enough to keep him going. On the other hand, sometimes people needed more. Just keeping people technically alive wasn't always good enough, and they might not be able to solve their problems on their own. Even Barrett couldn't say he'd done that. Simon had helped him get past the worst, and then Master Heikel had given him the tools to take care of himself. Sometimes, people just needed a job. Streeto was a big city, 5 million people and growing. Jobs were plentiful, but people who could do those jobs were as well. It wasn't always possible to find a job that you qualified for. As for how to become qualified, working a similar job or getting training were necessary, and training wasn't free. Those who had skills already were easier to deal with. Einar usually found a job and a person who matched fairly quickly, or someone who was willing to work an apprenticeship of sorts. Sometimes, they needed to move to a closer place. Streeto was 15 kilometers in each direction, after all. For non-cultivators, crossing the entire city could take all day, and they couldn't afford to hire faster transportation. Apartments in the right area could be expensive, even modest ones, and that required financial help from someone. Things weren't yet well established enough that there were any apartment managers willing to donate part of their business. Barrett wasn't sure if things would ever reach that point, but he could see Einar accomplishing that. Jobs were good. Financial stability could solve a wide variety of problems, but that could only go so far. Streeto was a city of cultivators, and that brought with it cultivator problems. Some people had fled to the safety of Streeto from elsewhere, only to find themselves just barely able to get by. They would almost certainly not be killed in Streeto, which was a far step below the safety Streeto promised, but Barrett had almost been killed on his first day in the city, so he understood how things really worked. That said, even if people weren't necessarily in danger of being killed, living in fear stuck in Streeto was not a better prospect. For those who wanted to remain independent cultivators instead of joining up with a larger group, Barrett was able to provide basic guidance. He was familiar enough with magic to provide guidance to first and second tier cultivators, and of course he had very briefly been a master energy cultivator. Many people could use some very basic levels of body tempering, even those just going to normal jobs, but pure body tempering wasn't someone most people wanted or needed to get involved with. Barrett also recommended people to various groups he thought they would be suited for. It wasn't only allied sects, but any that had reasonable practices and best suited what people wanted and could actually accomplish. He only brought a very small number of cultivators to the Immortal Berserker sect. It wasn't that they couldn't join if they wanted to, but rather that if they didn't have the need, the Immortal Berserker style wasn't worth the risk. After all, most techniques didn't start off with a significant chance of death before even reaching first tier. Outside of working with Rylan and the other followers of the Nameless God, Barrett continued his own training as well as working with his students. The Vitality Pear tree was just starting to produce fruit, and they would be able to see how well it could assist the recovery of pure body temperers. If it assisted recovering injuries without the side effects of other medicines, it could be very useful, but since it quickly lost its potency when exposed to energy or magic, its uses were limited. Barrett immersed himself in other parts of Streeto than what Rylan was dealing with. Changing the world was a bit out of his grasp at the moment. Changing Streeto might be too much of a reach at the moment, but if he waited until he was stronger without studying Streeto, then it might be too late. It wasn't quite the same as cultivation, but having more long-term experience in a field of study was always a good thing. He was already quite familiar with the relationships of the stronger factions throughout the city, one part of which was the Immortal Berserker sect and various allies. Grandmaster Jostin ran the arena, and though he didn't directly control a faction, he had significant sway in Streeto's politics. The city guard was under control of the city council, but the captains of the guard had more direct involvement in their function. The guards themselves were from all different factions. There were probably many relationships he didn't know about, but Barrett couldn't help but pause his thoughts on one particular group. The Majestic Invokers Circle were the primary caretakers of the arena's restrictions, with a long history of success. Barrett had to admit he'd had no complaints about the functioning of the barriers and its theoretically impartial judgment of victories and defeats, except for a pair of incidents. He hadn't considered it since he'd been new to Streeto at the time, but he'd been in a duel to the death with a silver blade pretty much immediately. He hadn't known about the arena's restrictions, and of course he hadn't expected them to prevent anything in a death match, but the arena restrictions weren't just supposed to apply to combatants in the arena. The old woman from the Silver Blades had interfered in the match with poison-throwing needles, and she hadn't been high enough rank that she should have been able to break through the restrictions without anyone noticing. It was possible they just weren't activated at all, but in theory they should have been. It was rather impossible to investigate an incident like that more than 2 decades prior, but at least there should have been some records of the match, and the judgment restricting the Silver Blades' activities for their cheating. However, that hadn't been the only incident in the arena where the restrictions didn't function correctly, and the second one also involved the Silver Blades. The whole catalyst to their downfall had involved at least some tampering with the arena's restrictions, both to allow Victoria to enter the arena with her real identity undetected, and to allow her curse to function on Barrett during the match. The restrictions would have likely allowed him to die, and that would have been deemed an error, but such errors happened. Barrett knew that, but what he didn't know was whether any of them were accidents. In theory, those responsible for that incident had been punished, probably killed, but the Majestic Invokers Circle was still in charge of the arena's restrictions. Barrett hadn't experienced further problems, but that didn't mean they weren't more in cahoots with the Silver Blades than 1 or 2 bad actors. Of course, he wasn't going to make those accusations without proof, but he was going to look into it. With help, of course, because Barrett was aware he wasn't the most subtle about things the way he liked to act. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 361. Master Aaron Decca had been part of the group of cultivators who traveled to the center of the bicentennial conflux with intentions to advance. If he had been successful, the Immortal Berserker sect would have had another Grandmaster. Unfortunately, he failed. It hadn't resulted in his death, but it had set him back a good number of years. Barrett hadn't taken much note of the incident, mostly because at the current time he had been dying and thus not particularly aware of what was happening. Even during that event, Barrett hadn't had much interaction with him. Thus, he was somewhat surprised to have Master Decca approach him with a mission request. As Master Decca explained the mission, the reasons became more clear. Far to the north lie the jungles of Dryazel. They are full of poisonous plants and venomous beasts. Barrett had heard of the area, but only in passing. Dryazel really was quite some distance away, several times as far as the furthest habitation around the southern Metal Sea. I am planning a journey there, because Dr. Stieber went on a journey there and never returned. Because of your history with him and his apprentice Shanta, I thought it would be appropriate to invite you to the mission. I see. What is the anticipated danger level? Potentially very high. Stieber is no weakling himself. As his skills are much desired, much importance has been placed on this mission. Grandmaster Zhu Bin will be participating, but individual danger will still exist because of the jungle itself. Depending on the circumstances, there may be conflicts with other cultivators, but the situation is unclear. What about Shanta, is she coming? Dr. Delgado was pursuing the same objective as Dr. Stieber. They likely find themselves in the same circumstances. They are both quite capable, but the fact that they have remained out of contact for so long is worrying. Master Decca crossed his arms. If they weren't usually so consistent we may not have noticed, but I had been promised a visit by Dr. Stieber to help resolve the last of my issues from my failed advancement. Barrett could feel Master Decca's energy. It was at the very height of 6th tier, which meant once the issues were resolved, whatever they were, he could once again attempt to break through to the Grandmaster level. His success would be a very good thing for the Immortal Berserker sect, and of course Dr. Stieber and Shanta's lives mattered to Barrett as well. I'll join. Very well. We plan to leave tomorrow. Delaying in the current circumstances would be unwise, if they have faced any danger. It may already be too late. It was a bit of a sudden thing, but Barrett didn't have anything tying him down. He was aware missions might come up after all. His students didn't need him around at every moment, and Ryland could handle his affairs just fine without Barrett. Barrett really just provided money, and Ryland was responsible with what he was given. Perhaps they wouldn't be able to expand as much, but then again, it might be better if they didn't need to rely on Barrett, even though Barrett was always glad to help them out. The final group of those going on the expedition was rather impressive. Grandmaster Zhu Bin was a significant force all on his own. Along with him, there were 4 6th-tier masters. Master Heikel was going on the mission as well, along with Mistress Severin of the Order of Four Winds and Mistress Ismini of the 4th Iseers. Then there was Master Decca himself. Barrett also knew the other 2 5th-tier masters, Reyna and Einar. Most of you have some connection to Dr. Stieber, Grandmaster Zhu Bin explained, since he was the most prominent figure of the group and would be in charge. The 2 4th Iseers are here for the purposes of helping us find him, or at least what happened to him. Master Uavanalis of the Crystal Palace sends his regrets that he cannot participate, but he notes that the jungles of Dryazel aren't an optimal location for his abilities regardless. Bringing more people might have made their group stronger, or it might not have. Of course any 5th or 6th tier masters would have been a boon to their group, but anyone below that would slow them down. With their current participants, Einar and Mistress Ismini were the slowest, though that was only in relative terms. It wasn't fair to compare them to immortal berserkers in terms of physical fitness, and those from the Order of Four Winds were able to make their own travel quicker. Because the group would be heading out into the jungle, the options for mounts were limited and there were very few who could keep up with masters without being prohibitively expensive. I hope Shanta is okay. Reyna found an opportunity to converse with Barrett as they traveled. Barrett nodded. I do too. She's saved my life several times. Reyna smiled. I don't usually get quite so close to death, but she is quite talented at stitching people up in a way that doesn't scar or restrict cultivation progress. Reyna turned to Einar who was also nearby. You're a diviner, right? Have you had any visions about this mission? Einar took a moment to think, then spoke carefully. I predict trials and tribulations, along with massive headaches. Einar narrowed his eyes and looked at Barrett. Because he's here. But I've had no divinations. Reyna laughed, right? Barrett always manages to find trouble. But, he's also good at pulling other people out of it. It was a long road to Dryazel, partly because there weren't actually roads the whole way. Even if everything went well, it would take the group several weeks to arrive. Barrett was glad they would be passing significantly to the east of the Hopeless Heights, because he didn't really want to make such a climb again. As it was, they would have to watch out for giant eagles and other mountain beasts as they moved through a different part of the range, fortunately with fewer sheer cliffs and gravity distortions. As a 5th-tier cultivator in a group with 6th and 7th-tier cultivators, Barrett could have left everything to them, but there wasn't much point in being a cultivator if he was going to let everyone else solve his problems. Reyna and Einar were along for their own sakes as well, though it wasn't as if they wouldn't have something to contribute to battles either. Just because Master Heikel was 6th tier didn't mean he would never need Barrett's help, and in fact, Barrett was the closest to Master Heikel's power that he had ever been. That made sense, of course, since the earlier parts of cultivation were quicker, but the point was the gulf between them wasn't so significant as it once was. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 362. As they were passing through the mountains on what could only be charitably called a road, Einar sighed and suddenly jumped forward and to his right. As he did so, a giant spike of stone 3 meters long, perhaps more like a pillar, slammed into the ground where he had been standing. Another stone spike of similar size landed near Reyna, who gracefully floated out of the way. Barrett felt insulted that the third spike was aimed not at himself but at Mistress Ismene, who didn't look like she had dodged at all. Had she imperceptibly sped up her walking pace earlier, or had the attack just missed? As for where the spikes of stone came from, well, the easy answer was the sky. The more complicated answer was something in the sky. Giant birds, if what Barrett saw through the cloud cover was correct. Not that it was easy to pick them out through the clouds, since the clouds were thick and several kilometers away. It took trained eyes to pick out even very distorted shadows. Barrett's first indication of the attack had been the sound, since fortunately the speed of the projectiles hadn't exceeded supersonic levels. Even though they couldn't change trajectory, they had still moved speedily enough that lesser cultivators could easily have been hit and killed. Barrett crossed his arms and thought. He didn't have anything that could attack several kilometers into the sky, but on the other hand the giant birds flying above couldn't exactly carry a large number of stone pillars at once. From what Barrett could tell, they were flying back into the mountains, though he couldn't tell if they were giving up or retrieving more ammunition. Thoughts? Barrett looked at Reyna and Einar. The other masters could likely handle the problem on their own, or at the very least they wouldn't be in any danger. Thus, they would leave things to the 5th-tier masters who had the most still to grow. I have no attacks that can reach that height, Einar stated. I noticed they didn't even bother attacking you, Reyna grinned snarkily. She knew Barrett well enough that she could tease him with not being a worthy target. Barrett shrugged, well, there are many of us here. Or maybe they lock onto energy or mana as a target. I suppose it could be something like that, Reyna nodded. I could potentially reach that high, but I would rather not fight birds in the air. Not when I'm using most of my efforts just to stay afloat. Then we just move on. Barrett confirmed. I don't see any reason we have to kill these things for protecting their territory. Or hunting for food, or whatever. Nobody lives near here, right? Einar shook his head, there are no cities in these mountains. They would only prey on the local fauna and unqualified travelers. Barrett frowned, there is something to be said about making travel safer, but finding their nests could take quite a bit of time. Other than that, I don't see much way to fight them from that distance. They have gravity on their side, and even if I throw Reyna I can only save her a bit of mana. Reyna thought for a few moments, we should try that. Not to fight them, but to see how much it helps. Alright, how hard do you want me to throw you? Barrett asked. As hard as you can. Barrett nodded. Alright. Make sure to reinforce yourself with energy. Barrett took a wide stance, stomping the ground and sinking his feet in, compressing the dirt beneath. Then he held out his hands parallel in front of him, half crouching. He made a motion with his body going up, it will take about that long, if you push off as well. Reyna nodded, then stood on his outstretched hands. As he moved, she jumped and was flung into the air. 10, 20, 30, 50 meters high. Then she reached her peak and started gently floating to the ground faster than a safe fall for non-cultivators, but much slower than gravity would have normally allowed. Reyna slowed at the end, not even kicking up dust as her shoes touched the ground, her clothes gently fluttering to a resting position with her. Not bad. One more time. I want to try something. Barrett knew his contribution would be the same, but he readied himself once again, and as Reyna flew into the air he could feel the difference. Instead of just letting herself be flung through the air, Reyna was splitting the air in front of her. Air resistance was a great limiting factor at the speed she had reached, so with that reduced she reached close to 100 meters in the air before returning to the ground. Not bad at all. If I propelled myself as well, I could quickly reach a great height. Still a bit impractical for this situation though. Barrett nodded. That sounds about right. He looked over at Einar. You want to try? No, Einar shook his head. Are you sure? Barrett prompted. Maybe just once. Throughout that day's travels, there were several more attacks by the same giant birds, always traveling behind the cover of clouds, so they were hard to pick out. Energy and magic weren't particularly capable of sensing clearly at such a distance. However, once people knew to be watching out for them, their size made them noticeable at earlier points. Barrett presumed that Master Heikel and the others had noticed them earlier and judged it was best to let Barrett and the others react on their own. Everyone kept a certain level of defenses up at all times: energy, magic, or in Barrett's case just his armor in his body, so it wasn't as if they would have died. Eventually, the attacks stopped either because they were far enough away from the patrolled territory or they had been determined not worth hunting. As they moved towards Dryazel, the amount of civilization would decrease, and dangerous monsters would become more plentiful. It was not an area that non-cultivators could survive to form a city. Even if nothing had actually caused harm to Drs. Stieber and Shanta, Barrett knew that the area was dangerous enough that it could be fatal for 6th-tier cultivators, which meant even with some of them watching out for him he couldn't be careless himself. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 363. When the group reached the edge of the jungles of Dryazel, Ismini and Einar spent some time discerning the best route to take to find Drs. Stieber and Shanta, or at least information on them. While true prophecies couldn't be forced, lesser sorts of divinations were quite easily done, especially by the fourth eye seers. They might not necessarily know what the end results would be, but at least they could say they had a good chance to find something. That was better than trying to search the entirety of a nation by hand by a very large margin, and they didn't exactly have a trail to follow. Everything in the jungles of Dryazel varied wildly in size, from fairly normal-sized trees to trees a handful of meters across and hundreds or more meters high. Trees weren't the only things that ranged in size. Jungle cats ranged from large to gigantic, and snakes and bugs similarly ranged in size. The bugs were most annoying. They didn't really feel any sense of danger from cultivators, and had even less respect for Barrett. Normal insects weren't anything but an annoyance, because they couldn't possibly hurt him, but there were some small mosquitoes that, while frail, could land on him and suck out some of his blood. If that happened once, it wouldn't be a big deal. 100 times? It would be annoying, but at least the bites healed up almost immediately. If 1,000 or 10,000 of them drank a tiny bit of his blood, it would quickly start to add up. Barrett recovered blood more quickly than average, but not as quickly as he healed wounds. If he let 10 or 100,000 mosquitoes drink his blood, Barrett would find himself down a dangerous amount. With them appearing in groups, he figured they might average 1 per second, more than enough to drain him dry over the course of a day or two. Everyone else had energy to protect them, which easily deflected the mosquitoes' bites. The problem Barrett faced was that the mosquitoes could stab their proboscis in between his cells, so technically they weren't breaking anything. Sure, he could squeeze his arms slightly to break them apart or slap them, but it was a chore to do it continuously. The best he could say for the whole situation was that he became adept at tracking every small thing around him, no matter how insignificant they normally were. Attacks by actual animals of any sort were rare. Most of them were sensitive enough to danger to realize the group wasn't prey. That said, sometimes Barrett had to work in crushing snakes or stabbing giant panthers into his routine along with squashing mosquitoes. The biggest danger they ran into on the first day were the plants. The smaller sorts designed to catch insects were no trouble at all, and even the larger versions of most of those didn't matter. It was easy enough for Barrett to recognize he shouldn't jump into a giant pitcher plant or try to pick fruit surrounded by an open maw of plant flesh. It was much more difficult to avoid brushing up against hundreds of random plants, a very small proportion of which had poisonous dust that shook off their leaves or flowers or something equivalent. It wasn't exactly time efficient to closely inspect every single plant he saw. Even the new varieties of plants in the jungle were seemingly countless. However, without any other dangers, purging himself of toxins was easy enough. It just led to a bit more exhaustion at the end of the day. Fortunately, they'd brought special tents for camping that would keep out all sorts of insects and provided their own air supply. They still had to pick locations that were inconvenient for large predators to attack, or otherwise dissuade them, but progress through the jungle had been fairly smooth so far. Barrett could see why doctors would want to visit the area. There were so many poisonous plants and venomous creatures, and they could concoct counters for anything. Of course, Barrett was also aware that they used poison in combat, but he didn't think it really mattered how you killed someone if you were going to kill them anyway, except making it more painful than necessary. The morality of killing people came in when there was a good reason, self-defense, or defense of others. The problem with the Silver Blades in Streeto wasn't that they used poisons, but that they were assassins who killed people strictly for money or power. Just because they hadn't yet run into anything of significant danger didn't mean Barrett thought that it would remain the case. If he was alone, he would have to be significantly more cautious. Even so, he hadn't seen dangers that could have reasonably caused trouble for the pair they were looking for yet, and that meant there was something worse. Maybe they just hadn't noticed it yet, or it only existed in certain parts of the jungle. Or, possibly, the trouble was people. Natural dangers were almost never as bad as people. Turan Heikel was glad that his berserk energy automatically took care of mosquitoes, unlike poor Barrett. There was a near-constant slapping sound coming from further back in the group. Grandmaster Zhubin trailed the group, which put Turan up front with Ismini and Bridget. "Turan," Ismini said, "I am glad your disciple is getting along well with Einar." Turan Heikel tilted his head. "Are they getting along well? They barely speak." Over the past few days Einar has exchanged nearly as many words with Barrett as he has with me over my time knowing him. "I see. More words than you have said to me, as well. Do you still blame me for her death?" Turan frowned. "No. Next time, say it with some conviction." Ismini folded her arms. "I understand though. Even cultivators don't get to choose how they feel." Ismini's eyes flashed. "We are close. We should prepare ourselves for battle." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 364. As they carefully walked through the jungle due to Ismini's warning, Barrett felt the jungle around him. The sounds and scents and the heat, mostly. The actual amount of the jungle he was touching and tasting was rather minimal, and gravity and space seemed normal. It was strange to have to even consider that. Among all the other noises, Barrett picked up the sound of breathing. Besides those he knew, for sources came into his hearing. He couldn't pinpoint the locations, but they were indeed towards where they were heading. Not long after, he felt their energy and magic. Two of the figures were Steber and Shanta, though Shanta's felt weak. Then there was another source he didn't recognize, and one he did, though it was hard to place. Energy and magic, some sort of barrier and Turan. Swing left. Ismini's voice broke the separation between before combat and during combat. Master Heikel swung his axe according to Ismini's command. He hit nothing, but Ismini threw a dagger at the same time and Barrett heard it impact something. He just couldn't afford to pay attention to that, because that wasn't the only occurrence. Einar stepped in front of Barrett, and an arrow flew over Einar's shoulder and then past Barrett's head. He saw part of its fletching had been sliced off, but he felt the magic coating it. Some of that magic was withdrawn as the arrow missed, but there had been enough force behind the attack that it slightly concerned Barrett. Then Dr. Steber stepped out from behind a tree. Except it wasn't him, but it just felt like him. It was a completely different man, though he held some equipment Barrett thought he'd seen Dr. Steber carrying. Grandmaster Zhubin stepped towards him, swinging a pair of axes he had to knock invisible needles out of the air. Near to that, the figure Barrett had recognized revealed himself to be the Soul Binder from the top of the Hopeless Heights. It was at that point everything on the battlefield became even less clearly visible. Wind ripped through the trees, originating from Mistress Severin and Reyna. Coming from elsewhere, there was a humming, almost indistinguishable but for its sheer unnaturalness. The wind helped slightly to mitigate the sound and whatever its effects might be. Arrows continued to be fired towards the group from several points in the forest, but Einar seemed to have taken dealing with them as his role in combat. "You too. Stick near me." Barrett could only assume Einar meant himself and Reyna, and he stepped up next to him. At that point, the fellow who felt like he was both a master swordsman and a barrier expert shoved into one body reached them, but Barrett forced him back. Last time they had met, Barrett hadn't quite reached 5th tier. His spear still didn't break through the opponent's barrier, but the man's sword hadn't reached him either. As Einar moved to deflect the next volley of arrows, he nearly fell over. Even so, his daggers managed to flail into the correct positions to throw the attacks off course enough that they hit no one, though without Reyna's wine barrier around them it probably wouldn't have been enough. Barrett felt Reyna behind him, not moving to fight next to him but concentrating fully on her magic. He picked his way across the forest floor, avoiding any vines as he stabbed his spear towards the swordsman. As he thrust his spear, he found himself leaning to the side. His balance was so far off. There was no way to save it, for normal people anyway. Barrett didn't manage to avoid the sword chopping at his neck, but instead of just letting it hit him, he used the momentum to spin himself around his spear, which he held fixed at a point in the air. His inner ear fluids were entirely chaotic, and thus he decided to ignore them, cutting off his sense of them. He would have to balance completely manually, but that wasn't a new thing to him. Reyna's voice whispered in Barrett's ear on the wind. "Lend me your stone pits." Barrett had been planning to use them in his next attack to get the upper hand, but he trusted Reyna to find a better use for them. He let them fall away from his pack to be picked up by the wind, and along with a myriad of leaves and branches and vines, they moved with Reyna as she dashed off into the forest. Barrett was happy to see she'd integrated the breath of life into everything. Einar continued stumbling around like a drunk man, once even bumping into Barrett and shoving him just slightly. Because of that, an arrow managed to slide into Barrett's helmet through the eye slits, but also because of that, the angle was slightly wrong to go into his eye, which had clearly been the target. It still blocked his vision momentarily and cut into his cheek, but Barrett had his helmet twist and snapped the shaft while pushing out the arrowhead. His hands were busy parrying attacks from the swordsman at that time. Barrett soon realized the true danger of the arrows. They were powerful enough to hurt him, and he couldn't sense them coming. They felt just like part of the jungle, and there were already so many bits and pieces of it was hard to register even a particularly fast bit of it moving towards him. Thus, Einar. "Do you plan to go stab that sniper?" Barrett asked. "Depends. How do you like being filled with arrows?" It's not that bad. It's happened before." "I should have expected that, but you would function poorly with arrows in your brain." Einar fell over onto his rear as an arrow came towards him and struck Barrett in the side but directly in a strong point of his armor. "It doesn't really matter because I can't pinpoint them." The swordsman seemed to think that Einar's position equated to an opening. He wasn't entirely wrong. A few quick steps and he had angled himself around Barrett, and his sword swung down towards Einar's neck. Barrett's spear only forced him to twist his body to avoid taking a direct hit, scraping away some of his magic for his barrier but not breaking through. Barrett heard the sword strike Einar, and the sound of chopping and slicing, and even some spurting blood and Einar's head thudding into the ground. But, the sounds weren't quite right. The sound of chopping bone had been too minimal, to start with. Einar's body continued to tumble over backwards before he stopped in a crouched position clutching his neck. The butt of Barrett's spear was already swinging up towards the swordsman, and as his full figure came into Barrett's view he saw a snake sticking out of the man's face. Or rather, half of a snake. Its body had been chopped in half, but its mouth was open and latched onto the man's face. Somehow it had been propelled by the wind, compliments of Mistress Severin directly towards his eye, with enough force to pierce his barrier. Barrett's spear came up into his gut. Barrett felt him shift more power to defense, but he was still sent flying a half-dozen meters into a tree. No bark shattered, but that spoke more for the tree's sturdiness than the strength of the impact. Einar half coughed, giving Barrett just enough time to clench his helmet's eyes closed. Even then an arrow pierced through into an eye, but it was also slowed enough to not pierce his brain, so Barrett was content with calling that a win. Then he felt his stone pits being tugged particularly hard. He wasn't sure exactly where they were, but he felt that was a sign he should propel them with all of his strength in the way they were being tugged. Hopefully, that was the right thing to do. They were a bit far to get the full effect, but Barrett even leaned his body into it to propel them further. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 365. Someone somewhere had probably said that bad and good came hand in hand. Occasionally, they were right. Barrett hadn't realized how loud the droning sound in his ears had been until it disappeared. His balance was still messed up, but it would recover soon enough. However, he still had to deal with the swordsman he was facing off against, and whatever was in the air. Barrett wasn't sure if it was from plants in the area or intentionally released by the one who was replicating Dr. Stieber's abilities. Grandmaster Zhu Bin had led that fight away from the rest of them, but that didn't mean some effects of their battle couldn't reach them. Either way, traces of something lingered in the air and Barrett had to shift some of his efforts from regulating his balance to filtering the air he breathed. His efforts weren't perfect, and he felt his body weakening, but if he was right his opponent would be weakened as well. It was entirely possible to completely prevent a poisonous gas from entering the body with energy or magic, but that involved preventing all gases from reaching the body. In short, it basically required not breathing. Thus, whether the swordsman protected himself or held his breath, there would be some effects. Barrett felt himself falling into the rhythm of combat, thrusting with his spear and parrying blows as they came. Both Barrett and the swordsman had wounded eyes. Barrett from the archer, and the swordsman from Mistress Severin's efforts, though most of her abilities were dedicated to another area of the fight. Barrett's eye had stopped bleeding, but that was all he could say about that for the moment. It would probably take an hour or more for his eye to actually recover, so he couldn't even hope for that to happen during the battle. Barrett could feel his opponent's reserves of magic and energy. Between having to deflect his attacks using energy and trying to break his magic defenses, Barrett was finding himself behind in stamina. Just continuing what he was doing wouldn't work. What could he change? He couldn't determine any weakness in the swordsman's barrier. But, despite the lack of weaknesses in both offense and defense, there was just something off. The abilities were never meant to work together. If Krenther had been right, both those things and the power fueling them were stolen from others. So, this soul binder had certain abilities and the skills to use them, but they weren't his. Of course, a stolen sword could cut flesh just as well as one properly owned. Barrett's lungs burned, and he found them bleeding. Whatever was in the air was certainly causing him quite a bit of trouble. If he had to rate the pain, well, it wasn't as bad as being in a volcano where his lungs actually burned as well as breathing in air that was mostly not breathable. It was worse than breathing the freezing air of Bitter Cold Peak, however. Barrett thrust his spear, colliding directly with the swordsman's barrier. It only knocked him back a few steps, but Barrett felt something. It wasn't quite the right way. He had fought creatures that were mostly just souls, but stabbing someone and trying to remove souls they were carrying with them, that was rather difficult. Barrett understood that most of them would be safe inside the man's soul, or at least next to it, protected by the barrier. However, the two active souls were causing effects on the outside, so he should be able to reach them somehow. Krenther had managed to immediately break the connection, if only momentarily, but that was his area of expertise. Barrett just hit people. After a few more exchanges, Barrett felt he hadn't made any progress. Meanwhile, he'd taken some hits. His armor prevented most of the damage, and even if it remained unbroken, some of the force and energy from the blows went through the armor, causing damage to him inside. It wasn't dangerous yet, but he couldn't afford to just take hits. He needed to do something better. The soul binder's connection to his souls wasn't so easy to break, obviously. If it was, they wouldn't be of much use. He needed to do something, metaphorically resonant. Well, if what he planned didn't work as expected, it wouldn't be entirely useless, though it would leave him in a bad state stamina-wise. Barrett continued to deflect blows, looking for an opening. Of course, openings weren't caused just by the opponent making a mistake, he could force them. He expanded his awareness to the jungle around them. The pervasive poison didn't seem to be causing more trouble to the man than it was to Barrett, but maybe there was something else. Barrett turned his head to look behind him, and that left an opening for his opponent to stab towards his armpit. Barrett tilted his body so it merely struck him on the armor beneath, but the blow sent him flying into a tree, and as he slid down he landed in the bowl of a giant pitcher plant. The pitcher plants were large enough to catch giant panthers who got careless, with mouths more than a meter wide, and they were a handful of meters deep. Inside the water, they had, any creature that fell in would be slowly digested. The walls of the pitcher plant were extremely slippery, which prevented climbing out or clawing through. Of course, humans could easily recognize and avoid the pitcher plants, or figure out some way to leave. Barrett found himself at the bottom of the giant plant. Now he couldn't breathe, and he would slowly be digested. Well, he wasn't actually sure if the pitcher plant could digest him. It was certainly powerful enough to digest magical beasts of some sort, but he was a 5th-tier pure body temper specializing in toughness. It was quite possible his body would just stay where it was forever, more or less preserved. Not that he intended to die, of course. Barrett formed some spikes on his armor and stabbed into either side of the pitcher plant. It was extremely slippery and tough, but that didn't make it impossible. It took him several steps to return close to the top of the pitcher plant, but at the top he found the swordsman waiting. Barrett had only precarious balance in his underwater position, but precarious balance was good enough for a pure body temper. He felt the energy from his opponent's sword. He'd had enough time to build up quite a blow waiting for Barrett to get within reach. The two-handed sword came down at the same time as Barrett's spear came up, and Barrett was glad his helmet hid his grin so that he didn't have to do it himself. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 366. The digestive juices of the pitcher plant weren't nice to Barrett's eye, as it was already open and wounded, but Barrett's insides were just as trained as his outsides, so unpleasantness was where it stopped. However, being one eye down certainly didn't make it easy to judge his opponent's movements perfectly. Barrett's spear came up to stab towards the soul binder's gut as his sword aimed for Barrett's head. A strong attainment of a very sharp energy covered the blade, and Barrett poured his stamina into his own attack. As his spear left the digestive juices, it bent. Except, of course, it was going straight still. However, the light was bent, and thus Barrett's spear instead struck the base of the man's sword instead of his stomach. The impact forced Barrett down, but he'd made sure the spikes he'd formed on his boots were stuck deep into the half-meter thick sides of the pitcher plant. Thus, he wasn't forced back, and the sword was forced up. There was no real chance of a miss hitting the base of someone's sword, and there was no real chance a skilled swordsman or someone who stole the soul of a skilled swordsman wouldn't see the attack coming. However, while Barrett was quite certain his opponent could have accounted for the distortion of the water or missing one eye, both together, that was something else. In addition, Barrett's killing intent was concealed by it not being directed at him, but at the swordsman inside/part of him. Barrett wasn't sure how well it worked, but at least he determined his ploy was successful. Sword and spear impacted each other, but all of the energy of the sword was directed towards its tip, where it was going to slice through Barrett's head. Just above the hilt, it was weaker. That meant it had to rely more on the materials involved, and there was no way anything less than adamantine was going to stand up to Barrett's taspum spear, and the downswing was strong enough to oppose Barrett's force, and thus the sword snapped. The energy continued along with the blade, overcoming the breaking point of the taspum and shattering Barrett's helmet, but it only cut through his skin and slightly into his skull. After all, the sword wasn't being swung and the energy wasn't controlled anymore. Barrett instantly felt the connection between the soul binder and the swordsman's soul snap. He wasn't sure if it couldn't be reforged, but the soul binder leaped away. It was one thing to rely on his barrier to protect him when he was an offensive threat, and quite another to be willing to sit and let Barrett hit him. It was an awkward half-leap to jump out of the pitcher plant, but Barrett managed to get himself over the rim where he flopped out onto the forest floor. He was prepared to charge the soul binder, but the man suddenly covered himself with another sort of energy and darted off into the jungle. Barrett would have gone after him, but he felt danger in that direction. The rest of the combatants seemed to have disengaged as well. Barrett even felt Grandmaster Zhubin returning to the group. Just in case, he made sure to get visual confirmation. Though covered in blood and missing most of his beard, Barrett confirmed it was indeed the man himself. Reyna was just returning, and though Barrett hadn't even noticed him slinking off, Einar was dragging a body behind him with one hand as he returned to the rest of the group, a bow in his other hand, presumably taken from the body. Reyna first looked at Barrett. "Your skin." Barrett nodded. He'd apparently underestimated the digestive abilities of the giant pitcher plant. Patches of his skin had been melted through entirely in the few handfuls of seconds he'd spent inside it. It was only obvious on his face, but Barrett felt blood leaking out of various points of his body. Well, wounds like that would close up soon enough even if he didn't do anything. "It'll recover." "You got him, right?" Reyna gestured to the stone pits Barrett had sent with her, with the help of these. One got cracked though." Barrett looked at it. Well, it wasn't unreasonable that they would be damaged in fights against masters, even if they weren't directly attacked. "It'll recover too. It might take a while for it to heal, but when it did it would be stronger." After all, the pits had undergone destructions too, even if the best of them could only be considered first tier. "Glad to see you were successful, Einar." Einar nodded. "Once my balance was no longer distorted, it was not a difficult task to find this archer hidden in the jungle. He presumed I had walked past him unknowingly, but I'd already seen him try to attack me from behind." Einar coughed up a mouthful of blood. "I appear to have run into trouble with poison. I will survive though." Barrett felt the poison inside him already being removed by his body. He found a good place to sit, and leaned his back against a tree. "Did we find the real Dr. Stieber?" Master Heikel was moving towards the group from behind some nearby trees, two bodies under his arms. Barrett sighed, "Damn." Master Heikel nodded. "He's dead, but Shanta still appears to be alive somewhat." Barrett nodded. He could hear her heartbeat, weak though it was. Dr. Stieber's body was in terrible condition. He'd been stripped of his equipment and it seemed that he had been tortured. Barrett wasn't sure if that was a necessary part of the soul binder's work or not. Shanta's body wasn't quite so bad, but Barrett didn't see any signs of consciousness. Mistress Ismini looked at Shanta, her eyes glowing briefly. "Her soul was partially extracted. It appears they did not complete the process, but she is in dire straits." Grandmaster Zhubin added, "The one who stole Dr. Stieber's soul seemed to have not fully attuned to it, but he had other abilities at hand. His face hardened. They seemed to be from the convocation of souls. Unfortunately, I didn't have a chance to kill him." Master Heikel nodded. "The one we were fighting got away as well. Unfortunately, we only managed to pull out 2 5th-tier lives in exchange for Dr. Stieber, and perhaps Shanta." "We should bring her to Krenther," Barrett declared. "If anyone can do anything, it's him." "Agreed," Grandmaster Zhubin nodded. "From the reports I have heard of your interactions, that seems to be the best option. However, before that we will have to watch out for ourselves. There are still 2 Grandmasters out there." He looked over the group. Himself, Master Heikel, Master Deka, and Barrett would recover from their wounds quickly, but the others had at least small wounds that might be considered serious for non-cultivators, and could inhibit their fighting prowess. "They had an assassin of sorts that some of you were fighting, so we can't just worry about the jungle." Barrett sighed. Why did it feel like they'd lost, even though if they hadn't come at all Shanta would have been dead too and no one would have known who did it? Perhaps it was because this was the first death of a strong cultivator he'd known fairly well, and he was reminded it might happen more in the future. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 367. The lull in stamina after recovering from an injury was a fairly dangerous time for Barrett. The same would be true for the other Immortal Berserkers, but their energy recovered separately, so they would be somewhat better off. There was also the damage from the poison, and while others also had to recover from that, they didn't have to recover from having an eye stabbed out. That wasn't something that normally recovered, so it was much more exhausting. Barrett was able to accelerate the return of his stamina by consuming larger quantities of food, but that still had its limits. Shanta hadn't yet shown any signs of waking, which supported the theory of damage to her soul. Her body was fairly healthy, and even her energy was stable. Barrett wished they could have arrived sooner, but they had already gone to find them on a hunch that they might need help. It wasn't as if they hesitated. Could they have arrived faster? They could have, but many of them would have arrived exhausted, and while Barrett thought Grandmaster Zhu Bin would have been near top form, anyone else being at a lower fighting capability would have significantly altered the flow of battle against them. In short, Barrett wasn't feeling particularly good about the level of success they had achieved. When Barrett felt a sudden surge of berserk energy one morning, he thought they were being attacked. He sprang out of his bedroll but didn't notice any enemies. He didn't let down his guard, however. A sudden surge of berserk energy from Master Deka, followed by his energy fading out, wasn't a good sign. Barrett's only relief was he felt everyone else before he stepped outside of his small tent. Master Deka was lying on the ground on his back, but from Barrett's angle he couldn't see any wounds. He still heard a heartbeat and breathing, and then, he felt it. And people called him crazy. Grandmaster Zhu Bin stood over him. This does not seem the most opportune time to attempt a breakthrough. Master Deka. Grandmaster Zhu Bin paused what he was saying for a moment as Master Deka slowly sat himself up, bashfully scratching the back of his head. I understand, but I couldn't let the opportunity slip by. A sigh escaped Grandmaster Zhu Bin's lips. I just want to remind you that it is important to set a good example for the others. Grandmaster Deka. Deka grinned. It was clear to Barrett that he was in the barely conscious state that came after a successful breakthrough. However, in less than another minute he was back on his feet. He still felt empty of berserk energy, but Barrett could feel it coming back stronger. You hear that, Master Heikel? Do as we say and not as we do. His eyes flicked to Barrett. I don't really think I can possibly be that much of a poor influence on Barrett though. Or at least, it's far too late. Breaking through during the bicentennial conflux and then immediately ripping out his heart and almost dying seems even a bit more extreme than just breaking through in a poor location. Though he moved slowly for the first hour or so, Barrett realized that he had technically already recovered. That made sense, because in theory each level at 7th tier only took 2 minutes to recover from. When breaking through from one tier to the next, it wasn't necessary to advance multiple levels, though obviously if Grandmaster Deka were to continue breaking through, doing so one level at a time would be extremely inefficient since he technically had just completed his millionth destruction. Grandmaster Deka sighed, if only I had been ready sooner. I wanted Stieber to see the results of his efforts. At least we can still help his beloved apprentice. Grandmaster Zhu Bin reached up to stroke his beard, but he had shaved his face after the battle. Instead of a patchy half-destroyed beard, his face was clear. He pulled his hand away from his chin and spoke. That Krenther is a 5th tier master, correct? Barrett nodded, yes, though saying he could do anything related to the soul would probably be placing too much hope on him. If he can't do anything, he'll at least know what the right direction to pursue is. The group quickly traveled to Agloni with 2 Grandmasters. There was very little that could have caused them trouble. If the Convocation of Souls had more people in the area, they could have been an exception to the rule, but even they didn't have that many Grandmasters freely available. When they arrived at Krenther's shop, a 6th tier master was just leaving. Barrett commented on that as he entered. Your business seems to be doing well. Barrett. Krenther smiled. It's good to see you. I am doing well, in fact. That wisp root was helpful to my advancement, and useful for dealing with some more common but dangerous issues that come up in Agloni. He looked past Barrett to all of the others, including Grandmaster Dekka who was holding Shanta. "What can I do for you?" Grandmaster Dekka explained the situation. "I am willing to pay whatever is necessary to help her recover." Krenther took a closer look at Shanta. "I would gladly take a large payment, but if I'm not wrong I can't do much in her current condition. If my suspicions are right, you'll need to capture whoever did this to her. Killing them might accomplish something, but part of her soul is tied elsewhere. They shouldn't be able to do anything without reaching her, but neither can I help her recover." Krenther frowned. "You mentioned they were from the Convocation of Souls. I would rather not work against them, but if you pay me sufficiently I will. They aren't local to Agloni, but they are powerful enough to have some sway here. More than your Immortal Berserker sect would. I would be willing to work more cheaply if you could shelter me, but I believe I can't approach Streeto because of their inadequate laws. I do not think every city should be like Agloni, but it can be seen that just allowing all sorts of studies doesn't have to devolve a city into chaos." Krenther waved his hand. "Anyway, you'll have to find the one who was responsible for this before I can do anything. She should remain stable for at least a few months as long as you tend to her body, though once it stretches into years I cannot say." Grandmaster Dekka sighed. "While I would love to storm into the Convocation of Souls headquarters, I certainly can't do that on my own. Even the entire Immortal Berserker sect might not be enough in their own territory, and even to pay back Dr. Stieber." Mistress Severin nodded. "Despite our alliance with the Immortal Berserker sect, the Order of Four Winds would likely not find it acceptable to launch an attack of that sort over an independent cultivator. However, I could offer at least my services for a more covert mission." Barrett exchanged looks with Reyna. They had both known Shanta since the same time they met again after becoming cultivators. They would both want to help however they could, but it wouldn't be an easy task. "We'll have to start discussing plans then." Krenther nodded. "Let me know what you decide, or at least a time and place for me to show up. If you capture someone, I'd certainly prefer they not be brought directly to me. That is, too much risk. What I would have to do may also break Agloni's laws, and I'd prefer not to have to deal with issues from that end as well." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 368. Even though the Immortal Berserker sect had gained another Grandmaster, any elation they might have felt fell flat. The loss of Dr. Stieber, even though he wasn't technically a member of their group, was a huge blow. Worse, it came at the hands of enemies the Immortal Berserker sect had never gotten revenge on for previous losses, the Convocation of Souls. It was possible Shanta would die as well, and she was now as valuable as Dr. Stieber had been a decade prior, still one of the best doctors available, at least that the Immortal Berserker sect knew they could trust. Actually, according to Krenther, Shanta would be lost if something wasn't done soon enough. What were a few months, a year? Even a few years wouldn't be much. In the span of a year, Barrett could go from early 5th tier to, still early 5th tier. That was the unfortunate reality of the situation. Barrett wanted to ask Mistress Ismini and Einar why they hadn't had them hurry. Maybe they could have done something if they just arrived a bit sooner, but that wasn't a fair thing to say. The answer was unfortunately obvious: either they didn't know or it wouldn't have helped to say anything. Though neither of them might have been close with the doctors, they wouldn't have held back on the mission. Barrett wasn't sure how to react to failing a mission. Over the years he had been continuously growing stronger, and yet his own strength had hardly mattered. They'd even had a Grandmaster with them, but they had only been able to chase off the enemies that mattered, not kill them. He hadn't felt so helpless since his parents had died, and the fact that he had been active and capable and still unable to prevent a death made it worse. Barrett couldn't say he'd been closer to Dr. Stieber than his parents, but then again, he'd known him longer. How close had Barrett really been to his own parents? He'd loved them, but he hadn't really understood how much until the connection was severed. Dr. Stieber was someone Barrett owed his life to, for training Shanta, if nothing else, but also helping to keep him stable during some times of serious injury. He could say he had more respect for him, though that was partly because Barrett hadn't understood everything his father had done while he was alive. It certainly wasn't the same as losing his father, but that didn't make it better, just different. It was strange to just go back to cultivating. He couldn't, really. He was still worried about Shanta. However, could they really do anything but just wait for her to die? They couldn't exactly launch an assault on the convocation of souls. That would be insane, and if they really had a good chance, the Immortal Berserker sect would have done so long before. Talking to Master Heikel wasn't going to make Barrett feel any better about the situation. It was clear that the incident had dredged up some old memories, presumably involving Grand Mistress Aurora. She'd been killed by the convocation of souls as well, her soul stolen to be used to fuel someone's cultivation and combat prowess. Since Barrett couldn't stand to think about cultivation at the current moment, he instead turned his thoughts to simpler and perhaps more important things. Rylan continued to do his best in Streeto, just taking care of people. Whatever they needed. It wasn't on purpose, but Barrett ended up in a conversation with him about what had happened. It's hard to try to believe in a God that is watching over the world and trying to make it better when things like this happen. Barrett wasn't sure if he believed in a God, and if he did it wasn't necessarily the nameless God that Rylan professed, but he liked the idea that there was something more to the world. It just didn't seem to line up. That's one of the problems, isn't it? Rylan nodded. I won't claim to have it all figured out, but one of my mentors once told me something. Let me ask, what are people? Barrett shrugged. In what way? I could say, flesh, soul, maybe energy and mana. You may be right about those, but something like a body is just the basis for anything to exist. My mentor said, people aren't people without choice. They wouldn't even be animals. Maybe more like plants, but even some of those have something like a volition. Maybe rocks. What can be done without restricting the choices of people? Rylan shook his head. Honestly, I don't know yet. I'm still young, but isn't it worth thinking about? People choose to be evil, but sometimes they just don't feel like other choices exist. However, George has made both the choice to be evil, and now good. It was true. George had changed significantly. He couldn't exactly be brought into Streeto, but Rylan came out to the Immortal Berserker sect to visit him. Barrett found the change rather significant, at least compared to what he heard from his own mouth that George had been like as a member of the Silver Blades. Nobody else mattered, just looking out for himself. Of course, it could have been he was still doing that, and faking his way along, but Barrett felt the change was real. In addition, George had left the Immortal Berserker sect on a journey into Sasher. It was just a short one, but at that point he could have left and sought his own fortune elsewhere. Nobody would have stopped him. Next he was going on a trip into Ashia, to meet Simon. Simon was quite advanced in years now, but was still the same person he had been since Barrett met him. Barrett thought he might go visit as well at some point. Exchanging letters just wasn't the same, and it was far easier for Barrett to go to him than the other way around. In fact, if he wasn't up for much in the way of cultivating, perhaps the trip would do him good. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 369. Of the directions he could go from Streeto, east through Sasher and over the mountains to Ashia was the easiest one to travel. Barrett arrived in Triridge only a few days after he set out, moving at a moderate pace for him. Along the way, he caught a mountain boar, a regular-sized one, but still good for feeding quite a few people. He avoided stopping in Durham, only glancing at it from afar. It seemed like such a small city now. In Triridge, Barrett walked through the streets. If there had been any wanted posters for him, they were now a decade or two out of date. Barrett didn't feel anyone pay him much attention, not more than any normal person, anyway. He wasn't walking around in full armor, so at best he looked like an off-duty soldier. Barrett recalled all the unpleasantness that had happened in Triridge, but then his thoughts shifted to the good things. The peddler who had sold him the magic bandages. Barrett had never found him again. Then there was Simon and the others. Barrett knocked on Simon's door. The latest thing he had heard was that Simon had retired from his job, but was still offering meals as often as he could, relying more on the generosity of others. His group hadn't grown much, certainly not as rapidly as Ryland's in Streeto, but sometimes that personal touch was more important. The door opened, and Simon's face, with many new wrinkles, showed from behind. "If you're here for the meal, you're quite early." Simon stepped back and gestured for Barrett to step in. "Who sent you?" Simon smiled gently. Barrett pointed to himself. "It's me, Barrett Ravenhall." "Have I changed that much?" Simon blinked. Then he laughed. "It's not that you have changed, in fact, you are much more the same than I expected. It has been quite some time since our last meeting in person." Barrett nodded. "Indeed. Anyway, there are some benefits to being a cultivator. And equal hardships as well, I am told." Simon shook his head. "Come, sit down. We can talk." "Sure, but first," Barrett reached into his magic bag to pull out the boar. "I brought a contribution." Simon's eyes lit up. "Let's move to the kitchen." As the two of them began dismantling the boar, Barrett asked, "Where's your wife?" Simon merely shook his head. "She passed away a few years ago." "She would have been happy to see you again." Even with the sad topic broached, Simon maintained a smile, a genuine one. "So why are you here? Stopping by on your way to a big adventure of some sort?" Barrett shook his head, and explained in general terms what had happened. "I see," Simon nodded. "It is indeed difficult to experience the death of a friend, and a setback in life in other ways. From what I understand, you want to help Shanta, but can't." Simon sighed. "I was never much of a warrior, but I found that the influence I once had couldn't always get me what I wanted without taking a risk. Some of them were foolish. Then, well, I had a change in perspective. I moved here. I've done both more and less for people, and the risks I take are similarly more and less." Simon glanced at Barrett. "Sometimes I even sheltered criminals, wrongfully accused or not. However, despite the risks, I couldn't have lived with myself if I chose otherwise." Barrett nodded slowly. "So what you're saying is, I need to decide if this is worth losing my life over." Simon shrugged. "You said that. I think you are already thinking it, probably. There's no shame if you find the risk to your life too high. As long as you're honest with yourself." Barrett considered carefully. How high was the risk to his life? Honestly, impossibly high. Even if he had the whole Immortal Berserker sect backing him, their chances against the Convocation of Souls weren't good. Even if they won, it would be at a heavy cost of lives. Was that worth it to take revenge for Dr. Stieber? To save Shanta? Was it worth risking his own life? He thought back to the bicentennial conflux. Nilima had been dying, her heart dissolving away. It had been easy to make a quick decision, where he didn't have to think. He had just saved her. Now, Shanta was dying much more slowly. Maybe it was a bit harder to rescue her, though transferring a heart without proper surgery was already an impossible task, especially one's own heart. But, what was the point of being a pure body temporer if he didn't make the impossible possible? That said, he had to find a thread of hope. Shanta wouldn't like it if he threw his life away to save her, especially if there was no real chance of saving her. Barrett stayed for a few days with Simon before returning to Streeto. He knew there was no way to become strong enough in a few months to be able to save Shanta, but that was only if he was trying to rush into the headquarters of the Convocation of Souls. Dr. Stieber and Shanta had been in a dangerous position because they were outnumbered. Maybe it wouldn't have mattered with two grandmasters involved, but the point was, there didn't have to be a direct assault. That would be stupid. Instead, if they could find just one person alone, if it was the right person, whoever had only partly finished their work with Shanta's soul, then they could defeat them and save her. Who would they be? Barrett wasn't sure. He certainly wasn't going to face a grandmaster alone. Maybe it had been the swordsman. A fifth tier wouldn't be a problem. Barrett hadn't felt any traces of Shanta, but then again he wouldn't be using a partly absorbed soul. Between him and Master Heikel they could perhaps take on a grandmaster, but they might also both die. Barrett needed more information, and he also needed to prepare himself in other ways. His final strike to dislodge the souls his opponent had been using wasn't particularly refined, but he could practice that, and it would be useful against more than just one opponent. If he could find a chance, any chance at all, he would have to take it. If not, he didn't like the idea of just waiting for revenge, but completely illogical actions and throwing away his life wouldn't make anything better either. Barrett had to remember that others also cared about him. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 370. There didn't happen to be any people with extra souls around for Barrett to test his practice on, so he couldn't be completely sure of the efficacy of his training, but he knew he would be able to replicate his final strike against the swordsman which dislodged bound souls, if only briefly. If his opponent was prepared they might resist somewhat, but Barrett had also improved his technique enough that they would at least have to concentrate on that instead of attacking. Barrett also brushed up on other things related to his soul. Interestingly enough, soul binders didn't necessarily have any attacks targeting the soul, at least the convocation of souls seemed to use their abilities on already defeated opponents. That said, Barrett wasn't willing to assume everyone was exactly the same. It also assumed people on approximately the same tier of cultivation, but Barrett knew there were grandmasters involved in the situation. He didn't fancy his chances to beat one in a fight, but he had to at least be able to somewhat resist their attacks. Of course, they could also potentially have any traditional attacking methods, but Barrett had armor and a trained body to help defend against that. After a month of training, it had been determined that one of the grandmasters was the most likely candidate for possessing some of Shanta's soul, Grandmaster Cadell. The other grandmaster was apparently Grandmaster Teague. He had been the one to absorb Dr. Stieber's soul, whereas Cadell had been acting the part of an assassin, striking from the shadows. Master Heikel and the others had been fighting him. Unfortunately, while names weren't difficult to find, knowing a location that one of them might appear relatively alone was close to impossible, especially if it had to be within the next few months. When Einar came to find Barrett, he hoped there was a chance there was a related divination, but Barrett got something else instead. Einar stood with an impassive face. "I have a divination for you." "Yet again?" Barrett sighed, "Is that so?" "Just for me?" Einar nodded, "Just you." "All right," Barrett mentally steeled himself, "what is it?" "I don't know." Einar shook his head, "Nor will I know. Listen carefully, for it shall not be repeated." Einar's eyes glowed white, and as before the rest of his face faded away, revealing two vertical eyes as well. It was only a handful of lines, a few dozen words. Barrett found that it did have some hope in it, at least it implied he would have a chance to do something, but he didn't like the rest of what he heard. "Is that it?" Einar's face returned to normal. "I assume so. I hope you listen carefully. And no, I won't help you interpret. I don't want to hear it." With that, Einar turned on his heel and left. It was so easy for him to come and go, but then again, he didn't know. Barrett wished he didn't know, but it was too late for that. Author's note: here is something I haven't done before, probably. A secret prophecy. However, as I could otherwise just make up something later, I will instead place it here for the reading. If you wish to remain ignorant of the details like everyone who is not Barrett, then you can. If you have comments about it, it is best to leave them on the linked page instead of the main chapter. Here is the prophecy. The good thing to come out of the prophecy was Barrett knew there would be a chance for action. It was better than waiting uncertainly for something to happen. Knowing the possibilities ahead, it still wasn't pleasant, but Barrett didn't become a cultivator to sit around and do nothing. After another month passed, word came from informants of a possible location that Grandmaster Cadell would be appearing, away from the Convocation of Souls territory. That was good news, of course, unless it was a trap. There was no way to guarantee it wasn't, just a sliver of hope from the prophecy. Barrett would have liked to gather an army and storm the location, but that would almost certainly scare off their prey. It hurt to admit it as well, but two people he knew weren't worth sending an army for. That said, force equivalent to an army wasn't that hard to come by. Grandmaster Decca was desperate to avenge Dr. Stieber, who was responsible for giving him a second chance to become a grandmaster. Barrett wanted to avenge him and Shanta. Master Heikel was friends with Dr. Stieber, and there was no way he was going to let Barrett go off on a suicide mission alone. Ismini and Einar opted out of the mission, as their presence would cause chaotic and unpredictable results. Grandmaster Zhu Bin would be remaining behind at the Immortal Berserker sect. It was best not to risk two grandmasters on one mission. In addition, his presence would be noted, whereas Grandmaster Dekka had kept his status secret from everyone not initially present at his breakthrough, plus the other grandmasters of the sect. He wouldn't be as closely watched, though as a new grandmaster he wouldn't provide as much power as they might want. Barrett certainly wasn't going to complain about having him though. Finally, Mistress Severin and Reyna would be coming as well, along with Shanta's body. Having her body present would make it easier for her soul to return if they managed to get that chance, and it might even draw out the enemy eager to finish the job. Using a friend as bait wasn't something Barrett liked to do, but Shanta would die anyway if they failed, so really it was the only safe option. Unfortunately, bringing her along would likely announce their presence, but with two people with significant berserk energy they weren't exactly going to be stealthy to begin with. The location was technically called Clear River Valley. That was because nobody had changed the name, even after it had become overrun with ghosts decades prior. Nobody had taken responsibility for that incident, but clearly there had been a battle between two large factions. It was to the northwest of Stredo, north of Agloni, but on the southern side of the mountains. Thus, the appearance of ghosts wasn't something that was considered inconvenient. It was sometimes used as a training grounds of sorts, though it was still dangerous in certain portions even to masters. The location was what indicated it might not be a trap. It was a reasonable place to go, at least for the people involved. It also didn't mean it wasn't a trap, but Shanta was clearly weakening as time passed, so they couldn't wait for another opportunity. Before they left, Barrett made sure everything was in order for him. Rylan would be able to access funds as necessary. His students had sufficient information to continue training. Personal guidance would always help, but Barrett had left general advice that would serve them from breaking through into third tier all the way to becoming a master if necessary. The Vitality Pear tree was mostly taken care of by someone else anyway, so Barrett just noted he wouldn't be around to take care of it. Beyond that, there wasn't much he needed to do. He arranged for letters that would be sent to the Metal Sea and to Simon and Charlotte, letting them know how things were, and other than that, everyone pretty much knew where he was going anyway, or could find out by asking once they missed him. Barrett didn't know where to send a letter to Nilima since she was a wanderer, so he wrote one to leave with the sect explaining things. He also left some other letters for later. The others going on the mission dealt with anything that needed immediate attention, and they all set out. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 371. All cultivators knew that, technically, they could die at any moment. With the exception of being safely inside sect territory, and even that wasn't inviolable. Just because no incidents had happened at the sect didn't mean they couldn't, just that nobody was able to get away with it with consequences they found acceptable. Like, not dying. Walking into a battle with dangerous opponents was one of the more likely times to die, obviously. While it was true that Barrett had won or at least survived all of his life-or-death battles up until his current point, that could also be said of any enemies he encountered. If they ran into the same group of enemies they had before, well, they were down one grandmaster, up a new grandmaster. The enemy side had lost two 5th-tier masters and their side didn't have a 5th and 6th tier. Strictly speaking, that put them in a slightly worse spot, but if only Grandmaster Cadell was there they would have the advantage. If many more people were there, their group would be able to tell and flee the scene. Then there was the prophecy. Barrett knew there was some chance of success, which meant the odds wouldn't be impossible to beat. That wasn't exactly enheartening, because not impossible wasn't the same as a good chance. However, he couldn't just wait. Not if he still wanted to be himself, anyway. The others also had their personal desires for revenge as well. Barrett found that the name Clear River Valley wasn't exactly incorrect still. As they entered the area, he indeed saw the river. It flowed slowly and gently through the valley. However, upon moving slightly closer, he also felt the current state of things. He felt a chill run down his spine. It wasn't quite the same chill as ice wraiths, because those were spirits of cold, but instead purely the chill of uneasiness. He didn't see any ghosts, but they could theoretically be underground or hidden behind other things, or maybe just invisible. Halfway down the slope into the valley, they saw the first ghost. It rose up out of the ground 100 meters away. Both sides stood still, waiting for the other to make a move first. The party from Streeto didn't want to start a battle, because then it would announce their presence if it wasn't already known. Meanwhile, the ghost's intentions weren't known. Its body was wispy and indistinct. All Barrett could recognize was that it wore some sort of flowing clothing, robes or something similar. Then again, maybe it just appeared that way because of its indistinct form. After what felt like an eternity of both sides staring at each other, the ghost turned away, slowly sinking into the ground as it moved away. At least not all of the ghosts were aggressive, though it was possible it could just sense how strong the group was. Barrett looked down at the talismans he and the others wore. They were the best he could make with his third-tier magic skills. Against normal ghosts they might completely stop their possession, if they tried to do so. Some would be interested in that, and some would use remnants of their other abilities to just try to kill people out of spite. Some might not even really have any thoughts at all, only reacting to others. If possible, Barrett wanted the talismans to not be used up fighting ghosts. They might need them against those from the Convocation of Souls. Whatever slight effect they might have on a battle of the expected level, anything that helped could be critical. There were several more encounters with ghosts. Eventually one of them flew screaming towards the group, heading towards Barrett and Reyna. Barrett simply thrust his spear. He couldn't exactly feel what cultivation the ghost had in life through the haze of unreality it seemed to be, but his spear pierced into it anyway. Of course, a spear without any energy or magic would just go through an intangible being. That was normally the case, but Barrett had already developed a technique for that. Body and soul were one, and thus his soul could act as a weapon. Thus, the part of him that was in his spear stabbed just as sharply as the spear itself. It was just like attacking an ice wraith, except Barrett wasn't freezing. While the ghost might not have really needed its heart where Barrett stabbed, an attack entering its core was enough to discorporate it. Or was it disincorporate? It didn't have a body to be removed from, well, it was gone. Grandmaster Dekka was the first to notice their quarry. Near the bottom of the valley, to the southwest. I feel them. There is a conflict between ghosts and others. Grandmaster Dekka frowned. There are more than expected, but I only sense one Grandmaster, Cadell. The rest appear to be apprentices for the most part, plus one other familiar feeling. The swordsman you fought, Barrett. Barrett wasn't sure if there was some sort of destiny between the two of them, or just repeated coincidence. Was there a difference? The prophecy had nothing to do with that matter, but Barrett felt like he needed to handle that particular opponent regardless. Could there be any others hiding? Master Heikel asked. Of course there could be. Grandmaster Dekka nodded. We know Grandmaster Cadell has stealth abilities, but I already picked him out. It's hard to be certain of anyone from the Convocation of Souls not having a particular ability set, but there is certainly some limit to what they can actually gather and manifest. Grandmaster Teague didn't seem to have particularly many stealth abilities, but Master Heikel continued, Stieber had some. It wasn't his specialty, but he was quite capable of moving about without being noticed. We should be on the lookout for that. And that also includes any sense-altering poisons. Or others, for that matter. Mistress Severin commented, as we approach, we can limit the effect of any airborne poisons. Though. Master Heikel shook his head, we're not immune. Maybe just slightly resistant to whatever was used last time. If they have all of Stieber's abilities, we can expect something new, or something old that will still work. Very well then, she nodded, let us approach carefully. Reyna and I will somewhat mask our approach. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 372. A soothing breeze wafted around Barrett as they moved. He knew it would prevent much sound from escaping the area around him, and he did his best to limit the feel of his magic. Of course, he wouldn't be the most obvious of the group. The wind magic of Reyna wouldn't be completely hidden, and then there were two people with berserk energy. It wasn't impossible to hide. Grandmaster Zhu Bin, for example, had sufficient control over his berserk energy that he could grow a well-groomed beard. Master Heikel and Grandmaster Deka weren't bad at controlling energy, but subtlety wasn't particularly common in the Immortal Berserker sect. It was already enough that people wouldn't feel them coming from miles away. Barrett could feel the conflict ahead of them, around a curve in the valley. He didn't yet feel Grandmaster Cadell, but he sensed a dozen others, mostly third tier, but he felt the swordsmen he'd encountered twice before and two fourth-tier masters. Barrett felt a mishmash of various types of energy and magic, but that was to be expected. They were about a kilometer away when they came into view. Grandmaster Deka gestured to Reyna and Barrett, "The two of you take care of the weaklings, we'll handle Grandmaster Cadell." With that, the group sprang into action. Since they could now be seen approaching, it was best to move quickly, especially with the enemy already embroiled in combat. Barrett didn't feel any particular danger from the ghosts ahead, but he supposed that made sense if only the non-masters were fighting. A kilometer was covered in a dozen seconds. Grandmaster Deka, Master Heikel, and Mistress Severin moved towards Grandmaster Cadell, who noticed them and retreated. However, that left the rest of the group open. Barrett wouldn't have mercy for those from the Convocation of Souls, but the swordsman blocked his path and the two fourth-tier masters intercepted Reyna. Barrett made a few exchanges with the swordsman, who wielded a new weapon. Barrett moved as if to attack his sword to break it again, but he was more cautious with his weapon. Then Barrett found a good opening, thrusting his spear forward. His spear slipped off the large sword, causing no damage to it, and the sword swung down to his shoulder. However, his spear didn't stop. It continued forward, impacting the magic barrier covering the man. Barrett lost all momentum and the sword struck his shoulder, but he'd already accounted for being hit. It just took some stamina reinforcement to counter the energy from the man's sword. Then, he pressed his spear forward. He didn't draw it back to build up more momentum, merely leaning into it and pushing it along. While his spear was sharp, it wasn't going to penetrate a magical barrier like that. However, that didn't stop it from piercing the man's heart. Barrett had managed to conceal his true intent well, though he supposed it was possible that the man's new eye wasn't quite in working order yet. Medicine without side effects worked slower, and regrowing an eye in a month or two was still a fair accomplishment, for those who didn't focus their cultivation around recovering from wounds. Barrett hadn't managed to break the man's barrier before, and in fact, his attack still hadn't broken the barrier. He'd merely dislodged the swordsman's control over that particular soul. It was likely only for a moment, but during that moment he absolutely couldn't use his magic to protect himself with a barrier. Perhaps he didn't understand magic at all. While his clothing was technically capable of functioning as armor, Barrett still pressed his spear into the man's heart, using a stone pit Reyna's wind had concealed to push against the man from behind. He hadn't sensed that either, because it wasn't really an attack. As his spear came out the man's back, it was clear he didn't train bodily toughness. Why would he, when he had an invincible defense? Of course, having his bound souls dislodged was a weakness he should have learned to cover, but while he might have trained to sense someone using magic or energy to do that, Barrett seriously doubted he had met any pure body temperers who could attack a soul. The fight was short, but Barrett felt a slight ache on his shoulder. That would heal in a moment, but the stamina would be lost. Reyna was having no trouble facing off against two fourth-tier opponents, even though she was just early fifth-tier herself. She danced around them, and while her attacks hadn't yet penetrated their defenses, they didn't really need to. She stabbed towards one and her momentum floated her past, easily transitioning the thrust to target one of the third-tier cultivators. While they weren't a major factor in the battle, they couldn't be ignored completely either. Half of them were still occupied fighting ghosts, but if they had a chance to regroup they could be an annoyance. Finding himself free of an opponent, Barrett moved towards one of the fourth tiers. He felt a sort of berserk energy from him, not exactly the same as the Immortal Berserker sect used but close. Barrett's spear struck the man in the chest at the same time as an axe struck him. Berserk energy flowed into his armor, and actually managed to penetrate through it. Meanwhile, Barrett's spear stabbed into the man's right lung, puncturing his armor. Barrett was almost surprised when his opponent continued to attack, but while he didn't fight many berserkers outside of his sect, he'd actually done worse in spars to some people. Barrett wasn't going to let someone a tier below him hold him up, and he hooked the butt of his spear under the man's leg, Barrett's spear spinning to stab straight down into his sternum. He had to admit, the man was tough. He might have even survived having his heart half destroyed, but Barrett transformed his spear inside the man's body and twisted. It actually took a real expenditure of stamina to tear apart the man's upper chest, but then the berserk energy faded, not the same dissolution of death, but instead a stark removal of its existence. The man was dead, which meant that his bound soul had ceased functioning. That was an important note Barrett hadn't been sure about. Berserk energy raged through his body and equipment, but both Barrett and his Taspum weapon and armor were very well trained against it. As he turned to find another opponent, Barrett felt something. He'd almost forgotten that they were going into potentially a trap. Fortunately for Barrett, he'd experienced strong assassins trying to kill him many times before. The dagger aimed for his eye slit merely sliced a gash into his helmet and cheek instead of impaling his eye and then brain. Barrett had pulled back as quickly as he could, but even so that was all he could accomplish. Then he saw in front of him Grandmaster Cadell. There was no mistaking it, even though he'd only sensed the man vaguely before, but if that was the case, who were the others fighting? Barrett clenched his spear tightly. If he was lucky, the prophecy, well, maybe he would be the only one to die. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 373. Death comes inevitably. Barrett didn't need to be reminded of that. Especially not lately. However, the words rang in his mind and throughout his body. He felt blood dripping down his face from the wound right next to his eye. The instant Grandmaster Cadell had attacked, Reyna was already springing into action. The wind shifted around them, tightening to a smaller area and picking up rocks and stray weapons. At the same time, an aura spread out from Grandmaster Cadell. The remaining soul binders were still dealing with a handful of ghosts, and their movements quickened. Barrett realized he'd lost track of the other fourth-tier cultivator, but fortunately Reyna was on top of that situation. She directed one of Barrett's stone pits towards an area where the man had blended in with the rocky terrain. She attacked herself, stabbing out with her rapier. The man chose to dodge into the stone pit instead of getting impaled, which was probably the best choice available to him even though the stone pit knocked the wind out of him. Sadly, Barrett hadn't been quite prepared to do more with that as he was currently occupied otherwise. The only thing that had saved Barrett so far was his toughness and a bit of luck. Dagger attacks came faster than he felt possible, and he was only able to avoid them being lethal blows. They tore into his armor and body, but none reached his organs or cut tendons. Barrett was glad he'd worked on his Taspum armor to keep it from shattering under overwhelming force, or he would be wide open. Even so, he wasn't sure how he was supposed to fight back. His spear thrust and swept to at least slightly hinder the Grandmaster, but he couldn't even scratch the man. The status quo, death to one with half a soul. That was why he was here. Shanta would die, and he couldn't bear to sit by and do nothing, even if he knew his actions might not improve anything. Ghosts were destroyed, shattered by energy or torn asunder by magic. With each one that fell, there were more cultivators to assist the rest. It wasn't long before they were free to attack Reyna and Barrett. They struggled through Reyna's wind barrier, engaged in battle with another master, and suppressing the attacks of a Grandmaster even slightly meant she couldn't also kill a dozen third-tier cultivators instantly. Yet one perished outside of her attempts. A pale hand reached out of the chest of one of the third-tier cultivators. As it pulled away, there was a sense of something going with it, and the soul binder collapsed to the ground. Action may bring 2 deaths instead of 1, but never none. Perhaps he had been foolish. Barrett pushed his body to its limits and beyond. 2 deaths. Himself and Shanta. No, he couldn't let that happen. He had to be effective enough for Reyna to finish the others, or the rest of their group to finish their battle. Then, even if he died, it would be him and Grandmaster Cadell. Barrett's spear flashed, and a trail of blood dripped down Grandmaster Quiddle's forehead. Unfortunately, it came at the cost of his left elbow stabbed on the inner side. That didn't matter though. Sure, his arm wouldn't function, but he could make it. While he didn't have much hope of surprising a Grandmaster with a sudden burst of speed twice, at least he had shown the man was able to be damaged. 2 third-tier cultivators swung weapons at Barrett, but he actually ignored them. He couldn't consider them as existing if he were to survive. Maybe they were a hindrance to his movements that he couldn't shake off, but he couldn't afford to attack them either. To return soul to body, another soul will be removed from its proper place. That was the problem. Barrett didn't know if there was the right time to be analyzing a divination, but then again it was probably his last chance. Was that just another way of reiterating death or? The ground turned to mud under Barrett's feet, and he wasn't quick enough to counter it with his own magic. The final 4th-tier cultivator who had performed the magic was impaled by Reyna through the heart for his action, but that didn't help Barrett out of his predicament. It was only a moment, but the 2 third-tier cultivators grabbed his arms and Grandmaster Cadell reached out towards his face. Barrett hardened his body but, no attack came. At least, not a physical one. His talismans shattered, their protection inconsequential. Barrett felt a tug, not on his body but on his soul. So that was why he wasn't dead yet. And he thought he had been holding on pretty well. Barrett struggled, trying to keep himself, in himself. Then his eyes sharpened. One body shall be left a husk so that another might live. He might not be able to save himself, but if Shanta was in there somewhere he might give her a chance. Barrett stopped his struggle, and his soul was torn from his body. As Barrett's body collapsed to the ground, Reyna stared in shock. He couldn't be dead. She didn't believe it. If she saw him impaled through the heart, she wouldn't believe him dead. If he lost an arm, or both, she could see him laughing it off. He was stubborn enough that somehow, if his head was cut off, he'd just grin until someone put it back on his body. So, he couldn't be dead. He didn't even have any real injuries, even the cut on his face and elbow were already half healed. But, she could tell. She wasn't a cultivator of souls, but she felt Barrett's soul flow out from him into Grandmaster Cadell. She was surrounded by 3rd-tier cultivators, but a few quick motions and 2 were dead and she was past them, 10 steps from Grandmaster Cadell. Absorbing a soul had to be difficult. This had to be a chance. Since they were here to save Shanta by killing Grandmaster Cadell, she could save Barrett the same way. Her rapier formed a straight line to Grandmaster Quiddle's brain. She was 2 steps away and he hadn't moved. 1 step. Her arm thrust along with her whole body, guided by the force of the wind. She felt resistance, and her rapier left a slightly deeper blood trail in the same place as Barrett had a few moments before. She'd scratched her way through his defensive energy, but not quite well enough. Then, Grandmaster Cadell lurched for a moment. His body dashed backwards and faded from sight. Reyna could sense the magic as it happened, but not once his body faded. Reyna just noticed something coming out the moment before he did, an invisible force as if it had been catapulted away. It went towards Barrett, and Reyna felt a spark of hope. However, instead of entering his body, it flowed into the magic bag at his side. Even without energy or magic, Reyna just recognized Shanta. Then blood splattered in her face, and she noticed the lack of head of one of the 3rd tiers next to her, weapon raised to strike her. She turned to see Grandmaster Dekka, Master Heikel, and Mistress Severin, haggard and bloody but alive. Reyna stared blankly at them, and then at Barrett's body. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 374. Reyna sprang into action. She had no medical expertise to aid Barrett, but it wasn't as if he was injured anyway. It was a better choice than chasing after an assassin 2 tiers higher than her, and the 3 others were already acting on that. Reyna looked into Barrett's bag, hoping to find something that might stabilize him. There was indeed a handful of medicine, but none of it was useful for a body without a soul. Or rather, Reyna didn't know what she expected to find that might do that. However, she did find something else in the bag. She knew it was there, but had sort of forgotten about it. Perhaps it was better to say she was in there. Shanta's body was in the bag. That sparked Reyna's memory of only a moment before, but her panic hadn't exactly let her think clearly about it. She just barely recognized something as Shanta, her soul had returned. Reyna pulled her body out, but she showed no signs of waking. They would need to go to Krenther as planned, not unexpected, but Reyna thought Shanta looked slightly better. Her breathing felt more real. And there were slight traces of energy and magic circulating. Meanwhile, Barrett's body, actually, if she didn't know any better, she would have thought he just fell asleep. She knew what really happened, but she still felt hope. Shanta's soul had escaped, surely Barrett would be able to do so as well. Even if he couldn't do it alone, Mistress Severin and the others would catch Grandmaster Cadell, right? Reyna looked off in the direction they had run, but they had already gone so far she was just barely able to sense Grandmaster Dekka's energy. It only took Turan an instant to notice a displaced rock, and then a print on the ground. He wasn't normally much for tracking, but his brain was moving at maximum speed at the moment. They had to catch Grandmaster Cadell. Barrett was, if they couldn't catch up, Turan couldn't even bear to think about it. What was the point of everything he had done if it just ended like this? The trail wasn't easy to follow even with eyes that could see more than most. Occasionally, they had to pause briefly in their chase to pick it up again. However, then they continued on. Soon, they were at the top of the valley, but they were falling behind. Master Heikel strained his eyes. He had to pick up on clues faster. They could still catch up, outpace the enemy. He ran desperately, before suddenly he found himself gripped around the neck. He struggled and twisted but he couldn't get away. But, he had to save Barrett. Grandmaster Dekka sighed, tossing Master Heikel's unconscious form next to Barrett. He would wake up in a few moments, and hopefully act more rationally. He'd already been on the edge of exploding his own eyeballs, and yet he certainly would have kept chasing even after that. However, there was no way they could catch up. Maybe if they'd been immediately present, but while they might move slightly faster, that was only useful if they could sense their opponent to catch them. Being just a little bit behind made that nearly impossible, especially against a Grandmaster firmly stabilized. Grandmaster Dekka, meanwhile, had basically just crossed the threshold. He looked down at his chest, and his armor that had slices right through it. They had done well just to drive off their other opponent. Grandmaster Teague. They should have expected that he might be there, pretending to be someone else. It wasn't a new tactic, either. Blood dribbled out of Grandmaster Dekka's mouth as he set about eradicating the poisons from his body. Fortunately, Grandmaster Teague either hadn't properly absorbed Stieber's creativity with poisons, or he just hadn't had enough. New poisons. Nearly half of them had been repeats, and while he couldn't have been said to have built up a full immunity to them, some resistance had done well enough. Meanwhile, Mistress Severin had driven away some of the poisons, even potentially making Grandmaster Teague inhale bits of them, though he would likely have antidotes or even already built up immunity to some of them. Stieber was likely immune to everything he used, but it just hadn't been long enough for Teague to be at that point after a few months, even if he was a Grandmaster making use of Stieber's abilities. Once again, their victory was hollow. Somehow, Shanta's soul had escaped Grandmaster Quiddle's clutches, but now Barrett's was entrapped. He couldn't quite be sure, but somehow the process felt more complete even though it was rushed. Maybe he was wrong. Krenther could verify his thoughts, but even if Barrett's soul was only half gone, they couldn't afford to make a third attempt anytime soon. Their opponents would be even more cautious, and they might choose not to leave safe territory for them. If they did, perhaps they would bring alone someone they couldn't defeat. Though they'd killed over a dozen members of the Convocation of Souls, the fifth-tier member Barrett and Reyna had killed wasn't a good trade for Barrett's life. They traveled to the point they had arranged to meet Krenther. There was a small hut in the woods, not really set up with any facilities, but Krenther only needed himself. After a handful of hours of work, Krenther declared Shanta would recover. She could wake up any time. At most, it will be a day. Krenther looked at Barrett, and just shook his head. I don't have any hope for him. Krenther took some time to stabilize his magic before carefully looking Barrett over. Eventually, he frowned. If I didn't know any better, I wouldn't say his soul wasn't torn from his body but left of its own accord. There isn't much sign of struggle. What does that mean? Reyna asked. Krenther shrugged. Nothing, maybe, except Barrett's soul is completely gone from his body. His body will survive for some time, as a body cultivator, maybe a year or two. However, the body is not my specialty. Either way, returning him to his body wouldn't be so easy. A half-finished transference is one thing to undo, a complete one. Krenther shook his head. Maybe impossible. At least, for me. You might find someone else, but we couldn't trust them. Grandmaster Dekka shook his head. Even if you could, it wouldn't do any good without his soul, and since nobody would go to an assault on the Convocation of Souls, you'd have to somehow capture the thief of his soul alive. It's not something that seems possible. Turan Heikel placed Barrett's body in his bed, back at the Immortal Berserker sect. He wasn't in critical condition, so having him in the medical ward didn't really matter. If his condition worsened, there wasn't anything the doctors could do anyway. He might as well be comfortable in his own room, though Barrett wasn't really around anyway. He shook his head. He wanted to think he could have done something, but once again he was unable to save someone from the Convocation of Souls. He could go die trying to get him back, but that wouldn't be what he wanted. Turan didn't even see a sliver of a chance. He couldn't just stay and watch Barrett's body forever. Maybe, if he could break through to Grandmaster. As he had those thoughts, he noticed papers on Barrett's desk. He couldn't help but read the labels on them. He wouldn't pry, but his eyes caught on his own name. Master Heikel, a letter started. He couldn't help but grimly move to read it. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 375. Concerning Barrett Ravenhall and Shanta Delgado. Death comes inevitably. The status quo, death to one with half a soul. Action may bring 2 deaths instead of 1, but never none. To return soul to body, another soul will be removed from its proper place. One body shall be left a husk so that another might live. Death comes inevitably. So has it been spoken. Those were the words of the divination Barrett had copied. Along with those he left letters for those he knew. Master Heikel read the one for him. I'm sorry that I couldn't fulfill your wishes of being the perfect student. I never even caught up to you, let alone surpassed you. Instead, I chose to give my life away for a friend. Or perhaps I failed and we both perished, but I made the choice. I know the sect had high hopes for me. Grandmaster. 8th, 9th tier. Would that have been possible for me? I only know that it wouldn't have been if I disregarded my own heart, and did nothing. Please watch over my students and teach them to be upright in their actions, as those in the Immortal Berserker sect should be. Tears soaked the paper, ruining the words contained on it, but they would never be forgotten. Grandmaster Cadell sat in meditation. It was frustrating to lose access to recently acquired abilities, but at least he had stumbled across something more rare. Medics and poisoners could be found everywhere, even talented ones weren't difficult to track down with some effort. Pure body temperers were another thing. Maybe just what he had been missing. A trained body was accomplishable with other techniques, but pure body tempering added more options. It allowed pulling more effort out of the body than it otherwise could, which might make all the difference in a life or death fight. Even if it didn't, now he had access to ways to toughen his body even without using stamina actively. The Convocation of Souls was already well aware of the weaknesses of those from the Immortal Berserker sect. Unfortunately, the weaknesses weren't something that could be exploited in battle. It was only outside battle, in their own training, that the technique might fail them. Now with first-hand knowledge, however, Grandmaster Cadell could train himself to resist berserk energy of all sorts to a better degree. It was annoying that this Barrett had managed to somehow free Shanta's soul as his was absorbed, and his struggles had been a headache to deal with, but eventually he capitulated. They had lost some students in the battle, but his own gains made up for the entire debacle, though it was an embarrassment to have to retreat. They hadn't expected another Grandmaster to be born. Fortunately, he was just a fledgling and hadn't truly threatened Grandmaster Teague. Teague thought he'd gotten the better deal. Dr. Stieber was an amazing catch, after all. Compared to Shanta, Grandmaster Cadell wasn't quite sure. He had been higher tier, but they each had their own good sides. However, Barrett was an interesting tool to make use of. Use of pure body tempering was mostly undetectable, and unexpected surprises went very well with assassination techniques like what he already had. Years passed. Grandmaster Cadell was pleased to find that Barrett, even early in 5th tier, had plans and ideas for advancing to 6th tier and even vague ideas for Grandmaster. It was a shame he hadn't gotten his hand on any of the Taspum or the stone pits, but he hadn't known they would be useful. He had experimented with other things, and found the concept of living metal or stone intriguing but ultimately unnecessary. He could just acquire materials that were more functional to begin with. Enhancing his body to 5th tier and then 6th tier wasn't difficult given his training as a Grandmaster in other areas, and he didn't even have to undergo something ridiculous like destructions. Certainly, it was unfortunate to not heal rapidly, but pure body tempering provided the opportunity for that as well. Turan Heikel was pushing himself towards 7th tier. In the years after Barrett's death, he had accelerated his training. According to his rate of failure, small though it was, it should have been 8 or 9 years before he reached Grandmaster if all went well. Now, it was approaching the 5th year, and he was nearly there. That progress even exceeded the minimum time projected from perfect destruction success rate, but there was always another trick to be had. In fact, Barrett's own student Hayden had discovered this on accident, stacking destructions on top of one another, performing them before recovering from the previous one. Turan was well aware he could have died, but he didn't care. If he reached Grandmaster, the Immortal Berserker sect would love to have another Grandmaster. They would also be devastated to lose one, so they wouldn't know. The worst part of Barrett's death was his body. Technically, it remained alive, but with no soul connected to it, it was gradually fading away. Without training, it couldn't sustain itself no matter how much they fed it nutrients and medicine. From 5th tier it had quickly decayed to 4th tier, then over another year and a half to 3rd. Now it was 2nd tier, and it would likely shrivel away to nothing within another year. Saving him was probably impossible. 5 years of twisting and reshaping under a soul binder's control would make it something else entirely. Even if they could return it to his body and without a connection, that wasn't possible. At least, they didn't know anyone who could accomplish that. He couldn't save him, but he was planning to avenge him, and die trying. He had no delusions that he would survive the battle, but if he never intended to live, as a Grandmaster Immortal Berserker, he would be able to bring down at least one 7th tier opponent. And if he failed, at least his soul wouldn't be up for grabs. If Grand Mistress Aurora was alive, she would hopefully forgive him for avenging his student instead of her. Turan clenched his teeth. Just a little bit more to break through. His bones creaked and his muscles shuddered, and his body felt as if it were about to explode from berserk energy, just as if it, too, were preparing for what he planned. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 376. Flower petals swirled on the wind, slowly drifting down from cherry trees. Along with them was a sweet scent, and a sense of peace. Grandmaster Cadell meditated in the middle of such a place. Sometimes, it was nice to get away from things and spend time out in nature. Of course, nature had danger, but it wasn't as if the internal workings of the Convocation of Souls were danger-free. While it was quite frowned upon to steal the abilities of another member, it wasn't as if it never happened. While there weren't many who could cause trouble for a grandmaster, there were plenty of ambitious youngsters who would know most of his abilities while he would not be aware of theirs. Grandmaster Cadell sighed. It was such a nice scene, it was too bad it would be ruined by the presence of others. Was it a coincidence, or were they looking for him? One of them felt familiar. He stepped through the trees invisibly and silently. One of them was just a normal person, but the other was a fifth-tier cultivator. Once he laid eyes upon her, he recognized her, though he'd never seen her before. It was just a tingle from someone else's memories. She was, he didn't really care about her name. However, he felt the gentle energy wrapping around Berserk energy. She was someone important to Barrett once. Grandmaster Cadell didn't need to confront her, but why not? The young man next to her, for a moment, Barrett's soul almost recognized him. No, that was just the feeling of seeing a fellow pure body temperer. Barrett pegged him as a fifth-tier cultivator, probably. It was unclear why he would be there, but picking up another for a different perspective wouldn't be a bad idea. The woman had useful skills too. Drawing a dagger, he moved forward and stabbed towards the woman's neck, impaling her spine. No, that wasn't right. She dodged. Had he revealed his presence, his killing intent? Regardless, his attack merely slipped past her neck, leaving only a slight trail of blood. He was easily able to dodge her counterattack, almost by instinct, though he'd never fought her before. The whip coiled like a snake around her, but it couldn't move quickly enough to make up for 2 tiers of difference. The young man alongside her kicked at him, but his movements were also too slow. How strange. More people had come. Most of their auras he recognized. Now Grandmaster Cadell was certain they were here for him, but how? He'd told no one, right? Had he been betrayed by the convocation of souls? If so, who, and why? Regardless of the answer, he didn't really perceive himself to be in danger. There was only one barely grandmaster among the group, a 6th tier, and a handful of 5th tiers. He just had to finish some of them off quickly. Grandmaster Cadell stabbed the young man in front of him straight in the heart. He hadn't even had a chance to dodge. Yet, he smiled. Ah, right. A pure body temperer. He'd moved his heart. Even so, the poison should, but he'd neglected to put any on his dagger. He remembered starting to do it, but then his hands had moved to attack. Strange. Something was wrong. He searched himself for outside influence, but found nothing. The wind whipped around them, blowing flower petals in his face as he was making another attack on the woman. Even though the wind was clearly unnatural, it shouldn't have stopped him, but his attack fell short. He clicked his tongue. Those 2 wind cultivators would be annoying. Then, there was the medicine girl. She'd been returned to her body, he saw. No matter, he knew what poison she could use and could watch out for them. Then there was another man, his face glowed, and all of its features were gone except for his eyes, which had an extra pair oriented wrongly. A diviner, Barrett's thought said. Then another man with golden skin. A metal cultivator. Then, the new Grandmaster. Barrett's master, and a member of the Immortal Berserker sect. While he seemed the strongest, he was actually least worrying. After all, he'd tempered his body over the past half-decade, and Berserk energy wouldn't be much of a problem for him. Grandmaster Cadell supposed he should probably kill some of them instead of trying to capture them. It might be a waste of useful abilities, but he didn't want to remain in a fight with so many for longer than he had to. The metal cultivator would be a good place to start, since his body was already sufficient. He wore armor. Barrett's old armor, it seemed. How appropriate. However, there were weaknesses, and his speed wasn't sufficient. This time, he properly poisoned his dagger and stabbed into the armpit. His attack didn't go as deep as he thought it should have, but just a drop of poison would be enough. He had to avoid a myriad of attacks: 2 rapiers, a large axe, a spear, a dagger, a bare fist, and a whip. His body twisted to avoid the most dangerous ones. However, there were also a myriad of lesser attacks carried on the wind. They didn't matter, though. One of them by the older wind use slightly pierced through his energy, but his tempered body would be enough to stop the needle from puncturing into him. It was better than wasting energy anyway. For some reason, Grandmaster Cadell felt faint of breath. There was still air around him. It wasn't even a poor composition, though the wind users would doubtless try that. It was strange, though. It was like he hadn't taken a breath in, well, since the fight had started. But of course, he had. Why wouldn't he? Grandmaster Cadell backed off. Why wasn't he breathing? He tried to manually take a breath, and he had to push hard to get the air to pass through his windpipe. Then he was distracted by the pain in his right wrist. He looked down at it and found his hand was hanging there limply. How did that happen? He could use pure body tempering to make it function still, but it was annoying. Blood trickled down his thigh. The needle? But his body should have. Then he noticed. He never really paid much attention to the souls he'd absorbed. After all, they were just there to give him abilities or occasionally memories. They didn't do anything. Yet, somehow, he felt one of them was. In fact, it was as if it had an arm around his throat. Barrett? But, he only trained his body. He didn't know about souls, did he? No, how could he even still be active? Then he remembered how easy it had been to remove him from his body, and how quickly he had stopped struggling. And then a whip struck him in the back, and his body wouldn't move an inch. Berserk energy flowed with gentle energy to move past his own defenses only a small part, but then suddenly two of his ribs exploded as if they weren't tempered at all, or as if all of their toughness had been forcibly removed. Then everything got even worse. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 377. Grandmaster Cadell was facing down many attacks, and had to forcibly make his body move, but as his muscles contracted with force, his bones did as well. The power of his muscles crushed the bones inside him, which suddenly had no structural stability, to powder. His body was only barely listening to him now. He had to take back control. He reached out to use Barrett's abilities, then he felt something very odd. It was like his outstretched arm was grabbed and pulled, and then he was tossed, out of his own body, straight into an axe gleaming with berserk energy. That was the last thing he experienced as he was rent in two. Nilima hadn't really seen a soul before, but she briefly sensed and saw one fly out of Grandmaster Cadell. A sacrifice to block Grandmaster Heikel's attack. She prepared herself as Grandmaster Quiddle's body dashed towards her, swinging her whip around her in a defensive way. However, his hand still found her chest from behind. "Get me back to my body, Twig Girl." Nilima's eye twitched as she was called that old, annoying nickname, but she felt something flow into her, slipping past her defenses into her heart, as if a door had opened up for it. Then she felt more souls bubble out of the body behind her, and she darted away. She couldn't afford to be possessed, but the souls merely dissipated into the air. Her eyes focused on Grandmaster Quiddle's body, and saw the condition it was in. As if it had broken itself down, and it collapsed limply to the floor. Still alive, probably, but only technically. "What the hell is going on?" Nilima asked. "Why are all of you here?" Her eyes flicked to the young man who had come with her. "And who are you? How do you know Barrett?" The young man grinned. "Why, I'm Elmher. I'm not sure if this is a good time to talk though." He looked warily at the body of Grandmaster Cadell. A younger man Nilima had only seen in passing a few times stepped incautiously towards the body, his face fading from its strange state and returning to something resembling normal. "Einar, maybe?" I suppose this counts. Though I don't know if you wrote it down right." "What counts?" Nilima asked. "That stupid prophecy. Were you the one who gave it?" "All right, everyone calm down." Master Heikel's voice carried throughout the area. "Are we sure it's not a trick? Should we kill him?" "No need," Einar shook his head, 3, 2, 1, that should be his last breath. Punctured lungs. Body collapsing. I'm not sure how. Barrett did it, Nilima said. Barrett? Master Heikel shook his head, he was absorbed by this guy long ago. Body is connected to soul, and soul to body, a voice came from Nilima's mouth, but it wasn't quite hers. A body cannot have many souls, and a soul cannot inhabit many bodies. Not for long. Nilima's body suddenly shook, and she slapped her hand towards her chest. What the hell? Get out. She said that, but there was no response, and she didn't take any action. She looked askance at the rest of those in attendance, including Shanta and Reyna. I think Barrett is inhabiting his heart. My heart. I think we need to get back to his body. Before it finishes dying. I could just walk. Nilima shouted as the wind rushed past her. That is far too slow. Master Heikel's voice rang out in her ears as he carried her in her arms. The ground was spouting into the air behind them as he took rapid steps, releasing berserk energy to drive him forward at an almost reckless rate. If Barrett is not yet gone forever, I won't let it be me who causes us to be delayed. Nilima didn't have anything to say to that, partly because she found it very difficult to speak at all with so much air hitting her face. Besides, she secretly agreed with the sentiment. A journey of weeks turned into a journey of just a day, perhaps closer to a day and a half. Regardless, Master Heikel's speed did not slow no matter how much he pushed his body and regardless of how much berserk energy he expended. He didn't slow down even as they approached the Immortal Berserker sect, vaulting over the gates which were closed for the night. It was only because the restrictions recognized him that there wasn't a larger response, though alarms were triggered regardless, both because of Nilima's presence and the inappropriate entry. They immediately had guards chasing after them, not to stop them necessarily. Master Heikel. One of them shouted, is there an enemy attack coming? Should we call the Grandmasters? Master Heikel continued running as if he hadn't heard them and perhaps he hadn't. Hearing was an unnecessary expenditure of stamina. He continued sprinting with Nilima in his arms until he reached Barrett's room, preserved exactly the same way for the past 5 years. As he reached the door, he tossed Nilima at Barrett as he collapsed in the doorway. Nilima barely managed to react to the sudden change, twisting herself in the air and pushing with energy against the walls of the room so she didn't run headfirst into Barrett. She landed next to him, then frowned. How the hell am I supposed to wake you up? Traditionally, one kisses the princess, a voice came from the doorway. Nilima turned her head to see a woman. Katya? She stayed in a nearby room. Nilima, right? What's the commotion about? Katya looked down at Master Heikel's panting form. You really have something that might wake up Barrett? Nilima shook her head, I don't know, Af. She turned back to Barrett and slapped her hand on his chest, hey idiot, wake up. 2 things happened as she did so. First, there was a cracking sound as one of Barrett's ribs broke, which made Nilima uncomfortably aware of how far his body had degraded. She hadn't even used any energy. However, before she could be filled with too much regret, she felt something flow out of her through her arm and into Barrett. Did that do it? Nilima no longer felt the vague presence of what she thought was Barrett's soul that had been inhabiting her heart. Barrett's body didn't change, it wasn't as if he suddenly took a breath. In fact, his body had been breathing without him for 5 years, that was what she heard anyway. She'd come to spar with him as they promised, but found him like he was, and she'd heard his story and read his stupid letter to her. She hadn't gone to Grandmaster Cadell with the intent of saving him, merely with some stupid hope of avenging him. Somehow, his location had slipped out as she was nearby, though she'd spend a few weeks in the general area waiting for an opportunity. As she'd been approaching, she found that man who apparently also knew Barrett. Didn't he say his name was Almher? Nilima vaguely recalled hearing that name before. Nilima hadn't really been sure about what she was going to do in a fight with a Grandmaster. If she could get a solid blow, she was confident in killing pretty much anyone, but in the back of her mind she had known she would just die. That was pretty stupid. But, maybe instead of stupidity it was fate or some other cultivator thing. Except if the others hadn't shown up, she would have just been dead. Stupidity then. Krenther. Master Heikel said between deep breaths, need to get. Krenther. He coughed up a little bit of blood indicating he had used his body in ways it wasn't meant to work. He can help. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 378. Nilima didn't know Krenther, or where to find him, but Grandmaster Deca did, and he and Grandmaster Zhubin arrived only a few minutes later. Grandmaster Zhubin spoke, I heard Master Heikel came running in here like a madman. He looked down at Heikel, who was only vaguely conscious. You did something stupid, didn't you, Master Heikel? He lifted him off the ground, then frowned. Grandmaster. You reached Grandmaster. He shook his head, at least you made it back alive. What happened? No, don't talk. Grandmaster Zhubin looked towards Nilima, you were with him, correct? Can you explain? Can I explain? Nilima narrowed her eyes, can I explain? Then she shook her head, I can try. Thus, she did her best to explain what she knew, which wasn't much. Grandmaster Cadell had died. Saying they killed him wasn't quite right, but he was dead. His body had died shortly after his soul was cut in two by Master Heikel, but his body wasn't a relevant factor in his existence anyway. Grandmaster Zhubin sighed and shook his head, we're going to have a talk about responsibilities as a master or grandmaster. Grandmaster Zhubin looked over to Grandmaster Deca, you've met Krenther, haven't you? You're in the best position to arrange for his assistance with Barrett. Grandmaster Deca brought Krenther to the location they had brought Barrett away from Agloni. They trusted Krenther just fine, but the rest of Agloni they were more skeptical about. Master Heikel, Grandmaster, technically, was resting at the Immortal Berserker sect. He didn't want to, but if he didn't he could cause permanent damage to himself and his cultivation. As it was, he had to consume various medicines and rest to stabilize himself. The rest of those who had been to save Barrett were likely still returning, since they hadn't been able to keep up with Grandmaster Heikel, they chose to move at a more sensible speed. Nilima, Katya, and a few other Immortal Berserkers were watching Barrett while Grandmaster Deca went into Agloni. They'd picked a safe location away from any roads, hidden by rolling hills and trees. Once Krenther arrived, he carefully looked over Barrett. I see. Trying to reintegrate with his body after years have passed in another's body, very difficult. What's more, his body is so weak it's hard to reform the connections. Krenther nodded his head, the good news is his soul isn't particularly damaged. However, it's quite risky if he's left to do this himself. His soul isn't getting nourishment from his body, so he's limited in resources. I can help, but it will take me expensive resources to keep myself going. Grandmaster Deca nodded. From what he had heard, Krenther's services weren't necessarily cheap, and he'd actually charged Barrett less than a normal rate in many cases. Meanwhile, his actual prices for those in Agloni strained what people could afford. Krenther radiated the power of a middle fifth-tier master, quite advanced for his age especially considering the difficulty of his area of specialty. Souls were a complicated topic, and without even a master to teach him he was keeping up with the top rate of advancement. Krenther reached inside Barrett, carefully. He didn't want to be seen as a threat. Fortunately, he'd worked on Barrett before. Thus, even though they couldn't really communicate, Barrett didn't resist him. Barrett's soul was busy at work trying to reconnect to his body, but it was clear he didn't really know how. Not that Krenther blamed him, it wasn't something that was really practiced. It was a different experience from dealing with curses that severed connection to just part of the body, and Barrett had no connection at all to the body to anchor himself. Combined with not inhabiting his body for half a decade, and it barely seemed to recognize him. As Krenther was starting to implement his idea for how to reattach Barrett, he was stopped by Barrett's own actions. Krenther had wanted to do things the safe way, connecting things bit by bit, but Barrett seemed to have other ideas. He was directly attempting to reattach to his brain, a sensible idea, but difficult. Starting with an extremity would have been easier, and with some established connection he could work from there, but then again, once his brain was successfully reacquainted with his soul, Barrett would function much better, and then everything else would be easy. Unfortunately, Barrett wasn't in a state for Krenther to communicate clearly with him, so he couldn't explain why his method was probably better, and Barrett had already started the process anyway. Trying to cut it off now would throw things into chaos. Barrett only had a limited reserve of what he could do. In fact, Krenther was finding it difficult to discern what was powering Barrett. His final conclusion was, nothing. Nothing except what his soul currently had, anyway. He wasn't producing any energy, and his magic seemed to have been left aside for the moment. Barrett didn't have much to keep him going, but Krenther could provide that. In fact, he found it easier to work with Barrett now than when removing the curse. He'd had to watch out for Barrett's prickly berserk energy. Krenther poured his own power into Barrett, supporting his actions and trying to guide them. Without inhabiting a body, Barrett's soul would run mostly on instinct. Krenther did his best to guide it. Since the soul wasn't physical, it was possible to start at the middle of the brain and work outwards. The problem was reattaching the soul without giving a shock to the body, as the brain suddenly reconnected. Switching solely from subconscious to partial consciousness could result in the heart stopping, among other vital functions. In addition, if only part of a brain region was reintegrated, it might fail to work with the rest of the region. Barrett's body was already on its last legs. Krenther had to help to carefully stitch his soul back to it one bit at a time. His own body was basically ignored. Krenther only moved his arms to open his bag and pull out pills or just herbs to ingest, and a few magical crystals. He needed everything he could get to help Barrett through the process, because stopping halfway would be more dangerous than doing nothing to help. Barrett's soul was weakening in its own power as well, because although it was partly attached to his brain, Barrett chose not to draw any stamina from the area to power himself. It was sensible, but that was why it came with some risk. If he'd started at an arm, he could have drawn power from there, but then again, it might not have been enough to work his way to the brain and could have resulted in failure on a slower timescale. Krenther could have come up with a plan to make everything go smoothly if he'd had a few days to consult Barrett, but obviously that wasn't possible. From the outside, it wasn't possible for anyone to notice any changes to Barrett. After all, his body continued breathing weakly but steadily. Only Krenther's exertion could be seen and felt. Then, Barrett opened his eyes. Unfortunately, that wasn't necessarily a good sign. They closed afterwards, and his body started twitching uncontrollably. One of his legs lashed out and hit Krenther in the side. Fortunately, Barrett's body had weakened that the undefended Krenther was merely knocked to the side. Hold him still. Krenther clutched his side as his thoughts briefly came back to his body. This is the most critical moment. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 379. Everyone but Krenther helped hold down Barrett, and Krenther returned to work. Barrett's body was still moving wildly, but Krenther wasn't so concerned about that. He needed to make sure Barrett's soul properly connected back up with his brain. If that part failed, everything else would. The process was already mostly finished, but there were still a few critical pieces left, and everything was made more difficult by the time of separation of Barrett from his body. Half a decade was nothing to sneeze at. With one final push, Krenther helped Barrett stitch himself back to his body, and then his body stopped. It stopped thrashing and twisting, and it stopped breathing. His heartbeat stopped as well. Had they messed up? Krenther used his senses to try to see what was wrong, but he found himself pushed away. Gently, but firmly. He could certainly force his way past, but at least that indicated some part of Barrett was still active. A minute passed. Barrett's blood flow was slowing with his heart no longer beating. Soon enough, his blood would be low on oxygen and his body would start dying, faster than it had been doing already. In the silent room, a single heartbeat from Barrett could just barely be heard, and only by those with exceptional senses. Then he breathed out strongly, and inhaled deeply. Barrett's eyes still didn't open, but Crenther felt he was firmly attached to his brain. As long as his body continued functioning, he would no doubt be able to reintegrate himself to the rest of his body. I think, he will be fine. He needs food and rest. Probably. At least, on the soul end of things he will be fine for the moment. Crenther looked to one of the doctors to confirm. The doctor shook his head. I can't say his condition is improving, but it doesn't seem to be getting any worse either. That was all that could reasonably be said. Barrett dreamed. Of what, he didn't remember. However, that didn't matter. He dreamed. That could only happen in a body, in his own body. It had been hard enough to pretend to have been defeated by Grandmaster Cadell, or rather, he had really been defeated but not broken. Since he'd willingly left his body at the end, he'd maintained some of his autonomy. Then he just fed Grandmaster Cadell relevant information as it was requested, and helped him with trying out pure body tempering, performing it, but not learning it. It was only after a few years that Barrett had been able to control Grandmaster Quiddle's body almost as he wished, but he didn't have many opportunities to do so. He had only wanted to get him away from his sect, not so he could escape somehow but so that he could kill him and have the Convocation of Souls lose his resources, his collected souls, knowledge, and his equipment. His memories of his time were somewhat fuzzy. Souls could only do so much without a body. However, he had learned many things, like what it felt to be in someone else's body, and what not having a true immortal body was like. When Barrett awoke, he didn't move. No, he couldn't. While he was connected to his brain, he could think, but having it give orders to the rest of his body didn't quite work yet. However, having real thoughts instead of acting merely with his soul's desires allowed him a freedom he hadn't felt in years, even if he couldn't move his body. Though he'd only had a day or so of rest, he felt rejuvenated. With some effort, he reintegrated with his whole head. He'd just gotten down to the neck when he felt exhausted. He wondered why, but then he noticed. His body was weak. He could feel it, and not only had it not moved in years, its toughness had decayed. He wasn't sure about the healing rate. He couldn't afford to expend stamina on that. When he opened his eyes, the light hurt them briefly, something that wouldn't have happened 5 years prior. Then he saw many people around his bed. Cultivators needed to sleep still, but they could also go a long time without doing so. Barrett wanted to say something, but he couldn't, and they noticed him first. Barrett! You're awake. Shanta was there. Barrett wanted to nod, but he hadn't gotten to his neck yet, so he just raised his eyebrows and smiled. Reyna spoke next, sighing. Of course he can't speak yet. That would be too easy for him. Right? Barrett's grin widened, though it took most of his remaining effort to do so. His eyes looked around the room, seeing the rest of those who came for him had come. Master Heikel, Mistress Severin, Kale, Nilima. Crenther was around too, and so was Einar. Einar didn't appear particularly impressed or surprised by Barrett's recovery. I know you can't answer me right now, but your interpretation of my prophecy left much to be desired in terms of thoroughness. Though I suppose if you had interpreted it differently, one of the other results may have come about. Barrett blinked. That was right. Wasn't he supposed to die? Death is inevitable, wasn't it? Shanta wasn't dead though, and he wasn't either. Ah, that was too much thinking for the moment. Maybe when he had rested up and could talk. You look like hell, kid. The final, unknown man stood over Barrett. He seemed familiar for some reason, but Barrett didn't recognize him. Oh, don't make that face. Did you really not believe me? I told you. Next time you saw me, I'd be young. Master Alnher grinned, a smile that showed no signs of ever having been half toothless and old. Master Heikel shook his head. I don't think anybody believed you could do it. Nobody else had to believe it but me. Master Alnher crossed his arms in front of him, though I have to say, things got real close to my body just falling apart. Shanta waved her hands. All right, we all got to see him alive and awake and stuff, now he needs to sleep more. After he eats something. You hungry? Barrett had no control over his stomach at the moment, but it made its intentions known anyway by growling. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 380. Returning to full control of his body took Barrett a few days, not because it was difficult but because he didn't want to damage anything by overexerting his stamina. After all, he was running entirely off of the power of what his body could now do, which was very little, comparatively. Everyone wanted to talk to him, now that he was back from the dead. The first person to really get a chance was Clara. She was no longer a little girl, she hadn't been a half-decade earlier. She was a woman in her 30s, married but with no children yet. She wasn't a cultivator, but there were plenty of jobs around the Immortal Berserker sect that didn't need cultivation, and in fact, caring for vitality pairs specifically required no energy or mana. That was related to why she was the first allowed to visit. She held up a pair that looked perfectly normal, maybe larger than average, but not special. This should help. So I hear, anyway. It's not something I've ever had need of. She shook her head. This time, everyone thought you were dead, even though your body was still relatively healthy. People were planning a funeral, they just kept putting it off because your body was still alive. But they said it would have been later this year for certain. Barrett shook his head. I thought the same. Maybe I was even more certain than everyone else. I thought the future was more certain than it really was. He grinned. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not yet. He took a bite of the vitality pear. He wasn't sure why he had expected some magical effects, after all, it was specifically not magical. However, as the fruit reached his stomach he felt stamina flowing throughout his body. It wasn't particularly stronger than anything else, but it felt easier to use. Barrett didn't really have any injuries, but he had a lot of work to do building up his body again. All aspects of it had returned to a weaker state. Reyna's visit was short and to the point. I'm glad you're alive. I just can't cry any more tears for you in the future. Barrett nodded. Then, I just need to make sure you never have a reason to. Reyna smiled. That would be great. I wouldn't bet on it though, knowing you. Barrett had nothing to say to that. Master Heikel, who was a grandmaster, now was actually in a worse state than Barrett. He probably could move, but it was easier for Barrett to go to him. Grandmaster Heikel nodded seriously. This is the part where I scold you for being reckless. He kept his face stern. Remember, do as I say, not as I do. Amicham. I'll consider it. Barrett grinned. Will you be alright? Me? Well, unlike a certain other person I know, I didn't do anything so reckless as to drop down a tear. Or 4. I just have to be careful for a while. A few months or so. Barrett thought for a moment, and then we'll have 7 grandmasters. Unless another one popped up while I was gone. Grandmaster Heikel shook his head. You think grandmasters grow on trees? It's not that easy. Even I could have been considered freakishly early, having reached 7th tier from 6th in just 20 years. Should have been another 2 to 5 years, and that would still be considered optimal. Too risky. I'd do it again though. Especially now, since I didn't even think there was a chance to save you. You really think Einar would go into a battle he could die in? Of course. You remember when he fought you in the tournament? He can't see his own losses. Barrett frowned. He sounded pretty confident in knowing I would live, but then again, he could have been the one wrong about the prophecy just as easily as me. But he should know that now. Barrett tilted his head, which means maybe I need to thank him for risking his life, or not. Kale came to visit next, wearing Barrett's armor and carrying his spear. He removed his helmet and stood there awkwardly. Sorry for taking your stuff, but you were dead. It suited me best so. It does. Barrett nodded. Keep it. Are you sure? I can dash. Barrett waved his hand. It's not part of me anymore. Besides, I wouldn't be able to do anything with it for a while. Right. Kale nodded. Kelani would have come too, but I didn't exactly tell her. Since I didn't exactly intend to live, I couldn't risk her and the baby. Barrett tilted his head. Oh. Right. You've been, well. We're married now. A union of the Lipika and Anaconi clans. I see. I hadn't really expected. Kale shook his head, it was the best choice for the clans. Neither of us had any objections, either. That doesn't sound right. Kale paced back and forth for a moment, neither of us were really romantics, you know. Nobody could have made us do it, and we could have solidified the alliance of the clans another way. This was just the best choice for everyone, and we're happy together. You said you didn't tell Kelani. Right. You're going to need that armor when you get back. Kale's face contorted in a despairing grin, it's a good thing it's not easy for others to control. Master Alnher was the second to last of those who had come to rescue Barrett. Mistress Severin had helped because of her attachment to Reyna and Turan Heikel, though she was fond of Barrett as well. Barrett looked over Master Alnher. What? Master Alnher grinned widely, why do you look surprised? I told you next time we met I'd be young. Or dead. So you expected me to die? How mean. When you leave on a final journey acting like you're going to go die somewhere else. Barrett nodded. I did. How did you find me? Coincidence. I was wandering the area, a few days away, and saw that young woman dashing past, muttering to herself about Barrett. So I stopped her and asked. She reluctantly allowed me to come along. Did she mention she was going to fight a grandmaster? Alnher shrugged, might have. I could have pulled out a few good tricks to get a chance, but then all those others showed up, and you were helping from the inside. Master Alnher stroked his chin, I've never gotten to use pure body tempering from inside someone else. How is it? Bad. Other people's bodies are the worst. Alnher nodded sagely. I bet. He turned to leave, then stopped. Be nice to the young lady with your heart. She's more fragile than she feels. As he stepped out of the room, his arm shot out and grabbed something, then he tossed Nilima into the room. Whoops, you weren't supposed to hear that. His voice indicated he knew she was listening the whole time. You kids talk things out. Oh, and you Dash, he pointed to Nilima, try not to forget Barrett's a little easily damaged right now, With that, he stepped out the door and shut it behind him. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 381. There was a long period of awkward silence as Nilima and Barrett looked at each other. Finally, Nilima spoke, so you almost died again. And now you're weak. Sorry, Barrett shook his head, give me a few years and I'll be back up to a proper challenge. Nilima shrugged, whatever. You thought you were going to die. You read the letter right? But then, you went anyway. I don't think you thought you were going to save me. You weren't with everyone else. Were you planning to die? Nilima shifted her feet and changed the topic of the conversation. So what are you planning to do now? Can you recover your cultivation? Going to enter the 5th tier tournament. You still have 5 years. Barrett nodded slowly. I should be able to. I'll probably enter. Then again, maybe not. It doesn't matter. Barrett took a deep breath and released it slowly. I've had enough of waiting and cultivating. I need to do something. Sitting around not causing trouble until I'm strong enough, it's no good. It's not like everyone else isn't growing stronger at all either. The Convocation of Souls is very strong, even if they're down one Grandmaster now. Having Dr. Stieber alive would have been much preferred. Ruklua and the whole Ustane Empire are still, well, the same. Agloni is almost a better city than Streeto except they have zombies just walking on the streets. Nilima nodded. Well, have fun dealing with all that. I'll return later. With that, she turned to walk out. Why not stay and help me? Barrett called after her without thinking. Nilima looked over her shoulder and raised an eyebrow. How? I can't exactly go beating people up in Streeto, and I don't have any other skills to speak of. That is, Barrett tilted his head, you can tell me if I'm doing something dumb. Besides, it's not like I know how to do anything I'm planning to do. It's not easy to root out organizations in Streeto that probably have hundreds of years of practice covering up their crap. Even the Silver Blades only got in trouble because they got too arrogant and caused public incidents. They barely found any other evidence. Nilima rolled her eyes. So, what? You're going to reform Streeto and take apart all of the evil sects and overthrow a country? And anything else I think up along the way? Barrett looked at her with a completely serious face. What, are you too busy? Got an important duel scheduled with someone else? Sounds like you're planning to die in any number of ways. Maybe just hire a bodyguard. Nilima crossed her arms. You offering? Barrett grinned. I don't have any money right now, but I know a grandmaster. Nilima shrugged, I guess I could stay for a while. Barrett really didn't have any money. He'd authorized Rylan to spend all of his remaining money after his death. The fact that he wasn't dead now was a surprise to both of them, and while Rylan offered to pay Barrett back, Rylan was making good use of the funds he currently had. There were thousands of people involved in his work, either helping with food or shelter or other needs or those who were being helped. On the scale of Streeto it was still a relatively small group, especially considering how few members were strong cultivators, but it was making more difference in the city than having another group of people fighting would do. In a city of 10 million people, entirely cleaning up poverty in 5 years was an insane idea, but Rylan had at least managed a dent. And, they were spreading to other places. The followers of the Nameless God did that regardless of Rylan, but with more resources and a good centralized location like Streeto, they could go to more places. Apparently, George was now running a small business in Agloni, and providing charity for those who needed it. It was a harsh place to try to make people better, but maybe that was where it was needed most, at least, outside of certain organizations. Rylan provided an opportunity for Barrett that made some things possible. He knew many people, or knew people who knew other people, and so on. The point was, he could get information, not from powerful people with knowledge of the inner workings of organizations, but just regular people. Even if most refuse was ultimately dealt with by cultivators, burned or buried or possibly broken down into component parts to be recycled, a city the size of Streeto had large amounts of it, and that meant mundane or low cultivation workers transporting it. There were workers who carried messages, cooks, maids, some of everything. Rylan wasn't going to use his position to get people to reveal secret information, but various issues still found their way to him. Mistreatment by employers. Sometimes people wanted help finding other work, sometimes they just put up with it for the pay, and sometimes it was just overheard news. None of it was something that could be directly acted upon, but just hearing what the people at the bottom thought of a certain group gave a glimpse of their character as a whole and what groups needed to be looked into. Blood pulsed through Barrett's veins, bringing pressure, heat, and life. He was having to rebuild his body's toughness one bit at a time, but with his experience, recovering from first to second tier took little time, approximately a month. It was fortunate that he didn't have to undergo destructions again. His body had been fundamentally changed, and the foundation was there, he just had to rebuild everything on top of that. Regular exercises and combat training helped too, and Barrett found it interesting to spar with some of his pure body tempering students. Many of them had reached third tier, and while they understood he had more knowledge than them, they thought that they could combat him while he was second tier. They were wrong. Even without using his third tier magic, which had only gotten out of practice but not shriveled and weak like his body had been, he was still able to fight them and come out ahead. After all, he was still up a couple decades of experience and he knew how to use what he had more efficiently. Barrett looked at Rolf, Hayden, and Alexei lying in a pile. They weren't bad, probably close to where he'd been in mid-third tier, but maybe a little lacking in real battle experience. They'd experienced real battles, but hadn't nearly died so many times. Then again, perhaps that was for the best. He just had to make sure they would be ready when such situations arose. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 382. When Grandmaster Heikel came to see Barrett with a serious expression on his face, Barrett tried to preempt his questions. My cultivation is progressing smoothly. I haven't heard any conclusive evidence, or even anything worth acting on at the moment. Grandmaster Heikel nodded. I see, but that's not why I was here today. Grandmaster Noor attempted to advance to 8th tier, and failed. Barrett frowned. Is he? Heikel shook his head. Not dead. But he's not much better off than that. And, though we have many impressive medicines, we don't have much effective for grandmasters. We were actually hoping Dr. Stieber, well, we might have to wait longer for anything of the sort. Grandmaster Heikel shook his head, but he knew the risks. Even without him, we still have more grandmasters now than we used to, though I still just barely stepped through the door. He paused for a moment. About that other topic. The only relevant detail is nobody has anything negative to say about our allied sections. Nobody that matters anyway. Mostly old grudges and the like. Barrett sighed. I didn't even think to investigate them, but Ryland congratulated us on actually being righteous sects instead of just spouting off things to sound good. Though he might also be biased towards us. Tyrann Heikel held out his hands helplessly. The internal affairs of the Immortal Berserker sect are constantly reviewed. We certainly do the best we can. About those others. Well, an easy example is the Church of Ristos. Their presence here is small though. On more vaguely religious groups, the Temple of Divine Fury isn't particularly popular, but Ryland generally approved of them, at least not being hypocritical. Even though their recruitment is quite exclusionist and they value military might purely for the sake of itself, at least that is what they say they care about as well. Barrett shook his head. The Church of Egdas has a small presence in Stredo as well, and while they aren't particularly charitable, that's not part of self-sufficiency. They're still relatively more charitable than the Church of Ristos. Apparently providing assistance to someone so that they can become self-sufficient is encouraged in moderation. However, Ryland has been more zealous in that area. Barrett stroked his chin. Let's see, less favored factions. The brilliant blades are said to be extremely polished but not exactly a beacon of righteousness. The Palace of 1,000 Eyes, well, it's easy to see why people distrust illusionists. Grandmaster Heikel commented, it seems as if you're leaving something out. Like I told you, I don't have any conclusive evidence or something worth acting on. I'd like to hear it anyway. What do you have? Barrett shrugged. A gut feeling. I'm sure you remember the 2 incidents in the arena with me. The ones involving the silver blades. Master Heikel crossed his arms. Those involved in the failure of the functioning of the arena were arrested and punished by death. Barrett nodded. That's the official story, and people did die. But, I don't recall any grandmasters dying. Or even powerful masters. Do you think the Majestic Invoker's circle really had a few 4th tier members who could freely manipulate the arena's functions without anyone else noticing? Those are some serious accusations. Barrett folded his arms and held his head high. I didn't do anything but state a few things and ask a question. Grandmaster Heikel grinned. I wasn't saying I disagreed with your logic either. I was just thinking you were right to be cautious about mentioning that much. He paused. Now that you've had some time, do you still think you can recover your cultivation in just a few years? My body is retraining quite adequately. I even had some peeks into a grandmaster's head, and while I can hardly say I remember much of it or that he knew anything about pure body tempering, it gave me some ideas. I think all I needed before was time to advance to 6th and 7th tier. At least, reaching the extreme of 6th tier was just a matter of time. I don't want to say it would have been easy to reach Grandmaster. Tyrann laughed. It's okay if you say it. You're pioneering your own form of the Immortal Berserker style, and you make it look easy. And the trick to advancing to Grandmaster is just experience, accumulation of power, mindset, and maybe a bit of luck. I'd say if luck is real, you have plenty of it. I'd be forced to agree. After all, I died, but I'm still here. Barrett squinted his eyes as he looked over Turan Heikel. You kept up with pure body tempering, right? You hit master tier. Grandmaster Heikel nodded, sure, but being a full realm behind in pure body tempering, well, it's only good for a trick now and then. Maybe focusing my healing a bit. Great. How would you like to have a true immortal body? Grandmaster Heikel tilted his head. I'm sure you know any immortal berserker would be thrilled to have it, willing to pay great expenses if it were possible to obtain one instead of just being born that way. Excellent. Then we can start any time. Turan squinted his eyes. Start what? Well, Barrett explained, for the past 5 years, I didn't have a true immortal body. But for 4 decades before that, I did, and had never not had one. So I didn't really know how it worked. Now I do. It's an inherited trait, but it's sometimes inherited from cultivators who weren't born with it. It's not a recessive trait, exactly. I thought it might just be more easily noticed in children of cultivators. Normal people won't generally notice the effects. However, it's something different. While the Immortal Berserker style fundamentally changes how our bodies work, we're also still very human. Our children will be the same both before or after, with the possible exception of a true immortal body. Grandmaster Heikel shrugged, and so what? I have children and pretend to be one of them. I know you wouldn't advocate stealing a body. Barrett waved his hand. Well, my point is, humans have many traits that are passed on from parents to children, obvious things like eye and hair color. Some traits are related to environment, like those from the Metal Sea. But they weren't always like that, but became that way even non-cultivators. In short, certain traits can be activated by environmental factors. Or just pure body temperers, because they can skip silly intermediate steps. I felt the necessary things to have a true immortal body inside of Grandmaster Cadell, and no blood affinity of any closeness, which indicates the trait should be spread throughout humans in general. However, I can't guarantee that, or explain the technique simply, which is why you being master tier will reduce the risks and you can recognize if my assumption is incorrect when you make the attempt. Turan Heikel frowned. You really think it's possible? I imagine it comes with significant risk though. Could be more or less than breaking through a tier, more for you, since you'll be the second non-myself I tried it on, and I haven't explained it before. Maybe, 10–20% chance of terrible results. So why haven't we started yet? Grandmaster Heikel sat down without a second of hesitation. That's nothing. Increasing my future cultivation efficiency greatly is worth the risk. Barrett grinned widely. Right, so, I would suggest having a doctor on watch in addition to myself. Also, that's not really a good place to sit. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 383. Grandmaster Heikel was sitting, ready to take instruction from Barrett, when he asked, has Master Alnher tried this technique? Barrett shook his head. I offered to him first, but upon me assuring him it was possible he said, wait, don't tell me, I'll figure it out. Which is why he's disappeared somewhere for the past few days, probably. Turan nodded. It's not that I don't trust your efforts, but I was interested in the most experienced people trying things first. Though I suppose I'm the third most experienced pure body temperer we know, after you. Right, Barrett nodded. This might take a while, we can do it bit by bit. Each body part needs to be changed, starting at the smallest parts. You should have plenty of practice by the time we reach more critical areas. Now all Barrett had to do was explain exactly how to do something he did inside his own body with words. In other words, a nearly impossible task. Barrett's body was catching up to itself. To where he used to be, and where his soul currently was. If he hadn't gotten experience with soul interactions, it was likely his soul would have started to decay towards his body's level, but then again, he wouldn't have needed the experience if nothing had happened. Regardless, he was able to keep his soul more or less at the strength it was when it returned to his body, and its overall health was better. Souls weren't meant to live in another's body for years, even when they were being taken care of. Obviously, soul binders didn't want the souls to decay, but that didn't mean they had positive feelings towards them as more than just tools. It took Barrett some time to determine what his new experiences could do for him. He couldn't become a soul binder, only observing Grandmaster level activity while he had no basis for it wasn't particularly helpful. However, he could use that experience with talismans protecting the soul, since he was more aware of what was dangerous. Specifically, he could likely make it much less appealing for anyone to try to steal a soul. He was still limited by his magical power, but if he took a week to empower a single talisman, it could stand up to masters for some time at the very least. Then there was his body. He'd had some knowledge of the connection between body and soul before, and even some ways to attack souls, and he could definitely improve on that, once his body caught back up. As for using such attacks against normal people, difficult or impossible. The most he could do without actually piercing deep into their body, in which case they would probably already be dead, would be a concussive impact on their soul, maybe throwing them off briefly. Then again, the physical impact would do just as well. That ability would still only remain potent against beings mostly made of soul or those who projected their soul outward, like soul binders. Barrett was definitely eager to increase his effectiveness against them. He was cautious enough to know that seeking out more conflict soon would be foolish. They'd already risked so much and come out very lucky. However, the convocation of souls certainly hadn't seen the last of him. Maybe after some other issues were resolved. Barrett's students had been without a teacher for too long. Master Heikel could have instructed them somewhat, but not only did he have less experience with pure body tempering, he had been furiously cultivating. Barrett had left behind as much information as he could to guide them, but general guidance wasn't as good as personal instruction when specific problems came up. It wasn't bad for students to puzzle through things on their own sometime, but having someone around to tell them if that was what they should do or steer them away from risky paths was something else. At least Master Almher had returned to stay at the Immortal Berserker sect, and while he was locked up trying to figure out how to have a true immortal body now that it had been confirmed by Barrett it could be done, he would eventually be able to teach as well. Barrett also wanted to exchange thoughts with him on various aspects. All of his students were valuable parts of the Immortal Berserker sect, but Barrett couldn't help but want more. None of them were masters yet, partly because time just hadn't allowed for it. It would be 4 more years before the forerunners like Rolf to have a chance. The Immortal Berserker sect had poured many resources into Barrett, and though he'd provided some things for them as well, the best contribution he could make would be a handful of masters, or more. There was nothing wrong with more. However, even if the death rates were lower than the berserk energy side of things, it wasn't as if they all survived forever either. Some died from failures in training, especially while he was gone, and missions could be lethal as well. Barrett had been lucky to keep most of his favored students so far, and he wanted to keep it that way. For that, he had to be better himself. For his own training, Barrett had to make some decisions. His Taspum armor and spear had been given to Kale, but he still had his stone pits. At least, some of them. Like his own body, they had regressed during the time he was dead, or rather it might be more correct to say, as part of his own body. They were very useful, so of course he would be retraining them as well as adding new ones, but there was the question of his weapons and armor. He couldn't just pick up any weapon and armor and expect it to work with pure body tempering. Maybe he could make it work, but swinging around a weapon that wasn't part of him was almost a complete waste of the materials. Even if he had adamantine, it would be a disappointment if he couldn't support it. Grandmaster Cadell hadn't had any materials that were of much use to him. He hadn't been extremely reliant on equipment. Not that he didn't have anything good as a Grandmaster, though a good portion of the wealth he'd had on him went to paying for Krenther's services. For equipment, he'd had some poisons, daggers, enchanted gambeson, all useful things for others. The daggers were enchanted, but the base metals weren't anything special. Thus, Barrett's thoughts of trying to turn them into living metal were immediately disappointed. However, there was one option. Cale had been looking into living metal. As a resident of the southern metal sea, once the idea had been put into his head he just couldn't drop it. Kalani was very interested in it as well. With the power of their clans growing, they gained more influence and contacts and thus more information flowed to them. A rumor had flowed into Cale's ears, and a couple months after he returned and was likely scolded for his recklessness, he sent a letter to Barrett. Upon reading it, Barrett found the potential location for living metal to be far too obvious, but also, it wasn't as if it was something that could be stumbled upon that easily either. It wasn't a guarantee, but the information was reliable enough, and thus, Barrett was going to make a trip out to visit. Not immediately, however. Such an excursion took time to plan, and Barrett didn't want to go out before he'd at least returned to Master Tier. Perhaps in a year or two. Cale would be doing some more verification anyway, and narrowing down locations, perhaps. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 384. You're crazy, Nilima gave her professional opinion on Barrett's planned course of action, but if you're going, I am too. I can't just sit around doing nothing forever. Barrett tried to think up a good reason to keep her from coming, but he couldn't. At the moment, she was certainly stronger than him, and while he might be particularly suited for what he was attempting, the fact that he hadn't quite recovered his 5th tier cultivation meant she would still be just as effective. Then there was the other thing. Why would he not want her to come? She was useful. Sure, her life might be at risk, but not any more than if she was still wandering around challenging people to fights. Barrett knew she must have made some enemies during her time traveling. If he wanted her to stay around to be his ally later, he needed her around now as well. That's fine. I don't think it will be very beneficial to you, though. She shrugged. There's training in any difficult situation, right? I feel like not being crushed to death by Mercury probably has some training potential. More for me, Barrett shrugged. But that's not the point of the trip. The point was to find living metal. And where was the most likely place to find it? At the bottom of the metal sea. It might have been fairly obvious, but it would also be rather obvious why it might still be there. Arriving at the bottom of the metal sea was difficult. Alive or not. Of course, if there were significant quantities of living metal, Grandmaster metal cultivators would have already found them in all the known metal seas. Though there weren't any known Grandmasters around the southern metal sea, some of the others were rather more powerful. That didn't mean there wouldn't be any living metal, just that it wouldn't come in large deposits. At a certain point, Grandmasters had better things to do than scouring the bottom of a sea, and certainly more pleasant ways to spend their time. Barrett had been in the metal sea once, when he was 3rd tier, but saying he'd gone to the bottom would have been a lie. He'd barely been inside the mercury layer, which while it was the lowest layer was also the largest. Above that was a relatively small layer of gallium, with cesium and rubidium up above, then a small steam layer below the normal seawater. Even where he'd been he'd felt crushing pressure, and while he felt fairly confident in his ability to swim to the bottom of a normal sea, mercury was much denser, and thus at every depth it would be more than 10 times as much pressure. Thus, being at the bottom of a deep sea trench might be about 10 kilometers, which was roughly equivalent to being 1 kilometer under mercury. At least, in terms of pressure. That wasn't the only problem, but while the deepest points of the southern metal sea weren't quite known, at certain points it went deeper than a kilometer. That was old knowledge, nobody in the most recent generations had tested it after their conflicts and loss of power. It probably wouldn't change much, but the point was it was only vague information to begin with. If they hadn't been cultivator clans, the Kelani clan and Anakoni clan would have been too far apart to work together. As it was, they'd started expanding into the northwest part of the metal sea between them. When Barrett and Nilima arrived at the Anakoni clan's main house, Cale introduced Maliko to them. His son was still very young, but very mobile for his age of 1.5 years. I can't wait to see what cultivation method or methods he chooses, but that's still a long way away. Well, I should go get ready so the four of us can head out. Four of us? Barrett raised his eyebrow and looked down at the tiny Maliko. What, you think Kelani is going to let me out of her sight again? Kale raised an eyebrow. Besides, she'll certainly be more useful than me in this excursion. There wasn't much way to argue that. Kale would likely do fine in the metal sea, but Kelani's abilities with metal extended beyond herself for a significant distance. Barrett at most had some experience with earth magic he could use to find his way around somewhat under the sea, because he certainly wouldn't be using his normal senses. Even if opening his eyes wouldn't be a terrible idea, there wouldn't be any light. That was true even after a short depth in water, it would be even more applicable in liquid metals. Kelani and Kale said their goodbyes to Maliko. He had many people who would be watching after him, including his great-uncle Makana and realistically the entire clan. He was used to them traveling, so he only complained a small bit about not being able to see them for a while. Barrett took a deep breath. Ah! I'd almost forgotten this smell. Deep, acrid, corrosive. He nodded his head. It's many times more than that river you have up north. It's terrible, Nilima commented. You were breathing this at second tier, Kale. He shrugged, and first, technically. I am a metal cultivator, and the Anaconi clan's techniques actually do very well in this environment. That doesn't make it exactly pleasant though. Nilima sighed. I can't imagine actually breathing this without filtering it. This will be an awful trek. So, where do we start? Kale shook his head. Honestly, anywhere. There's unlikely to be anything of interest before the mercury layer, but most people just avoid the sea itself entirely. Or they dive down for a few scoops of mercury. Barrett had helped the Kelani clan secure a metal spring of mercury, and while there were basically unlimited amounts in the sea itself, that was still a significant thing to have. After all, their clan only had a few masters, though they'd been training more. Anyone below the level of a master would be significantly damaged from the attempt, and it wasn't easy to transport anything. The metal sea wasn't kind to anything that entered, including magic bags, even fortified ones. Barrett dipped his toes into the sea. Yep, still hot. Well, let's get started. Kale nodded. It's best if we spend several days getting used to reaching the mercury layer, and then getting used to the increasing pressures. While we can walk down now, we probably also want to practice diving and ascending. We'll need to practice knowing how much effort it takes to return to the surface. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 385. Barrett found he didn't have to go very far to find everything was exceedingly uncomfortable. His body didn't take long to readapt to surface-level conditions. The water level was just unpleasantly hot, and the steam layer was annoying, but it was below that things started to become problematic. The pressure gradually increased, and while his body could withstand it, there were various issues. Since he wasn't protecting himself with energy, rubidium and cesium started pressing into his eardrums, his nostrils, and against his eyelids. However, the pressure wasn't much higher than water at the same depth. It was only when he reached the gallium layer that pressure started building up quickly. Barrett moved his stamina to reinforce the weaker points of his body as he moved through that layer to the mercury layer, where the increase in pressure per distance doubled once again. Every meter was like a dozen meters of water. Barrett had to press his way through, and along with the pressure he felt a buoyant force from the mercury. However, mercury didn't work the same way as water, so he was able to work his way through it, with a little bit of shifting his weight around. As he went past what he estimated to be 20 meters of mercury, he started to feel other issues. The pressure on his chest and stomach were starting to make it difficult to hold his breath. In cases of low exertion, he could hold his breath for an hour or more if he needed to, but in such circumstances it had only taken a few minutes to reach the point where he couldn't hold his breath much longer. He worked his way back to the surface and took a short break, then returned down below. There was no chance of finding much above the 100-meter mark. While very few cultivators would actually enter the metal sea, if they had a reason there were some who could work their way down, and sensing that far into the sea was possible. They would have to go much deeper. During his second break, Barrett felt others also returning to the surface. All of them held energy around themselves, but their methods of protecting themselves varied. Kale was a body temperer as well as an energy cultivator, so he used less energy to protect himself, allowing his body to take what load it could. Kelani was one step along from that. As a cultivator from the metal sea, her body was still tempered to be like metal, but she used more energy and magic to keep the sea at bay, forming a sort of shell around her. In fact, she might have been in the best state of all of them, because she could bring air down with her most easily, even if it wasn't particularly good air. Nilima was the least like the rest, with much of the body tempering she had a result of ending up with berserk energy inside her. Instead of manipulating the sea directly like Kelani, she made a much smaller shell directly around her body, gentle energy supported by berserk energy to power it. Nilima was the first to comment, "If anyone tries to slowly crush me to death, I'll be ready for it. I suppose it's quite effective omnidirectional defense training." Barrett spit out a bead of mercury. "That stuff really likes to worm its way in through your pores, with all the pressure it has. Not that anyone else really will notice that as much." Kale shrugged, I think my blood might eventually just be mercury-based. The Anaconi clan technique does quite well down there. I certainly prefer not allowing it to reach me," Kelani responded. "I'm quite happy with my current body structure." She waved her hand, sending trails of mercury from a sphere she was holding behind her into glass vials. This would be a very good source if it weren't so far out of the way, and if there were more people who could actually retrieve it. Decades earlier, she hadn't been sure she would ever reach 4th tier, and 5th was even less certain, but various factors had worked together along with her natural talent to allow her advancement to continue. If she could get a similar amount of mercury each hour, she could produce more than the spring the Lipika clan had, but having a clan leader perform manual labor wasn't a good look. Besides, flooding the market with mercury wouldn't necessarily increase their profits much, though it would allow them to make more items for personal use. The real problem was the support members. If they had to have 3rd-tier people just taking the day or so of travel from the metal sea to more safe areas, that might not be the best use of their time. Kale leaned back against a shiny, metallic rock. "It's strange to see how far things have come. It wasn't that far from here that we first met." Kale looked at Barrett, "and we had to run away because we were afraid of facing too many 2nd and 3rd-tier opponents. It's not as if we could defeat an entire clan full of them now." "Well, not with just the 2 of us." Barrett looked at Nilima and Kelani, "Maybe the 4 of us though." "I'm glad we don't need to." Kelani shook her head, her metal hair stiffly moving with it. "I had to do that once," Nilima said. "Really?" Barrett asked, "You never told me about that one." In actuality, he very rarely heard much about her travels, he just knew that she got into a lot of fights. She shrugged. "This was a bit before the 4th-tier tournament, about 7-8 years ago. Northeast of here, in Viridian Pinewood Forest. Some hundreds of stupid bandit archers claimed the area I was going through was theirs. They kept hiding behind trees and crap, but," she gestured to her whip, "that didn't really do them much good. It's pretty easy to reach around a tree, and as long as I kept moving their arrows mostly couldn't reach me. It was exhausting though. It took like a day before they finally cut their losses and retreated with what they had left. Once I finally caught their leader and punched him through a tree." "Through a tree?" Barrett asked. "That's not your usual style." "Yeah, but liquefying people's brains wasn't getting the point across. They thought I was running out of energy." "Well, technically they were right. Though I would have been completely out if it wasn't for your berserk energy. I think, you've had it almost as long as I did, now." It had been 14 years since he was at the threshold of Master Tier, and he'd had to break through twice, once in energy and then again for pure body tempering. He'd only cultivated energy for a couple years more than that. "Is that so?" Nilima placed a hand on her chest. "It's so easy to lose track of the passage of time." Barrett laughed, partly to bring the mood up. "I've learned so much about pure body tempering since then. I might be able to get back to 5th tier in a short time with the sea's assistance." I already have thoughts about breaking through to Grandmaster, but I suppose I need to reach 6th tier first to know how correct I am. It's only a couple years till 5th tier tournament. We didn't have the opportunity to do the last one. We can cause a ruckus since that will be our last opportunity. Wait, really? Nilima frowned. Sure, unless you're planning to delay your cultivation for 5 years to be in the next one. There aren't 6th year tournaments, but we can do something better than that. Nilima grinned slightly, right. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 386. As his body grew stronger, Barrett also got a better sense of how far he could push it. He knew how long it would take to descend through the layers as he moved with the flow of heavier metals and how long it would take to return to the surface. With that, he could calculate how long to stay. Since the Immortal Berserker technique best trained toughness from damage, it was important he pushed himself, but not too far. While he might be able to recover from more than just bruised muscles and bones, maybe a few cracks, he couldn't afford to get too damaged to return to the surface. Besides, past a certain point it wouldn't make him much stronger, and if he could recover faster and dive down again, it was better to be somewhat safer. Just not too safe. Barrett stood in the mercury layer, waving his arm through the liquid. Moving through water was sluggish, this was something else entirely. In most places, it was actually easier to push through solid dirt and clay compared to moving mercury. Of course, that was the pressure talking as well. As far as training went, this expedition was already a success. However, that hadn't been the point of coming out here. They were looking for living metal. While Barrett had turned some taspum into a version of living metal, it was just his own interpretation. Maybe it was good enough, but natural living metal might be better or at least give him insights into improving his own technique. To do that, however, they had to find living metal. There was just one slight problem. Barrett couldn't see. He had other senses, but just because he might notice a difference if he touched something didn't mean he naturally would. Sound was different. It wasn't that he couldn't hear, but there wasn't much down in the sea making noise. Just the sound of mercury sloshing about, which was hard to describe. Well, it wasn't the only sound. He heard the sound of a few creatures out and about as well. There were some crabs and the like that lived in the metal sea, but he only really heard them when they were close. While the mercury didn't completely block sound, it wasn't exactly an optimal transmitter either. In theory, the sounds would reach him more quickly, but the volume of the sound would be less, which was more relevant. Very occasionally, he would hear and feel something burrowing deep in the ground. So far, none of the great worms had seen fit to attack, but it was hard to say if they would change their mind. If they were the same size as the ones he'd previously fought, Barrett wouldn't be particularly worried, but a single great worm as a sample wasn't exactly conclusive. Besides, in theory the more dangerous ones might live deeper under the metal sea. Barrett wasn't sure if living metal would emit any sort of special energy or magic. The information on it was already quite limited, and it was also possible that there wasn't any to be found. In fact, living metal could be used to describe several different sorts of things, and without actually having any real description of how they worked it wouldn't be possible to know. However, they could be certain that living metal was not mercury or the other common elements of the metal sea, though metals that were liquid at more or less normal temperatures certainly seemed more alive than solid metals. He carefully returned to a shallower part of the sea, just barely in the mercury. If he stuck up an arm he could feel a significant difference in buoyancy as the metals mixed in a transitional layer. The pressure was much less, and he opened his eyes, and his ears. He immediately felt the pressure on his eyeballs and tear ducts. It pressed against his eardrums and into his nostrils, even going so far as to compress the air inside of him. He would never be able to see below the surface, but he still needed to train his eyes, and he could potentially train his ears to pick out things better. He could already pinpoint the location of most objects in normal circumstances from the way sound acted. Now he just had to do it in abnormal circumstances. Barrett swished his arm around in the mercury, fingers spread wide, trying to see the trails he would leave, or even the shape of his own hand. It was only a minute or two before he had to retreat back to the surface. Instead of just coughing up a tiny amount of mercury, he had to drain his entire nasal passages and clean out his ears. Fortunately, his body could squeeze as he wanted and push the mercury out. Even as it started to bind to his body resisted and forced itself back to health. It still took maybe 20 minutes to recover, which was equivalent to a few months. After all, he had many burst blood vessels and other tiny injuries to heal, and he wanted to be fully recovered between each trip. If each trip was about half an hour, he could make 30 or more trips per day, depending on the exact lengths and how much time he left for sleeping. I reached the 1,000-meter mark, more or less, Cale explained. However, as might be expected, it is hard to find anything. Everything feels like mercury, with only trace amounts of other things mixed in. However, I've only traversed a couple kilometers parallel to the coast. For a week of effort, it didn't sound that impressive, especially for cultivators who were used to quick progress. However, it was a very inhospitable area to explore. We can't afford to be away for more than a couple months, Kalani noted. If we find some real signs of living metal, that will be different, but if we don't, she shrugged. Cale nodded. While the clans will function without us, it is good for us to be seen to improve morale, and dissuade any enemies who might think there's an opportunity. And we have Maliko to think about. But we will be able to cover larger areas going forward. We should split up, then. Nilima commented. I can't move very fast, but I can sense fairly well. If I dip down to the bottom in a few areas, we can cover a lot more. The same for me, Barrett concurred. I'm getting a better handle on sensing down there, though there are some strange things I'm not sure if I'm misinterpreting. Are there fish? Fish? In the Metal Sea? Cale frowned. I haven't heard of any, or sensed them. It might have been something else then, Barrett shrugged. Maybe currents. Or there might be fish, Kalani said. But I also haven't sensed any. It had only been a brief moment when Barrett had sensed the fish, but the feeling stuck in his mind. Now, every slight deviation in the flows of mercury reminded him of them, even if he could see other origins. Occasionally, great worms swam through the sea instead of burrowing through the ground beneath, and it seemed more common as the depth increased and the ground likely became more difficult to burrow through. Not that moving through the mercury was easy either, but it was liquid. Barrett was currently following a trail that was likely nothing. He had to pick a direction, and as he walked along the bottom of the sea, that seemed like the best way to go. He could float up if he wanted to, but he had the feeling that living metal would likely be more on the bottom. There were other anomalies on the bottom as well. Shelled creatures like clams and barnacles, though they weren't common, only appearing on certain boulders or occasional thermal vents. The boulders were made out of something dense. As they were larger than Barrett, he couldn't lift them. That meant their density was higher than iron, but how much he couldn't say. He hadn't been able to break it, at least not with the amount of effort he was willing to put forth while still 1,000 meters deep in mercury with a limited amount of stamina. Besides, the creatures deserved to have a place to live. However, having touched the boulder, Barrett could feel it wasn't living metal, a sentiment confirmed by the others. Kalani was planning to coax a small piece to break off to study it on the surface, but while it was interesting, it wasn't their target. Barrett's path took him past several thermal vents with all sorts of noxious gases coming out and forming very tiny bubbles in the mercury. The added heat near them didn't make the circumstances more pleasant, even if away from them felt cold. Then, Barrett heard it. Movement not caused by him, right along the path he had been following. It wasn't just a current. In fact, there was a whole school of fish, or at least something akin to them. Fish came in enough varieties that the long and horizontally flat creatures seemed fishy enough, though he couldn't exactly pick out any details. However, what he could tell was that they were a few meters long each and gathering around something. He felt something from it as he approached, magic and energy and the rumbling of a great worm. It was actually harder to detect when swimming through the sea compared to moving through the ground, and it was far enough away that Barrett noticed it slightly after the fish. That was good for them, because it meant most of them got away as the worm crashed into the ground, maw open, snatching up a portion of the fish and whatever they were gathering around. Barrett stopped moving. He was already holding his breath filled with extra air so he could spend longer in the sea, so he tried to still the movements of his body. While the great worm wasn't particularly larger than the one he'd fought before, he was also not in his peak state. He had been planning to go back soon. Fortunately, the great worm left as the fish scattered all around, and Barrett walked towards the location. There he found, just a gouged-out piece of the ground. He wasn't sure if the great worm had eaten the object on purpose, but the fish had certainly been interested. Now, however, he'd lost all track of their trails, the movements of the great worm destroying any remnants of their trail. It was time to return to the surface and talk about what he had learned. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 387. It took some time waiting for everyone to return to the surface, and Barrett explained what he had seen, with the fish and the great worm. I'm not sure if it was living metal, but it was something interesting at least. Nilima declared, haven't noticed any fish. Me neither, Kale shook his head. Same here, Kalani agreed. What does that mean? They might avoid energy, or large disturbances. Kale nodded. I haven't exactly been subtle with my movements. If they notice the effects on the sea around us, our methods certainly stretch further than Barrett. However, if this is the only thing the fish eat, which it might not be, why haven't I noticed any? I've covered a significant area. Barrett frowned. Maybe it doesn't give off any fluctuations if the fish aren't feeding from it. That doesn't make any sense, Nilima shook her head. Then it would just be a trap or something, and there's nothing but great worms. I'm not sure how good I'd be at fighting one without letting it swallow me. The metal sea doesn't really make for good dodging. I also don't know what part is important in those things. Barrett pondered for a moment. Most of their insides seem important. So you'd probably just have to touch one and pick somewhere to explode. Though, depending on the area, they might die, too slowly. Barrett shook his head. Anyway, I'd like to see if I can get my hand on whatever this is. Maybe it's just bait, but it could be what we want. Kalani tapped her chin in thought. Since we were looking for living metal and not a creature, I hadn't really considered hiding, though actually now that I think about it, it's possible living metal would have some volition of its own. Perhaps a change in strategy is needed. Barrett couldn't tell others what the best thing they could do would be, but he knew what he wanted to do next. After he fully finished resting, he took a deep breath, in and in and in, filling his lungs with more air than seemingly possible. In fact, he was compressing much of that air not just in his lungs but throughout his body to be used later, though as it was absorbed into his bloodstream and passed through his body it wasn't exactly air anymore. Either way, he oversaturated his body so that he could last longer in the sea, since he couldn't exactly bring a pocket of air with him. Since he knew what depth he wanted to reach, he stepped away from shore and half swam away instead of walking along the bottom, though he was still sinking naturally for the upper layers, water and two elements only a bit more dense than water. Swimming/sinking got him more horizontal distance early, which helped him reach a deeper depth more quickly, and since he had a somewhat limited time, that mattered. Sinking through the denser layers was more difficult, but eventually he arrived deep in the metal sea, more or less a kilometer, based off the pressure. Not that the pressure wouldn't be pretty exact, but his senses weren't a precise measuring implement for such things. Though he probably could achieve that if he wanted to. The crushing weight was very familiar and no longer quite as damaging, but it was far from easy to endure. Barrett moved quickly, as much as he could when pressing his way through dense mercury trying to find more fish. Unlike a real ocean, signs of life were sparse, but even in a world with many unusual creatures, it wasn't surprising that such a hostile environment had little life. In fact, Barrett's first assumptions had been there was no life at all in the sea itself, until he'd seen otherwise on his various visits. His senses stretched out to try to find ripples of fish. None had passed by in a short time before, at least not that he could find. Barrett moved, feeling the currents around him. The currents weren't quick, slowly moving in the way they did based on the topography, heat, and of course any objects moving through the area. That included Barrett, so his very presence made it harder for him to detect what he wanted. On the next 2 trips, he made no significant progress, finding no further schools of fish in the areas he explored. He would be ranging further away from the base camp, parallel to the shore because going much deeper would be problematic. Especially if a significantly sized great worm thought he would be tasty. He'd killed one before, of course, but the current circumstances were different. He was starting off in a weakened state, though he would still be better off than he was at 3rd tier unless he let himself stay too long. It was the next day before he found traces that he could follow. A school of fish which at least felt similar to before moved past at a distance, and he started following after them. That was actually very difficult. The fish were fast, they lived in the sea, and while they were still slowed down by the metal sea itself, it wasn't as big of a difference as for Barrett. He eventually lost the trail, unable to distinguish the ripples of their passage from the natural ones and his own. He continued straight in the direction they had been going for some distance, but didn't find anything of note. In the following days, Barrett worked on improving his speed. The area he was searching sometimes overlapped with the others, and while he couldn't clearly sense their energy beyond about 20 meters, he could get a vague sense of someone from further away. Kalani changed the sea around her, so she stood out more. Kale was a bit more reserved with his interactions, seeming as if he were almost part of the sea. Nilima's energy didn't extend much beyond her, but Barrett had grown used to sensing it over the many years they had known each other. On his own part, Barrett tried to be relatively hard to sense. He had no energy and kept his magic restrained, it wasn't much use in the metal sea, and could just give him away. Barrett's speed improved enough to follow the fish, not that he could catch them if they were running away, but at least he could keep up with their normal pace. He cautiously followed after a school he found, hoping they would feed on the strange potentially living metal objects. He felt the school stop, remaining in one place, then the feeling of energy and magic again. He moved as quickly as he could without expending extra stamina. Since he wasn't worried about scaring them away, he had a lock on the point he wanted to get to. As expected, the fish dashed away as he approached. Not that he was interested in catching them, at least not at the moment. In front of him he sensed another chunk of the metal resting on the ground, perhaps the size of his head. He reached it and grabbed it around the same time he sensed the great worm coming. Well, at least he knew it wasn't a coincidence now. The first thing Barrett did was allow the mercury to lift him off the sea floor. He was much denser than a normal human, but not yet so dense as mercury. However, it wasn't as if he rocketed to the surface, the viscosity of the fluid meant it didn't easily move out of the way. However, Barrett did his best to swim upward as he felt the great worm follow after him. He'd sensed signs of its presence about 100 meters off. It was catching up to him. After about 100 meters of rise, it was close to 50 meters behind him. However, as the pressure reduced it became slightly easier to move. However, at 200 meters it was nearly on his heels. That was probably past the time to make the decision about abandoning the bait, so he didn't. He could feel the great worm was bigger than the other he had fought, but he was willing to give it a try. It caught up to him at about 250 meters, still about 750 meters deep in the mercury layer. Its giant maw closed around his waist, a circle of teeth gripping him. Barrett hardened his body as it started pulling him in. Now that he was fighting, he couldn't afford to let the battle drag out on his half-consumed, if significant, lungs full of air. As the teeth tried to pull him further, Barrett grabbed onto a tooth and pulled it laterally. It broke, and Barrett found himself with a sharp spike. The great worm, even just the inside of it, was still several meters across, but that just meant Barrett could reach both sides. He stabbed the tooth into one side, bracing against the other with his hand that clutched the bait. However, he found that the tooth wasn't long enough to really hurt the worm. As it pulled him further in, it basically ignored him, slicing a line of blood into its throat. In that case, Barrett stretched his legs out horizontally. He was flexible enough to do that without pure body tempering, but it was seldom relevant in battle. He didn't really want to mess with his own body too much, so he sharpened his toenails. With the added reach from his leg's additional length, he stabbed into the sides of the worm. It was trying to crush him, but its teeth couldn't easily puncture him. He imagined the fish had no way to struggle out, and its other prey weren't from deep in the metal sea. After a few moments of blood gushing over his ankles, Barrett felt the worm try to expel him. When it tried again, he let himself detach and be thrown into the metal sea. He had no need to kill the creature. There, he found himself back at the same level he had started, maybe a bit more than a kilometer deep, but the great worm was swimming away. Barrett moved for the surface, his lungs burning and his stamina depleting from his efforts, and a mysterious object he wanted to study with his eyes. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 388. If he never got mercury, a handful of other liquid metals, steam, and salt water directly in wounds ever again, it would be too soon for Barrett. It was a truly unpleasant combination of feelings, and it also reminded him that his skin wasn't quite strong enough yet. Resisting a constant amount of pressure all around was quite different from resisting sharp puncture, and great worms were quite strong. He wondered if the depth had amplified their crushing power, because while little mercury had been swallowed with him, it was still pressing down around the great worm. On the other hand, there wouldn't be many things that would need the increased power. It was more than enough to eat anything on the shores, and the fish couldn't be that durable. Still, Barrett was more punctured than he thought he would be. Regardless, he held in his hands something special. It seemed to be a growth of metal crystals, jutting off in every direction. However, the sort of metal wasn't clear. As he touched it with his hands he felt cold. Regular old, cold metal. However, he could feel the power still, the energy and mana. They weren't as strong as they'd felt before, but still there. Barrett gently squeezed, and a crystal broke off. Would living metal break so easily? Or more importantly, would it matter if he broke it? In theory, it could regrow. He hesitated for a moment, before deciding to be patient and wait for some experts. The others might not return to the base camp until the end of the day, but it was possible they would feel him. Kelani looked for a moment. It's just normal metals. Nothing special, this could be made from any of the sand around here. She waved her hand at the ground below. However, I do feel something in the center. Go ahead and crack it open. And crack it did. Whatever the crystals were made of was quite brittle, so a simple twist on the large structures broke off many of them. It may have been slightly difficult for a non-cultivator, but that meant it was rather trivial. Layers of crystal shed off until it had gone from the size of Barrett's head to the size of his fist, but it still wasn't what he was looking for. Carefully holding it in his two hands, Barrett pulled at the last layer, his fingers clawing into the metal. Then, with a cracking and popping sound, a grape-sized sphere was revealed. It almost dropped into the sand below, but Barrett caught it on top of his foot. He didn't want it to accidentally react with anything. After giving the last pieces in his hands a quick glance to make sure there wasn't anything special about them, he tossed them aside and lobbed the small remainder up into his hand. It was heavy. Maybe half a kilogram for a regular-sized grape. Twice as dense as gold, or 3 times as much as mercury, more or less. Perhaps a bit more than taspum. As he held it in his hand, the feeling of energy and magic faded, but its feeling on his bare skin remained the same. As for what that feeling was. Barrett held out his palm, and the grape-sized near-sphere of metal conformed to the shape of his palm. It didn't melt or flow like mercury, it merely reshaped itself rather directly to what he had been thinking. He hadn't even really tried. If this isn't living metal, I don't know what is. Try it. Barrett reformed it into a sphere and handed it to Kelani, who used just a touch of magic to reshape it. It smoothly transitioned between a handful of shapes. Amazing. It's so dense, but it's easier to reform than, well, anything. Unlike taspum. She tossed it to Kale. Kale shook his head. Taspum is a pain. He formed the metal into a disc, then split it into 2, then reformed them back into one sphere. How about you? He handed it to Nilima. She grabbed it between her fingers, but it started to drop and she caught it with her other hand. Crap, that stuff is unexpectedly heavy. It wasn't something that would be difficult for a non-cultivator to hold at that size, but the unexpected nature of it was surprising. Nilima just happened to be the only one who didn't specifically train her body significantly. So what, do I just, as she sent a trace of energy into it, it reformed into a spike in her hand, then a sharp blade. Finally, she turned it into a thin wire and held it from her fingers, dangling it and watching it wave. This stuff is crazy. Barrett frowned. It's very interesting, but also too easy to control. Is that a problem? Kale asked. Ah. I get what you mean. Kelani flicked her fingers, and a few motes of magic extended to the wire in Nilima's grip, wrapping it gently around her hand. Indeed, that does seem to be a problem. Control isn't exclusive by default. In that way, Taspam being so stubborn is better, Barrett nodded, but perhaps if attuned properly to an individual it won't be so easily controlled by others. One would assume so, Kale agreed, otherwise Grandmaster Pure Body Temperers would find it uninteresting. I can't imagine they would spend all day playing with it. He looked at Nilima, who was watching it jiggle like a pudding in her hand. Nilima narrowed her eyes at him. Or maybe, this is what they attained such heights of cultivation for. She glanced down at the solid yet changeable mass in her hand, then at Barrett. I guess you found this though, so it's yours. She tossed it back to him, looking somewhat reluctant. Barrett caught it, then wrapped it like a ring around his index finger. We can find more. Great worms use this stuff as bait, though I'm unsure if they produce it and leave the bait, or it comes from something else. He looked down at the scraps of metal crystals scattered on the ground. Do you think the fish want this, or the living metal? There's only one way to find out, Kale shrugged. The fluctuations have died down from that piece, so it might not attract great worms. But it might, Barrett nodded. I'll test that, and the rest of you can test whether the fish just want to eat this particular combination of metals. Barrett took stock of his current stamina levels. Tomorrow. In the morning, there weren't any fluctuations of magic or energy from the piece of living metal, which indicated that that part of it, at least, was tied to alerting the great worms. It still wasn't clear if there was an organism that made the living metal and the crystalline structures on them to bait the fish, but they would likely find out as they kept looking for living metal. Even after just one night of wearing it and little effort to try to connect to it, Barrett felt a strong connection to the living metal. It wasn't any easier to control, but it might be harder for others. First, though, he needed to see if he would be attacked by another great worm. After a day which basically resulted in him tempering his body at the bottom of the sea, he hadn't experienced any attacks, though he also hadn't found any fish to follow either. At the very least, the living metal didn't seem to be calling out, signs that it was a temporary effect related to the fish. The others all came to the same conclusion. The fish ate the metal crystals, something about that particular composition drew them to it. As long as they weren't actually holding it and concealed themselves, it wouldn't take too long before some sea fish would show up to eat the crystals, anywhere from a handful of minutes to an hour. Nobody was sure how they could sense it, but perhaps they had very sensitive noses. Metal receptors. From observing them from relatively close, it seemed they didn't have eyes, which made sense in a place with no light. It was quite different from the mercury of the sea, but the seafloor was actually almost close in composition. At least, all the same elements were present, but not together in the same quantities. It seems we'll have to deal with more great worms. Or get good at moving more quickly. Barrett shook his head, though if we can find any of the crystal clusters before the fish and keep them from activating somehow, we could avoid that. I memorized the structure, Kalani said, though I have the most trouble concealing myself from the fish, so I might have to go that route. Nilima shrugged. I mean, great worms still have internal organs. It's not too hard to send some energy through a few meters of stuff to explode them. I think they even have a brain at the front. That's a little close to the teeth, but there's not much to do about that. Kale clapped his hands, then we'll all try to get more living metal. Even if you don't end up using it, he looked at Nilima, I'm sure the rest of us would purchase it from you. And you may find a use for it. I don't use much metal, but, Nilima nodded to herself, I have some ideas. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 389. Constantly filtering air to be breathable irked Nilima, even if she could do it unconsciously. She just wanted to breathe normal air, but there wasn't any of that within a dozen kilometers or more of the southern Metal Sea. At first, it had seemed like a waste of time for her to come along, but her thoughts had changed, even if she still found it unpleasant. Exploring the Metal Sea was a sort of training she had never really done. Had she trained to withstand harsh environments before? Certainly, but that was with the idea she would only be within the area for a short time. She was much more adept dealing with a sudden surge of heat or cold than a constant, oppressive pressure. However, adapting to new circumstances was good. While she doubted she would have much use for combat at such pressures in the future, how she developed her energy defenses would be useful against any sort of omnidirectional attack. It was impossible to use her energy to push back against Mercury for long, even at the shallow depths. Even with the supportive power of Berserk energy, she would quickly run out. However, that was just surface-level application. Gentle energy was all about redirection of force rather than direct confrontation. If she redirected the force around her, it was balanced out by the Mercury pressing in from the other side. While Nilima doubted that any enemy would have omnidirectional pressure-based attacks, if she had to block attacks from two weapons on opposite sides she could use the same technique to use very little energy. Dodging would be better in most cases, but if two opponents were expecting to impact nothing and instead basically hit each other at full force, it was the sort of reckless move that Mistress Joshi wouldn't have approved of. Nilima had the feeling Barrett would like it, though. Then there was the living metal. Nilima hadn't been much interested in it upon first hearing about it. She didn't wear heavy armor, since if armor came into play then an attack had already gotten past her energy defenses and it was probably pointless. It might be possible to use her energy to protect from the inside of the armor, but the point was that any relevant metal armor would be too heavy. She wasn't a body temperer, at least not on purpose. Just possessing Berserk energy sort of meant she had to be on a smaller level, but she wasn't master tier in terms of bodily power yet, and probably wouldn't be until after reaching 6th tier in energy at least. Along with armor, she didn't use metal weapons. In fact, she didn't use any weapon while training under Mistress Joshi. What was the point, when all she had to do was connect with an attack? Swords were for amplifying striking force. Of course, there was the advantage of reach, but weapons lost the flexibility and responsiveness of her own body. Really, though, Nilima had stuck with that because that was what Mistress Joshi's style was. After the bicentennial conflux, she'd ended up with Berserk energy. After learning to use its force with gentle energy covering it and guiding it, she'd also thought about weapons, and a whip was the best fit. It was long, flexible, and didn't rely on multiplying force. Whips were never intended to be used as real weapons to begin with, but the features lined up with what she needed. Of course, metal couldn't be used to make a whip. While there were flexible metals, they weren't that flexible. Living metal, though, maybe it could. She hadn't gotten to experiment with it much, but it should be durable, flexible, and potentially able to transfer energy more efficiently. If that last one was true, she could effectively reduce the distance between herself and her enemy, and thus improve the power of her attacks. That was what a whip did anyway, since energy supported by a structure could stretch further without loss of power than just moving through the air, but maybe living metal would be more. And if not, Barrett could use it. Or she could sell it. Assuming she even found any, of course. The stupid sea fish ran away whenever they sensed her. She was working on reducing her energy footprint, and with the metal sea effectively just pushing on itself she felt she should be less noticeable, but relying on passive feedback was much less effective than actively searching with energy. Both effects were dampened under the sea, as well. She'd recently sensed a bit of living metal, or rather the signal it gave off as the shell was being eaten to attract great worms, but by the time she had arrived the great worm was already moving past, swallowing it and some of the fish, as was the whole point. Then she happened to stumble upon one of the crystal shells without any fish around. There was no mistaking it, she'd studied the pieces of the one Barrett had found. It didn't stand out much, but it was clearly different than the surroundings. Should she wait for fish to show up? And, no, that was entirely the opposite of what made sense. This was the goal, so she should just take it. As soon as she picked it up, it started emitting energy and mana. That was how sensitive it was, apparently. She would have to leave before, but she could already sense the great worm. Outrunning one of those in its home environment was a crazy thought, so she would fight it. Sometimes people compared her to Barrett, which was annoying. She was nothing like him. She certainly wasn't crazy enough to let something eat her so she could kill it from the inside. Not that she had long to think of a plan, since apparently the great worm had been only 100 or so meters away, buried in the seafloor. It barely took any time to catch up to her, but it gave her enough time to plan her course of an action. This was a big one, from what she had heard anyway. 3 meters thick at the head, with its gaping mouth half of that. It could almost swallow her at her full height across it. Not that she would let it. The great worm impacted her, there was no way to dodge something of such size, moving at a high speed, in a place where she was slow. Her hands and feet splayed out to touch opposite sides of her mouth, and she spread the impact through her body, pushing her back as quickly as it moved along. She sent a few exploratory probes of energy into the worm, trying to find its brain. Unlike just resisting the pressure of the sea, the great worm pressing her backwards consumed energy quickly. Even after the initial burst bringing her momentum up, it battered her against the mercury itself, and with the pressure being uneven on the other side, inside the great worm's mouth, she couldn't make it work against itself and had to deflect it. Tendrils of energy stretched a meter into the seemingly symmetric worm's upper body. Its brain should be right at the front, but she couldn't find anything. In theory, the brain would be on one side instead of a tube like most of its organs, so she made sure to sweep the full circle, trailing her energy gentle through its system, but no brain. Did the great worms not have brains, or, no, it just had to be deeper? She'd underestimated their size. In a 10-centimeter earthworm, a brain being just a few millimeters into it seemed like no distance at all, but in a worm this size, it could be a few meters deep. Unfortunately, while she was adept at moving gentle energy into bodies, very few things she had fought were more than a meter thick. Cultivators were what, 20, 30 centimeters thick at the most. Well, there were some huge warriors that were more, but the point was the center of a person was half that, and even the brain of a giant boar was only 15 centimeters deep. The great worm's brain couldn't be more than 1.5 meters deep in its body from the side, but she wasn't able to move to reach it, whichever side it might be on. So, she reached deeper. It was far too late to go back on this. Its tissue resisted her energy, even though she could slip through it easily compared to a physical attack. She called upon berserk energy to support her efforts, mixed into the gentle energy as she had grown accustomed to. 2 meters, 3 meters. Well, there were some organs that weren't throat and stomach. Maybe that was a brain. Nilima gathered her energy and pushed it into the great worm, targeting the organs. Then she released the restrictions on the berserk energy, letting it rampage as it wanted to, along with allowing her gentle energy to interact with the tissue, and thus cause damage as its spread rippled back and forth in a more organized manner than the berserk energy. The great worm continued moving. Crap. She'd liquefied the organs she could reach, anything more and she'd have to let it eat her. She couldn't do that. Then she'd have to hide it from Barrett, and if she'd had any significant amount of air to spare, Nilima would have sighed in relief. The worm was dying, it just did so slowly. It started to slow down and the pressure against her weakened, then she found herself drifting away from it and had to equalize the force around her again. She felt the crystal in her hand, making sure it had the living metal in the center, and started swimming her way to the surface, as much as moving through the metal sea could be called swimming. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 390. Over the next few days, everyone found at least one portion of living metal. Barrett looked down at the few grape-sized balls in his hand and shook his head. Not very efficient, is it? Cale nodded. What do we need, like 200 of these to make a decent set of armor? That would take months just for one, and a couple weeks for a good-sized weapon for one of us. Kalani sat on a stool she had formed out of the metal sand below. While living metal seems very useful, I don't think we can afford that much time at the moment. Nilima folded her arms in front of her. If we assume that the great worms leave the crystals to attract the fish, why not just find them directly? I killed one the other day, maybe there's some inside it. Barrett looked over towards the sea. I don't think they actually produce it, but maybe they collect it. They're not quite right to produce living metal on their own, though maybe the crystal structures around it. I haven't killed any of the ones I came in contact with. They've realized fairly quickly they don't want to eat me. Where's the one you killed? Over there, Nilima gestured vaguely. I'm not sure if it will have stayed in the same spot. Maybe it sank, or floated. Definitely not all the way to the top of the sea, if it was going to float. Kalani smiled. Let's go take a look then. With 4 people searching, it still took an hour to find the great worm, in addition to the time to arrive at the general location. It turned out that the corpse of the creature was found floating near the top of the mercury layer, below the part where it mixed with the gallium adjacent to it. It had drifted somewhat in the currents, but while the metal sea had powerful currents, they weren't quick. Kalani found it first, and as she approached, dozens of creatures skittered away from the corpse. She found that the worm was partially eaten, with pits where the various denizens of the metal sea had been feasting. She still felt some smaller lifeforms that likely lacked significant sensing capabilities, and perhaps they weren't afraid of being attacked. She flared her energy and magic briefly, to allow the others to sense her location. While they were making their way over, she started inspecting the creature. Even with parts of it being eaten, there wasn't much she could discern about the creature. It had flesh similar to everything around the metal sea, a different composition than elsewhere but normal for the area. She could sense the remains of a few creatures in its body-length stomach and digestive tract, but not much else. It was hard to do a careful inspection with so much interference around, and without using her eyes. The others all arrived in short order. Trying to speak completely surrounded by dense mercury or a mix of mercury and gallium, anyway, was very difficult. However, projecting her voice through it was very similar to doing so in air, but even with her affinity for metal it required more work. She also had to choose between opening her mouth and putting up a barrier to keep anything from flowing in and not forming her mouth as she was used to. In the end, they managed to vaguely communicate. She was pretty sure Barrett breathed in some mercury during the process, but he didn't seem particularly concerned about it. Together, they gestured and spoke and decided that bringing the body up on shore would be the best bet. As for how they would do that, it would take some effort. Kalani did most of the work for the first stretch of the way, controlling the sea to push the body horizontally until it met the seafloor at the top of its current layer. Then Barrett and Cale were able to put in more work, lifting and dragging at the creature. Nilima wasn't much able to contribute to the efforts, except keeping it from drifting away while others returned to the surface to fill up on air, such as it was above the metal sea. Finally, they dragged the creature up onto the beach, leaving a large furrow in the glittering sand. Then they began dissecting the creature. It was an unpleasant and smelly process, though the scent of decay from it was much different than from creatures not near the metal sea. Different gases were released by the microorganisms slowly digesting the body, though Kalani and Cale found them the most unpleasant since it was the smell of death from where they had grown up. As they took apart the creature and were better able to sense its insides, everyone came to the same conclusion. Barrett was just the first to say it aloud. It's poop. In a technical sense, that probably wasn't true. There was other excrement that was much more like the traditional version. However, the end of the great worm's digestive tract had the metal crystals surrounding living metal. Living metal showed up earlier in its digestive tract as well, with smaller crystals, sometimes broken and half-eaten. Kelani nodded. It's still unclear if they actually produce it, but they do process it to be bait. They clearly reuse it, in any case. In the entire great worm, there were only a dozen of the grape-sized chunks of living metal, but that was basically all they had gathered with their efforts so far, though they had been developing techniques to stay in the metal sea and actually find what they were looking for. At least we probably don't have to drag the bodies up on shore again, Kale shrugged, and under the sea we won't be able to smell anything. Nilima frowned. There's some chance we lose bits and pieces, and I might have trouble taking apart a body. I don't really cut things. I can definitely kill them though. Barrett nodded. Well, if you can kill them, we can come deal with the rest. If I want to kill them I'll either have to let them swallow me more or resist them spitting me out. I can't really grab onto them from the outside and guarantee they won't just go away. Same general idea for me, Kale grinned. I haven't been trying to actually kill them so far, Kalani commented. But I can bring myself along with them while attacking them from the inside. She gestured to her assortment of sharp and spiky weaponry. Over the next week, each of them hunted as many great worms as they could find. Their numbers didn't seem to be all that high. While it was possible there were more deeper in the sea, nobody was ready to go much further from shore than that. Instead, they roamed further around the edge of the Metal Sea, covering perhaps so much as an eighth of the total perimeter of the southern Metal Sea. The best way to find the great worms was still through the fish and the bait the great worms left. They rarely seemed interested in attacking anyone or anything on the shores, perhaps they liked the idea of being stung on the inside by a giant scorpion. Either way, it seemed the one that had attacked Kale and Barrett was a rarity, though since they had traveled about halfway around the sea near its edge and only encountered one, that fit. It was still enough of a threat that other denizens of the Metal Sea wouldn't risk it. Kelani frowned. Other clans have to know this. Maybe not many. There aren't too many masters at the moment. However, people have killed great worms and taken them apart for materials. They would have noticed that this living metal was special. Yet unless they went diving into the sea itself, even a clan will have at most killed a handful of them. Enough to make a few weapons, maybe. Kale looked at a pile of living metal he had in a hand. Go ahead and try now. Kelani stretched out her hand, a mostly unnecessary gesture except for that it brought her body closer. The pile of living metal trembled and stretched, but the fact that it didn't instantly reform into another shape or lift off of his hand was already something. It's almost as bad as Taspum now. At least you had to spend some time. We can have you practice in case we run across anyone else with this. Kale looked over at Barrett. Though if you run into any skilled pure body temperers, you'll probably be out of luck. You're not bad yourself, you know. You just split your attention. Once you get down making something truly a part of your body, Barrett made a fist with a gauntlet he'd formed out of living metal. Well, it's very difficult to affect a cultivator's body without ripping it apart first. Nilima pressed her lips together and blew out air. Another thing that naturally likes to block energy. How annoying. Barrett laughed. I'm sorry to hear you might not instantly kill people in combat. When you rely on it, it's a pretty big difference when it fails. Though at least I can cause some damage even if things don't go perfectly. Nilima held up what looked like a coil of wire with a handle. This stuff isn't bad on the side of the owner though. I was thinking I'd have to control it to make it change shape, but instead I just convinced it to be flexible. And it's strong enough I can make it thin so it's not too heavy. Barrett nodded. One of the best things about living metal, besides reshaping easily, it could also somewhat change its other properties. Once they were changed, it remained stable in whatever configuration it had, until it was changed again. It was easy to manipulate, but that was also something that could be changed with some effort, making it harder for others to control. So, as long as the owner had some time to put into it, it could do almost anything. It almost made smiths outdated, but they could still provide guidance on how it should be shaped as a weapon or armor down to very fine details, and it should be enchantable as well. Most cultivator smiths also worked with enchanting, or at least alongside enchanters. Barrett wasn't sure how well some enchantments might stick if the shape of the object changed, since some of them relied on runes and the like, but at the very least a static part such as a handle could hold some enchantments, not that it necessarily needed them. It was just that more was always better. It's too bad the two of you can't stay longer, but you have responsibilities to get to. Barrett did as well, but he wasn't running a clan or anything. His students could go a month or two without personal instruction. I'd like to see if I can get enough for armor. I might have to go a little thin, but I can just up the durability maybe. Good luck. The two of them waved goodbye. Say hi to Maliko for us, Nilima nodded. Of course. As for the two of you, be careful. If you even understand what that means. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 391. It was fairly simple for Barrett to form a blade sharp enough to cut through a great worm from the living metal he had gathered. That was why it was now completely unnecessary to bring the body of one to the shore, but he was doing it anyway. The trickiest part was pushing it through the metal sea until he could get his feet on the ground. That involved a split between treating himself as larger than he was to push off of more mercury and actually being larger, like extending his skin between his toes. It would be easier to just use some magic as a surface to push off of, but this wasn't about things being easy. On that note, while it was trickier to get it near the shore, the hard part was dragging it out of the sea as it was less and less supported. It was made more difficult by the fact that Barrett didn't return to the surface for another breath of air. He didn't have to do that, but if he was going to go that route, he also didn't have to be a cultivator at all. He could have just let himself die. Pushing his body to its limits was just what he needed. His body already had the necessary foundation to reach 5th tier, since he'd been there before. Returning to 5th tier directly through training his body felt like the right way to do it. His grip strained, his lungs burned, and his bones creaked as he pulled the largest great worm he had ever seen up out of the steaming layer of actual water that topped the metal sea. Then, with one final great effort, he tossed the creature over himself, its head landing a few meters on the shore and its tail flipping over it. He exhaled the stagnant air from his lungs, and breathed deeply from the still quite suboptimal air. His body was broken down, but it would build itself back up. I'm glad I don't have to do that, Nilima commented. She stood over to the side, where she had been waiting. Is it worth it? Give me an hour to rest and recover, and you can find out. Barrett cracked his knuckles and grinned. Oh really? Nilima raised an eyebrow and touched the new whip at her side. Getting overconfident, aren't you? Barrett grimaced. It's not fair if you use that. I don't even have enough for armor yet. Nobody's going to be fair to you later either. Pfft, fine. When Barrett thought of the last handful of years, he thought about how things could have been different. He hadn't undergone any destructions. He hadn't had the inside of his body pulverized by Nilima. He could have just let himself die or have his soul absorbed. How nice that would have been. How painless. I forgot about those stupid stone pits, Nilima said while rubbing her left forearm. Did you seriously not bring them out during this entire trip just for that? Barrett lay on his back, looking up at the hazy sky. No. Not entirely, anyway. I didn't really need them to fight anything in the sea, and they would just be more points of contact that I had to resist the pressure with. Actually, I did bring them out for a little bit, but my old ones died, so I had to start these again from the beginning of their training. They just weren't ready. Well, we should get to finding the last few great worms you need. I feel like we should get back to Streeto. Something big is going to happen. You too. Barrett shook his head. I was hoping it was just me. I wasn't feeling any urgency though. Nilima shrugged. Didn't you want to start making plans and stuff? Plans take time. So I hear, anyway. That's right. Another week or two shouldn't hurt though. Barrett didn't realize how much he liked fresh air until he had been without it for a long time. He could easily feel the difference in how well his body functioned, and that would likely extend to his healing. Not that he would necessarily be better than he'd been before, but being in difficult conditions for a long time had toughened up his body. It wasn't quite at the place he'd been before, but his technique was better. Plus, now he had armor. He also had a new spear, though of course it wasn't limited to just that form. It was just the most convenient for reach in most circumstances. He wasn't quite as attuned to the living metal as he had been to the taspum he'd had, but he'd get there. Would he give up his experience with the taspum? Absolutely not. Learning to wrestle and finesse that under his control had been important to his development, but he didn't miss having to do that. Now, he just had cement his control over the living metal, so that no one else could control it. Not without spending a significant amount of power, anyway. Barrett had no real skills in espionage. The best he could do would be to break into somewhere and take documents, but that wasn't exactly subtle. It would just be a good way to get killed and cause trouble for the Immortal Berserker sect as well. Not that he hadn't caused trouble for them before, but he didn't want to do so for no reason. If that was the case, how could he turn that to his advantage? He didn't know. All he knew was that Streeto was broken, full of old laws that prevented factions from setting upon each other, except in specific circumstances. For example, violating the sanctity of the arena. Grandmaster Jostin was actually the one who cared about that the most, and the laws hadn't actually compelled others to do anything. Probably. Either way, nobody said anything about it. That was the problem. What even were the laws? Barrett knew the general idea, but Streeto had been around for a long time, and there were a lot. Some old laws were removed, but some weren't. Barrett sat in the Streeto archives, looking through mountains of books. He wished he had Luther with him. Unfortunately, Luther wasn't an expert in these records, and he wasn't in any state to help. If he was sick, Barrett would have happily paid for medicine, but the Immortal Berserker sect took care of their workers just fine. No, Luther was just old. He wasn't a cultivator and had no real drive to be one, and he was reaching the point where it was hard for him to move around. That was just what happened to people. It wasn't that the archive keepers of Streeto were unhelpful, but Barrett couldn't necessarily trust them either. He didn't know who they would send information to. On the other hand, it wasn't like he was trying to be entirely secret either. He started with looking up dual laws, and then everything he found that was older. Most of it was extremely boring and not useful. At least he could do a bit of training. Barrett picked up a book, heavy, certainly, but for a cultivator it shouldn't have brought him anywhere close to the trembling his arms were doing. But, that was because his arms were currently weaker than a normal human's. Actually, making himself so weak was difficult, since it was a large change from the norm. However, only if his body was straining would it grow stronger, and when he let it return to normal, he would benefit. That was his only positive thought about the archives so far. At least he could still train, somewhat. His legs struggled as they carried the next book to his reading table. He didn't make his legs quite as weak, since they needed to carry more, specifically his whole body in not just one book. It was hard to say what the archivists thought of him. If they knew of him, they probably knew he'd been dead for a handful of years. Though there hadn't been any funeral, people kept track of masters, and no public appearances for half a decade? Not even private ones. The Immortal Berserker sect tried to minimize the number of spies, but that didn't mean no information could get out, even from a normal person. One friend asking another in town, "Have you seen that Master Barrett lately?" "No, I haven't actually," perhaps neither of them are even spies, and overheard by another. Regardless, Barrett didn't expect people to actually believe he was as weak as he was portraying, but if he kept people unaware of how recovered he was, it could be for the better. The 5th tier tournament was coming up, and having people underestimate him wouldn't hurt. Not him, anyway. Barrett found it very important that he could train in the archives, because even though he could read quickly, there were so many books of laws that didn't matter at all. It had been weeks, and all that he'd learned was they should burn the whole place down and start over. He just wanted to find something. But maybe there was nothing. It would have been convenient if Einar had come to him with a prophecy that said he should or shouldn't be going down his current path, but no such luck. Actually, he'd sought out Einar, but while Barrett thought of them as friends, Einar had stated he would be charging if he wanted his future read. Much more than standard rates. Well, he'd already complained about how many prophecies he'd gotten about Barrett without seeking out answers. Perhaps that was why. However, Barrett had the feeling he was just trying to dissuade him from relying on a vision of the future. Well, that was at least slightly more likely than the other thing. What kind of prophet didn't like receiving prophecies? The Immortal Berserker Chapter 392. With no better idea and not really knowing what he was looking for, Barrett's search through Streeto's law archives brought him back to duels, challenges, and accusations. There were many technical differences between those things, but there were some basic qualifiers for each option. Duels were personal, and could involve a bet or just be for honor. However, duels to the death required a serious grievance, just like when he'd first come to Streeto. That duel had also had a bet involved. Challenges were larger scale, and could involve organizations against each other, or individuals versus organizations in certain circumstances. It didn't necessarily have to involve a fight, but because cultivators were usually involved, that was often the case. Accusations were like either of the earlier two, but also a sort of legal proceeding. They more or less involved declaring someone or a group guilty of a crime, then going through with some sort of challenge to make them sort of but not really admit to culpability in the accused crime. Actually having real consequences was difficult. If Barrett was reading things right, it might be possible to have an official search of documents, but with the time frames involved from the moment of accusation, it would provide sufficient warning for anything incriminating to be hidden or destroyed. He understood people needed time to prepare legal defenses against things, but there weren't any good ways to prevent them from hiding information. If they even had anything written down. Who was they? Barrett wasn't sure. Probably the Majestic Invoker's Circle. However, just because Barrett didn't see anything didn't mean there wasn't a law somewhere. He looked through the huge number of shelves of laws and rulings. He needed help, but they had to be someone he could trust. There were plenty of the latter, but of those who could actually help with this problem. He needed to contact Rylan. Rylan sat in a large but not ornamental office. The desk showed signs of frequent use and wear. Over to one side of the office was a table surrounded by chairs, also showing signs of frequent use, scratches and food stains. Rylan and Barrett sat at that table, across from each other widthwise. Rylan folded his fingers and smiled sheepishly. "Sorry again for spending all of that money. We thought you were dead." Barrett waved his hand. "I said don't worry about it. I was dead. Basically. And you did good work with it. I'd love to pay you back somehow, though not with money." Rylan sort of gestured around him. It wasn't that he didn't have access to money, but it was all being used for something. Though Barrett didn't know the entirety of the somethings, he could get that information. And not just him, anyone could. If they wanted to know how much was spent on the building he was in, the information was available. Rylan had said it was not only good for people to have the information available, but it kept them honest. After all, their organization was made of people still. "So what do you need?" "I just need to be in contact with some people. Someone who knows the laws, and can help me parse them. Then, maybe, people inside some organizations. I'd be asking for something slightly dangerous but not immoral. I just want to make sure nothing in archives gets moved where it's not supposed to be. But that might not be necessary for a year or two from now anyway. I can pay the lawyer for their work, I just need someone trustworthy." "Certainly," Rylan smiled pleasantly. "I'll ask around. Would you like to come to dinner? There's a dining hall nearby." Coming to dinner involved helping to serve dinner as well. At first Barrett and Rylan had been filling bowls from a giant cauldron and having them sent out into the hall, but Barrett found that to be rather inefficient. So instead he brought the cauldron out to the hall directly, holding it in his arms while Rylan and some others ladled the stew into bowls around the large tables. "Isn't that uncomfortable?" Rylan looked askance at Barrett. The giant cauldron had been over the fire, and the outside was much hotter than the stew itself, but Barrett cradled it in his arms. The cauldron was almost half his height, so he couldn't really see past it. "It's fine," Barrett said, slightly backing up so someone's waving arm didn't accidentally touch the cauldron. "This doesn't even cause mild discomfort." While direct heat transfer from a hot cauldron might burn more quickly than a fire, it just wasn't nearly hot enough to matter to him. Once they finished filling every bowl, Barrett returned the cauldron and its remaining contents to the kitchen to keep warm. Then he had a bowl of stew for himself. Sitting down and eating with the random few people around him warmed him up more than holding a hot cauldron. A reminder that even if he didn't change the world, he wasn't the only one trying to make it better. Barrett ate conservatively. He could probably have finished off the entire cauldron himself if he was really trying. Body cultivators of any sort generally consumed large amounts of food, even if they weren't trying to refill emptied stamina. The event made Barrett realize he needed to take more breaks. It wasn't that he didn't get rest. Rest was an important part of training to recover. However, just because his body was holding together just fine didn't mean his mind was. Sometimes, he just had to relax. Having someone who specialized in a topic was certainly a great boon. Barrett realized he'd wasted so much time not having help, though he wouldn't have necessarily known what he wanted if he hadn't spent some time in the law archives. Either way, the young man was quite a help. It was strange to receive help from someone younger than him and with a lower cultivation, but that was what he needed most. Not that Cale was a little kid. He was in his early 30s, a third-tier magic cultivator, not a particularly impressive cultivation speed, but not poor either. Since he devoted significant time to an area outside cultivation, namely the study of law, it showed not a lack of talent but instead devotion. He didn't care about fighting ability, but he did understand how cultivation could support him. In short, Cale used his cultivation in magic as a way to develop his mind so he could focus on his true passion. His face didn't show any passion. His body seemed unexpressive and stiff, only moving precisely as it needed to. However, Barrett started to understand Cale as they talked and as he saw what Cale focused on, his eyes lingering briefly or focusing differently on particular things. "So, you wish to impart consequences onto an organization for a decades-old, previously settled incident." Cale's face moved very little, but Barrett could see his facial muscles twitch ever so slightly, on a level unobservable by a normal human. "Unfortunately, enough time has passed that will be impossible." "Nothing is impossible," Barrett replied, "as a cultivator yourself, you should have some idea of that. But, that's not really what I want. This might end up rather inconvenient for you, but I want this to result in changes. Some sort of overhaul of the laws, because the things that are illegal are not necessarily the problems. For example, killing is illegal, but organizations suspected of hiring assassins were barely even given a slap on the wrist when activities were brought to light. Poisons are illegal, in a way that restricts good doctors more than those who use them. You want to change things?" Cale's eyes flashed in a way that Barrett thought indicated anger. "An overhaul of the laws? I know you've put a lot of work into studying things as they are, but some change might be dash. It's difficult." Cale leaned just a millimeter forward, his hands twitching slightly. "Impossible maybe. Even with what you have. Conspiring with grand criminals with an organization self-enforcing punishments is significant. I was just starting to really study during the Silver Blades incident, it was eye-opening. Everyone already knew they were assassins, we just couldn't prove anything." Cale's shoulders wiggled in the very beginning of a shrug. An unfortunate side effect of laws working without tyranny. Proof is necessary. However, proper enforcement was lacking. Perhaps not the entirety of the forces sent were entirely invested in containing the silver blades and obtaining proper information. His eyes flickered over to his bookshelves, and he stood to pull out a book, which he flipped through. Though there were no outward signs, Barrett detected just the slightest biting of Cale's lips. It was much easier to hear every movement through the air and normal, human flesh compared to the metal sea and the inside of great worms. A slightly faster breath out was all that indicated a reaction to what he read, then he moved to another shelf and pulled out something different. His eyes quickly scanned a page, a trace of magic swirling between the page and Cale's eyes and brain. I need to check the original wording, and whether it's been updated. I only saw an early version. Of what? Barrett asked, raising an eyebrow. Overhaul proceedings. A method to force the review of each and every law in Stredo. Even if we were not decades behind now, punishment being enacted on individuals is sufficient to avoid organizational responsibility in certain matters. However, one incident isn't sufficient. Even if you could instigate another incident, that would be two. Two what? Cale carefully repositioned himself. In the case of 3 instances of lawbreaking occur by the same organization, involving the same individual and laws, an instant search can be called for. However, as the law hasn't been invoked for more than 50 years, it can be challenged. That could in turn lead to a call for overhaul, where every law undergoes quick review, wherein every law that doesn't have an immediate supporter is overturned and debate will be called for the others. Cale finally gave into his human body and sighed, but the crime has to be of sufficient level in triplicate, and the silver blades are gone so they can't cheat in the arena tournaments again. Even if you provoked them, they would notice something was in the works before it became a third incident. Actually, they cheated twice. Before all that, when I first arrived here, I got in a duel that took place in the arena. It wasn't for a tournament though. And the silver blades are, at least theoretically, no longer present in Stredo. Barrett frowned in concentration. Would it really have been more effective to leave them around? How annoying. How unfortunate. Even if they were to cause another incident, they are no longer part of Stredo as an organization, so it wouldn't apply. Cale raised a finger next to his face, which returned to the book and pointed. From what Barrett read on the page, it was just a summary of a section of laws. However, by the way Cale was using magic, was he triggering memories? Cale pulled his finger away and carefully folded his hands. The majestic invoker's circle has managed the arena. However, if you were to provoke them directly, they might not take the bait, and they might be able to worm their way out with an incitement loophole. So that means? Barrett questioned. I don't know. Cale's eyebrow quivered just slightly, one end of it briefly losing its tightly held position. Maybe nothing. I'll let you know in a week or two. Until then, and perhaps after then, avoid any conflicts, especially with the majestic invoker's circle. Unless one of them surprise attacks you in the middle of the street in public view, but the chances of that are slim. If it was Einar saying that, Barrett would be expecting it to happen, but Cale wasn't a prophet. Or was he? No. Maybe. Either way, he'd just have to wait a few weeks to find out something. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 393. Magic was very different from pure body tempering. That was no surprise to anyone involved, but to Barrett it was a source of difficulty. It was a difference between controlling himself and not himself. For a time, he tried to start treating whatever he wanted to control with magic as part of him, but it simply didn't work that way. At least, not the sorts of magic he wanted to use. Reyna used magic to give life to things and have them fly in her winds. Krenther worked with everything to do with souls, mostly of others. Neither of those things treated something as being themselves. Soul binders did that in a way, but it was also similar to using a soul, real or artificial, as a piece of equipment. Barrett had a bit of understanding of that from when he had been taken by Grandmaster Cadell. In short, Barrett found it easier to tell himself to do stuff and not command other things. Maybe that was where he was falling short in terms of reaching Grandmaster in magic. Talismans made as much sense as everything else, he was just telling it what to do ahead of time. More importantly, he could prepare them ahead of time by using as much mana as he wished, which was good because his overall ability to control mana was subpar. At least, compared to his other cultivation avenues. 3 weeks felt like nothing at all to Barrett, but Cale apologized for being slow. There were more complexities involved in the situation than I thought. Cale looked down at notes he had in front of him. To accomplish something, you'll need a grievance, against some ally of the Majestic Invoker's circle, for example. Someone they'd want to protect. Then, you issue an accusation predicated upon you winning the 5th tier tournament, perform well enough that the Majestic Invoker's circle has to tamper with the arena. Against you specifically. His finger moved down the page, accuse them of criminal conspiracy and grand treason, and don't die before the proceedings can begin. Cale frowned, sorry to say I only brought an impossible task. I couldn't really find a way. Barrett tilted his head, would that not work? Well I mean, Cale gestured to a pile of papers, sure, if you could do all that. But it's impossible. Barrett shrugged, I know I don't actually have anything to stick onto any of their allies, but we're working on that. Cale blinked, that's the part you thought I was concerned about. What else would it be? The 5th tier tournament. The whole not dying thing. If they decide to sacrifice a few people. Barrett waved his hand. What's a tournament anyway? And not dying is my specialty. Plus, I do have the backing of others. Just because it won't be the Immortal Berserker sect accusing people doesn't mean they can't defend me. Right, but it does mean if you die the legal issues can be held up indefinitely, assuming they know what they're doing. And, well, you'd be dead. Yeah. I did that already, Barrett shook his head, it's too late to worry about it. Did, what? Barrett pursed his lips. Died? Basically. It's complicated. But either way I'd rather die doing something than not. Besides, if people kill me in the middle of the city you can get them in major trouble, right? Unless they kill me. Though if I give you all of the proper legal steps to go through, my life or death doesn't matter much. Not that I'm not saying I would prefer to live, because I would. Also, if I died we could just declare war. It would just be better to have the law and thus more neutral parties on our side. Cale actually shook his head sadly. Ah, yes. The downfall of all law, absolute strength. Laws cannot enforce themselves. Not even with magic. Maybe if you were a grandmaster, Barrett stroked his chin. What? I'm just saying, a grandmaster magic user, or maybe a handful of them, might make laws that enforce themselves. But that's just as manipulatable as anything else. Barrett stood up, we'll meet again when I find a proper grievance, or if I think I have one anyway. One issue Barrett had was most of his enemies were dead. Starting a new conflict would have its own issues. So, he went around asking his allies and friends about conflicts. There were actually plenty of active grudges outside of Streeto, but inside of Streeto itself, there weren't many. Reyna, however, had some important information and insight. Remember the Blossoms? Yeah. You run into any further trouble with them? A bit, Reyna shrugged, but they got the worst part of that. However, the Order of Four Winds recently learned some things about them. Looking into our rivals is fairly normal, but there's some evidence to point to them once supplying poisons to the Silver Blades. I'm not sure how firm it needs to be, but they currently use poisons. The particular kinds are explicitly allowed into the city and not in tournaments, but those probably aren't all they use. Right, Barrett nodded. The Order of Blossoms floating gracefully on the breeze, the Blossoms, had indeed used poison on him before. A natural poison that was hard to detect, but a poison nonetheless, as could vaguely be defined as any physical substance that negatively affected someone not through physical trauma. It had just been a minor conflict, so he'd ignored it, but that was an opening. Maybe enough for an accusation, which could result in an investigation of exactly what they produced and used. If they really did work with the silver blades, that might cast some bad light on the majestic invoker's circle. It might work. How good is your evidence? Hard to prove, but certainly real, Reyna shrugged. About what could be expected in these circumstances? Great. What fun this will be. I suppose I can talk to Kale. Risky. That was what Kale started with. I would prepare more information for the next year or two, though you'll need to issue the accusation at least a month in advance, to be safe. You don't want to give too long, though. Maybe I'll ask for help on the exact timing. There wasn't much else for Barrett to say, at least at the moment. No, Einar said. No, what? No, 2 months wouldn't be the right timing, or? No, I don't have any divinations for you, and I don't want to. Einar crossed his arms in front of him and leaned back in his chair. So if that's it, you can go. I can pay, but I guess you don't care about that. How about other advice, as a friend? Ally? Barrett raised an eyebrow. Einar sighed. Why don't you just go ask the unveiled souls? Those fake seers. Aren't they basically out of business? They have a few true seers here in Streeto. I became aware of them only after that incident in Sasher. Barrett carefully looked over Einar. He was hard to read. Not in the same way Kale was, intentionally hiding his feelings. Instead, it was more like Einar didn't know what he wanted. Was he serious about going to see them? If Barrett asked, Einar certainly wouldn't clarify. Hayden very much appreciated your help with that, as did I. Well, if you're not interested in providing me with any advice, I shall be off. As Barrett left, Einar's eyes flashed, his face losing features for a moment before he shook his head. Barrett was out of earshot even with his exceptional hearing, and Einar muttered to himself, is this a curse? I'm now just serving as a middleman for the future. Einar spit into the corner, I hope he punches them in the face for their stupid, dumb prophecies. While the fourth eye seers had certain ornamentation to allow for relaxation and better flow of divination magic, the unveiled souls went all in on decoration, as many shiny and mystical seeming things as possible. Some of them were probably even real. Barrett waited in a line after having spent a reasonable sum to have his future read. The waiting room was rather small, since those who could afford the cost were rare, and among cultivators it was known there were better seers or that divinations were generally unhelpful. Eventually Barrett's turn came up, and he walked through a hallway filled with hanging beads that had no magical traces whatsoever past some crystals, which were not relevantly enchanted, and into a room that smelled of incense. The incense was a handful of expensive but certainly not mystical varieties. The crystal ball in the room did seem to have some actual power, and the woman kneeling on a pillow behind it, her face hidden by a veil, also had real power as well. Barrett Ravenhall. Sit. He'd given his name when he paid, so her knowing wasn't meaningful at all. He sat on the comfy pillow across from her. Let your mind relax, and reach out towards the future. Barrett felt her magic wash over him, but felt no danger from it. It was just connecting to the crystal ball. I sense danger in your future, like every cultivator. Struggle, conflict on a grand scale, then, something changed. The vague images in the crystal ball, which his quick mind discarded as actual garbage, suddenly solidified. It showed him in the arena facing off against Nilima. An upcoming conflict with a friend. The woman's voice actually lost some of its faux mystical quality and felt more honest. The next image showed Barrett lying on his back near a vague and unclear figure. Barrett couldn't see it, but he could feel his own pain at the time, lingering internal injuries from the fight with Nilima. His opponent, vague though their form was, clearly untouched. Followed by defeat at the hand of a foe. Plans thwarted. Schemes broken. The future, cracked. Barrett saw very brief flickers, not quite scenes he had imagined for the future but along the same lines. Had his thoughts been read? Barrett hadn't sensed such an intrusion, and he had the feeling that at least some of that was a genuine prophecy. So what was he supposed to do about it? Barrett certainly didn't know that. How was he to interpret it? He could ask Einar, but he could imagine the response. Maybe Mistress Ismini would have something to say. Or maybe, he shouldn't have come. Had he really wanted to know the future, instead of just making it happen? The Immortal Berserker Chapter 394. Energy coursed through Barrett's body, flowing into him and exploding from within. His heart began to break down, his lungs filled with blood, and his bones started to crack outward. Then, everything stopped. Nilima pulled her hand back from his chest. What the hell, Barrett? Were you not paying attention? You could have died there. Barrett swallowed a mouthful of blood, pulling it back into his veins as he focused on closing the wounds, as much as he could. He smiled slightly. You're not careless enough to let that happen. Besides, I need to ramp up my training for the tournament. So, what, you're planning to get strong enough you can stand there and take every hit? It's a bit out of reach for the near future, I think, so fortifying your toughness would be better. And don't say you need to improve your base level too, you do plenty of that. Nilima's forehead creased. Do you spend any time not coughing up blood? I sleep. I get a nice full recovery then. Barrett clenched a fist and looked down at it. So are you looking forward to the tournament? Hell yeah. It's the last chance we have to beat people up in public with no consequences. Nilima grinned, unless you're planning to wimp out and take another decade to reach 6th tier. Considering I was basically dead for 5 years, that wouldn't be particularly slow. Barrett shook his head, but I have the capacity to accelerate my training a bit. Normally, undergoing a destruction took a certain amount of time to recover from. Using pure body tempering he could speed up that process, but as it took place throughout his whole body it wasn't such a monumental improvement as focusing all his healing on a single small wound. It was also a bit risky, but he had the technique to back it up. It wasn't the same as Master Heikel accelerating his training by stacking more destructions on top of each other. He even had some insights into Grandmaster abilities, so just reaching 6th tier a bit earlier wasn't too crazy. Mostly he was catching back up with lost time, though he couldn't say that inhabiting someone else's body for a time hadn't been very useful experience. I just want to be stronger. Though the two of them had excellent control and regularly sparred with each other, they couldn't go all out without restrictions like the arenas. Thus, the only chance they really had to do so would be the upcoming tournament. But Barrett needed to win. He bit his lip. The scene from the vision was still strong in his mind. He might beat Nilima in the tournament, but if he did he would be injured enough to lose later. Could he grow strong enough that it wouldn't happen? Not likely. It wasn't that he couldn't grow stronger quickly, but Nilima wasn't going to sit around not training. Especially if he was training with her to make himself stronger. What was more important to Barrett, the feelings of a friend or a successful plan? That was the choice he had to make, but it wasn't that simple. However, if he actually wanted things to change, Barrett nodded to himself. Actually, I went to ask Einar for a divination. Oh yeah? Nilima tilted her head with interest. Does it involve you dying again? Not exactly. Also, he sort of refused to even perform a regular reading for me. He either intentionally or accidentally guided me towards seeking out other diviners, and basically, Barrett explained the situation. Maybe Nilima would be upset about not fighting him in the arena, but if he didn't tell her and failed with the whole plan, she'd probably be even more upset. Besides, some disappointment was better than Streeto remaining in stagnation for even longer. After his explanation finished, Nilima nodded. All right. That makes sense. You're not disappointed. Nilima's face just scrunched up in thought. I mean, I like fighting with you all out, but this plan of yours is more important to at least try. Besides, we can just say you owe me a duel afterwards. Activating the arena for a duel between 5th tiers was not something undertaken lightly. The tournament brought in a large amount of revenue, but duels weren't necessarily as popular. Thus, there was a serious price that had to be paid partly to discourage such duels. Most of them weren't friendly fights, and the arena's restrictions couldn't actually guarantee safety in 5th tier fights. That was why there was no 6th tier tournament. I agree. Though, it's possible the plan might take the arena out of commission for a while. Nilima shrugged. Whatever happens, happens. Besides, you already promised something more meaningful than that anyway. That's right. This is the first step. Hopefully, it's a good one. The process of submitting a formal accusation was longer and more complex than it should have been, not that it should have been easy. It was supposed to be a serious undertaking, but creating multiple copies of certain documents copied by hand instead of copying magic was a tedious process. Barrett had to write it all himself, with Kale watching carefully for any spelling mistakes or wrong words. He was just copying the words Kale himself had written, but it had to be penned in his own hand for reasons. Specifically, a 300-year-old law. That was part of what they wanted to change. If Kale hadn't been aware of that particular requirement, he would have had to resubmit the accusation, which would have taken at least another month due to other old laws, but yet his plan would be known and people would have more time to prepare. As it was, he was already betting on a certain reaction. It wasn't even guaranteed that the Blossoms would accept his bet on his victory in the tournament. There were a few backups that Kale had come up with, but none of them were as good. But someone had to notice he was up to something, right? A secret council was the sort that would meet in the dark, their faces concealed, if they for some reason liked Istrain. There was no reason the room shouldn't be well lit. In fact, it allowed them to better read the others, leading to a sense of mutual trust. Alliances were nothing without trust. Just because they had to carefully arrange the meeting and arrive in ways that wouldn't be noticed didn't mean they had to hide once they were there. First there was the sect head of the Blossoms floating gracefully on the breeze. Although she wasn't a grandmaster, the Blossoms were responsible for transporting poisons into the city, both approved and unapproved ones. There was none better than them at secretly transporting and deploying poisons. While their services were somewhat less necessary after the downfall of the Silver Blades, they were still significant. Next to her, clockwise around the circular table, was the representative of the Temple of Divine Fury. Though they only accepted people of certain bloodlines and affinities, their cultivation technique was one of the most successful in Streeto, with great power and a high success rate of advancement, for those who could use it. There had been several cases of the technique being spread by ex-members, but those were quickly quashed. They had to be in control of all of those who followed their techniques. Alongside them were the representatives of the Majestic Invoker's Circle and the Unveiled Souls. The steadfast shields provided muscle when necessary, though their position was a relatively minor one in the group. The blank tomes dealt in information of all kinds, including their fighting style. Knowing an opponent's weaknesses was their specialty and they were able to study and learn every sort of magic. How reliable is that divination? The leader of the blank tomes, an elderly woman, asked of the leader of the Unveiled Souls. It is a true divination. If the two of them face each other in combat, Barrett Ravenhall will lose the tournament against his subsequent opponent. The middle-aged diviner nodded carefully. Since we were not the ones to seek it out, it should not be overly tinged with personal bias. What if they don't meet in the tournament? Someone asked. They will. The leader of the blank tomes folded her wrinkly hands. It can easily be arranged. She looked towards the leader of the Majestic Invoker's Circle. I trust your protégé can defeat Barrett regardless. Quite right, he nodded. Prodolf has past experience fighting Barrett, and with Barrett's recent setbacks, well, it might involve some fine manipulation, but nothing that should be noticed. However, is it even necessary to accept the deal? Absolutely, the old woman's face wrinkled even more strongly as her face frowned. Any other arrangement for the accusation will likely not be as in our favor. And, if the accusation fails, the evidence can't be used against the Blossoms or any of us. There are ways to manage that. In fact, even if he somehow miraculously pulls through, not that I'm doubting the divination, there are old laws on the books. She smiled, her surprisingly intact teeth appearing behind her lips. Yes, this is the best possibility for us. A young lawyer who thinks he knows what he is doing can only really get Barrett into trouble. And since he is making the accusation as a single cultivator, well, things are very much in our favor here. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 395. It wasn't particularly pleasing to hear that his accusation had gone through without any hiccups, because while Barrett thought he knew what he was doing, other people would too. There was also one very unfortunate thing about the timing of everything. He had been planning to clue in Grandmaster Jostin on the plan as he made the accusation, not telling him earlier only because it was possible the contact would be noticed. However, he was currently unavailable. Barrett hadn't been able to get information on whether he was out of the city or injured or what, but being unavailable during the tournament, as the Grandmaster of the arena, that didn't seem good. As the final days passed by with no news, Barrett determined he wouldn't get any help from that side. But, did it matter? He still had to win the tournament before anything else came into play, and that would still take some work. And confidence. That was the most important thing. Was it possible to lose to others at 5th tier? It had to be, but worrying about it wouldn't help. All Barrett was really concerned about was causing enough trouble that people had to cheat to beat him, or the right people did. Which could easily be avoided if he never fought them. He hoped nobody could figure out that portion of the plan. That was the whole point of doing things indirectly, and in that case there would still be some benefits if he just won the tournament. Barrett's spear struck his opponent in the chest, slightly pushing back the heavily armored man even as the arena's restrictions stopped the force of his blow from causing more damage. He'd taken a few carefully calculated scrapes himself. It was actually more difficult than it seemed, because he had to allow attacks through his armor somewhat without making it obvious. Still, the first few rounds he'd been through allowed Barrett to be certain of one thing. He had surpassed the average level of 5th tier cultivator, not that it was a surprise. He'd lasted for, well, several seconds at least against a Grandmaster. Not particularly impressive sounding, but that was still something of an accomplishment. His body had needed to be rebuilt after he got his soul back into his body, but he'd gained valuable insight and had sufficient time to train his body to a stronger point than before. His next match the following day was against a Blossom. Not any of the ones he had met before, but Suvi had also been in the tournament. Briefly. She ended up matched against Reyna, and it was a short but brutally windy fight. Barrett hadn't known wind could be so sharp. He wasn't sure if that was a new technique from Reyna or just a side effect. Either way, Suvi technically hadn't been in any danger at first, so she took the full force of hundreds of tiny cuts. Barrett's current opponent was somewhat older. With Barrett being past 40 himself, for this woman to start showing her age she must have been 60 at least. She was near the peak of 6th tier, and Barrett knew she likely had many tricks up her sleeves, possibly literally. Barrett couldn't guarantee there wouldn't be any poison involved, rules or not, so as soon as the match started he acted by closing his eyes and turning his body off. His heart immediately stopped beating, the blood in his body froze in place, and all of his functions stopped. Poison spread throughout the body using the body as a mechanism, so without that only physical trauma could affect him. Of course, that left Barrett completely in the dark, with only his sense of his opponent's energy in deeper than that their soul. He still didn't have a way to directly attack the soul, but he didn't need to do that. His body moved, following and even predicting his opponent's motions. His body slowed slightly, perhaps from a great wind blowing into him, but he continued onward. His spear, actually, that was currently one of the most alive parts of Barrett. It never had to breathe or pump blood anyway, yet it was living metal. And since it was a part of Barrett, he felt it move along with the rest of him, or rather, he felt where his body was more for the positioning of his spear and armor. His spear impacted the woman's body, but her defenses held, against the first strike. Barrett increased his momentum forward, keeping the same distance from her as she was knocked back again and again towards the edge of the arena. Counterattacks from her struck him, the energy and magic backing them dissipating as his armor was struck. The attacks had no hope of damaging him, which meant there had to be something more, but at the moment it couldn't affect him. Unfortunately, there was only so far Barrett could go with his bodily functions ceased. It was really time to take a breath, so he poured his stamina into an attack that looked just like any other, his killing intent splitting into several pieces as he thrust out. If she failed to dodge the real attack, that would be the end for her. Unfortunately for her, she chose wrongly. She dodged to her left where Barrett's spear impacted her chest, but the same would have happened regardless of how she moved, as Barrett's spear separated into several points, twisting like snakes. It was only for a moment, but someone had to have seen it. He couldn't completely hide everything he could do. Barrett returned his body to functioning. He heard himself announce the victor, took careful stock of the arena around him and the woman's face, and casually walked away. He wasn't even sure what he was fighting inside of himself, but his body was refusing to function as it ought to. Difficult to detect poisons. He could have tried to call out the breach of the rules, but he was hoping for something more easily provable, and if he did something that caused the tournament to be cancelled, that could potentially result in his failure. Barrett was glad to have a full 2 days of rest, as the first few hours after the battle he was busy keeping his body from falling apart, and for a day after that he was putting it back together piece by piece. The last bit of time was spent recovering as much stamina as he could. Nilima faced off against an opponent from the Temple of Divine Fury. She had to admit, he didn't look like much. Maybe it was that they all had the same style of equipment. A double-ended polearm and heavy armor. It wasn't exactly mass-produced, but it was all standard. They might have said custom-made, but she didn't really care. The important part was that the weapon was spinning continuously, faster and faster. Soon enough, she wouldn't be able to duck under it, and she certainly didn't want to try absorbing the impact from it. It would be like getting hit by Barrett, but without the satisfaction of seeing his face afterwards as she hit with a counterattack. So really just a lot of pain as she tried to look like she was alright after flying 24 meters through the air. It was also worse that he was probably watching now. There weren't that many concurrent fights in the 5th tier tournament. She had to win. Elegantly wasn't the right word. Efficiently. Thoroughly. Besides, she couldn't allow herself to lose to someone of this caliber on principle. Her whip had enough reach to attack her opponent, but all it took was a slight tilt of his weapon to cut it into pieces or send it whirling away. She could resist it with force, but that was a waste of energy. She just needed one chance, and that meant making it. As she was backed up almost to the edge of the arena, she suddenly dashed forward. She leapt up, not high but instead just barely over the spinning polearm. Its trajectory was readjusted and blades of magic suddenly emanated from it towards her, but she twisted and turned, only letting one slice slightly into a leg. Then she was directly over the center, and her whip was already twisting round. In normal circumstances, a whip latching onto the spinning center of that whirling vortex would instantly be wrapped up and yanked out of her hand, but her whip wasn't actually solid. It was when she wanted it to be, and when she wanted it was liquid, and now having it be liquid was best. Instead of striking with it, her living metal whip almost dripped onto the man below her, her energy flowing along with it, and down into the man, through his armor and into his arm. As she continued to move past, several more blade of magic sliced into her slightly, able to break through her coat of energy without pushing her back as normal. She landed on the other side, then saw the man's arm collapse. The arena's restrictions were too late to do anything, and Nilima wondered if he was supposed to die for some reason. However, even if he had, it shouldn't have been an issue. The 5th tier tournament wasn't as guaranteed safe as the others, so the risk was on his own head. She wondered if he would ever be able to use the arm again. Well, he could always just get a new one. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 396. Stepping into the arena after reaching a certain level was a very different experience. Reyna felt the magic of the arena fold over her like a blanket, not as comforting as it had felt in the past. It was powerful, but not that powerful. Across from her stood a member of the majestic invoker's circle. He was introduced by his full name, Rodolphe Iona's Ness. There was something about the way he stood that spoke of arrogance. Not that confident poses weren't good, but there was a difference to be had between attempting a sort of elegant functionality like the Order of the Four Winds and what Rodolphe showed on his face. Then again, Reyna could have been projecting based on what she'd heard from Barrett. She didn't know all the details of Barrett's plans, but she'd heard a few things about his suspicions. She knew Barrett was planning something big, and while she didn't necessarily agree it was a good idea, she couldn't say it was wrong to do either. Not every opportunity could be taken safely. As the match started, Reyna could immediately sense invisible blades flying at her. While they had no visual presence, the magic was clear to her. As she summoned wind around her, she found it had no effect on the blades as expected for something made purely of force and not supporting anything physical. It was actually a quite difficult form of magic, because without a physical medium to support it, magic wanted to dissipate into nothingness. Wind whipped around Reyna, and she herself floated with it, spinning through the air between the blades, opening a path through areas too small with slashes of her rapier. She naturally drifted through the attacks towards the other side of the arena, stabbing at Rodolphe with her sword. He stepped back slightly to reduce the force of her blow, but it was hardly relevant with his shield surrounding him. Reyna had known the shields would protect him, but just moving around dodging wouldn't give her any advantage. She stepped around him, pivoting and twirling like a dancer with an invisible partner. Her sword slashed at Rodolphe from every angle, but she found no weaknesses in his defenses. In return, he continued to launch blades of force at her, limiting her movements and occasionally slicing into her protective energy. Reyna moved her hand to her waist, grabbing a magic bag there and overturning it. Out poured a pile of taspum shards. While they certainly weren't a perfect weapon, Reyna had grown attached to their irregularity in size and shape. The fact that it was difficult for others to control or damage them was certainly a nice bonus. Reyna's wind imparted life to the shards and they moved with the wind around her. She likely couldn't overpower Rodolphe's defenses, but she could try to whittle them down. Her sword moved to strike at different angles, hoping to find a weakness as Rodolphe defended against the taspum shards pelting him continuously. Unfortunately, he didn't seem to need to shift his defenses significantly. As expected of barrier masters, omnidirectional defenses were well within his grasp. However, his magic power couldn't be endless. If Reyna managed to be more efficient in her uses, beating on his shields more than she exhausted herself and dodging his force blades while using less energy than it took him to maintain them, she could win. As the fight dragged on, Reyna started to feel like her wish might be impossible. She felt herself growing tired but saw no signs of fatigue in her opponent. His cultivation was near the mid-level of 5th tier just like herself, so he shouldn't have had an advantage in that area. Reyna would have understood if she was merely falling behind, but it seemed like he was barely even expending effort. Perhaps it was a trick, but the magic that swirled off of him barely felt diminished at all. Slash, stab, dodge, spin, Reyna continued moving constantly. At least it seemed Rodolphe couldn't control many more attacks than he was currently, though she wouldn't bet on it being his limit. She tried attacking from above and below, both with the shards and herself, but the only time she felt the barrier even slightly shift in its arrangement was when she gathered more energy to her attacks and it rose in power to meet her. A blade of force sliced into her arm, not deeply but nonetheless Reyna felt her energy weakening. Her magic couldn't continue on for much longer either. She was becoming less and less able to avoid the invisible blades. "I surrender," Reyna called out, her voice projecting through her wind to the edges of the arena. She backed away as she said so, but the blades of force continued to follow her. Her gaze focused on outside of the arena, seeing no indication anyone had hurt her. A few grazes by the blades reminded her how low her energy reserves were. If it was going to be like that, she had to take more forceful measures. The winds around her whipped into a frenzy, pulling the taspum shared into a sort of barrier around her, deflecting some of the attacks with their physical presence. Reyna gathered most of her remaining energy onto her rapier as she moved towards Rodolphe, before she stabbed out, rapidly flickering from in front of him to behind, her rapier, going into her own left forearm. She constricted her remaining energy and mana around her body to defend her against the force blades for a few more moments, before the arena's restrictions finally activated. As the referee called out her defeat, Reyna shouted, "You dash!" "Reyna!" Barrett's voice called out. Her eyes caught his, seeing both worry but also pleading in his eyes. He mouthed something to her. "Wait." Reading lips was easy enough. She raised an eyebrow in response, and he just held his hands together in a pleading gesture. She walked over towards him, pulling her rapier out of her arm as she did so. "Sorry," he whispered when she was close, "but if you could avoid calling out the cheating immediately, it would help. If we could talk somewhere else." Reyna held out her arm. "Bandage." Immediately, Barrett had a bandage out and wrapped around her arm, blood-staunching medicines applied with swift hands. "You didn't seem like the type to." Reyna rolled her eyes, "You're much worse. Come, let's go." The two of them moved away from the arena to somewhere they could talk freely, and Barrett explained everything. In return, Reyna clarified what had happened as far as she knew. "Ah," Barrett nodded. "That explains the thing with the arm. A clearly nonsensical action that they couldn't cover up somehow. Sorry you had to do it. If your plan works, they're the ones who will be sorry. So where's this Kale guy so I can add this to the list? We can go see him in a moment." Reyna smiled in a way that barely showed her pain. "Great. Also, I do believe he was using the arena's restrictions to power himself, or just to form his own barrier. He couldn't have possibly remained at peak capacity for so long otherwise. I don't know if you can beat that." Reyna paused and breathed out heavily. "Actually, I believe you can figure it out somehow, but please don't hurt yourself doing so." Barrett smiled awkwardly. "I promise to do my best to minimize damage to myself while still accomplishing my goals." Reyna sighed again. "I guess that's all I can ask. Now then, I'd better to get to resting this arm." Barrett nodded. "You know, if you'd trained in pure body tempering you could have dash." "Nope. Not even considering it." Barrett progressed through the matches one by one, until finding himself in the semifinal. Across from him, stood Nilima. Barrett smiled awkwardly. "I don't know how I didn't expect this." Nilima shrugged. "You already explained everything anyway. And while I'd love to get a chance to go all out with you, based on what happened with Reyna, I don't really trust in the efficacy of these arena restrictions. Or that they'll actually choose to function. And your plan is more interesting than that anyway. I surrender." Nilima held up her hand and looked around. "No good, huh?" Then she squinted her eyes as she saw Barrett running towards her aggressively. But, it wasn't him. It wasn't not him either. Or rather, there wasn't anyone else in the arena, and Barrett wasn't moving. She could still feel him standing still, though maybe she wouldn't have if she didn't know him so well. The figure darting towards her let off subtle feelings of mana. Nilima turned towards the stands behind her and did a rude gesture, and then she stepped out of the arena. Of course, it wasn't so easy as all of that. The arena's restrictions tried to hinder her, but she pushed her arms through, her combination of gentle and berserk energy confusing it about how it needed to react and providing the force to push, and her energy seeped into the barrier, shattering the part next to her. Then she was outside the arena and walking away. The illusion generated by the barrier itself faded away, revealing Barrett in his normal position. Nilima waited to hear Barrett's official declaration of victory before moving away. Everyone knew something was going on now, but without any accusations of foul play from the participants, nothing would happen. Not that she wasn't doing anything about it. There was a list to sign on to. However, such blatant cheating was making Nilima nervous. That meant either several organizations with a long history were suddenly acting like fools, or they had their own plans in place. Nilima just hoped they had the better plan. What was the worst-case scenario? She and Barrett had to fight all of Streeto by themselves. That actually sounded kind of fun, but there was no way something like that could happen. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 397. Barrett didn't find that he was happy when he stepped into the arena to face off against Rodolphe, even if up until the current point the plan seemed to be going smoothly. He had a bad feeling about the future, which potentially didn't mean anything. And, even though he hadn't fought Nilima, the prophecy hadn't said he would win without that happening. It wasn't necessarily important to trust what that prophecy said. If Einar had led him to get that prophecy on purpose, then he wanted him to think about it. There wasn't just one interpretation of anything. So then, how far had things gotten? Was he already past the conflict with a friend? Sure, they'd been in the arena, but he wouldn't necessarily call it a conflict. But then again, in a way he'd resolved that conflict earlier by speaking to her. That could actually be harder than just fighting. Defeat at the hand of a foe. Plans thwarted. Schemes broken. The future, cracked. The images that had come in between shouldn't be able to happen in the exact way the vision had shown, because he'd taken actions to change that. However, that didn't mean the rest of the prophecy could be strictly ignored. Would he lose the upcoming fight? Should he? Plans thwarted. His plans? Schemes broken. Which schemes? The future cracking could mean anything, including the seer just not being able to make out anything beyond that. No, of course they couldn't. They were too involved. Either he'd made a serious mistake when going to see them for a prophecy because they were in on the conspiracy, or it was something he could twist to his advantage somehow. Then, he just had to be aware that some sort of defeat would come to him in the near future and roll with it. Maybe his plans and schemes would hit snags, but if he could do that but more for his enemies, they wouldn't know what was coming. The match began. Rodolphe launched blades of force just as Barrett had been expecting, his targets being traditional weak spots in armor. There was no reason not to target those points, but very little reason it mattered as well, as Rodolphe soon discovered. One of the benefits of living metal was it could make a complete coating while still remaining flexible at the joints. While it might be slightly thinner in some places, underestimating its durability even when thin would be a mistake. That was part of the reason Barrett had intentionally allowed damage through in earlier matches. Now, he didn't even have to expend stamina to reinforce himself. Of course, he couldn't just assume that Rodolphe had no more power than what he had displayed so far. If Reyna's interpretation was accurate, Rodolphe wouldn't be required to spend his own mana to defend himself at all. As Barrett charged across the arena towards Rodolphe, blades and spears of force continued to strike him. Barrett put a slight amount of effort into dodging so that it looked like he was still at least slightly concerned about weak points. Using his momentum from the charge, he thrust his spear directly at Rodolphe's chest. It was like hitting Grandmaster Heikel. That was the best comparison he could make for someone taking an attack head-on with no reaction. That single collision verified many things. First, Rodolphe was using the arena's restrictions to maintain his own barrier. Barrett had fought Rodolphe before, and while an entire tier of difference could greatly change a person, he'd felt what the shields had been like before. They'd been extremely strong but not undamageable. These showed no signs of weakening in the slightest. Did you really think that could damage me? Rodolphe grinned cockily. Why don't you bring out those little rocks you had before? Some of them died. Barrett shook his head sadly, but let me ask you this, do you think there is any scenario where you survive this? Even one? Me? Why not worry about yourself? A sudden bolt of force, sharpened to an extreme point, actually pierced through Barrett's armor and into his chest. Barrett staggered a step back, looking down at the hole in his armor. Blood poured out of a hole that went nearly to his lung, but even as he looked the hole wriggled closed, as did his armor. Me? You may try desperately to keep up appearances in your majestic invoker's circle, but I. Barrett took a step forward and thrust his spear, pushing Hrodolf back a step, even with the barrier protecting him. Another step. And Barrett kicked his foot right in front of Hrodolf's face for good measure. Immortal. A dozen spikes of force tried to break through his armor at the same time, but Barrett fortified his armor to stop them. Berserker. In a way, showing killing intent was a weakness. It could let opponents predict your moves and counter them. On the other hand, it also had its own strengths. Most people hadn't died, and even high-level cultivators usually only had a handful of near-death experiences under their belt. Barrett doubted very few had as many experiences as close to death as he had, at least a 5th tier. A mage who focused on having unbreakable shields. It shouldn't be anywhere close. Barrett let his killing intent overflow, telegraphing not only his method of attack, but the experience of dying to each attack. A spear towards Hrodolf's throat carried with it the pain of the injury going all the way through his throat and out his spine, and the pain and simultaneous loss of sensation that would entail. Barrett even included a brief feeling of suffocation. Barrett's attack didn't penetrate, but Hrodolf's attack rhythm was thrown off and he unconsciously stepped back. Next was the heart. The pain and agony of tearing out your own heart and fading away into nothingness. Then, the soul. Barrett couldn't damage someone's soul without stabbing his spear all the way into them to the point they would already die, but he could do it. That sensation of soul being torn from body was different from any physical pain, even if Barrett had let it happen. Each strike merely impacted the barrier to no effect, but Barrett confirmed something. The barrier wasn't unbreakable, but it instantly returned to full power after it was struck. There was no way he could attack it continuously enough to wear it down, but there was a reason there were no 6th tier tournaments. The arena already had trouble handling the attacks of 5th tier cultivators, to the point they couldn't guarantee safety. Now, the power of the arena's defenses being condensed around Hrodolf might guarantee his safety, but that was only if Barrett could only muster up the power that a 5th tier cultivator could regularly use. Barrett couldn't say he was stronger than an average 6th tier cultivator, but if it was just a single attack, there was no reason he couldn't do something on that level. He'd glimpsed the Grandmaster tier, even if not in his own body. Besides, his equipment wasn't going to hold him back. The more he did with it, the more he felt living metal really was the perfect thing for a pure body temperer. While he'd made Taspum have some of the properties, it was really a big step up in usability. Suitable for a Grandmaster, though that was because it could grow stronger with them. Even so, it was strong enough. Living metal wasn't the only thing Barrett had. Some of his stone pits had died during the half-decade his soul was not in his body, that much was true. The rest had weakened. But he'd had a few more years to strengthen them, with more experience. While they weren't individually up to the strength he'd reached before, he could control more at once now. Thinking of them as fingers, 5 of them could be one hand. 10 was both hands. 20 was hands and feet. A mere 4 extra limbs was nothing. Out came the best 20 stone pits he had. Very few others needed them, even his students only used 1 or 2 each, so it had been easy to acquire more from the small grove that now existed. Hands from 2 angles, feet from 2 more, spear from another. Hrodolf was struck from all sides, but nothing happened. He laughed. "Is that all you've got?" Barrett showed no expression on his face, merely leaning forwards. Compressing. Squeezing. His 2 real hands and legs pushed his spear, and his 4 limbs that were stone pits pressed against the shields, and as one giant hand, they squeezed. Immortal Berserkers were sturdy, but the other part of their title indicated an extremely high power output when needed. Barrett might not have had Berserk energy, but the stamina inside his body, inside the stone pits, and inside the living metal itself, it was able to be used at almost any intensity Barrett wished. The shields crumpled, and the hand Barrett formed closed. However, instead of completely crushing Hrodolf, Barrett merely let his stone pit strike his shoulders, elbows, knees, ankles, anything non-lethal. Barrett twisted his spear to avoid Hrodolf's neck, and then slither around it and squeeze. Hrodolf had been so sure in his defenses that he had used all of his own mana to attack Barrett, but his attack had merely pierced into the side of Barrett's head, through his helmet and skull, but Barrett had scooted his brain into a different spot for a moment. The attack had lost most of its momentum anyway, but there was no point in risking it. Hrodolf tried to reach up with his hands towards his throat, but his broken shoulders and elbows made him merely flop slightly. Then he passed out. Barrett lightened his grip, as he felt the arena's restrictions around him fade. With my victory, I hereby declare my accusation successful. In addition, upon this third vile attempt, I accuse the majestic Invoker's circle of criminal conspiracy and grand treason, along with their co-conspirators. The arena was silent for a moment, before the referee hesitantly declared, Barrett Ravenhall, victor. Barrett sighed inwardly. That was one hurdle crossed. At least they didn't have the referee in their pocket, at least not that far. However, he only had a single moment to rest. Grandmaster Alyaj, the leader of the majestic Invoker's circle, stepped forward. We hear your accusations, and invoke the right of sole trial. Barrett looked into the crowd, catching the eye of Kale after Kale finished magically recalling some information. Kale's frown indicated it was going to be some sort of trouble, but things had already reached so far. Nobody else seemed to have any serious reaction, which meant it was likely a very obscure law indeed. The sort of thing that made Barrett want to overturn the current system in the first place. Barrett's only consolation was that Kale was at least a step below abject panic as he hurried over to see him. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 398. Kale rushed over to Barrett as quickly as someone who didn't cultivate their body to any degree could go. I'm sorry. He waved his hands vaguely in an attempted gesture of apology. I forgot about that one. Barrett shrugged, just tell me how bad it is. The right of sole trial could only be called for because you made the accusations as an individual. I thought it would be better but just tell me what it means. Kale breathed out heavily then carefully drew another breath. Basically, you can't rely on your organization, or any other organization, for help. It would be best not to even have direct contact once we're out of here. As for the rest, Kale tilted his head and looked over his shoulder. Barrett exchanged glances with Grandmaster Heikel, which let Barrett know he'd overheard properly. Right, let's go somewhere else. Unless you have to stay in the city. Sorry. Relax, you can't be expected to recall everything at all moments. At least, not yet. Barrett shook his head, just let me know anything pertinent. Right. If you can, you should find an inn that will let you stay. You could stay at my place, but it's not particularly secure. Kale spotted Nilima standing out ahead. She your friend? What faction is she from? I'm independent, Nilima answered, easily hearing him from a distance. Why? That's great. Kale nervously twisted his hands, though it would be dangerous if you stay with us. Who's gonna be trying to kill you? Nilima looked at Barrett. Barrett shrugged. Not sure. Well, whatever. Let's go. Nilima looked back to Kale. This the guy with the plan? Kale hung his head, I'm sorry the plan is going so wrong. Nilima looked around vaguely, I don't see anyone dead yet. Can't have gone all that wrong. Kale didn't seem to know how to respond to that, so Barrett answered instead. I agree. Let's go find an inn or whatever. How about the navigator? Mistress Joshi preferred to stay there. It was quite reasonable. The innkeeper, Kale paused, would have to be willing to take on some risk, letting us stay. I don't think it would be fair to not inform them of the situation. His eyes looked to Barrett, but it is a desperate time. We'll tell them, Barrett nodded, how bad is it? Or can you not explain yet? Kale shook his head, we're still rather, in the open. For the sake of expediency, Barrett placed Kale on his shoulders and increased their pace. It was several kilometers through Streeto to reach the navigator, and while Kale was capable of walking that distance he couldn't do so quickly. However, at Barrett and Nilima's speeds they arrived in a handful of minutes without needing to rush. The navigator wasn't much to look at, it was barely a normal storefront wide, and unlike most of the buildings in Streeto it was only a few stories tall. Barrett had seen it before when visiting Nilima, but it hadn't really stood out as special. However, its very plain nature was actually quite different from the norm in Streeto. "Welcome back," the old man sitting behind the counter said as they entered. "I haven't seen you in a while, Miss Nilima. Will you be booking a room with us?" "Yes." "Well," she paused, "Barrett here is in a bit of trouble. It might be a danger for you if we stay here, Mr. Thorne." Thorne nodded his head, his smile wrinkling his old face. "Oh, I heard about that," he nodded. "I'd love to say you'd be completely safe staying here, but I just can't guarantee that. However, you're welcome here and I promise to do my best to make your stay somewhat safe." "You heard?" Barrett raised an eyebrow. "We literally just came from the arena 5 minutes ago." The innkeeper's grin widened. "News travels fast. I can't say that I know all the reasons behind everything, but you've made some powerful people quite mad. That means trouble, which means people trying to kill you in the city." He raised his hand in front of his mouth. "Whoops, I suppose I wasn't supposed to say that. Everyone knows Streeto is perfectly safe and no crime goes unpunished." He rolled his eyes exaggeratedly. Then his face took on a more serious tone. "I imagine there's a reason you can't just rely on your sect, young Barrett. I may have my methods, but I can't do much compared to an entire sect." Kale looked to Barrett, who gestured with one hand. "Go ahead and tell him anything useful. If we have to trust someone, it might as well be Master Thorne here." Barrett looked him over. "You're not a Grandmaster, right?" Master Thorne shook his head. "I'm afraid not. There's a reason I had to retire here." Right, so." Kale took a deep breath, and then his eyes continuously glowed as he began to explain. "The right of soul trial. It wasn't supposed to mean that much to begin with. It was intended to allow an individual to safely challenge an organization in legal battles. Unfortunately, due to a number of things, it expanded to be more of a burden than a boon. Preventing direct help from organizations obviously wasn't meant to place the cultivator at risk of death inside Streeto, but because of other laws, well, basically, if you're not alive to attend the trial, all legal actions against those you've accused are dropped. That means they might send people to kill you." "So, what, they're going to openly attack me in Streeto and get away with it? What about the city guard? Are they bribing them to stay out?" Kale shook his head. "Maybe. Bribing, blackmailing, causing distractions, and the city guard can't just hang around you to wait for an attack because they're an organization." Nilima clicked her tongue. "What a pain. Too bad we aren't just strong enough to slaughter everyone. Then we wouldn't have to deal with all this legal crap. At least tell us there's something good about all this." "Well," Kale sighed, "if Barrett survives and gets to the court a week from now, this whole thing is wrapped up in that same trial from the accusation that we scheduled, then you basically win the trial. You'll need some notes to have the right things to say, but obviously what they've already done is sufficient to get an organization dismantled, and most of its members executed. If they actually send a bunch of people to murder you, it's even more guaranteed. The successful victory will allow you to not only use the might of your organizations to do that, it gives everyone who's neutral with a grudge against any of the organizations a change to get revenge. It probably will result in a lot of fighting, but you'll be able to call for a full overview of the laws because of all this." Kale took a deep breath. "I didn't expect this to be such a big thing when we started. I was only thinking about the laws and not how people would react." "Right, so," Nilima tilted her head, "we just wait here for people to try to murder us?" "Pretty much." Kale looked down. "Speaking of which, I need to get writing. Otherwise you might not have the information you need. If they, well. I'm not much of a fighter. Anyway, they might already have people tracking you down. If they were prepared for this, they'd have people in the city. Probably strong people, but not too many of them. I can't say that for sure, but they'd want their movements to not be obvious. Any grandmasters they have. I think the Immortal Berserker sect will be distracting them, right? Damn, I need to send out messages so people know how far they can go. Well, Master Thorn smiled, you should get to writing those messages and notes then. I can arrange for things to be delivered. As for the two of you, there aren't any grandmasters coming, but you'll need to be ready. If you would hold still for a moment, he gestured with his wrinkled hands and light and magic flowed over the two of them, I can attune you to the defenses of the navigator. That way this place will help you instead of hindering. Oh, and do try to keep the fighting to the main hall here for the most part. Master Thorn looked towards the back, and I'll be maintaining things from the center of the magical formation. I'd appreciate you not letting too many people past to distract me, alright? He continued smiling as he picked up Kale, come, I have writing materials back here. As Kale disappeared into the back room, Barrett turned to Nilima. I really hope we can trust him. But there aren't many other choices. Mistress Joshi trusted him, so at worst he would have turned us away if he couldn't help. Nilima looked towards the door, you take the ones with low defenses, I'll take anyone in armor or the like. Well, you know how I work. Barrett felt people approaching on the street. Dozens of third-tier cultivators, but there were masters among them as well. It was likely they were only the first wave as well. Deal. Just one thing. Barrett stepped up to the doors and opened them. The first person to take a step in here is dead. The second and following two, of course, but think about if you want to be first. A dozen ranged attacks, mostly magic, flew towards Barrett only to be stopped at the threshold of the navigator. Barrett took a step back and smiled, then prepared to absolutely clobber the first few people to come close. They could only enter a handful at a time. Of course, if they didn't kill them quickly enough then Barrett and Nilima could get surrounded, but that just meant they couldn't hold back at all. Barrett considered the amount of resources he had in his bag and wondered if he should have gathered an even bigger pile of medicines and nutrient pills. At least he had a vitality pair, whereas Reina and Nilima would need a larger break in the action to have much chance to recover. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 399. Even with Barrett's warning, 3 cultivators crossed the threshold almost immediately. 2 radiated the energy of the Temple of Divine Fury, and the third had the mystical sort of aura of a diviner. One of the unveiled souls, a real member and not one of the scam artists. Barrett wondered if they knew anything about the upcoming circumstances. Nilima's whip was already cutting through the air towards the 2 warriors, so Barrett thrust his spear towards the diviner. There was something to be said for holding back abilities, but this wasn't the time to do so. All of his stone pits were released at once, attacking along with himself. The diviner skillfully dodged, but no matter how good their prediction abilities, it wasn't possible to dodge every attack with their abilities. 3 stone pits struck, knocking them back into the doorframe but not breaking through their magical defenses. However, Barrett's spear thrust into their heart a moment after that. While Barrett had supreme confidence in winning that fight in normal circumstances, he really felt the effect of the structure around them enhancing himself and slowing down the enemies. In the same amount of time, Nilima's whip had brushed past the heads of the 2 warriors. To their credit, she had to spend a significant amount of energy to destroy their brains thoroughly, but while their energy defenses weakened her attacks they weren't quite prepared. Not that Barrett could blame them, he was only able to fight against Nilima on equal ground because of the Immortal Berserker style and the ability to train every part of his body's toughness. Barrett suspected that those from the Temple of Divine Fury didn't have untrained internal organs, but they were more reliant on not letting attacks through their energy. The second wave hesitated for a moment, but the crowd of people behind them basically forced them through. In addition to a similar makeup of enemies as before, there was a heavily armored opponent, Barrett thought they seemed like one of the steadfast shields as well as a mage. The heavily armored warrior actually impressed Barrett. He blocked Nilima's whip, which twisted around his neck. Energy flowed through his armor and energy defenses, but he actually tore himself away and managed a counterattack with his sword. Though Barrett could tell he was injured, most people's necks would have just been a puddle of mush after a half-second of contact. Meanwhile, Barrett's opponent was another diviner, and they actually blocked and deflected his attacks enough to buy time. The mage's magic flowed out over the group, forming a protective barrier around each of them. Barrett wondered why they had not already done so, but as he saw yet another person stepping into the building he saw a flicker of their energy being distorted. Apparently it could disrupt anything active to some extent. Helpful. Barrett could feel how strong this particular barrier was, even distributed across 4 individuals. However, there were always weaknesses to everything. Instead of wasting his own effort, Barrett took one hand off of his spear and reached out towards the diviner. Of course, they tried to dodge him, but they were surrounded by stone pits hindering their movements. It was like Barrett had placed an extra pair of arms and legs just to get in their way, something hard to predict, since there was little active intent there. Barrett had the sense Einar would have seen it coming and never gotten that close, but to the credit of the diviner in front of him their abilities were somewhat suppressed at the moment. It didn't stop him from grabbing them by the upper arm and swinging them at the nearest warrior from the Temple of Divine Fury. Of course, the mage's barrier didn't just let him hold on, but no matter how it pushed against his hand and tried to damage him, well, his whole hand was coated in living metal. He was impressed as he felt it shift from hot to cold to shocking as it tried to find something effective, but then he slammed them into the warrior, who wasn't sure how to move. They tried to duck, but a full person was a fairly wide weapon with a big arc. Not the fastest, but with the enhancement to his own abilities and the enemies being slower it about evened out. 2 people covered in barriers struck each other, and Barrett saw the mage wince. Meanwhile, Nilima struck with her whip at the tough warrior she had already been fighting. The barrier had a skilled enough construction that less of her energy got through, but its counterattacks merely struck her weapon, her whip made of living metal. Instead of her expending energy to protect it, she merely let pieces of it scatter about, splattering on nearby surfaces as they were propelled away. That left her with slightly less material, but the fight was in tight enough confines that she didn't need her normal 5 meters or so the whip could usually reach. As he swung around the poor diviner who was ineffectually stabbing at his hand with their weapon, Barrett also backhanded the mage. Not with either of his actual hands, which were busy, but with a portion of his stone pits. The mage's defenses held as he half-dodged the attack, but he staggered forward. As his foot stepped down on the ground, there was a sudden explosion of energy that went up his leg, penetrating through his defenses as most of them were concentrated on his side instead of beneath his foot. "Nice one," Nilima grinned. "How did you know?" "I guessed," Barrett said. In truth, he had at best expected the man stepping forward onto a bit of the living metal to allow Nilima to worm it into his boot and throw him off. He hadn't expected she had energy hidden inside of it. Actually, it wasn't that much, but a small amount of berserk energy applied directly to the foot of a mage, while the fact that all of the mage's barriers shattered said something about how effective it was. At the moment that happened, Barrett hit the warrior he was fighting with the diviner, breaking the diviner's body. With his other hand he thrust his spear into the warrior's gut, piercing through the armor inadequately defended by energy because the warrior thought the barrier would still be protecting him. Nilima cleaned up her opponent in the next moment, and the handful of extras who had been coming through were all killed quickly. They were only 3rd tier. With a dozen or so bodies on the ground, Barrett and Nilima got a moment of relief. However, even with the boosting effects of the Wayfarer supporting them, Barrett was quickly burning through his stamina. Somehow he'd even gotten a cut on his arm, and though the living metal had quickly reformed over it again, it showed he couldn't just ignore his enemies. Nilima's energy was starting to wane as well. If they just had to repeat their performance once or twice, they could hold on. However, there were still at least 24 masters outside, and more other cultivators. Between all of the organizations involved, there would be hundreds of masters, perhaps even 1,000. Even if only 10% of them got involved, they couldn't hold out. Of course, they had already caused significant damages with what they had just done, but the various groups involved in the conspiracy still stood to benefit at the current point. Barrett grit his teeth. If they were going to die, he was at least going to take as many of them with him as possible. What are they doing? Nilima asked. It had already been a few handfuls of seconds, and nobody was coming in. They were just standing around outside the building. Had they been successfully intimidated? No, it wouldn't be quite that easy. Damn, Barrett frowned, they're trying to disarm the formations. For all that Barrett detested the way the majestic invoker's circle functioned, he had to admit they were quite good at manipulating and controlling the arena's restrictions. Their skills didn't just extend to that particular formation either. Though it was more difficult to take control of something they weren't just handed the reins to, that didn't mean they couldn't do it. With a handful of masters and others to support them with power working on the formation, how long would it last? A quick exchange of looks with Nilima let him know they agreed. They would have to leave their nice, safe area soon. Otherwise, they would lose their biggest advantage by letting it be destroyed. If they worked quickly, they could kill a handful of people and dash back inside. That was what Barrett was thinking anyway. He took a minute to recover a small portion of his stamina and he felt Nilima working with her energy as well. Neither of them would gain much, but there was only so much they could call upon quickly, and the moment of rest and preparation would help with that. Barrett could see his chosen target, one of the majestic invoker's circle, standing just off to the side outside the door. Too far to attack from inside without sacrificing effectiveness. Just as he was about to make a move, a leg appeared. The leg was horizontal at head height, and it replaced the figure that had previously been standing there, lowering down to stand next to another leg, and of course a torso and the rest of a body were attached. Master Alnher landed gracefully as all of his momentum transferred to the mage, sending them flying across the doorway into another. In an instant, Barrett was outside. Thanks for the help. He thrust his spear into one of the off-balance mages. They had been concentrating more on breaking the formation than keeping up their personal defenses, so it was easy to break through, and after that, the body of a mage was weaker than some non-cultivators and took little effort to destroy. Then Barrett felt a familiar, comforting wind sweep over him. Reyna. Reyna was on the move, thrusting her weapon at the face of one of the blossoms, who recoiled sharply and dodged away. We heard Kale's explanation of the circumstances. Your alliance is doing its best to keep the number of people who can reach you reduced. Specifically, all of the grandmasters are occupied, and many of the masters. My alliance? Barrett raised an eyebrow. While they cannot be here to directly assist you, you are still a member of the alliance. Reyna gestured to Master Alnher, Nilima, and herself. Independent cultivators like us can help you. Independent? Barrett elbowed a third-tier warrior directly in the face. But aren't you? Reyna impaled one of the majestic invoker's circle on her blade. Not so tough without cheating, are you? She flicked the blood off her rapier, then nodded. That's right. I'm independent now. Reyna actually smiled. Grand Mistress Severin said she has full confidence in my ability to form my own order, if I wish to. Barrett smiled back. In the current circumstances, Reyna leaving the Order of the Four Winds was a serious matter. For it to have any weight it had to be a true, binding change. That didn't mean she couldn't remain on friendly terms with the Order of the Four Winds, but it was still a significant difference in status, being a favored future Grandmaster in a large organization compared to being an independent fifth-tier cultivator. I'm sure you'll make a great place. Any names in mind? Reyna dodged several weapons and the winds around her redirected a dozen spells as she responded. I hadn't thought about it that much yet. Maybe something related to the breath of life. Living winds, living air. A few dozen cultivators found themselves having to deal with their attacks being redirected back at others by the winds. I'll figure something out. Master Alnher, Barrett still found it strange to see his younger form kicked a leg up into the jaw of a somewhat large warrior, sending him flying towards a retreating majestic invoker's circle mage. Then he kicked backwards into another mage and propelled himself towards the pile of two, twisting his body in the air to bring his heel down on the head of the mage. You don't get to start this and just choose to leave. Master Almher cracked his knuckles and neck extremely loudly. Tisk, kids these days. That guy was almost as old as you, Barrett mentioned. Pfft. What's his excuse? I was captive for a few decades. Master Almher looked around. We should clean up here pretty quick. More are already on the way. Everyone agreed on that. At least, Barrett and the three others. The remaining dozen opponents didn't seem to like the idea as much. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 400. Just as the final people in the first wave fell, Master Thorn exited the Navigator. He looked over Reyna and Master Almher. More guests. I'd be glad to have you. If you could just pile up the bodies on either side of the door, we can have a sip of tea before anyone else arrives. Even as he tossed bodies to the designated locations, Barrett wondered why they wouldn't put them in front of the door, but then he realized it would barely take any effort to push through. Meanwhile, putting them to either side would make it harder for anyone to study the building's formations as well as convey the message that they weren't afraid of anyone entering the building, but anyone who tried should be afraid. Barrett wasn't a huge fan of tea, but he drank some just to be polite and then realized it wasn't just a polite gesture. The tea was an invigorating blend of herbs, and considering the amount of medicinal value it held, it was quite tasty. Barrett gladly let it suffuse throughout his body. While there might be some side effects for his training in the coming months, likely nothing major, there was really no point in worrying about a bit of lost training time in the future if the future never arrived. With the help of Reyna, Nilima, Master Almher, and the formations sustained by Master Thorn, they could fight against an almost unlimited number of groups of the same size as they had just encountered given time to rest in between. Just an hour or two would do, but they would likely have less time, and the groups probably wouldn't come in neatly defeatable chunks. Master Thorn had more information about what had been happening throughout the city. It's a nascent version of a civil war. Much posturing, but very few people willing to attack because the neutral parties haven't picked a side. What is happening here hasn't really spread yet, though it will. He took a long sip of tea. While one might hope that the neutral parties would swarm to the side not trying to exploit the laws, quite a few factions are more interested in keeping the status quo compared to upholding the law or an actual sense of righteousness. Others are quite intimidated by the willingness of the majestic invoker's circle and the others to dispense all pretenses, but they must have a plan. Kale, if you would. Kale calmly began disseminating the ideas he had. I imagine they are planning to exploit the situation to gather a minimal quorum in the House of Law. In short, they can use the necessary quorum of factions and Grandmaster representatives for the criminal trial, which is much smaller than what is required for normal law proceedings, and continue on to make other legal declarations. Specifically, they need 7 Grandmasters from different factions to be present. As the accuser, they cannot do anything unless Barrett is there, except for if he is late by over an hour past sunrise. They will, of course, attempt to stop you from arriving. I shall look more into the implications to see if there are any tricks they might be using, and we might be able to find another of our own. Unfortunately, from what you said, your alliance only has 3 factions with Grandmasters, which means you will not be able to outvote them without swaying neutral parties to your side. Master Thorn nodded. Some of the neutral parties will choose to uphold the law as it technically is, and they might vote on either side or abstain or decline to participate. It is unlikely there will be opportunity for a real trial, even though you would most assuredly win. Barrett sighed. I had been hoping for a result that was slightly less like a war. Reyna shrugged. It seems like they were just looking for an excuse to try to seize power. It couldn't have been far off anyway, and it's better to not just sit around for it. Indeed, Master Thorn drank the last of his tea. Well then, while we might have more to discuss later, there is no more information currently available, and unwanted guests are arriving. As Barrett watched Master Aunher fight, he couldn't help but be impressed. He didn't rely on the supportive equipment like living metal, and he didn't have a great cultivation technique like the Immortal Berserker style. He was able to train his body to be stronger, but without any special gimmicks to it. His body wasn't amazingly durable or strong, though of course it was still the body of a 5th-tier pure body temper. Instead, it was a body that was overall well trained, and then it was used at peak efficiency. Master Aunher's combat experience was extensive, his movements were precise and without wasted effort, and he used pure body tempering exactly where it was needed. Any particular part of his body was exactly as heavy or as durable as it needed to be, his muscle power concentrated in just the right places. He broke through energy defenses without wasting any of his own stamina and exploited any weaknesses people had. If they had armor too durable to break through, he just had to grapple them for a moment and twist their arms out of the sockets or snap their neck. Barrett could do all the same things, but the extra decades of experience showed, and while Master Aunher had also spent another few decades beyond that locked up in a dungeon, once he'd returned his body to a young state he made full use of it. Barrett still preferred his own style. It was just more efficient to use weapons and armor, though if he told Master Aunher that he couldn't do something because he didn't use either, Master Aunher would prove him wrong in short order. Still, it was quite intimidating for people when he could ignore some of their attacks. Elbows could be deadly weapons, but when living metal came into the picture, any part of Barrett's body could be an actual blade. Sure, his fleshy body stayed the same shape, but the living metal was also part of his body. Anyone who told him otherwise didn't know what they were talking about. Since the first group hadn't been able to report back, the second group was larger, but they made the same mistake of entering the navigator. The enhancements to Barrett's team and the drain on enemies' movements would have been enough to make up for some of the enemies' numbers, but Reyna's winds added on top of that. Nilima was still quite able to instantly kill a person. Watching her, she seemed invincible, but Barrett knew there was a very fine line that she walked. If she improperly deflected an attack, she would take a lot of damage, and while it very rarely happened, she was in a way reaching as close to death as he did sometimes. Barrett thrust out his arm, an axe biting deep into the muscle and bone. 6th-tier cultivators were serious business, especially while they had to defeat each additional enemy in mere moments. Sometimes, an opponent got past them and moved into the depths of the navigator where Master Thorn was. He'd said not to let too many people past, but it was nerve-wracking to let any past at all when the defensive formation was the only thing keeping them intact. Barrett thrust his spear under his own arm and into the armpit of the attacker who was unable to withdraw his axe. "I was going to deflect that," Nilima complained. "You don't need to protect me." "I know. However, consider how long it would take you to regain that energy expended." Barrett kicked a 3rd-tier cultivator in the chest, sending them flying out the door to impact the building across the street. "I will be fine in a minute or so." Rapier and shards of metal, whip and palm strikes, spear and floating stone pits, and just a whole person's body went wild throughout the area. The majestic invoker's circle had been sparse in the last batch, along with the blank tomes. There had been a larger share of blossoms, but while they tried to lace the air with difficult-to-detect toxins, at least a quarter of that ended up being returned to them by Reyna's winds. Barrett had breathed some in, on purpose. He couldn't build up a full immunity after just one battle, but if he resisted more in the next fight, it could become relevant. Every little bit mattered. As the battle ended, Barrett looked down at his arm, not that he could actually see the wound. "I wish Shanta was here." Reyna shook her head, "She's dealing with something else at the moment. Besides, she really doesn't help you that much unless you're dying." Reyna paused, "Please avoid getting to that point. I understand I need to live for all of this to be worth it compared to just starting a war." Barrett frowned. "I suppose the Grandmasters knew it might get so bad when they agreed, but I'd hoped things might have turned out better." "Pfft," Nilima rolled her eyes, "Look who you're talking about. Thorny rose girls and people who only hide behind shields. People who think they have the blood of gods or something, and scammy diviners. And then, people who can't read." Nilima tilted her head. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what the blank tomes do. Master Thorn walked out from the rear and commented, they gather information and work as generalist magic users. They have some people watching from afar, it seems. Sacrificing more of their members here to learn something. Really, quite a bad attitude. He looked over the group in general. How about before tea, you all take baths to wash off some of that blood,